right? Because the victim, if he can't, also has to go to work, right? If he can't, also has to go to the world, but he also knows that he's got to keep his clothing clean, because if he has to show up to the palace at a moment's notice, he needs to be ready. Because these you think like that, because he's coming back to the life. These things to be prepared. It's not, oh my gosh, I might die next moment, so I better be ready. For my son, I'm going to be called for the great speaker one day. I'm ready. I want to partake. I want to bask in the glory that I'm going to all eternity when my time here in this world is over. So as such, I want to keep my clothing. And if my clothing got dirty, it's because I just twice. Maybe a thing is bigger than what time you get a little bit wider as well. Very good. Sometimes we think like safe part, like a big skin is always there. I think because it's the aware of it, I just think it's good. What's this kind of 6 o'clock show? Longer it. Longer it. It's a little bit at the beginning, but then the nice and we left it in the well, the people are left there. Because things on my part of one. Now, now, طبعا احنا the police one of lines or white on the cities. Those that you can see the cities is actually points out white. Now back and cities are white. So it's the most stupid decorative body. His reputation always wear cities. Those that he are giving why focusing on cities. Remember again, part of the goal of cities is to remind you of the Hayat mitzvahs. When there's something that mitzvahs, therefore shall us with a voice of the decorative body. Wear your cities. This way you're constantly reminded of Hayat mitzvahs. Shaman al Rosh Hashanah, and what is the oil shall not cease to be on your head, able to do. It said this ultimately again refers to why does oil refer to oil? It actually says shame and shaman. Because as the Pasuk says, that a good name is better than a good oil. It also says filling in the eyes of Chazal are ultimately seen to be like the ultimate content of fire of Amazon. As it says, the nations will receive with the name of God the balance of God, the rest of us. Where do the nations see that? When they see what's coming Shalom. So some of us is also very beautiful idea. So place you got that from the body, where your cities. Where your cities. So that is something physical reminder tomorrow. What tomorrow is. Project your identity to change in the world. Don't which way. Just project keep your oil, keep the spirit on your head of your identity as the son of God. As you Allah, it's like contrast is what that's like. It's beautiful. But the contrast. This has to be that. We'll say that Shabbos. That's the Shabbos. This is but that because it's fascinating. Third Shabbos. And what happens? Shabbos is about to start, and I'm on the road. I'm not going there. What's the problem? I have my wallet in my pocket. Can't carry my wallet on Shabbos. So what should I do? No, see, peaceful enough. Probably the Gentile, I can say to hopefully someone that I'm shocked. I can go in there and give balances to the neighbor. Just carry my wallet on. Come on. The lady will not be no Gentile with you. Manicho ala kamar. You can put it on a diamond. So once assuming you're traveling, you're traveling to Nafri, you can ask, specifically ask yourself, this is happening before Shabbos. Right? So the first time is I have nothing to do, carry my wallet. If there's no nothing, you got put it on my diamond. I put the wallet on my diamond. You feel the cut once and the other portion of
He's a nice guy. I said, we're governor.
So once I get to a place that
I met him at that. He did a chat with me about a year ago at this conference, and I really, we bonded. He's a guy who works with both sides of the ledger. He's got a great relation. He's done a bunch of good stuff in this state. He's got fluoride, really good SNAP waiver. So I think they've got probably one of the best SNAP waivers. The SNAP waivers, the food stamp waivers. So you can't spend the food stamp dollars on sodas or candy, but they also have sugar content and they have corn syrup content. Oh, here in Tennessee, and I think they're the only state that has that now. They've also banned food dyes. So they banned a couple of them, and they're going to ban the rest of them now. And what we find out with food dyes, like with food dyes, we've now, we've told the companies that they can there's 9 of them. And the worst 4 voted banned. The other 5, I think, beginning of this year, everybody should have stopped using them. And then we rapidly approved 4 new vegetable dyes so that they can replace them with something healthy. So we did that for FDA. We're working with the industry to make sure that they can do it, but they've been very, very cooperative. Most of them, about 40% of the industry came to us, including the entire ice cream industry, came to us and said, we want to do this, but, help us. So we're working very closely with them, and they're all getting around it.
I'm just not.
Yeah, well, you spoke very highly. He's a nice guy. I
my life, my money. What was I going to do? My fireside chat.
He's done a bunch of good stuff in this state. He's on top of fluoride. They got SNAP waiver, so I think they've got probably one of the best SNAP waivers. The SNAP waivers, the food stamp waivers, so you can't spend food stamp dollars on sodas or candy, but they also have sugar content and they have corn syrup content. Oh, here in Tennessee, and I think they're the only state that has that now. They also ban food dyes. And a couple of them, and they're going to ban the rest of them now. What do we find out with food dyes? With food dyes, we've now, we've told the companies they got to get rid of all. There's 9 of them. And the worst 4 we already banned. The other 5, I think, by the end of this year, everybody should stop using them. And then we routed more vegetable diets so that they can replace them with something else. But they've been very, very long. About 40% of the industry came to us from the entire ice cream industry. And wanted to do this, but help us. We're working very closely with them. We should have gotten rid of it a long time ago. The Europeans don't allow it. Other countries, you can buy Fruit Loops in this country that are just chemical. The same company makes Fruit Loops for Canada and Mexico that don't have the chemical. Yeah, well, there's a kid on the tip. There's a kid on tip using Fruit Loops and his food was glowing in the dark. You might see the edge. I'm like, I gotta take a swim on the street. That's crazy. But yeah, some of it definitely seems bonkers. And what do you see about fluoride? Tennessee has a law that has to do with the water district has to inform the public about it. The fluoride is crazy because we know it reduces IQ. There's no question. The National Toxicology Program has done a meta-analysis making it's related. So in every gram of fluoride that you have, your IQ point. And it doesn't work systemically. It's put in 40s. And because it does help with tooth decay, but the effect is all topical. And back then they didn't have fluoride toothpaste. They didn't have fluoride mouthwash. Now we do. And the parents who kept the fluoride for their kids. And they don't. When you put it in systematically, it destroys your bone mass. It destroys your thyroid. It's horrible. And it destroys our ability to wait if you have kids. You were not really happy or take your own idea. I'd rather have cavities. I'd rather have holes in their teeth and holes in their ideas about it. But the European nations have banned it, and there's no increase in cavities. So it doesn't make any sense for us to be putting it in. And this is the builder of the Tennessee Fluoride Water Act prohibits public water systems in Tennessee from banning fluoride. water intended for consumption. Bans the sale of bottled water with added fluoride. So we don't have fluoride in our water here. Well, there's natural fluoride in a lot of water. It comes from the geology, so it's not adding more. Right? We're not adding it. Nice, dude. Yeah, because when you're to water, then you're like, I can't even know. Your parents think you to take a test, they give you a bottle of water, and you're like, God, I don't have a chance now. But thank you for leading the charge on a lot of these things. Thank you for caring about a lot of these things. I think I just want to say that. I know that you do care about so many of these things. I did see there's a Tennessee farm bill, and there's a lot of stuff you want to talk about too. We'll get into some of it. But this is what I was talking about here. This bill, it's Farm Bill 809. The bill is sponsored by Representative Rusty Grills. Would limit lawsuits if a user gets sick from a pesticide. Under the proposed legislation, as long as a product label is approved by the Environmental Protection Agency, a person would be allowed to sue over the labeling. So, actually, Sean Ryan, the podcaster, and John Rich, they shared this online, and on the day that it was going up for a vote, I believe. Yeah, right here. Tennessee's to side with foreign pesticide companies over people like Ryan excellence and out against those cases. As did musician John Rich. After the pushback, Representative Grills took the bill off notice, which at least delayed the vote. It's unclear why that decision was made or whether Grills has plans to bring the bill back to this legislative session. And bring up just so we know who's doing this, bring up a picture of Mr. Grills. Oh, there you go. Well, if you're a farmer and you get sick from using a pesticide that you didn't know would make you sick, then you would have recourse against a pesticide company that did know that they cause illness. Because these companies knew that these cause illnesses. Yeah, evidence from lawsuits, internal documents, and independent reports indicates that Monsanto had information suggesting potential risk to human health. From science pesticides that began work for years to downplay or against those risks in public and regulatory. That's just wild. The reason they're doing this is because of my lawsuits against Monsanto. And then you settle against them all the time. I think it was 2019. We finally settled in August. I did 3 of the trials in San Francisco. The first one we won because it took 280 displays. People got 9 objects of fun for years in ground touch. The second one we won the third one we asked for $1 million for the jury. It's a couple that have both got it simultaneously. They were home gardeners. And their dog also got it at the same time. And a Labrador retriever dog died. Both couples were sick. We asked the jury for $1 million. And they gave us $2.2 million. And they did that because we were able to show them documents that showed Monsanto knew of the danger and then worked with corrupt officials, a guy called Jess Rowland, inside of they have deliberately concealed science, fixed the science. And now, the big study that they used to prove safety has now been retracted. Yeah. I think I saw an article about that. Like, they found emails that they were like, it was kind of ghostwritten or something. Yeah, it was ghostwritten. And also, they had the pesticide division. They asked them, Monsanto asked them secretly, now we have these emails, to kill a study by another agency called ATSDR. And he said, I can't kill it. That's not my agency. I can kill them outside. And they said, you gotta do it. Can't have this thing move forward. And he said, okay. I'm going to do it if I succeed. And we had all of that. So we were able to show it to the jury, and they were angry. That's why they gave us that. But it's at a contest level now. That is so like prolific that now it's like there's awards for it. It seems baffling. There's been a ton of lawsuits about this, right? Like about pesticides causing diseases and sicknesses. right? This glyphosate, I think it's called. Yeah, glyphosate. There's been a ton of lawsuits, but they still have to take this product off of the shelf. So that's the craziest thing to me. Is that right? Well, it's a problem because you have all the row croppers are dependent on it right now, and there's other technology that is emerging right now. That actually, I looked at one yesterday. It's a tractor attachment that uses lasers to kill weeds. And if they can make that affordable, particularly for smaller farmers, that will be the answer, because you'll be able to, they can kill bugs and they can kill weeds. You program this thing and it zaps the weeds with a laser and makes all the cells explode and it destroys them. And so that there's a future that we can now see the light at the end of the tunnel there. But right now, if you ban glyphosate outright, it would put out of business 80% of our farmers on it. Wow, so we're kind of dependent upon something that we know makes us sick. Yeah, we are. And we're doing a lot of work in the HHS. Look for other alternatives and to find find an off-ramp, because the farmers don't want to be using chemicals anymore. They're very expensive. They know, they have some of the highest cancer rates of any profession. And farmers care about their land. And they want to leave it for their kids. It also destroys the microbiome in the soil, and that causes erosion. So it's not a good long-term solution. The issue is how you transition off of it without putting farmers out of business. Here's that laser. Wow, that's unbelievable. Laser weeding robot kills 100,000 weeds per hour. And it also pulls insects. You can program it to tell certain insects. That machine looks machine probably not better than using this is going to be, the future, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. It's just longer we get stuck in something that makes us sick. And we have it's like, I don't know, it just feels like such a conundrum. It must be like that for you guys a lot. This is just kind of where we are, For the agricultural community, has been very, very supportive of the agenda, and they're helping us transition away from ultra-sensitive, which is the biggest issue. That's what's causing all these chronic diseases in kids. And farmers are going out of business. Farmers usually lose money 7 out of 10 years. So even when they're making money, they're making, a lot of them are just making for their work hours, minimum wage. And there's a hard time finding young people who go into farming. So that is a crisis that, we need to keep in consideration. And you have people at USDA finally who are, really intent on solving this problem, but nobody wants any farmers going in business. Whenever you became secretary, did it feel like that now you're like on the inside? Like, does it feel you go behind this curtain and now you get to see this? It does. Do you just sign an NDA to have a job? No. And I mean, we're doing the opposite of that. We're going to be, this is the most transparent administration in history. I mean, there's no president who's done it. Never done it. We have 4 press conferences a day, like President Trump does. Answering any question people fire at the machine. But I don't know how many press conferences President Biden did in his entire administration. But it's a lot less than President Trump does in a month. Yeah, for sure. And then, we are right now using AI to revolutionize the freedom of information law, so that people are going to be able to get freedom of information requests immediately. So we need a freedom of information request. Yeah, so if somebody wants a document from the government now, it can take 6 months, 2 years. And we're going to make it something they can get instantaneously. And then all our documents are going to be public, except those that are shielded under the statute for one reason or another. And the big issue that, the big problem that we're dealing with is that there are names and privacy issues, and you have to retact those. We have to do that, and we have to make sure we don't make any mistakes. So the AI is, that's what we're working on now. When you got in office, you guys had like a big cut down, like a lot of the divisions and stuff like that. What was I think you went from 28 something to 15, maybe 20. We had 82,000 employees and 20,000. And they left out to the left, or you guys make like cuts. You guys made like a bunch of cuts that were buyouts, so that people who were at the end of their career could retire early. There were bits where people were very new were let go. And it was about reducing the workforce, but it was reducing bureaucracy, it was reducing, getting rid of research or anything like that. We didn't touch that, except if there were certain categories of research, like DI research, or there were other categories that were just, it was not real science, and it was not science, we're changing the trajectory so that the purpose of NIH, the focus of NIH, is going to be figuring out why we're all so sick. Why is this chronic disease happening? What are the exposures that are causing it? What are the alternatives? How do we? So we're shifting the focus on outsourcing and outpatient to the same place that, in 2019, with like a recalibrating and like UCLA, she was a researcher there, and she said that like a lot of the drug and dose because of a lot of their grants got cut, and it was like a slug up, or like a pause, and then every administration comes in. They need to review and make sure that those research projects are not, torturing people, or we're doing DI, having science and designers and helping them go through every single grant, and big teams going through those grants, and then there's tremendous ways. We have 40 communications. We have 40 different divisions studying addiction, and so we consolidated those. So there was, you have 10 people doing the same job and not talking to each other with computers that are not interoperable with the government. So that, we consolidated and we're making it more streamlined, efficient. It's so that we can do the job better, so we can do better research. And then the research, was never replicated, which means that it's part of science and scientific hypothesis. And you don't just do something, get something to replicate to see if they come up with the same result. And that was not happening. It was the friction of experimental replication. And because of that, there was incentives to cheat. Scientists, if they have a hypothesis, and they get a grant, maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars to prove that hypothesis. And then once they prove it, they get it published. And that's how they advance their careers. What if they fail to prove it, if the science says it's not true, then they get published. You should publish that too, because that's science. It doesn't also their careers are, an endanger. It's hard for them to get the next grant. And so a lot of them had this incentive to cheat. They had to win if they get it. If the hypothesis is a null hypothesis, they don't get it. Their whole future goes into the toilet, potentially. And so because they knew that study was never going to be replicated, nobody was going to check on them. There was an incentive for them, and there must have been a pipeline just for companies then to just get it it was lopsided science or solo-sided science that wasn't. I'll give you an example. There was a study done about 20 years ago on amyloid plaque, and that is the cause of Alzheimer's. And that study came up and said, yeah, it's the cause of Alzheimer's. And then we spent billions of dollars doing 600 or 800 studies that followed that. And they all were, as it turned out, they were all cheap. So why does that work? Regarding what is all of the work on conservative brain and all of their hypotheses about what's called Alzheimer's was ignored, put on their shelf. You couldn't get money for it because they said we already know the answer. And then there were drugs developed, etc. And in the end, we came in because the head of Stanford University Medical School had to resign. Because they knew what was going on, because he was involved in publishing some of these fraudulent studies. But they did it for 20 years because nobody ever had to really replicate those original studies. And that happens all the time, and you go down these scientific dead ends. And so now what Jay wants to do is to spend 20% of our budget on replication so that every study gets replicated. And they go, bought a Chara, who is and he was one of the guys who was censored during COVID. He was one of the top statisticians at Stanford, and he and a lot of other ones were censored, lost their jobs. Marty McCary, also censored. Oz was censored. And they're now running the agency. So these are people who want to do real science and not politicize it, depoliticize the science. We had 10 people doing, these weird administrative jobs, and now we've cut that down to 5. So all the cuts that we did were meant to streamline the agency so that there's more money for research. Like after the pauses on the grants and some of those things, the grants were renewed. Most of the ones are the ones that you guys see that you guys follow by. Yeah, almost all of them. When I want to add coin, MoonPay is usually the first app that I reach for. You don't need to buy a full Bitcoin, and the whole process is clean, simple, and easy to understand. MoonPay has been a major partner of the show, and I've actually chosen to take my compensation from them in Bitcoin. The Bitcoin lives in my personal MoonPay wallet, and it's fully in my control. No one else has access to it. With the US dollar constantly moving up and down, this felt like a smart way for me to diversify a bit and potentially get more long-term value out of the partnership. Just keep in mind, even though MoonPay makes it easy to buy crypto, you should always do your own research and understand what you're getting into. Crypto can be volatile, and there's always the possibility of losing money. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. Earlier this year, I had a friend that passed away, and there was fundraising for him, to help him finances to take care of his family moving forward, to help with some things. And unfortunately, he also had a life insurance policy. Because you want to be able to make sure that his tuition, child care costs, mortgage if you have one, things like that, that your family will be able to go on with some comfort. And that's where Ethos comes in. Ethos is an online platform that makes getting life insurance fast and easy to protect your family's future in minutes, not months. There's no complicated process. It's 100% online. No medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions. A quote in as little as 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million coverage. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 no medical exam instant life insurance provider. To your family with life insurance from Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Theo. That's ethos.com/THEO. Application times may vary, rates may vary. I saw you in your speech. You you gave yesterday here in Tennessee, saying that there's all the temptation to cheat if you know you're not going to get caught. Yeah, that's true in every system. Yeah. Have you seen a lot of that? Like, I mean, the amyloid plaque is a really good example. But yeah, we see it everywhere. We see it everywhere. In medicine, it's everywhere. And the journals are utterly corrupt because they're owned by the pharmaceutical companies. And so people read a journal and they think, oh, this is science. But even, Marsh Engel, one that ran the New England Journal of Medicine for 20 years, has said, you can't believe anything in the journals anymore. They're just propaganda vessels for the pharmaceutical company. Richard Horton, who ran Lancet, who still runs it, says the same thing. That the journals, and there's no people running them. Well, what happens is they make huge amounts of money. They make money from advertising, which is paid for the pharmaceutical companies, and through a scheme called preprints, where the pharmaceutical company plants a story, they pay for the journal about a drug that they're trying to promote. They pay the journal to print the story, and then they get a preprint, so it's a very neat looking, copy of their article with the cover sheet of the New England Journal of Medicine on it, and then they distribute that to their pharmaceutical reps, or former Playboy models who go out and talk to the doctors, and they give that to the doctor and say, this drug works, do you want to have lunch? Yeah, and the doctors then start prescribing the drug, and they think, oh, well, it's legitimate because it was in the New England Journal of Medicine, but it is not. It's, you can't believe what's in those journals because it's all propaganda for pharma. So how do we get away from that? Like, what are you guys doing to combat this? Or can this change? Or is it just awareness and then people have to take responsibility? No, I mean, what we're doing is open source journals. We're going to have our own journals that people can open source publish, but you'll have them peer review public. So before you publish, you give that publication to a panel of experts who will then read it themselves and criticize it. And the peer review now is secret. And then there's no raw data published, so nobody can go in and replicate it. So to the extent possible, sometimes you can't. You have to buy the raw data, and it's very expensive or inaccessible, so you can't publish it. But you can publish the peer review, which is what we're doing. And so everybody will be able to say, if they have 10 peer reviewers, and they all say this article sucks, it's got all these holes in it, then the public will be able to read that, and doctors will be able to read it, and the regulators will be able to read it. And so it's basically open source. It's, with crowdsourcing, essentially, and that's how you get credibility in science. Science doesn't come from consensus. It comes from debate. And, that's why you remember when they were telling us during COVID, oh, trust the experts. That's not a thing in science. Trusting the experts is the opposite of science. It's not a function of science or democracy. It's a feature of religion. And it's a feature of totalitarianism. But in science, you will always question the expert. You can't. There's not an expert in science because it's like an evolving thing, right? Well, when I did the Monsanto cases, I was part of a big team. We had, and Cheryl came to my trial. A couple days she sat through and watched us try the case. And Monsanto had experts from Stanford, Yale, and Harvard. There were 3 experts. And they testified, and then Cheryl said to me at the end of the second day, she said, why are you guys even here? These guys are, this science is very clear that Roundup doesn't cause cancer. And I said, just wait. And then our experts went on, and they were from Harvard, Stanford, and Yale. And they said the opposite and were much more convincing, and the juries were convinced. And so there's experts on both sides of every debate, and a lot of them are paid to be experts. They're hired guns, they're mercenaries. And we buy hostages, the one that worked for industry, the ones that work for industry. Buy hostages, that's great. But, so there's experts have their own bias. We all have biases. Everybody's got a bias. What you want to do, when you're dealing with science, you want to expose those biases, you want to admit them and acknowledge them, and then you want the science to be able to stand on its own. And that's the only way, really, to depoliticize it as best we can.
Right. What were some of the biggest cases of fraud, like when you got in there and got behind the curtain, see like the NIH, the EPA, like all just see what's going on back there? What were some of the biggest cases of fraud that you kind of?
I mean, the biggest cases are we get between Medicaid and Medicare. There's about $100 billion stolen every year, and a lot of it is like what's happening in Minnesota with the Somali community, and what's happening now, even worse in California. One of the problems is that's a systemic problem, is that Medicaid and Medicare now no longer they used to be that they pay for your medical treatment, your doctor's visit. Now they pay for it, who takes you to the doctor, and they pay for home care, and they pay for a person to come in and pay your bills, right? So there's all kinds of opportunities for fraud. And the doctor recently, Oz told Oz, he said that there's a doctor in California that he visited, and the doctor had a patient who was a heroin addict. Heroin addict was coming to see him 4 times a month for some kind of treatment. And one day, the doctor looked out the door and saw his ex-wife waiting for him in the car. And the doctor said, "Oh, are you back together with your ex-wife?" And he said, "No, I hate her guts." And he said, "But she drives me because she gets paid $600 every time she drives me." And he said,
"So when you're back together with your ex,
we make $3,000 a month, with her driving me this, then I drive her to hers." And so there's all kinds of those opportunities for fraud. And, we found a hotel that had literally every room in it was the headquarters for a nursing group.
where was that?
It was in California. And, so they're all just P.O. boxes. They're not actually doing any nursing care. They're just collecting money. And as we now know, a lot of the money that was going into the Somali community for autism care, there were these phony autism care houses.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was ending up with Al-Shabaab and Somalia. So hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars were being stolen to Somalia to fund a terrorist group. But that's happening every day. Now we have the ability to catch them.
How are you able to adjust that sort of thing now? Like, what makes it different now?
Because first of all, under the Biden administration, I don't want to get super partisan.
Yeah.
But the Biden administration turned a blind eye to all the fraud. It was mainly going to blue states, and it was an economic generator. There's money pouring into the blue states, and they just said, we know a lot of it's stolen and illegal, but we're going to let it happen. Because it's coming to us. It's coming to our state. And so what we've done now is with Medicare, we control Medicare. The states control a lot of Medicaid. So it's a little harder for us to detect fraud there. We've started out with Medicare. We're using AI, and we're using AI, which can detect the fraud. It can tell us whether this guy who we're paying has been convicted of fraud before, and we shouldn't be paying him again. And it will be telling us every aspect of his business that we need to know to understand whether it's fraudulent. So we're going to save just this year tens of billions of dollars in eliminating fraud in Medicaid. And if they used the pay under the Biden administration, the system was called pay-a-chase. So if they sent in a fraudulent invoice, even if we knew it was, the HHS knew it was fraudulent, they would pay it, and then they would put the Inspector General to go claw it back. And of course, it wasn't there, so they never recovered anything. now we're not going to pay them anymore. If they're fraudulent, they're not going to get a check. We're going to save tens of billions of dollars just this year, and we're going to save hundreds of billions over, annually from now on.
And that's because the AI is keeping track of that.
The AI can spot the fraud. And with Medicare, with Medicaid, which is, a joint state federal program, is a little bit more control the rails, and the states control them. And so we need state cooperation, and the red states are cooperating with us, but the blue states still won't cooperate. So that's going to take some time. And then there's categories that are much easier for us to control, like medical devices. We can do that quickly on our own, but there's other categories that are going to be much more difficult, but we will get it done within the next 3 years.
Whenever Doge happened, right? When Doge occurred, when Elon was in, or he was involved, or hypothetically involved, what it seemed like, just like to the break.
He was definitely involved.
He was involved. Was that successful? Was that real? Like, what was the outcomes of that? Like, did that seem like were you guys working together with that? Like, what was that all about?
I think even Elon has said that there would have been better ways to do it. And that going after the systemic, what we're doing now, these large thefts, you can cut a couple of thousand people, and over the long run, it's just, drops of water in the ocean. Well, that's not going to save us huge amounts of money over the long term, but what we're doing now is going to.
The things you were just talking about,
Yeah.
That's going to help a lot.
Yeah.
Is Doge still active? Is that program still active? What the outcomes of that?
Well, the outcomes were that a lot of, cut my workforce by 20%. But, in truth, some of those were very good cuts. I think we all agree, including Elon, that it would have been better to do targeted cuts. Cut the people who are actually causing the problem, and then keep the people, a lot of the new workers who were only there for a couple of months. That it might have been better to keep some of those people and change the culture.
I see. So instead of more like a mowing, more like a pruning kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think America is sicker than ever these days?
It is sicker. We're the sickest country in the world. We have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. And that's one of the reasons during COVID, we had 19% of the COVID deaths in our country. And we only have 4.2% of the world's population. And so the question is, why did America do worse than any country in the world with COVID? It wasn't mismanaging. Part of it was that, but the big part is what CDC says. We're the sickest country. The average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. And that's really what was killing them. It was very hard to die from COVID if you were healthy. And so, we need to get Americans healthy. We need to end the chronic disease epidemic right now. We spend 2 to 3 times on our health care per capita what they spend in Europe. And yet we have the worst health outcomes in the world. We're 79 over. We have we've dropped behind Europe by 6 years in lifespan, 10 years in some cases. And yet our health outcomes are worse. We have the highest maternal immunity, highest maternal mortality. That means women dying in childbirth in the developing world. We have the highest infant mortality. How can that be with the United States? And a lot of it is because of our diabetes. When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes juvenile diabetes over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 38% of American teens is diabetic or pre-diabetic. It was unknown. Autism rates less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 31 today.
Autistic kid.
Yeah. In California, it's 1 in every 19 kids, 1 in every 12.5 boys. And so the cost to our country, 77% of American kids can't qualify for military service. How many percent? 77% get into the military because of health reasons. No. That is the truth. Yeah, and
Oh my God, bro, that's insane.
yeah, when I get people's attention.
Bring that up. Is that true? Let me see that. Oh, we probably just uploaded this stat on the internet from about a second ago, but still, that's okay. That's how it works. 77% of American youth can't qualify for military service.
Yeah.
And why?
Because they have chronic disease, they have asthma, they have diabetes, they have, they're obese. One of those, but my uncle was present. I was a 10-year-old kid. We spent zero on chronic disease in this country, zero. Today we spend $4.3 trillion a year, and it's about 40 cents out of every tax dollar that is paid by you. The federal government is now going to treat chronic disease, and it's unsustainable, and it's getting worse every year.
Do you find that it falls more, it's the responsibility of the individual, we're not taking care of ourselves, or is it that we have a health system that is allowing, I don't want to say foods and drugs, but allowing things into us that is not maintaining our natural health?
I mean, the individuals have a responsibility, but the obesity, when I was a kid, 5% of kids and children were obese.
You got a fat kid in your class.
Yeah. And today it's, 15% is going. Overweight is 40%. Adults is even higher.
Which is a thick military man, I think.
But people did not get, Americans did not get obese because they're indolent or lazy or they don't want to do exercise. They got it that way because they're being mass poisoned. And they're being mass poisoned because the government lied to them and it lied about the food. Now 70% of the food that our kids eat is ultra-processed food, and it's just poison. It's not food, it's just poison.
And which agencies allow them in the EPA? The FDA.
Yeah.
So do you feel like that's been one of the most compromised agencies?
Yeah, it was owned by Big Pharma and Big Food, and Marty McGarry has changed that now.
So how do we know that that's changed? Like, how do we, as like a...
Look at the food pyramid. And the food pyramid, when I came into office, we were supposed to publish, it was in January of last year.
Oh yeah, the last food pyramid I saw had fakes on it. So it was getting pretty bad.
The food pyramid.
Oh no, that's when you have the one that,
That's funny.
I was like, this is getting bad.
My lines, 153 pages long, and they were completely driven by the same mercantile impulses that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid. How do you put Fruit Loops, which is not a food, at the top of the food pyramid? It's just poison. And that was all driven by the commercial interests of the companies that controlled FDA. So when we came in, we got the best nutritionists from the best universities in our country. We basically locked them in a room. We thought it would take a month, but it took about 11 months. They fought over every single item on this in the food pyramid.
It took 11 months to put this together.
Yeah, because you have to go over science. What is broccoli? How does it relate to how much protein should you eat? How much saturated fat should you eat? What's optimal? And so they had to go through tens of thousands of scientific papers, make sure that every recommendation that they solidly on
this event for them to treat the food pyramid took 11 months.
Yeah, and then we flipped it over. So we flipped it over because the category of food that you should eat, most is a broad category. It includes vegetables, includes proteins, salmon and steak, and
most of this is for children, right?
Well, no, it's good for everybody. I mean, most diabetes.
I remember from when I was a kid, you could see it,
right?
But I guess that's the first one to learn about it.
That's why we're all so screwed up. But most diabetes can be cured through diet. And the doctors don't know this because they don't take, most of them aren't taking nutrition in medical school. And we're now requiring, we're working with the medical, with the accreditors, and with the testing, the people who can to make sure there's tests on nutrition. We're working with all the medical colleges to make sure that now doctors can have 40 hours of nutrition. And so 80% of doctors say they do not feel confident to give nutrition advice. So what are they learning? They're learning pharmacology. They're learning the pill. They let everybody get sick from eating the food and then tell them the pill that will treat that sickness. Get that years of drug, and you can get rid of the diagnosis. Not only that, but now, really clear science that you can get a mental health diagnosis and food for mental health problems. There's a doctor, Harvard, Dr. Bowen, who has cured schizophrenia with dietary changes, with keto diets. There's a paper that is in a yeah, go ahead, look it up.
Schizophrenia with keto diets? Yeah. Well, I definitely noticed that when I'm fasting. I did. I'm pretty smart.
Yeah, you're smarter, right?
Yeah. Military clinical findings, including case reports of small trace, suggest that ketogenic therapy may improve positive and negative symptoms. I mean, I believe that so much of this is true, just that so much of it is how we are operating. It just feels like we've been stuck in such a place where we have you have a food industry that doesn't care if you're healthy, and then you have a healthcare industry that doesn't care if you get well, and everybody's making money from us being sick.
And I'll say one other thing about this. There are all these different dozens and dozens of studies, you can look them up, of their case-controlled studies of juvenile detention facilities and prisons, where they change, for example, in one week, the diet to real food, and they leave the other down there, and that the disciplinary, the fighting, the violence drops precipitously. The use of abuse rates in one juvenile detention facility dropped by 75%. Usually the violence drops by 5%. And, people, it causes depression, it causes anxiety, these foods. If your kid has anxiety, look at what they're eating. And you can change that in many cases by changing their diet and getting them to eat real food.
Yeah. How do you get the everyday person then to adjust their psychology or their thought about taking more interest in themselves? Because I think it used to just be you trusted the commercials. You're like, this is great for you, and you believed that.
Yeah, I mean, the way to change human behavior is one, get information out there that's real information. The other thing that you have to do is you have to change the economic incentives and reverse incentives that reimburse doctors, that that insurers, pharmaceutical companies, the doctors, the hospitals are making more money if you're sick. The drug rehabs. If you come back, if you relapse, they make more money. They shouldn't be paid that way. The insurance company should pay them one lump sum, and then follow that addict for the next 2 years. And every time he comes back, you got to treat him for free. And that will incentivize them to do better treatment. You have to do treatment that works, and the ones that can't do that will fail, and the ones that can do it, they get better and better at it, will do it. You change the economic incentives, you'll change human behavior, and then you have to get the information to the individual, and that's what we're doing. We've convened the 400 top tech companies before this administration. You could not get your own health records. So you own your health records, but you couldn't see them. You can't get a hold of them. Why not? Because they would get information blocked. They would make sure you couldn't get them. And now we've got them all to agree they're going to stop the information blocking. So your medical records will be on your cell phone, and that is great for you because if you live in Nashville, and you travel to Los Angeles, you get hit by a car. You don't want to spend an hour in the same room with a clipboard making up, one of those forms. You hand your cell phone to the doctor, he puts it in. AI, and he knows what your blood type is, what your allergies are, your contraindications, his treatments, etc.
They have to do that all the time.
Right. So What President Trump said to me is, he said, I want to make every American the CEO of their own health, so that they're in charge of it. And then we're doing, we've changed the prior authorization. We've got 80% of the insurance industry together to eliminate all unnecessary prior authorization, which is going to change the experience that every American has in the healthcare system. Because when you go to a doctor, he says you need a knee surgery, you may wait 6 months for your insurance company to approve it. You can't do anything about it. But now, by the end of this year, you will know at the point of care. That means before you leave your doctor's office, you'll know whether your insurance company will cover that. That's going to dramatically change it. Also,
Does that make it any more likely that they're going to cover it, or does it just make it that you're going to need it?
So you'll know, and so the doctor will know there before you leave. And the doctor will change the prescription or whatever you need to do. But you'll at least know, and you won't be, sitting at home and then that's actually going to happen. That's happening, And then the other thing that we're doing is we're doing price transparency so that every hospital will have to publish its prices for every procedure.
How much the patients you
Exactly. And that doesn't make you the CEO of your own health.
They already are supposed to do that, right?
It was a law that Trump had his first term, but never enforced it, so none of the hospitals do it. We've now passed new regulations that is going to punish them or drag company in a way if they don't do it. So they're all going to be doing it by the end of this year.
And they try to find a way to skirt around that, though. I wonder, are they?
Well, it's so screwed up because if you go buy an automobile and the guy tells you, yeah, but I'm not going to tell you the price after you bought it, it's insane. And right now, if you're pregnant in this country, you can go 9 months on the phone every day trying to figure out what the childbirth is going to cost you in your local hospital and not be able to do it. And we are about to go online with a system that will make all procedures visible to every patient. So I actually looked at the mock-up 2 days ago for New York, and it shows a map of Manhattan and a mile around Manhattan, and there's 30 hospitals. And it shows the price of childbirth at every hospital. The lowest one is $1,300. The highest is $22,000. And it's everything in between $9,000, $5,000.
You can look and see.
You can look and see.
You'll be able to go to a menu online.
Yeah, it's like Gas Buddy when you're looking for a gas station, but you're going to be able to do that.
Clean bathroom or whatever that clean bathroom. That was crazy. And they lie on there. And some of them are at rest areas too. And I got a call from a guy who was I guess it was like an Easter, but he was like an Easter bunny, like impersonator or whatever. Anyway, whatever. Good to be here today. So you're telling me that that's going to be a real thing, going to be available to us on our phone. So say if I need to get an MRI, I can look online and find it. And right now, there's no way that you can figure out the price of it. They'll lie to you. But if you call them and say, okay, I'm not going to come, I've had experiences where they will call you back and then they'll offer you a loan.
Yes, they're all playing that game, and now they're not going to be able to do it.
How soon is that going to be released?
It's going to be released very, very soon in the next couple of months. All the hospitals now have to go online and start reporting, and the ones that don't do it immediately, we are going to have very, very high fines for them. So there's going to be a big incentive for them to start reporting, but it also is going to drive down prices because why is there that absurd differential between 1,300 and 22,000? Because we don't know, so there's no market, so they do whatever the hell they want. And now there's going to be competition because people will be able to shop, and it's going to drive you.
Are there lobbies just fighting it? Right here it says, here's a compiled list of example of hospitals and childbirth costs in Nashville based on available self-pay cash bundles. Ascension St. Thomas is $4,800 to $7,800. National General is $10,000 to $15,000.
I mean, why is there that? Yeah, it's just chaos.
It's chaos.
There's no market there.
It's unbelievable. And this happens at every single. It can be something as small as getting like an aspirin when you're in the hospital. It can be anything. Or they have to bill you later, like it's a $70
Or they'll say
aspirin.
to you, if you want, you can spend an extra day here. You look sick. You look like you could use the rest. And he'll say, I'll do that, and then you get $100,000 bill. That's crazy.
Yeah, only had fluorescent lights to the Four Seasons. For 4 years at that rate. So that's actually going to come into play.
Yeah, that will be in play.
And what's it going to be called? How will we access it?
It's called price transparency. They call it Trump-parency.
Really?
No.
Trump, he would name that in R&B, you know? Oh, that's hilarious. Trump-parency, dude. Oh, it's opaque. What does opaque mean? Actually, look it up. Yeah, I don't know, land that right or not. It's somewhere in the middle.
It's halfway transparent.
There you go. Hey. What was that? That's somebody in boots. Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Tecovas crafts quality Western boots for everyone. From generational ranchers and lifelong cowboys to first-time boot buyers. Every pair of Tecovas is handcrafted in over 200 steps. No stiff break-in period, just instant, out-of-the-box comfort. From cowhide and goat to exotic leathers like ostrich and cayman. Whether it's your first pair or your 50th pair, Tecovas has you covered. And personally, I like my feet better when they're in my Tecovas. From premium apparel to elevated leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. And right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/Theo when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at tecovas.com/THEO. Tecovas.com/Theo. See site for details. Tecovas, point your toes west. You wouldn't hire a tweaker to be your barber now, would you? Your fade would be all over the place. They'd be pulling copper wire out of your sideburns. Hiring the wrong people can be disastrous. That's where Morgan and Morgan comes in. If you're ever injured by negligence of another, Morgan and Morgan is America's largest injury law firm for a reason. Whenever I witness an injury or a car accident happen, I automatically think, bam, Morgan and Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 1,000 lawyers. That's a lot. With over 30 bills recovered from over 500,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. That's free. Yep, that's right. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/Theo or click the link in the description below. That's forthepeople.com/Theo or click the link in the description below to let them know I sent you. This is a paid advertisement. That's one of the most important things. That's something that I've been talking about in here for probably like a year and a half now, 2 years, is the price transparency. Power to the patients. That's one of the groups that's like helping to push that, I know. Who are the people that are lobbying so hard for these things not to happen?
Well, there were a lot of people in the agency who were, obstructing any kind of change. And, part of the challenge of running an agency this size is to change that institutional culture. And, it's you're only bringing in, there's 82,000 people. We only have 250 political appointees. They have to be good leaders. They have to be able to work with the bureaucracy. You need the bureaucracy. A lot of these people are very gifted. They're idealistic. They want to do a good job. The leadership's been very bad for so long that it's not allowed them to do what they want. And we need to reignite that feeling of idealism.
Do you feel good about it?
Yeah, I think we're doing a really good job. I think we've done more this year than any health secretary has done in history. Than HHS has done in a single year at any time, and I think we're dramatically changing the relationship between Americans and their healthcare system. But it's like turning a giant oil tanker. You have to keep hitting with the tugboat in the bow, and then ultimately will start to turn, and then you hit that. You hit it just enough time. It'll flip fast
and things change. I know, believe you had. There's a lot of stuff that's focused around addiction, right? What do you think about? Where do you think that we're headed with that? Some of the new things that you guys are going to try to implement, like with part of your new program. Like, what are some of the new implementations, or some of the new focuses that you want to have people look at when they look at addiction?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with addiction is that the cost of the addict, HHS were the fiduciary of the medical costs of the addict. We can look and say, okay, if we can cure your addiction, as Patrick Kennedy and was in Congress, but he had 17 rehabs. He was telling me during that period of his life, he was in the emergency room every 2 weeks. And he had an irritated bowel syndrome, and he had contusions, and he had all of these, other illnesses that he didn't even associate with addiction, but they were all associated with it. That. Oh yeah. So, and he said in 15 years that he's been sober, he's never been in the emergency room once. And so HHS is able to look at those costs and those trajectories and all those collateral damage in the healthcare system. The addicts costing elsewhere a lot more money, and with law enforcement, with broken families, with lost jobs and inefficiencies, and those aren't internalized anywhere. And what we're trying to do is bring together all of the agencies, the VA, labor, HUD, and HHS, all the agencies of HHS together to look at that addict and then follow him over. Have somebody responsible for following him over the lifespan of his addiction. And nobody does that. And so now it's the same problem that we have with the healthcare system, is that it's everybody's financial benefit to keep that addict sick. Because everybody's making money from it. And so you don't have anybody who's accountable for the outcome. And what you need to do is, we're doing these pilot programs called Street in 8 different locales to figure out how to do this, to bring all the agencies together. Early interventions confront the addict on the street, get them out of crisis into treatment, out of treatment into rehab, out of rehab into sober housing, long-term care, help them find a job and stabilize their lives. Have one person who's responsible trajectory.
Yeah, because when it goes piece at it, just like it's easy for me,
and they hand them off, and then everybody checks the boxes. I found him a house, okay, he's still shooting up. He's blowing the copper wire, piping out, pay for his addict. That's not my business. That's law enforcement. That's something else.
Well, thank God. It's amazing you care so much about that. And for the chance that you can get well and change their lives. Before you go, Bobby, you and I have been friends, and I've always trusted you, and I've always believed in you, and I just know you as a person, and I know this is a guy at certain points in your life, I think you have to make choices like this is a guy I believe in, right? Like, for as much as you can believe in a human being, acceptable levels. Who are some other congressmen and senators on either side of the aisle that you believe that regular people like me can trust?
People that there's a ton of Congress people who are incredible, and actually too many to even name, to start naming, because there's so many good ones. But in the Senate, Ron Johnson, is fantastic. Roger Marshall from Kansas is fantastic. Wayne Mullins. The president is crazy about Rand Paul. Rand Paul's been really good on a lot of my issues. There's a lot of other ones too. So, Senator Hall,
you're familiar with him?
Yeah, he's great. I've had tremendous support from the Senate, from the Republicans. The Democrats have been my friend my whole lifetime. It's just so tribal now that people, are not able to follow their conscience. They need to
ask their handlers, all that.
well, they need to be part of that, the clash of tribal narratives. And, my family's the same way. I lost a lot of family, a lot of friends, and, but the Democratic senators were all my friends. Bernie was my friend, etc. But now, they are, they're just locked in. If you have anything to do with Trump, you're demonized and vilified. And like President Trump says, he said, if I cured cancer, they'd still find something wrong with me. And I think that's true, that we're not, we're locked in this very, very polarized space that is not good for our country. But when my uncle was in there, everything he did was bipartisan. He was there for 50 years. And, he had more legislation under his name than any senator in history. And it's because he was able to work across the aisles. But no matter who you are now, you can't work across the aisles. So we're locked in this deadlock, and it's troubling. But, that is just the reality of where we are.
Whenever you kind of got behind, was there any more information for you there about any of the assassination attempts that happened with your family?
No, I mean,
did they give you any more unredacted? Was there anything like that?
No, I mean, President Trump has ordered all that stuff to be released, and in fact, there was some stuff that I asked him not to release, and he said, no, I'm releasing all of it. And the reason I didn't want to release is because there was information in some of the telegrams that could have jeopardized people who were still alive on a completely different issue. But it seemed to me that it was, that it was worth withholding a couple of these documents. The reason I knew a lot about it is because my daughter-in-law, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, who ran my campaign, is now the deputy director of national intelligence, and she's the chief of national intelligence at OMB, and she was given the responsibility by President Trump of releasing all the JFK funds, and she's been thinking about this for years. She was in the CIA.
That's wild. I met her.
Yeah, you've met her.
But so nobody slipped you a napkin and was like,
no,
this is it. It wasn't like that.
Not on that issue. Got it. And napkins slipped me on other issues, but not on that one.
Before you go, and thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. It's great to see you. You look great, and I'm so proud of you. I know you don't care about that, maybe, or you do. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just like, yeah, you always remind me of just to be resilient. So thank you. That's what I meant to say. If you had if you had one thing to just tell people, what would you tell them?
I'd say eat real food. If it comes in a package, you probably should leave it in the package. But if it comes from the ground, if it comes from the water, if it comes from the air, that's going to be good for you. And food is medicine, and you can heal yourself with a good diet.
Amen. Cool, man. Thanks so much for hanging out, dude, and congratulations. And keep fighting for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Theo. Great to see you.
You too, bud.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones. But it's gonna be. Pecar de la leche.
Today's guest is an actor, a producer, an entrepreneur. He's a real do-it-all type brother. He has a new film out with Dave Bautista called The Wrecking Crew. Highly recommend it. Great action film. He's out the mud and the water. It's Aquaman. Today's guest are Jason Momoa. It'll be fine. We'll be fine.
I'm here to do the greatest deal on interview ever. I'm so
Actually, it could be it. I think we've had the greatest one. We had an Amish kid. That was pretty great.
Oh, wow.
He's pure Amish, too. He's like, every now and then I'll sneak off to the creek and we hide a cell phone down there and we'll listen to a little bit of Def Leppard. That was one of the best things I've ever heard.
Pour some sugar on it.
Yeah. And I don't even think they have sugar, which is the craziest part. So, just down there listening to songs about illegal ingredients. That's all they're doing. Jason, thanks for hanging out, man.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
We met at the 50th, I think it was the 50th SNL.
Yep.
I just remember I was walking and then this big, like, kind of, I would say semi-beautiful hand just grabbed me. This thing that definitely, and immediately I felt like I hadn't been to the gym. That was like my immediate feeling. And then it just like pulled me into like this orbit. And it was like, hey man, nice to see you here. And that was it, dude. It was awesome.
It's great to see you, man.
Yeah, it made my day.
You make people smile. You make me smile. So, like, when you see that, like, it's a bit of an overload there. And I feel like once you're talking, like when you're with Meryl Streep and Robert De Niro is the one thing, and then, I freaked out when I saw Chevy Chase. Like, this older lady's like, come here, darling. You're the Aquaman. I was like, yeah. And she's like, Chevy, get over here. Chevy, get over here. I'm like, oh my God, she's wife. And then she's like, Bill, get over here. And I'm Bill Murray.
Oh, God.
Chevy Chase and Bill Murray. I'm sandwiched between them. And I'm just going like, this beautiful woman brought this together. Bill's like, who the fuck is this guy? And she's like, and so was Chevy. It's like, that's the Aquaman. Our grandchildren love them.
Oh, yeah.
But you just go like, there it is.
Oh, that's cool.
See, in my mind, I was sandwiched.
Yeah.
But right there, I'm a little bit more of the bun.
Yeah, you seem like more of a bun.
Yeah.
Or like a nice rye or something, a pumpernickel.
So when we were, it was a crazy night.
Yeah, that was a lot, man. I met Hanson. Yeah, they look like adult Hanson kid.
Because what year are you born?
Born in 1980.
I'm 79. There we go. So we know what Hansons looked like when they were bobbing it out.
Yeah, we know the real Hanson.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I just gave my son a crisscross, cross colors. You remember that brand? It's like, it was just this brand that I had when like crisscross came out. And my son didn't know who that was. It was the year, it was the year you were born, 82.
Yeah, I think
I get crisscross cross colors. Anyways, I just gave it to my son, and I was just dating myself, man. But it was a moment. I've been unpacking my old stuff, giving it to my son, and he loves it because all that stuff's cool again.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, things come back around.
Yeah.
You grew up in Hawaii?
I was born in Hawaii. Yeah. My parents had divorced, so I was living in Iowa. But like, in Bridges in Madison County, Iowa, like, dude, like,
Street Bridges in Madison
man,
County.
boom.
One of my favorite books. The book and the movie, it's identical. It's like word for word. Yeah, the movie's the exact way of the book. So, not that matters.
So I'm like, graduate,
Did you go to University of Iowa?
No, I actually went to make fun of it, University of Southern Iowa. Went to DMAC, Des Moines Area Community College, and then went to.
Is that still open?
It is DMAC, and then I went off to get in-state tuition in Colorado. And I was living out in Colorado State. And I was working as a trail crew out there, working at these. All these different busing tables and shit. In-state tuition and trying to postpone all possible.
Trying to postpone it or stay in it.
Well, I'm just trying to get in-state tuition so I can get wildlife biology there. But I went to school for. I was in Iowa. I did marine biology. A place called Central Campus, where all these different schools with biology. I'd have like a shark tank set up. I had my own eel, and you learn about all these different things. And I always wanted to be a marine biologist. I could spend their spring breaks down in the Keys. We get the yellow bus, go all the way down from fucking Iowa, all the way down to the Keys.
That's so far.
Yeah, and we studied the scientists, but I did that 2 years. Get credit for college, but and then I was going to go over summertime. I was like, I'll go to Hawaii. Since I'm Hawaiian, maybe I'll get a better deal going to college. And TV show came. And I was just surfing with my family, and a big surf family. So we and that show came, and I ended up getting changed everything. I was 19.
And you were working from when they had the family. Oh my God, that's him.
Yeah, dude.
Feel what? Get some lotion out? Rub on the picture. Have some respect, guys. Dude, that's wild that you get to live in
I was 19, man. That's crazy. My last job before that was busting tables, working in the surf shop.
I busted tables, bro. I was one of the first busters to ever use creatine in Arizona, south of Phoenix. I was one of the best bus boys there was, I think, for probably about a 2.5 year period.
So we went to Arizona?
I went to University of Arizona for 1 year, then I went to some other schools, but dude, I was so good at busting tables, man.
Yeah, but I would take all the food because I worked at a really nice restaurant. Yeah, we were all my buddies that put together a bunch of climbing dirtbags, and I bring this nice pasta home. If the couple didn't look too sus and up their stuff,
yes.
Box it and bring it home. So I always had like the best restaurants pasta.
Dude, there was called Dakota's Wine and Bean, and the guy there was taught like it was this perverted manager who would kind of teach us how to do like he would like kind of like oral sex with women, but just like in conversation. Anyway, that guy was a complete pervert. But I will take not in person, not with a real woman. Just he would like tell us young kids like how to do it and stuff. We didn't know what was going on, dude. Like, I remember when he would talk about it, all the pimples on my face would like explode at once. But they had very nice food there. And I remember if I'd see a couple, if they used their knife, that to me was like, oh, they're fancy. I can eat off of their plates. So if the knife was dirty, I would definitely take a little bit of that, like some cured ham or some specialty meats on there. And I'd get a stack of like some like special sandwiches made of all types of stuff. It was nice. That's back yeah.
And back then, it's like when you're at your mom's house your first time, right? Like, orange juice was like shampoo. Orange juice and fucking with beer and fucking booze.
Yeah.
Right? Milk never saw it again. That mom's house, I fucked milk. And then they sell you water. Beer. My dad still got to have paid child support, so I was like, that paid for it. Like, I could just save up busting tables, or I could work just Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I go rock climbing and snowboarding, so it'd be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday come back. So I had like 4 nights of one plan,
And were you with like a certain group of friends growing up, or was it just is like it's still like a core group, or was it just guys?
There's one guy. I didn't have too many friends growing up, and I had friends, but like they're like true buddies. They're in my neighborhood, but they stayed there. There's one guy. He is my best friend to say, godfather of my kids. He went out to Colorado first, so he was 1 year older, and I went there out there being him. He's my best bud. So it was just us running the block.
So much fun. Colorado is so awesome.
It is. It was good.
God, I love being out there. Except the altitude always gets me so much, dude. I get affected pretty easily by the environment.
It's gotta be hard for you to go national here because it's dry. Like I just came from New Zealand right now. Last night I'm like, I felt sorry for my legs. It's like
I'm wheezing right now. I'm like, just shedding a skin.
I mean, it's summer down there.
Yeah, dude, New Zealand. I'm like, what are you talking about? I use it in letters. They have people there. They're like, oh, we went to New Zealand. They're kind of all and we it's just like, I met guys who like it was like they had a sentence stuck in them. They just couldn't get it out of them no matter what. Like the people there that anyway, it was just some of the craziest like I've ever heard. One of the most beautiful places. We went to we got to meet Israel on a Sunday down there, and I was sitting there. Yeah, and they were super nice to us whenever we were there. But we went to the beach one day, and they said you can only be outside of the beach for a certain amount of time because they don't have that marine layer, or they don't
have the ozone.
Ozone layer.
You're fried.
Dude, I was like, it's so beautiful, but you gotta go back inside.
I've never told me to go back inside, but yeah, just sit out there and just feel yourself cooking.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at a certain point, you should go in like that.
Yeah, it's a different shit.
I'm gonna sit out there and grill, baby. So you went from Des Moines Community College, DMAC,
Yep.
and then you ended up over in Colorado.
Yep, went to Colorado, and then went to Hawaii to get to just to kind of get my father, get to know him better. And
was he cool?
My dad's great. My dad's is awesome. It's just I knew that when I was young, 8, 9, 10, like basically when I was young enough to comprehend it, right now, with my mom, and then I'd go until like high school years, and I had probably a bit of a falling out, so I didn't go too much. And maybe my sophomore, junior, senior year, so I was like, I'm gonna go back, big dad, bury the hatchet, and see if I can get into college over there. And then, like I said, the show came and changed my life, and I tried to, tell my mom, like, I'm on this show, and she's like, what are you talking about? My mom's in the same house I was raised in.
Wow. What are you doing something with Satan?
I know, she's like, oh, you're very much Hawaiian. I was like, Mom, I'm like, it's not what you think, it's like a whole different spin on it. Or Hawaii, it's not, she's like, what?
It's a whole different spin.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Hasselhoff wasn't really on it anymore, but they're trying to change it up, so, anyways. And then I spent, the next 30 years taking myself out of that hole.
Yeah.
Cheers to that. Here we are now.
And so your mom is a white woman, and your father is more
My dad's
Islanders?
white. Yeah. My mom is basically German Irish.
Is there a lot of beef between Hawaiians and Hawaii? Like, are there different kind of sects of like SECTS of Hawaiians, like different kind of like, or is it if you're a Hawaiian, you're Hawaiian?
I mean, that's a good question. I wouldn't say it's like sex. Definitely, back in the day, there was different islands with different kings until it was united by Kamehameha. But not everyone loved Kamehameha. You could have been with Kahiki. You could have been different. You could have been with different islands, and that obviously to unite them, your family could have been murdered. So I don't think everyone sees eye to eye. But having said that, like we are. Since we are part of America now, like I think all those generations, our culture and our language is completely removed from us, like most indigenous races, and really trying to get it back. And I don't necessarily think there's like sex to it.
Right. Yeah. It's not like people aren't like that tribal.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, not as much as like compared to New Zealand, where there's don't quote me, but there's 200 plus different iwis, different tribes and Marais.
Oh yeah, that's iwis.
Yeah, whereas the South Island is one, like Naitawa is just one tribe on the South Island. The North Island has many, so it definitely has to go through a lot more. If you're trying to agree on certain things, like it's going to get more people on social media.
Does your dad have a like, is he like very Hawaiian kind of guy?
Very much so. Yeah, I mean, in the sense of like
pride in that culture, it's such a unique culture.
So, this is not really most of it is like locally working in Hawaii and then Makaha. And the whole thing is called Hawaiian Homestead Land. It's like a reservation. Yes, kind of stuff. And so, but my brother's a waterman. And in that sense,
does that mean he likes to be out in the water?
Yeah, outriggers, paddling, surfing. He was a coach. I mean, just anything. A waterman is knowledge of sailing, knowledge of
anything out there. And you're Aquaman, which is crazy.
Which is crazy.
That's crazy.
It is, and I've always wanted to. My family is very much some of the last living legends of surfing or of water medicine. My great uncle is Buffalo Kiolano. Buffalo Kiolano and Brian Kiolano is a water medicine. My cousin and Rusty's a 4-time world champion. He's come from the Kiolanos.
Oh, wow.
That's up above.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful wine, man.
Yeah, I think I've seen him on the pictures of the bronze or at the tanning salon as well. I think, I'll also say this, they're using his name, image, and likeness over there at Suntan City. I'll say that fact. Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, I always wanted them. Yeah. That's kind of
And he still lives over there?
He does, yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's beautiful, man. Yeah, I just wonder, do Hawaiians feel like it seems to me like Hawaiians always feel like a responsibility to uphold their culture, kind of, or that they're Hawaiian, like there just seems to be like a certain level of respect that they carry about themselves with that.
I think that's true. I think there's a lot of things that have happened to our people that have it's been very challenging in what's happened and getting our identity back, getting our culture back, our language back. I'm sure there's a lot of terror and trauma that's happened in the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, I think we have some people wanting,
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so nice over there, dude. I remember one time I was drowning over there, and I remember being like, where else am I gonna drown? Like, it was so nice. I remember looking back at the shoreline, literally I was snorkeling, and I wasn't doing well. I was losing. And I remember looking back at the shoreline, and I thought I was gonna drown, and I was like, where else you gonna drown? You gonna drown in a Hampton Inn pool somewhere, outside of Jacksonville or something. Oh, dude, this is where you knew it, And so there was almost this crazy moment of peace with just how beautiful it was there, It's a really special place. I was in Maui. I don't know.
Was there waves? It was just deep water.
There were waves, man. It was like
Just got a little too carried away and got too far out, maybe.
Yeah, I went snorkeling and it was by myself. And bad idea, huh?
Yeah, it's bad doing it in the water by yourself.
Yeah. And that's what I realized, it was fun. It's kind of fun. And I remember I got out there a little bit, and I was like, oh man. And then I would see the fish, but then the water would go down, and I would be almost like trying to knock down the coral or whatever, being like that. And then we'd go back, and it was just it just got super scary, and I was further and further out, and I started getting really, really smooth.
Yeah, it was just different rips too.
Yeah, I caught a bad rip.
I think every surfer, everyone drowns.
Have you ever been in a drown before out there?
Very much so.
No way.
Yeah, I've drowned. And it's a beautiful teacher, man. The ocean's she's the ultimate teacher. So it sucks. Drowning sucks.
Yeah.
No way about it,
Yeah, all right.
It's like you see your slow death. It sucks. It flashes in. Can't move your arms anymore, and you're going down, and you can't breathe. That's why I used to smoke. Well, I smoke cigars still, but it took me a while to get back to it. But I used to smoke 2 packs a day. I just love. And I tried to slow down. Maybe a little pouch, and then burn a pouch in a day. Just
full of yourself.
Damn,
I can't believe I was a damn smoker. That's inspiring, actually. You can do anything, people.
And that was the hard one to quit. I mean, that's very sure shit. But it's like, I think smoking was good stuff for my family. And then when I drowned, someone took my breath. I came out of the water and that thing died. I mean, I tried really hard to stop many times, and I came out. And if I tried to smoke that bomb, that part of me just died because they took my breath, and I had to go through it. And then the reason I got saved is I actually hit the outer reef because I had over half a mile offshore. It's just there's 2 reefs, and so I was on the outer reef of Maui. And then between, some coast paddling, and I hit the reef, and it just touched my toe. And I just rolled down the reef and just jumped up and had that away. And I just drove on the reef and waited. I was out there for a while.
Dang, who rescued you?
I was with Laird. I was surfing with Laird, and
I saw him once at Home Foods.
Yeah. So, how a brand. Yeah, but it was my leash snapped and I was stuck out in the ocean, so it was just very windy.
Go ahead and undo the thing you got.
It's called the Wrecking. I seen the guy to the premieres last night, so I sort of missed that, but no, I saw it on the computer, the screener of it. Yeah, dude, it's great, and it's so beautiful. It's so nice to be able to just feel like you're in Hawaii for a while.
Yeah, I just, as we grew up with, This is like that movies. I did a TV show with David Bautista. He played my brother in C on Apple.
Oh yeah, and he plays his brother in this one. So
Yeah, we just got really close. It was like somebody really liked that partnership. And the next one would be funny to go down. So you guys were beating each other. It was somebody I had this pitch to him, and I've been having an outfit for 2 decades for the first thing I ever wrote. It's a pitch back in. Just posted it, put it out there viral.
Are you ready to lose? So, how many times did you come in here and tell me about it?
How many times you say you're ready?
Baby. I don't check messages on some fucking app, dude. Just come in here and say, hey, do you want to play? That's what a normal person would do. Hey, dude, how about I fucking send messenger? Man, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Hold on. No. This is important. What do you call those fucking birds? What do you call a bird that fucking delivers shit? Carrier pigeon. How about I send you a fucking carrier? I've been sending you carrier pigeons for weeks now. Are you ready to lose? That's my question. All right. I'm going to whoop your ass so badly, it's going to make your head spin. I am so good, and you are so not. You have an invitation, and everyone's waiting on you.
The foolish ones, they went out to the field, they did their work. Plenty of time.
One of the greatest breaks in the history of the game. Look at that, I made something.
One day, just he says, okay, come to the palace now, time for the Suda. So the wise ones came in all properly dressed and adorned. That the foolish ones having no time to change, clean up, or change their garments, coming to the palace, all dirty and sulky. Sama Kamala Lukas was so happy to greet the wise people because he was angry. He said to the foolish ones, so why did you not give? Why did you not prepare yourself? Why did you not give Jesus the marriages? These who went ahead and prepared themselves, the big men, come in and enjoy the feast. Those who do not prepare themselves stand by.
I'm a dirty player, baby. That was great.
Everybody gets a seat at the table. Along open, along ready. But the big ten get to eat, whereas the foolish ones, they're hungry. Along shows him by its name. The big ten get to drink, and the foolish ones are thirsty. Such an incredible metaphor. But ultimately, you all know that comes. Not for the mortals, right? But in a real life, we don't need this world. No one lives forever. And I was like, listen, just give me some time. But I'm going to call you to the great Suda, the celestial Suda. You know, I'm not telling you when you're going to get called. So you know you're going to get called. And you know, ultimately, again,
Oh, fuck.
So are you living a life that gives you a seat at the table or not? That's the fundamental question. And there's no warning necessarily. There's no separation. So you have a choice. Live life in a constant state of preparedness. And it was like preparedness is going to point out the wrist muscle, the big thing, sit by the entrance way of the tongue. Don't take that to mean inaction or passivity. It's meant to mean readiness. The victim are also going to
Get this shot.
Right, because the victim is the camp also has to go to work. Like,
No way.
He also knows that he's got to keep his clothing clean because he has to show up to the palace in a moment's notice. He needs to be ready. The police really think that what's this? How do you grab this? What do you so right? Be in a state of preparedness. Not, oh my gosh, I might die next month because I better be ready. For myself, I'm going to be called for the great CEO one day. I'm just ready. I want to partake. I want to fast in the glory of when my time here in this world is over. So as such, I'm trying to keep my clothing clean. And if my clothing got dirty,
Oh, what an amazing shot. Thank you. Your ball's in my fucking way, though. So I might just... Oh, fuck. I hit your ball in. Oh, that was devastatingly bad.
It's a little bit more effort in the beginning, but then when I said he left it,
No way. Folks. No way. Really makes it difficult. I mean, I don't really... This would be the greatest shot of my career. Hit his ball. Hit the ball. Oh, dude, I just gave you a fucking win. Fuck that. That was bullshit. So you know that was bullshit. You know that was that, dude. It was bullshit. Let's see you break. One of the worst breaks I've ever seen.
Project your identity in the world. Don't be afraid to project who you are. Keep your oil, keep your fluid on your head and your thread of your identity as a son of God. As you love, beautiful. But he has more chance. This actually by that. So we'll say back to Shabbos. That's the Shabbos. This actually by that. Shabbos. And what happens? Shabbos is about to start, and I'm on the road. I'm not home yet. What's the problem? I have my wallet in my pocket. Can't carry my wallet on Shabbos. So what can I do? Don't see people enough. Talking to the Gentile, I can say to hopefully someone who I don't trust. I can go and I can give him out some favor. Just carry my wallet home. I'm all the minimum of there's no Gentile with you. Manicho Allah. You can put it on a donkey. You want to assume you're traveling with that. So if you're traveling with Rabbi, it's explicitly as this happened before Shabbos. Right? So before Shabbos, it has nothing to do with carrying my wallet. If there's no Rabbi, but I'm traveling with a donkey, put it on my donkey. Put the wallet on my donkey. You hear the contract in Zona. Once I reach the outer courtyard, actually stands contract in Zona means over here, the outer courtyard of my city.
Beautiful
so
shot.
Once I get to a place that is closed and secure, don't tell us I'm feeling like you know, you tell us Shabbos, I could just outside, I kind of untie the knot, and everything just falls down by itself. The idea is that once I reach the secure area, I'm fine with the items that need to be taken. Says the was incredible Gemara. My kind of shot that one of the basic pieces enough to we'll say listen to this Gemara. Why do Chazal allow me to go ahead and give my wallet to the Gentile? Look at that. My time of share the nation of that. But are you called the Senate? The Nazi becomes my shaliach to carry the wallet that Shabbos. Well, I'm not allowed, in general, scholars, whatever you're not allowed to, you can't ask. You have to do. So I'm not allowed to carry my wallet. So the man said, why am I able to ask after the Fuck. Also, listen to kind of the Rabbanon, the in of the man Atzmo Amamon. Because a person will not be able to restrain himself from saving. Was it Sharis night? Don't allow him to give his wallet to the Nashri. Asile Asiye down on the Christian. The end of carrying himself. We'll say this is incredible. And this is how you begin. Chazal understood human nature. And human nature is, I'm not leaving my wallet on the side. I'm just not. It's just not going to happen. Meaning, it's true. My credit cards are in there. My license is in there. My money is in there. What am I going to do? I'm going to leave my wallet by the side of the road. And he knows what's
beautiful shot.
So what's the choice? So we can be purists.
No way.
Shabbos, and if we can't carry your
Devastating.
most times I like you're curious. What happens? It generally backfires. Because life is translated because the life is a purist, or you can be practical. You want to be purist, or you want to be practical. So practical is also listening. I'm really not going to do the rabbi. Just in the event of the law has to the rabbi. So therefore, better to relax into the rabbanon in order that the Jew doesn't come to perform a doraisa. So therefore, Allah said, we would rather allow you to exclusively have a Nafi do malacha for you on Shabbos and have you end up transgressing the doraisa yourself. Incredible. So saying, it's really what you also see is something beautiful. Sometimes Allah demands that I overcome my nature. And sometimes Allah understands that my nature is too powerful. Which is fascinating dialect. It's like, an experience you see. Because where do you see it? You see it here by your wallet. Where else do you see it? Like, it's like the word life. But it's fascinating. So sometimes there's money and morality. Because I love the things that I can overcome and things that I can't. Things that I can't. So whenever when I look at those things, that I have to overcome something, it means that I have to go out and do so. But Haraya, when Chazal understood that I can't overcome something, they don't need to do something. So it's really amazing. Here, Chazal understood we can't ask people to go out by the side of the road. Not going to happen. That we'd rather have you instruct enough to carry for you than other things. No matter that's what he said, but it's not the price of your wallet. About the CMO, we'll say if you find something, so let's take an example. Let's say I'm walking on Shabbos with the Rabbi, I find $100 bill on the ground. Luckily, you might pick it up. I can't pick it up in Shabbos, correct? I can't pick it up, but if you can pick up $100, it's mine because I saw it first. Otherwise, you hold it to Shabbos, I'll bring it to my house. That you're not allowed to do. It says, wallet, milk, what did I do with it? But the credit piece of the I'm going to put them in the price of $1,000. And the only reason I mentioned wallet is because wallet is the more common case. Kamash Malosh. The law Omar Elad Asriya Day. We'll say, but when do we say that you can't construct enough the whole of the carry of object, found object on Shabbos? That's when we found it on Shabbos.
Dog.
How about Asriya Day? So I will say to myself, it's found $100 bills on Shabbos. Then what? If say something, and it is like your wallet is asking nothing from the like that. So here's what I know I can do. So Shabbos is coming in a month ago, and you have to carry my wallet back. Fine. Let's say if I find $100 bill on Shabbos, right? So then I can ask the Rabbi to go ahead and carry my wallet. That's not going to that. If I find $100 bill,
wow.
before Shabbos, make it
You
up.
got screwed.
Then what? Then it becomes the nice stuff my wallet. Because my mother gives me right? Let's say that's very different. I would say, $100 bill that you find 5 years before it's happened is very different than your wallet. So when you see something that they see
Oh, not my day, not my game.
and you see how rudimentary it works. When you go ahead and you find that it's a windfall, once you put it in your pocket, it's just the 35 year life. 35 years, there's no feeling, which in general is nature. Because a lot of times in life, like the miracles of today become the expectation of tomorrow. And one of the most important soldiers in life is so careful. So many times you get something, it's incredible, it's amazing. Something like a block in life. Okay, and it's exciting. Then the need
What happened?
smell goes away, and it just becomes a juggle. So that's what I'm saying. When you see $100, wow, $100. The moment you put it in your pocket, like you earned it. It's like of course it's mine. So you find it on Shabbos, you can give the 5 minutes before Shabbos, you put it in your pocket, that actually gives you nothing. What happens if one finds an object? Do we keep that certain to transport on Shabbos? Gave us the other day. Say, Damu, do we say since you got to the first Shabbos, it's like his wallet? Oh, you will give the world. What do we say? No. The only thing you have a license to give to the Nafi and Erev Shabbos and carry out Shabbos is something you worked for. Your wallet, but something you found, you do not have a license to give to the Nafi, to which the Gemara says, take it. So we'll say, so apparently, the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara instructs to take it 5 minutes here. But anyone Nafi, because it's the Mishnah said, there's no Nafi, you can put your wallet on your donkey. Time with anyone Nafi. The reason you utilize the donkey is because the Nafi is not with you. How do you Nafi or the Nafi? The most thing I mentioned is a Nafi. You should give something. Most of these pregnancies are, if you're traveling with both the Gentile and the donkey, it's the difference about what to do. Give the wallet to the Nafi. Versus, but why? My time up. Why is that? It's a very interesting idea because the donkey, we're seeing the donkey question over here is my donkey.
What a beautiful shot.
Traveling with my donkey and my Gentile with me. So now it's coming close to Shabbos, so I'm not going to get back home. So I can either put the wallet on my donkey or I can give the wallet to the Gentile. So the Mishnah says better to give the wallet to the Gentile. Very simple, that's why.
No way, dog.
So it's better for me to give to the Gentile than to go ahead and have to carry something to the Gemara. I will say, just even more than that. Remember again, having your animals rest on Shabbos is in Damaisa, instructing a Nachri to do Malach. That is a so much better to go ahead and go to Rabbanan and Damaisa. He said, so what happens is choice between a Hamor, a Kerish, Shota, or a Kata. Definitely, right? A Kerish, Shota is simply the same. Or a Kata or a child. We should do a Hamor monoclay. So what's the best to put it back to the Kata? The Kerish, Shota, the Kata, not the Kerish, Shota, right? Any Adam. High and laugh on a very simple level. Right? So a person versus the animal, put it on the animal. Kere shota, we'll say what happens again. When you're giving it to the Kere or shota. So the Gemara says to shota. Better to go ahead and give it to the shota. We'll say that why is especially as much as Kere and shota are also used to get the nice sauce, the Kere is considered to have what Rashi calls a das cover. There is some level of cognition that's there. Shota is considered to have no das. Considered to have no das. So the Gemara says, Shota is a kata. What about the Shota or kata? You should go ahead and give it to the Shota. We'll say, see my deal. And the Kirish and the kata are considered to have compromised das, but there is some das that is there. Shota, on the other hand, is considered to have no das. Therefore, again, with taste, the ability to give it to someone who has some das versus no das, better to give it to the person who has no das. What about if it's
Fucking. I'm not good at long ones.
Ultimately, again, does not put so as much as a irish should not be separating out. Truma, if it did so, it does not cause the full inundation to suffer. Those they see sleeping in the irish has a higher level of gas than a couple.
Beautiful. Doug, I need a break. Kids. That is not how you do it. Excellent job. I don't know where my touch went, but I'll get you next time, no doubt. That's what I like. That's what I like to hear, Trish. Nice one. Bravo to Trey's way, everybody. He cheat codes, as we all know. Major cheat codes.
So, anyways, in our showrunner, Jonathan Trump, it's just a fun movie though. I want to do laugh a little more, and I'll make you cry. Working out to family trauma, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's never too late.
Yeah, there's some sweet stuff in it. The action is really great. I love it. I mean, it's a nice, it's an easy movie to watch, and it's just super enjoyable. And it's beautifully shot. It's just like, and it's just in Hawaii. And it's like, oh, if you can't afford to take your wife to Hawaii, you better see this movie. It's not bad.
She spent too much money this weekend. Can't quite take her on vacation. The wrecking crew, you're welcome. Jason Mullen, thanks, bro.
Just put a little cocoa butter on her arm so you take her to see the wrecking crew. Tell her it's the same thing. Okay. You gotta tell her it's the same thing. Was there ever a movie role where you liked it kind of so much, or the environment that you were at, you liked so much, and you're like, I wish I could stay here, I wish this was my life?
That's an interesting question. Where you just want to stay in that time period in that place.
Yeah, or even as that person, even.
Thinking of, I did this show, Chief of War, that came out last year, and I think it was really cool because it's all about
It's on Apple TV.
It's all about Hawaii. Yeah, it's like when they're United Kingdoms, and like flipping in Hawaii before the white man arrived, just kind of see that time and place. See what our ancestors. It was so special to make that show. Because you grow up, when I watch it, like last morning, in Braveheart, you see all these things like, oh, I would love to see my culture play once. I love summer movies or Native American movies, and all we had was paintings. And my grandparents, they'd never seen movies. Us wearing all the regalia, like going to the big battles, metal. So it's just brutal battles. To the next level,
Where they had
like a shark teeth. Each other apart. So just imagining that or seeing on that scale took me a long time to make that show because
oh yeah, that's beautiful. And also that game Mardi Gras vibe as well, I'll say that. But that's outside that, that's just a joke. I think it's very beautiful that you get to even envision something like this. That's crazy. It's crazy. Even get to see moments like that, even just like on a movie set or something like that, it must be so bizarre to see moments like that.
when you see this, you should see like just the trailers or something, when it's spare time. It's pretty wild. The fight scenes are just pretty wild. Anyway, so that was the first thing I ever created. So to a creator and produced it, co-wrote it, and directed the finale and started it. So that was like my big, that's my love letter. Yeah, it's my baby.
Oh, that's a beautiful day. And was that special to your dad or special to like some of your friends and family from home?
I think everyone, because all the people, when I was 19, they hired me. I went to like makeup artists to craft services to drivers. I was 19, I'm coming back at 45 at the time. 44. Coming back and making something like doing videos, which is kind of shit. And then coming back and telling us about our people.
Yeah.
It's a real big honor, man, for sure. It's like, I mean, that's my ultimate goal.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. Watch Minecraft, Jack Black.
So nice.
So I do that. Sorry about that.
though, did you go to parts of the island and learn stuff about Hawaii that you didn't know before?
Yes, but also like gotta go and just scour little places I've never been, meet uncles and aunties and people who are just know so much about our culture that we have had to learn people we didn't know about Hawaii. So
Anywhere?
below the Hawaiians, we did it in our native language. So all the other characters in here, it's half the cast. It's all Polynesian. So you gotta understand there's Maori, New Zealand, there's Samoan, there's Tongan, there's I've never been to Tahitian, but like all of those and Kakamani, which is us. All these are people who have different their own languages. They haven't learned this ancient language, so like everyone is like it's hard. It was the hardest for me, but I thought it would have been a lot easier, but it was very challenging for me.
Yeah, the Tongans are tough, huh?
So the Tongans are, they're all tough.
Toughest one, though.
I wouldn't fuck with the Tongan.
Bring up a Tongan.
I wouldn't fuck with the Samoan.
Pull up a pair of Tongans. I heard you should never have just one.
I mean, look at that guy over there. There you go. Look on that one. The guy on the right.
That guy is doing something different now.
You know what? We're all lost, so it's nice to keep the fight with the Tongan.
Hey, no, I'm never gonna. But that's
Just
why.
Polynesians in general, man. They're just like, oh, that's such a different breed.
Dude, you know who I like? Filipinos. They're kind of like the comfortable Polynesians, you know? And they're the smiling people, you know?
They are.
And they're the last people that most people see before they die because a lot of them work in hospice care, which is crazy. If you think about that, imagine you're laying there and you open up a little, and it's just Filipinos, dude. And they're just singing something nice to you.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
That's a portable Hawaii, dude.
I just hope my kids are there. They're looking out for me. I'm gonna put that shit on them. Put me in a home. I'm gonna haunt your ass. I'm fucking haunt your ass. Put me in a home.
Dude,
I'm gonna have my fans break me out.
I think you'd be a good ghost, though, dude.
Isn't that true, brother? Me and you old boys go old makeup. Yeah. Just us in our dying ages in a nursing home. Fans break us out.
It may bring us out of some business.
I don't know. Kind of a Comic-Con for like the old time days. You interview them all. It'd be like The Hangover. We should relive all the good times.
Yeah, it sounds like The Hangover. It's just fine that we all know that Prize Picks is America's #1 sports picks app and the best place to win cash while watching sports. The app is really easy to use. That's what I love. Just pick more or less on 2+ players and lock your picks in. That's it. That's my favorite thing. It's just simple. You pick more or less, and it's specific. Now you got your guys in the game. And right here's my lineup for the big game. Tell me if you want. Look, I don't know what I'm doing, but you can even follow me on Prize Picks at Neovon. And on top of picking lineups, you can now pick teams on Prize Picks. Pick the winner, total, and spread on the big game. Team picks are available in 30 states, including California, Texas, and Florida. Oh my God, where's the cops? And right here is who I'm going with to win the big game next Sunday. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Play responsibly. You know, to me, the future of finances feels strange. That's why I like to cover my bases. And when I want to add more Bitcoin, MoonPay is usually the first app I reach for. You don't need to buy a full coin. And the whole process is clean, simple, and easy to understand. MoonPay has become a major partner of the show, and I've actually chosen to accept my compensation from them in Bitcoin. The Bitcoin lives in my personal MoonPay wallet, and it's fully in my control de moi. No one else has access to it, with the US dollar constantly moving up and down. This felt like a smart way for me to diversify a bit and potentially get more long-term value out of the partnership. Just keep in mind, even though MoonPay makes it easy to buy crypto, you should always do your own research and understand what you're getting into. Crypto can be volatile, and there's always the possibility of losing money. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. If you're running a business on a clunky old phone system, then you know that isn't really good. It's like competing with one hand tied behind your back, and every time you miss a call, that's money left on the table. Thankfully, there's Quo, formerly Open Phone. It's the modern alternative, built to help you work smarter, build stronger relationships, and never miss an opportunity. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines customer communications. No more juggling 2 phones or being tied to a landline. Quo works through an app on your phone or computer, so you can run your business from anywhere. Join over 90,000 businesses using Quo. Get started free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months at quo.com/Theo. That's QUO.com/TAGO. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Quo will port them over at no extra charge. Quo. No missed calls. No missed customers. Me and David Spade just made a movie. Actually, this is going to come in like 2 months. Shut up. He wrote it, funded it, everything.
I love this man.
Oh, he's the best, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so excited about that.
Tommy Boy, my favorite.
Oh, that's one of the best ever. Was there,
That's just an old time buddy, or he is really, yeah.
he and I became friends like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and we became really close friends. And then we started, we had kind of an idea, and we started writing it. It took like a year, and then we decided to just self-fund it. And it was like a $4 million budget, I think. And then we got one investor. And yeah, we made it. We shot in like 23 days. It's exciting. It's called Bus Boys. It's about 2 guys who aren't doing that good, and one of them loses to a waiter at a restaurant. And so we figured if we can become waiters, then everything will be great.
That's what you're saying, you're being a bus boy. We're talking about like what we were talking about. Like,
Oh, I channeled.
show bus boys, yeah.
I channeled this one. Yeah. People are like, this is just whimsical. What are you guys doing now? This is it. So yeah, I definitely channeled that. And David was one or two in Arizona as well when he was born.
I was looking at the show. Yeah, bus boy.
I can see that.
They wouldn't let me in there. They were trying to hold me down.
Yeah, there's a glass ceiling.
It's
everywhere. Boys are dope.
I love salt and pepper because it's got that. It's gonna see weird at that now. Sharing their tips is what they're not
Type shit, homie. That's what they're doing, dude. And it's got the extra salt.
I'm gonna tip my waitress less. I almost slipped a bus boy for it. I haven't been doing that. I said, where's the fucking bus boy? I'm gonna throw the homies. That's some fucking loop.
It started at the bottom. It's all happened because of Reagan, because of trickle-down economics. We started trickle-down economics. Bring that up. It was Reagan, wasn't it? Give it to the waiters, they'll give it to the bus boys. That's not helping. I was just at the nurses' strike. Nurses' strike in New York City is going on
Right now.
that just came up a little while ago. And it was awesome. I like strikes because it's like being in a parade, kind of, because I'm from New Orleans. So it's like you're definitely partying at a band out there. But it's the largest nurses' strike that's ever happened in New York City. It's going on right now. So you can play that with a cigar. Play it right there.
They're from New Orleans.
The band was pretty good. They played, actually they did Abbey Road. They did Hill Mountain.
Really?
Which I thought was impressive, dude. Even that one where it's like, bang, bang, Maxwell Silver Hammer came down upon his head. Yeah, they played that one. And they only had 3 instruments. But yeah, I love it. I really enjoyed that. My sister's a nurse, so I was like, oh, this is going on, dude. I'm out there. Now, did I think I would meet some hot nurses? Yeah. But a lot of them are men these days. which doesn't mean they can't be hot, but you know, I have a different bedside manner than none. So anyway, moving on, Jason.
Clouds will go away
So
after
yeah,
the rain.
to point to your
Zone
current
are
things,
in up
to hear you say where you feel like you have like some personal achievement or some personal success or something where you kind of feel like, okay, I'm okay. You know, does that make any sense to you? Kind of, because we're all trying to call, like we're all trying to, like everyone's trying to feel like.
The
You know,
body
we all
only
feel some sort of,
replenishes that moisture.
a lot of people
You
feel
kind
sort
of
of
is a low
success,
hydro.
right?
But
Like,
after 40 years old, the
what
body
makes you
does
feel
not
like, okay,
replenish the moisture
I'm
as fully.
okay.
Sonra nakli. Hay kukla, ay bo işinin margo. Sonra nakli, the kukla. So once you remember, kukla is some type of eye ointment that they would apply. So sometimes kukla needs makeup. In this context, it needs eye treatment. It was applied for medicinal purposes. So up until the age of 40, the eye ointment is beneficial. And the illness after 40, after the malia ka'atsina, the girdoin ticking mokin, are the lower body. At that point, even if you were to go ahead and take enough kukla, enough of this eye ointment on a week's lot, which is a lot of kukla, and most cases it's sustained, but it will not prove eyesight. My commercial, and I will say once again, says, why did you mention about applying the eye ointment with a week's lot? My commercial was to come on the kukla.
These guys, like, I never thought I'd get from the first place. You know what I mean? The biggest trick to get you was TV show movie for $1 and the comic book guy was Red Rose Kid, the long fucking shit. And it's a piece of new thing. It was there for 7 days. Fucking playing it too. And it's like, all these things are great. And then sometimes you're thinking that you're not. Why do you not feel?
Does that happen? You think even in like in career, like you got such a great career, does it happen even in careers like yours? Like, do you think that's just a human thing? I guess it's just a human thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I just try to have gratitude for all of them, man, because I have so many friends that are ill, sick, dying, and just so. I mean, I'm kind of one person, like pretty high energy, and I'm really, really generally happy. Like, I'm like Christmas morning, I'm pretty fucking happy. I'm in confident and jazzed. So I love morning. I love being up, and I don't necessarily check that much. So I'm trying to die earlier. My days are feel.
And it's just this way, right? It's very emotional, it's very overwhelming situation. I lose objective thoughts. This is why sometimes when you feel the decisions you shouldn't, you do things you shouldn't, because when I'm very emotionally overwhelmed, my intellect also is shut down. I need to exhibit the ability to demonstrate rational thought, even in the midst of really emotional situations. It's an incredible utility. In the same direct, you think I don't mourn the loss of my daughter. You think I don't feel the loss of my child. But again, should I leave my child on my own side? Should I compound my loss? Ultimately, again, by leaving it even more difficult to that group, it's affecting medical research. This is one of the challenges to maintain rational thought, even in the midst of deep emotional situations. Traveler, Alifina felt, hard the outlaw you agree, she had that and somebody else in the She's the nice one. There are 6 different types of tears. Shallow opposed to shallow flow. 3 tears are beneficial, and 3 tears are harmful. Shall Ashon is shall death be tap on full baby, shall be like you say those. Unless it's smoke that is caused by tears that is caused by smoke, or tears that is caused by crying, or tears from the bathroom. So it's like okay, this is when I first went to the bathroom. And the suffering from stomach pain or it's a physical experience. Those type of tears are all detrimental. But tears that are before the blood is brought on by medicine shall scold beautiful. Tears of laughter. They're
like I said,
to shop Peros Yakos and pure and good food.
it's like people
So
are like, oh, when's she
sometimes
gonna
you're
get
gonna
over
get
that?
some
I'm like, I
food
didn't have
that has
anything
like
cold. Like, I couldn't get those things on now when I'm in a good
so
place.
because
And I'm like,
so
oh,
this is
and
incredible.
everyone's talking about
So
showing
if you
it's like,
cry,
oh, it's fine. So it's a big cramp there.
because of smoke, or you cry because of sadness, or you cry because you have a game using the
Once I've
bathroom,
taken
those
care
are
of
not
myself
good
in this,
feelings. But crying
that's just
because
something
of
I get.
meditation,
I'm like,
just I guess
fuck,
eye
this one is
opening,
big.
or cry because of laughter,
Well,
a
if
good
it's
food,
not, those are
this
little
is your life, those are beneficial to you. But so you know there's like listen, now you want to speak a little bit
back
about
them up, dude. Let them in
the
the
issues
room.
regarding old food.
But what
So
about
the
you?
man
I
said
mean, like,
this, I
you're
want to quote the
you're
passage
just
from Koheles.
blowing
Vayom
up.
she'azu
Your time. I
shomer
mean, how does it
habayis
feel to you?
v'yishatsu.
I think this year I
That
started
you know,
just recently
Vayom
started
she'azu
thinking,
shomer
having a little
habayis
bit more like,
eilu
okay,
haksav.
I think everything will be
So
okay.
literally
Like I'll be
again,
able to eat
the
and
day
have a roof over my
that
head for the
those
rest of
who
my
want
life. So
the
I have a
home
little bit
will
more semblance of
tremble.
like, okay,
So the
what
Gemara
does
understands like this.
things
So
look like
those
for like
things
those
that
around me?
watch
What are
the
some other
home,
things
the
that I can
Gemara
put my time
refers
into?
understands as
Like I've been
touch of the
touring
body.
mostly for going on
Trembling
17 years
refers
for
to old
probably
age. Things
half the
don't
weeks,
work
you
as
know,
they
and so
once did. So the
this
Gemara
year I don't
says
have any
food
tour
like
dates,
so
and so
refers
it's
to the
nice
flank,
to
the side of the body. That's slow.
like be like, oh, what is
And
this? Look like
This
I don't know what to do with this, but it's not like I have to travel to it. Just like for the first time, my spirit even can be in like one place where it can like gather its thoughts. You know,
as well.
I feel like I've been playing hide and go seek with myself for a long time,
And
just
again,
even
those that see
geographically.
will become
So
hidden
having
in the
some
ring.
more,
Those people hiding now. This
just
refers ultimately to the art. Shlomo like saying,
having
okay,
some
this is an
more
incredible you sowed.
like
Well, why
solace
does
and being in
not
one
have to
spot
tell me
is really kind of
that
helping
my
me just start to get a
eyesight
look around.
diminishes as I
You
get
stir
older,
crazy.
that my
Versus
ribs may
gypsy,
ache,
we
the
have
flanks
our
may
careers
ache,
are a little bit.
everything,
Otherwise,
eyesight,
it's a
teeth
trap
don't
for me.
work
And
as
it was
well.
like,
So
oh my God,
why
I
does
would love to get some
the
rest
Gemara
and
have
like
to
rest
mention?
for a solid week.
Because
You're like,
you
man,
know,
it's
like
fucking
life
hurting.
is
Yeah,
all
I mean,
about
fuck, I need some rest.
realistic expectations.
My ass
You know,
hurts.
some
My eye hurts.
parents,
I
when
think
you
you're
know,
the rest there, right?
unrealistic
I'm on the interstate. You're like,
such that up
Get
for
there,
all
you're just like, oh man, I gotta get out.
oh, for
anger
sure, but I
and
think sometimes I gotta
resentment
be careful
and
because that's a
negativity.
trap, man. That's
So
just
the
the devil
person
trying to
thinks
keep
that
me.
as they get older, things remain the same. And then they go
Yeah, I
to
go to
set
AA,
the
I go to
person
AA
up for a
meetings and I
whole
go to that
bunch
stuff. It's
of,
been
whole
like,
bunch
you know,
of
I've been in
negative
and out of
feelings. But
sobriety
it's not
for
us. By the
10
way,
years,
as we
but
get older,
mostly in.
stuff
And so that's
doesn't
been good.
work as
So,
well. Stuff
you don't
doesn't
like
work
it
as
just
well.
because otherwise,
That's
yeah, I just
just
can't
the
handle, like,
nature
I'll do
of
too
the
much
way
of
that the
the
evolution
of
constructed
cocaine,
us.
to be honest
So
with
that
you,
should be
know,
your
I don't think so much
expectation
of it.
as you get
And so
older.
I just
Things
don't want
don't
to
work
be,
as well. So
just
then
don't,
when
I don't
things
want to
don't
be,
work as well,
you
don't
know,
get frustrated.
walking the
Don't
street
get
and
upset.
not see anybody
Just
driving.
accept
Sometimes
it as a
I'm
new stage of life and maximize it. I'm really pleased with your Ben Canaya. So the Caesar said to be Ben Canaya. My Canada assist the Beavidan. Why didn't you come to Beavidan? What
but
we
yeah,
talking
man,
about
dude, I'll tell
Beavidan
you this
before?
crazy story. So
Like
one time, my
Beavidan
friend
was
and I,
this
and I didn't
gathering
even know
place
anything about
where
road.
they
My
used
friend
to
and I
have
go
these
in
theological
to
debates.
my apartment. He was
So the
staying in
Caesar
town.
said to be Ben
He was
Canaya,
staying in
why
town.
have you not
He's
come to
getting
this
out of the
place in
taxi and dropped
Beavidan?
a little thing
I'm
of
like,
cocaine in
what
the
is
taxi. When I'm
sorry,
getting out, I just see
Rabbi
the thing, I pick it up
Francis.
and put it on. I look at it.
I'm alright.
So he
Tour
didn't
color.
tell me that he
Tour
had
color
it,
means the mountain top is
and
filled
he'd
with
been doing
snow.
it, but he didn't tell me.
Right?
Right?
Meaning the top of my head
I
is
was like,
white.
it's kind of itchy or whatever, you know, because it was
Is
spring.
ice. Right?
And so
Has surround
he's like,
sides.
hey man, we
Right?
look for
So not
something. I'm
only
like,
is my
yeah, what
head
is it?
white, the
And
top
he's
of
like,
my head
what is
white,
it? Tell
but
me what
and
it
my
is.
beard are
And
white.
I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, we'll, you know.
The
So
dogs
me and
don't
him are
bark
walking around
as
looking for
they
something. I don't know what it is.
So once
Okay.
again,
And then I
obviously,
kept sneaking off and doing
the
cocaine,
start of
right?
the mountain and the face
So
of the
dude,
sign
at
represents
one point,
I'm
he
getting
gave
old.
up
I'm
and
turning
went to
white.
sleep.
Like
I'm
I've turned
walking
white and I'm
around my
getting old.
apartment
The
looking
dogs
everywhere for
don't
something.
bark, Rashi
It
says,
was
means
the,
my
it was the
voice
drugs I
can't
was doing.
project all that well. That's really
Absolute
no
insanity,
coke.
dude.
The grinders no longer grind.
So,
No longer
yeah,
grind.
I
My
mean,
teeth
people can get
don't
lost
work
out there.
and what was
But
the
yeah, dude.
Ben Canaya saying to the Caesar? I'm getting old. I'm getting old. I couldn't make it to the place I've used anymore. No offense to you, did not make it anymore. So they that on you. I did not
bright yellow. It snows out. It's snowing outside. He comes up to this.
They don't. What is old heat like?
He's in
Old
Harlem,
heat
gets
is
out,
you're looking for
goes
something
in,
you have not
and
lost.
he's coming back out. And he gets back in the car.
When a person gets older, they
Does
walk.
drugs, comes back out, gets in the car, looks
And
down,
what is it look like? It looks like
and
I'm
he's
looking
like,
for
fuck,
something
he
on the
like,
ground, but I haven't lost
all
anything.
coke is
The
all over
old
the
age
floor.
is like looking for
He's
something
fucking
that you have
freaking
not
out.
lost.
He's
You don't see about kids in the man. Cover straight, cover train is black. So open cover train is so when you finish it with two, use it in three. Better two legs than to walk out. Third leg is a reference to okay. So better to walk with two legs than to walk with two legs. Why laid lechada the azla v'lo ashis? The one thing that leaves and never comes back. The most listen down from down. Both the thing that leaves and never comes back. What might be? What's the one thing that leaves and never comes back?
October 21st, 1972, miles
You
in
think
right
is
to
the one
Springfield
thing that
by
leaves.
Euro.
He looks at really divided.
Jim Glickenhaus was the first person on scene.
Is a
Miles
crown of
hospital for a
roses.
long time.
Sabusa
Jim
Kalili
played for almost a year.
Some old
That'll make you quit doing drugs right there. That'll make you quit smoking, dude. That's his driving. You're the brief right there.
It's fascinating to see how Kazala
Broken, I can still do cocaine.
remember, old age is
And I hate to say, don't say that to your kids.
right? A sucking. What does sucking mean?
What's so you gotta have children?
We associate old age with
Along the way, or not that, but did you have a family? Did you have a plan, or was it just kind of like you sort of have children? Oh, nice, man. Was it cool being a father? Like, was that like a scary thing for you? Like,
when you have appropriate expectations.
oh yeah,
Just you're going to continue with complete vitality until 120. It doesn't work that way. By the way, this happens often. They often become exceptionally disillusioned when they're unable to do the things of their youth. And the question, of course, becomes where does the other have that expectation? The question we know is very good. The Abraham Zucking Abraham's old age was the same thing. So some people says, essentially every stage of life. So Zucking years old. Well, by young means, he accepted realities of his life. That when Abraham was an older man, he could not do what he was able to do as a younger man. He wasn't upset, he wasn't disappointed, he was to accept the stages of life. So here, as I was explaining, old age isn't right? Old age isn't for the faint of heart. There's a lot of changes that occur. So therefore, again, all Chazal doing is put it out there. So our two legs of the dream, sure. At least you're upright, right? Better to walk with three. Better to walk with three than after walking with four. That was the thing. The Gemara says, I don't know that anymore. Go for that. Choose your food well, and you'll find a cause in your stuff. So, also chew your food fast, and that'll be translated into greater physical vitality. And I'm married, this left that being a problem, but not all the sharp one, right? That's the thing how we talk about sharp one. Shari Sakit. Just open your mouth and just your mouth. I've got normally up to the 40, 40 beneficial. We kind of error, mistake. That's my brains. I was what is that? I mean, food and drink are always beneficial from small perspective. I gotta change so ultimately to 40, body receives maximum nutrition from less from drink. After 40, more from drink, less from food. So the Gemara says, literally doing it. So if you took unit. So obviously they must have had some history. They must have had some history. And the Gemara says, who goes on the children got on the so the unit and the children come from here to Kashmir. How he was parking because he was old. So the Gemara says, oh, it's about as far as from Jerky castration. And about the same. about the same distance. I'm really so apparently now from Dallas Mark. Because apparently this guy wanted to be unit, but he was with Suzuki. That's like country for America. You know that a bull goes for flying. So in terms of this, this faded. Everyone saying my son, you know about the cookies, those who show up all wearing shoes. I'm gonna lay the house to smell it. When somebody rides on a horse, the house, someone been holding, someone who rides on a donkey is a green man, who did not only fire a very and someone who wears shoes is a man. The low hawk, or someone who has no horse, someone who has no donkey, or someone who has no shoes. The heart beer recovered passenger. Someone who gets superior to a person without shoes. If you don't have shoes, you have no dignity. We see this too much. As I'll say, sell everything you have in order to have to walk around barefoot was considered to be the height of his dignity. So therefore, sell whatever you have in order to go and have shoes. So the Gemara says, all right, Musa. So castrated one, literally cut off one. Plus, you punted me in 3 ways. Plus, I'll tell you 3 things. How good the nicest part of the face. Simchasli, the joy of one's heart is delight. Nachalas Hashem, portion of God is funny. Children. Baruch HaMakom Shemenach. Baruch Hashem had names. You have no children. You have Amalei. Hara. I know. So the eunuch says to him, one, are you starting up with him? Amalei Ikra.
What up, Mr. Curious?
Are you starting up with me?
What's going on?
So, there's other friends that you ask yourself, like, what's going on? Because I think that there's an incredible soul. The incredible soul is that, now, if we don't know the backstory, which, we should have had behind this Tzeduki, there obviously is something. In other words, there's something to they don't just start up conversations like this, out of nowhere.
Cheese fries?
It's mostly very important to show. Sometimes in life, you just have to keep quiet.
It just keeps us.
It's like, like this. Turning the other cheek is not that's good.
That's good. Excellent.
We don't think that at all. You believe that sometimes you're just better off just not responding. Sometimes, but other times, and again, I would venture to say maybe there are few in between. But when I say
fried chicken,
other times you have to defend, other times you have to give back, other times you have to.
Did you have fried chicken?
There's a time to sometimes quiet passivity, and there's a time other times
baked
you
chicken.
stand your
That's
ground
good.
to be shut. I think it's the Chazal. You don't know the backstory, but the fact that Yeshua ben Karcha is answering this guy. This is like bickering. This is like bickering, like two people pointing at you. But again, it shows you that at certain points in time, you have to be ready to speak up for yourself and stand your ground. So you remember those like, I'm going to Rabbi Shimon Kalafan. Rabbi said to Shimon Kalafan, he said, why did you not come to visit me? I know. I was listening to the slime, Nasu level, the mountains have become very high. Roving Nasu level, that which was close has now become far. Mistayim Nasu Shalosh, 2 legs became 3, and Matz Mason Shalom Babai is Bata, and that which makes peace in the home no longer works. So once this is actually obviously mountains become taller, that which is close now becomes far. The 2 became all references to old days. What is it in that which is shalom and no longer works? So if you look at actually on the left hand column, actually says that 3 lines down from the top, Eider Tashmish. Ultimately, what this is reference to is that Rabbi Shimon ben Halachah was saying, when I was going on a long journey, I would make sure to be intimate with my wife before I left, when I would come back, and that would set her mind at ease even if I was going too long. But that no longer old age kind of took away his ability to engage in
A lot of them are, yeah. You keep it.
as a result, he said it's harder for me to reach them. Because my wife gets upset, it's more difficult for us to reconcile. It's such a fascinating Gemara on a variety of levels. But again, once we were speaking about the Sagru, the last time and the doors will close. The doors will close in the market. So this says the Gemara, in the Kabbalah Shalom, this refers to the bowels of the bird. Once again, speaking about control the effect of the disease. So the bowels also as the Shaka Kharkana, which is of course the one Shino Torah. So that's an ultimate. Again, the sound of grinding has become needed. That's the stomach that is not digested.
One thing I wish I had done in the past was invest
get up for the sound of the
I didn't think I knew enough. You know, I didn't think I had the right time. I didn't think I had the time.
has become an exceptionally
I
light
didn't realize that
to the point that
all I
even the
needed to
turkey
do
of
was
the birds
so focus on where our money is today. Acorns is a financial wellness app that
sometimes even the greatest singing of young men and the young women can become like a whisper. In other words, have become a bit harder of hearing. It's also even by I'm 80 years old. I'm 80 years old. Can I know between that which is good and that which is not good? He says to David, I'm 80 years old. Do I know you've seen Tobin Ra? But as you get older, intellectual capacity is diminished. As I was supposed to say, up until now, we've been speaking about the diminution of physical capacity. Here by Zilei Giladi saying, I'm not as sharp as I used to be. In Yit Abdaz is Asher Ochel, there is Asher Eshta, even taste. If you're serving with taste, eat food and drink. We can't just if sustain shows kingdom, this laughter, the ability to community that the width of the old are split. Now, of course, it doesn't really mean split, but what it means in this context is sometimes as we get older, so our taste buds aren't the same. In Eshma, we call Shirin Bishilos. We can't show our brain cells feelings to happen. So again, this is all Barzile Hagiladi speaking to David Hamelech. So how we feel.
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, everyone knows the peace. How things in your neck of the woods, son? What's my what? I'm not funny, and here's proof.
All of these things, even well into old age. After all, Rabbi had a maidservant.
Dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. Dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't like that kind of talk. And if you talk like that, you won't be welcome here. No, dude. Just because of that, I'm just watching my own shit. Go do your own thing.
But as you get older, these things I can show you the nature of the body. Even as she said, I was able to maintain all this stuff. This is incredible. Lava Omer, I was actually different. Barzile Hagiladi shut us the Zima. Barzile Hagiladi was a very immoral man. He led a very immoral life. And as a result, the Kala shut us the Zima, whoever leads an immoral life, they have only onset of old age. Old age sets in the what's the challenge? So it seems is that when a person uses immoral life, immorality
that really pay attention to your background. No, this guy's very incredible. Don't you have like 9 patents on mRNA vaccine technology?
You understand this because immorality is a misuse of paper, right? Paper, desire can be channeled in the right way and make beautiful. You can make a beautiful marriage. You can make a beautiful relationship with that kind of misuse paper is misappropriated koach. When you use appropriated koach and decrease my strength, when I decrease that strength, then ultimately against all age comes on earlier. The Gemara says over here, Barzile Hagiladi's state was not a normative state. He was an exceptionally moral individual. So because of that, he sat himself of a lot of his vitality early on, and that's why he's lamenting the effects of old age. But one needs not encounter that same reality. Tanya, Rabbi Yossi Omer. תלמידי חכמים, כל זמן שמסכימים חכם מתוסף עצמם. Come to us, as they get older, they acquire more knowledge. שנאמר, וישישם חכמה באורח יום קדימה, בעמי הארץ, כל זמן שמסכימים, טיפשוס מתוסף עצמם. So the older you get, listen carefully. So somebody from the older you get, the wiser you get. So people, the older they get, the more ignorant they are. It's very simple. The older you get, the more set in my ways I become. So I condition myself to live a lifestyle of Avodas Hashem. I condition myself to live a lifestyle of acquiring Chachmas and total wisdom. Then as I get older, I become more and more set in my ways. Which is in a good way. As I get older, I acquire more. And verse is also true. If as I get older, I become more set in my ways. If I'm an Amahara, then as I get older, I become a bigger Amahara. Because as we get older, we just continue to reinforce behaviors. Now again, does that mean that Amahara can't change his look? Of course, that's a perfect truth. And doesn't mean that ultimately you're going to become of course, that can happen as well. But Lamaisa, there is this incredible distinction. The older we get, the more we reinforce the behaviors of our youth. Such an incredible idea. Mace yourself in that money without skin. גם מגבוהו, שאפילו דפוש קטנה, דומה עליו כהרי הרי. So let's say ultimately again, as we get older, ultimately again, even the smallest stone looks like the largest stone. So let's say, so on one hand, you're up to some older age, that's just maybe I could like skip over or run over when I was young. As I get older, becomes a bit more complicated. So let's say that also speaks about again how you can challenge your life. If a person lives a life of aliyah, a person lives a life of growth, a person lives a life of trying to become a kamikafa. So even sometimes the largest obstacles appear surmountable. If a person lives a life of amaratis, a person lives a life of frivolity, of nothingness, of emptiness, sometimes even the smallest hill becomes like the Mount Everest of life. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, "V'kachonim badera." Excuse me. "V'chachosim badera." V'shemahalik badera na'asu lo torim. So again, this is also referring to old age. That when a person walks on the road, everything becomes a bit scary. Vayinat hashagid zu kulibosas. So we'll say again. What is this referred to? This refers to the hip. We'll say, so again, it's still reference to old age, but as we get older, certain things don't work as well as they used to. The hips don't work as well. This refers again to the backside of a person. The backside doesn't work. What it's referring to is everything becomes heavy. Sometimes even slapping one's own body becomes heavy. So the most of the Kappa Aviona is Zuchara. And ultimately, again, the Aviona is cease, which refers to desire. So we'll say a person's body becomes heavy, and the desires they had for intimacy in their youth sometimes wane in old age. That's Kahana have a pasuk to Zakhamei Dirab. So Kahana was saying over these in front of Rab. He much when he got to this last phase of Kappa Aviona, which ultimately again is a reference to the desire for intimacy ceases. So Nogid the Isna, Rav sign. Amashmamina Batoichem the Rav. It appears that Rav has lost the desire for intimacy. So Rav lamented the loss of that desire from his youth. Amrav Kahana, my Bitsik, Omar Bayehi. So what does it mean? He said, and it will be Zuisha. This refers to woman. Husiba Bayamo. He commanded, and it will sustain. Elubani. So ultimately, again, that refers to children. So once they saw again a reference to the idea that if we saw programs in the church, for a person, in order to sustain, we'd like to see sustain people married, and the American Shemek had to have children. Was it such an incredible Gemara? Isha, Chimas Malitzoa. Upia Malidan, that called Russian Akara. So I say literally again, a woman is a sack of excrement whose mouth is filled with blood, and yet everyone runs after. This might require a little bit of So this understand, like you want to say something absolutely that how much of life, is spent by men running after, and how many dramatic mistakes in life do people make because of a type of because you desire for it. So it's like so a man has a desire to be a woman, yet that desire for sexual activity, right, requires engagement in a place where blood comes out of. Right? What the Gemara is just saying is the desire for some kind of preoccupation we have with sexuality. It's so counterintuitive. Right? It doesn't make sense. Chazal and disparaging women over here. You say it's something about men, but talking to men, saying how incredible is it that how much of our time is spent regarding women, right? And is spent running after women and desiring women, and yet again, like take a step back. What is it on a physiological level that is pulling a person's soul that is so desirous? And if you look at kind of what happens in the different parts of the body that often we become so desirous of, it's a little bit less than desirous. So what Chazal is trying to teach us about saying that sometimes we become so consumed with sexuality to the point that it is illogical. You know, that healthy desire is good. You see, isn't part of the beauty of Judaism is for us to be normal people, and to have normal drives, and to have normal desires, and not to suppress them, but to channel them in the right way. The challenge in life in anything is, right, a piece of chocolate cake is fine. An entire chocolate cake every day is very problematic. So again, everything is about the right moderation. Sometimes we lose ourselves in these desires, and whereas it just take a step back, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, like, understand what your desire, and should you really let this rule your life? Incredible Gemara. Let's listen to this. The person ultimately again will go to his eternal home. Let's listen to this incredible Gemara. Nalani, Shekol Tzadik Tzadik Noskin Lomajal Tikvalda. Keep note that every single Tzadik is given a home in Olam Haba in accordance with his station. This can be compared to a king. So let's say the idea is that in Olam Haba, not everybody gets the same domicile. Some people get an apartment, other people get a townhouse, right? Some people a starter home, other people in a street. Some people get the regular home and a vacation home. So when I say everybody gets something different in Olam Haba in accordance with the life you have led. So the Gemara says, Mashal, the parable to be given to a king who walks into the city with his servants. Everyone walks in the same gate. So everybody walks in the same way into the Olam Haba. But then when it's time to retire for the evening, the king goes to his palace, this minister goes here. So we all kind of enter into the same gates, I guess, after 120. But where we go after those gates is very much dependent on how we live our lives. Incredible. But I'm like, it's about my big sick, Yaldus Chakras, Hevel. So listen to this. What does it mean when it says Yaldus, which means youth? Chakras means when your hair is black, which also represents youth. So what does this mean? Or nothingness. So literally the things you do in your youth, lacking your face in your old age. So Rashi, what this means is love tashmash. Sometimes if a person is too preoccupied with sexual activity in their youth, it saps one of their vitality in their old age. That's how Rashi understands it. But that's not Parshat Shad. Parshat Shad will say is that what? Sometimes I do things in my youth that black in my face that embarrass me in my old age. Right? I say, isn't that that life is all about gauging your actions based on how you're going to feel about it. If I do this now, will I feel proud of it in 30 years from now? Will I feel proud of it when it's been 20 years, but it's probably with it after 120? And sometimes like what we end up doing is we make impetuous decisions in our youth. And I've also, that window of youth could be anywhere from like the age of like 15 to like about 85. We make a lot of youthful decisions in that window. And the question is, will the decisions of my youth embarrass me in my old age? What a way to live my life. What a way to live my life. Will the decisions of my youth embarrass me in my old age? And of course, my goal is that I don't know. No, before I do this, I ask myself, will this decision now embarrass me in my old age? If it will, don't do it. If it won't, go for it. So the Gemara says, already it's got kasha lima lemeis, says, a worm in the body of the dead is as painful as a needle in the body of a living person. Which also indicates to us that what? That dead corpse apparently feels what's happening to his body. Shneimar, Sarah, I love you. Look at the flesh. Will be pain while it is upstart. So we'll say this discussion was about what a corpse actually big machlok is. I'm not going to be married. Nafsh Adam is Adalas Allah. A person's neshama mourns for him during Shiva. Person, you hear this? A person's neshama mourns for him Shiva. So we'll say, Shnei, Nafsh Allah Tova. It says, Bayas Eva La'avish Shiva. So we'll say, quotes of the first pasuk from Eo. Nafsh Allah Te'adal. So his soul will mourn for him. And mourning we learn ultimately again from Yosef. The Yaakov that mourning extends for 7 days. We'll say person's soul. So you see this answer, why does my soul mourn for me after I die? Because when a person dies, the soul realizes all that I could have accomplished. And now that I'm dead, I can no longer accomplish it. So it's that every single time a person dies, when a person dies, his soul, her soul mourns for them. So my soul mourns over my soul, mourns over my death. Because my soul, more than anyone or anything else, knows what I could have been and what I could have accomplished. And now that physical life has come to an end, whatever I did, and whatever I didn't. So my neshama sits shiva for me after I die. Incredible Gemara. So the Gemara was like, I'm going to be also after someone dies and he leaves behind no relatives, all things you're going to other the ocean in common. You gather a meeting with people. And they sit in this. Was the guy who died in neighborhood already. And this man had no family, literally no mourners, no consolers, had no family. So what happened on the days? So every day Yehuda gathered 10 people and went to the house to sit Shiva, to daven, not to sit Shiva, but to daven, to be in the house of this individual. After 7 years were over, the deceased appeared to Yehuda in a dream. You should find inner tranquility where you have given me drink. So that is in fact the halakha from that if someone dies without family, so there is a halakha that says you make a minion in that person's home and you spend a little bit of time in that person's home. So that is the again, all of this ties together. Because remember again, what you begin to see over here is that when a person dies, during the Shema, the Yaakov sits Shiva over them. What that means is that normally when there's a base Adal, when there's a house of mourners, so the Shema is mourning along with his loved ones. So that is not telling us, so when there are no mourners, when there's no disruption, there's no one so the Shema is all alone. So therefore the halakha is, you bring 10 people to the house where the person died, where the person lived, and the Mexican make a minion there. That way, again, you're being menachim Adal for the neshama. This is such an incredible use. Incredible. The Lord says anything you say in the presence of the deceased is aware of until the grave is forgiven. So apparently, again, Rabbi Avo says that the deceased hears everything until the grave itself is filled. This is actually machlokes. So Chad Amar Ashmagolo, one says that the dead hears everything until the grave is filled. The Chad Amar Ashis Achal Habasa. And one says no, the dead hear everything until the flesh decomposes. As long as the body is intact, even though it's buried, dead hear everything. And the Amar Ashis Achal Habasa, for the opinion that says that the dead hear everything until the body decomposes. The Ksiv, Bisara, Allah, Yuchab, the natural Allah Kovel, as well say, yes, his flesh will be pained upon him, and his soul will mourn for him. So it sounds like as long as the flesh is intact, then Lamaisa, again, Lamaisa, so the person is aware. So the Gemara says, the opinion that says ultimately again until the grave is filled in, the person says literally again, the body will go, the spirit will go back to the earth as it was. So once the body is returned to the earth, i.e. is filled in, the dead are no longer aware of what is happening in this world. This incredible Gemara. The spirit will return to God who gave it. Today, Lot was listening to how beautiful this Gemara is. So meaning after I die, I would turn my soul back to the wonderful. So as I'll say, today, Lot, emotion must nullify. Give back your soul to God as He gave it to you. So the Gemara says, so it's the most just like HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave you a pure soul, give him back a pure. Devotion gave me a kind of shamash and I sat to be to holy. Because Baruch Hu, you gave me a pure soul. So what's my goal? My goal is to give you back a pure soul. Marshal Melech Basar Adam, Shechalak Divgei Malchus La'avada. This can be compared to an earthly king who distributed clothing to his servants. So he gave them each like royal garments. Take him Shebahen, gift room, and eat them with stuff. For the smart ones, so apparently what happens with the backstory to the king gave them royal garments for safekeeping. So the smart ones went ahead and folded up the royal garments and put them away in a box. And the foolish ones, wore them to work. So what happens? A little while later, the king requested his clothing back. So the smart ones went ahead and just took it out of the box. It was all nice, pressed, laundered. Give it right back to the king. Tips and show ahead. The foolish ones had to give back the clothing, but the clothing was dirty. The king was very happy to greet smart ones and gave him back the book in a nice and packed state. Because Likras Tipshu, he was very angry at the foolish ones. Our picture regarding the smart ones, Amar Yit, go ahead and put back my clothing, my usual back into the storehouse. And allowed these smart ones, the quick ones, to go home. Michelle, our Tipshu Amar, the foolish ones, he said, clothing has to be laundered. And let the foolish ones be incarcerated in jail. So again, the neutral is very powerful. But as far as we give an article of clothing, it's clothing is Shama. And one day after the Prophet is going to ask for it back. So if I'm smart and make sure that the Neshama is clean, that the Neshama is beautiful, that it's properly laundered and pressed and ready to be returned to its maker. And therefore, again, when they put the garment back, I'm proud to give it back to them in appearance with peace. But if I'm foolish and I just soil it and I sully and I dirty it and I drag around, take it anywhere, everywhere, then unfortunately, the nice stuff, when I have to give it back, it's very compromised. I want to compromise it, to be laundered, it has to be processed, to be cleaned, it has to be purged. And unfortunately, again, I can't go home. I can't find rest until that process is complete. Regarding the bodies of Tzaddikim and Baruch Hu, so let them come to peace and rest on their resting place. And about the souls of the righteous, Baruch Hu says, let them be bound in the everlasting bond of life. That's for Tzaddikim. Regarding the bodies of the wicked, who Omer, in Shalom Amar Hashem, there is no peace for the wicked. About the souls of the wicked, Baruch Hu says, that's Nefesh Aridacha Yikam, and of the self that literally again, regarding the souls of your enemies, unless you tell Ena, the soul Kapakela literally means that it will be remained within the pouch of the slingshot. You'll see what that imagery means in just a moment. Tanya, we'll see Tanya. What's the first white line? Hookman days, or these 152 weeks.
Like a high deployed what do we call it? Propaganda, psychological warfare, everything.
Everybody has Omer.
They did after.
The Shmasim Shal Tzadikim Genizo Status Kisi HaKavod. The souls of the righteous are hidden away underneath the divine throne. Shneimar, V'Haisat Nefesh Adoni Surah B'Tzah HaChayim. That the soul of my master be bound in the everlasting arms of life. So also, this is the soul, that the souls of Tzadikim are kept underneath the Kisi HaKavod. The Shalishan, what about the souls of the wicked? The Zomos Mahochos, they like wander around. Malach Echad only the Sofa Olam, Malach Echad only the Sofa Olam. When the Kal in the Shmashim Zalazavos is wild. What happens with the souls of the wicked? So one angel stands at one end of the world, another angel stands at the other end of the world. What do? They throw it back and forth.
So since
they sling the neshamas of the wicked back and forth. What's the imagery? So the imagery is rest. Rest, that's the metaphor. So the neshamas of the tzaddikim find rest. The neshamas of the wicked do not find rest. Which I will say, and the logic of that is as follows. If you live a good life in this world, you can rest when you leave. If you do not lead a good life in this world, when your work is not done, if your work is not done, then you find rest. Also, you don't know this. You don't know this. When you know that you've lived a good day, and you've done something good meaning, you find a certain level of inner tranquility. When you know deep down that you do not use your time wisely, you do not use your day wisely, very feels an internal sense of unease and discipline. So the neshamas of the tzaddikim ultimately find rest. The neshamas of the neshama will be lungs, whatever the right word is. They're back and forth from one end of the world to the other. You know, right? Shneimar, Tzadakei Khan of the Sof Capital. I'm going to Rabbi. Shabbeon in my what's the wow? So he told me that the neshamas of the tzaddikim find rest. The neshamas of the Rishaim are flung from one end of the world to the other. What happens with the neshamas of the Beinonim? The middle of the road is what happens with them? So my Amalek Ika. So I'm sorry. So the Gemara says. He goes something. No, Amalahu Hainosa. The Rabbi Nachman said, "So it's a good thing I didn't die. Because had I died, I would not have been able to tell you this important idea." But this is what Shmuel said. Elu v'elu v'duman himself. Both the neshamas of the wicked and the neshamas of the Geonim are given over to Duma. So what's apparently Duma is the malach who is in charge of the Ruchos. So Ruchos can mean the direction, Ruchos can mean the neshamas. He is the malach in charge of the neshamas. So what happens? Halalu yesh b'manach, the Beinonim, your neshamas find rest. Halalu imo ha'manach, but the neshamas of the Rothschild do not find rest. So much as the good news is that the Beinonim kind of share the same state of the tzaddikim. That the Beinonim, their neshamas find some level of rest in the world to come as well. Amalei Rav Mori, Asidim tzaddikim tahavu achra. The tzaddikim, even their bodies decompose and become dirt. Dust. Because the pasuk says that literally again it will go back to the dust of the earth as well as to the body. Even the bodies when tzaddikim decompose and turn to them. Listen to this story. Get ready for this. Hano kapuloi kavakafu ba'ad Rav Nachman. So there's a group of guys who were digging on the property of Rav Nachman. So we'll say what happened. Get ready for this. They came across a body. So they were digging. Apparently there was an unmarked grave. So they came across a body buried in the dirt, and the body snorted at them. The person snorted at them. Now the Gemara tells us Rabbi Bar Yoshia. So they got to the body snorted. So the Amru Rav Nachman, Nacha ben Gava. So you go to Rav Nachman and you listen. You came across the body snorted. And also it's just like something I don't imagine that happened. I remember the presence of mind, it would have run the other way. Okay, these guys had the presence of mind. But Rav Nachman, we came to a body, we found the body, and the body snorted at us. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Rav Nachman came to see the body. Normally, Rav Nachman sees the body. Who are you?
psychological.
So Amalei, Ana Achai Barushia. The body says this, I am Achai Barushia. Amalei, Balav, Amarav, Maria, Si, Tzadiki, Davi, so that Barushia, you died a long time ago. How is it that your body is attached? Didn't we learn that even tzaddikim disintegrate? Amalei, Amalei, Umani, I'm sorry. Amalei, Amalei, Umani, Mari, the Lord Yidganalei. Amalei, the Gemara says, who is this? Right? Who is this Mari? Who is this person that you're quoting? I don't know him. Amalei, but how crux is? But it's not teaching, it's a pasuk. The pasuk says, Yeshova Afar Alar Kishahaya. That ultimately, again, the body will return to the dust like it was. So the pasuk that says that bodies decompose. It was at this point in time. Rabbi Chai Barushi says, that Kayach Mohalas like Kayach Mishneh. Whoever touches Kohelas, clearly not teaching Mishneh. The Rekev Atzamos Kina. Literally, again, the rot of bones is jealousy. That's what it is. Whoever has jealousy in his heart, his bones will rot after he dies. However, again, whoever does not have jealousy in his bones, his body will not rot. So we'll say, apparently, the person doesn't have kina in their life, no jealousy. If there's jealousy, that's the body rots. It's supposed to say such an incredible mussar, right? You know, anytime that a person suffers from jealousy, it literally is like a rot inside of the body. It's a person from the inside out. Gotcha. So Rav Nachman touched the body of Rav Achai Bar Yoshia. He is the Malasha. And he said that literally the body was in fact maybe the Rambam thought maybe in the single vision. Maybe the body's not really just a vision. He touched it and the body was really there. Amalei Leikum Maligade Desa. So Nachman says, you want to come over? Right? Nachman says to the body, you want to come and speak to my house? You're right, we're talking. We can do this conversation in a natural setting. Why don't you get up out of the grave? Come into my home. I'm not like, Golis Adais Fadat. The Vilo Kalas. So Moshe Racha Baruchia, Nachman looks from the grave, and he says, that you haven't even nothing. Yechsev Yadatem, Kiani Hashem, the Piskes Kibosei. Because the Pasuk says, you will know that I am God when I open up your graves. So the idea being, that when I get in there, because it's powerful, it brings the dead out of their graves. So, thank you for the invitation. But when I said the only person who feels to bring back from this grave is the Rebbe Shalom. So the Gemara says, I'm going to walk 50 Afa Atnavel Afa Kasha. So, Nachman says, I don't understand how your body's attached. Doesn't the pasuk say you are dust and you will go back to dust? Ultimately, again, he says that what happens one moment before Tchiyasanis. So apparently, again, here's what's amazing. This is much indicated over here that the bodies of tzaddikim remain intact. The bodies of tzaddikim remain intact. And that's because at least according to over here, you understand decomposition is a function of negative forces inside of the body. Whether it's kino, whatever else it is, those are things that rot you from the inside out that cause bodily decomposition. It's not it. It doesn't have these negative attributes. Ultimately, again, his body remains intact. Yet, even for the tzaddikim, his body remains intact. Apparently, they disintegrate a moment before Tchiyasanis, a moment before the arrival of Mashiach, and then they come back. We'll say as if to show that everyone experiences a rebirth by Tchiyasanis. Everyone experiences a rebirth by Mashiach. Even the righteous whose bodies are intact up until this point when Mashiach comes, ultimately experience this rebirth, this rejuvenation. Stop over here. Incredible. Stop over here. There is still more beautiful
leadership in the intelligence community as a weapon of war to counter these successful insurgencies, wars. Vietnam being a notable example all the way through Afghanistan. And so that's why it was built. But then that tech got deployed by governments against their own citizens. And this was really launched in large part in the United States by a presidential directive from Barack Obama. I'm not making this up. You can look it up. And by the way, the presidential directive is still in place that established the nudge technology units in the United States. They were already operating in the UK. And in the UK, is quite advanced. When you look at gay politics right now and what's going on there, all the censorship and everything, this is no joke. We're barreling right to that endpoint, same as Canada has. We're just a little bit behind, and we have the benefit of the First Amendment in the Constitution, and often on the courts, but they don't have those obstacles, and the government believes in the UK that once they have won an election, it's perfectly acceptable to deploy this modern psychology and information control technology on the population. And I argue that once that comes across, the idea of democracy, because the tech is so powerful, becomes completely perverted. We got a good hard taste of that during COVID. What you and I experienced, what you experienced with ivermectin, what you experienced with just talking about your own experiences, and blowback that happened after we did that little bit, is a super powerful clear case study in understanding this intersection of modern psychology, warfare technology, and the digital world, and algorithmic control of information, the creation of digital avatars for all of us, the application now in the present of artificial intelligence to custom craft messaging that gets fed into our digital domains on a regular basis in order to, sell us whatever, but also to shape how we think and to control what information we get access to all the time. Just to give an example, my wife, who does a lot of research for Substack, was talking to me the other day. She just gave me a couple examples where stories that were in corporate media in the United States that weren't listing certain names or whatever. She said, I just go to Industry Times. Industry Times is a great source for all the stuff that we're not allowed to see here in the United States. You're now in an environment, an information environment, where you cannot rely on, but we all know that. You can't rely on corporate media, but the rules, the boundaries that are being set up about information are profound and completely distorting our ability to process what's happening around us. Can I give you the example of what actually happened? You said in our example with the blowback in Spotify, this is documented by a report out from the House about COVID and what happened. And that report only carries just through to the early part of the vaccines, and then it stops. For some reason, they didn't really want to go down the road to the vaccines. They didn't talk a lot about the events around let's say, left-leaning hypothesis, which is allowed. You're allowed in D.C. now to talk about that. Yeah, you're still welcome in.
It was about 4 years later.
Yeah. So what was documented was that the trail of events was that we had our discussion. That triggered, and this is going to sound bizarre, but this is what's documented. That triggered Coca-Cola Corporation to complain to the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which is created by the World Economic Forum, which is one of these global aggregators that controls advertising. The Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which, by the way, had a dust-up with Elon Musk and lost, and they closed it down as a nonprofit. It still exists in other ways, but as a structure that could be sued by X, it disappeared when he was put up against it. But Global Alliance for Responsible Media had a socket with Google that sense. So they control the advertising ecosystem, which kind of matters to Spotify. So Coca-Cola complains to Coke, saying, this guy broke it. You got to shut it down. Okay? You got to put pressure on Spotify. So Spotify gets the message from Coke that we're threatening to pull your advertising. Okay? Now, what happens between that and your experience, I don't know. To be what you experienced. Yeah, we all remember the Laurel Canyon crowd saying they were going to pull their catalogs, which they didn't. Right? That was another thing. And then they went after you with this mashup in historic events. There was clearly a concerted effort to take out Joe Rogan. Much more than to take out Robert. And so then the question comes, why the heck would Cola be the socket with the global alliance for responsible one of the biggest advertisers in the world? Why did Coca-Cola give what Joe Rogan said to Robert Malone on New Year's Eve? Really tight with the CDC. Coca-Cola has funded buildings in the CDC. Coca-Cola funds the CDC Foundation of the CDC, as does Bill and Gates, as done all the major vaccine manufacturers, etc., etc. I can't verify. The CDC acted through its ally, Cola. Why are they allies? What's Cola got to do with CDC? The angle there is Coca-Cola wanted the CDC to get WHO to not implement restrictions in messaging use. Okay? Those messages, remember, this is at the heart of the food triangle. The food triangle was the product of sugar lobby. The sugar lobby is powerful because this stuff is addictive. It's like having the cocaine lobby, right? Well, and that's an interesting analogy because of the history of Coca-Cola. But so sugar's addictive. The CDC, Coca-Cola didn't want wanted the CDC to influence public health policy to avoid global positions on the risks associated with sugar intake, because it would potentially hurt their market share in their major globalized company. So that ecosystem that I just described illustrates what we're dealing with here, and the many ways that all of this kind of influencing messaging and signaling happens in this kind of integrated, horizontally and vertically ecosystem that we live in right now. And one of the things that came out of that, you'll recall, was that you were asked, as I recall, you gave this, I've had a hostage video. I think that was close to a hostage video from you back in the day when you were saying, this is what I'm going to do. It was like out on our porch or something. I remember I was sitting around a campfire in Maui quite literally when somebody said, did you just see this from Rogan? And as a matter of fact, I was sitting around Gavin Becker's campfire at that time, somebody that you know. And so the compromise was that there would be a little trailer put at the bottom of that episode. And by the way, you probably know that episode for a long time became very hard to find. It was basically blacklisted from search engines, etc., etc. But it carries I think it still does, a little banner that says, you should go to the CDC if you want to be true about COVID. And you can still find those kinds of banners popping up all the time on YouTube. If you talk about vaccines or COVID vaccines, that will get, if you pass the filters, if YouTube will allow that to still be up, because you didn't say something, whatever it is, then you'll get the little banner. Okay, that banner is pushed out by the nudge units at the CDC. Okay, that is nudge technology. It is all around us all the time, and it's basically still public policy consequent to the old Obama presidential directive that still hasn't been rescinded. I love President Trump. I think he's doing amazing things. I think he's amazingly brave. I just mentioned our friend Kevin Becker referred to Trump the other day when I saw Kevin in Maui as a once 500-year leader. And that's not nothing coming from Kevin. And so I'm a big supporter, but the president has still left in place this mechanism that exists, directs the federal government to use nudge technology, what I is psychological warfare technology, on the American populace.
Or this is from back in, what was it, 2015 or something like that?
Yeah, it's quite early. And then you had Obama's subsequent, like the notorious speech at Stanford, where he talks about in order to preserve democracy, we're going to have, he says we're going to have censorship in order to preserve democracy, or whatever democracy is.
For people that don't know what we're talking about, we're related to the Smith Month Act.
The Smith Month, everybody focuses on Smith Month. But as I examined Smith Month, and we did an essay on this in the Substack, like 30 years ago, because that was the kind of the narrative that was coming out in, let's say, our side of alternative media. And in my examination, Smith Month's impact is a lot more limited. It has to do with Voice of America, some of those things. The broad impact wasn't quite, in my opinion, what was believed to be of enabling propaganda domestically. But more specifically, there is a presidential directive that nudge technology, that established a nudge office, that nudge technology shall be used. I don't know. They've gone through various iterations, and I'm sorry I don't have the latest version. And it's kind of become decentralized.
The social behavioral science team on Wikipedia says that was stopped in 2017, but continued during the Trump administration. General Services Administration's Office of Evaluation Science.
There we go. Yeah. It's kind of become, it's been, like I said, it's been pushed out into a lot of the agencies. They use that lexicon because it's easy to find them. There's other euphemisms they use to describe those kinds of activities, but it's become normalized. The weaponization of propaganda has become normalized.
Overall, behavioral intervention nudges like the ones implemented by OES found the effect in a recent psychological science article. Researchers identified several policy areas of interest, example healthcare.
We go 2015.
Yeah, so 2015. Executive President Obama signs an executive requiring federal agencies to incorporate behavioral insights into their evaluation efforts. That's a nice way of saying use propaganda on the American people.
Yeah. Okay. And so this has kind of become. Thank you so much for pulling that up. That's super helpful. So this is, like I said, if I can illustrate, I was on a Great Britain News broadcast about 4 years ago. At the time when they would, there was a window of time when they would have me on, but it was sketchy. GB News was the only one that would do it. And the rules were that if you were going to have somebody that was speaking against the government narrative, then you had to have somebody representing the government's interests in the same broadcast. So that's implemented. By basically on with this guy's pinstripe bow tie, in just rings. And I'm talking about psychological warfare and the 77th Brigade, which is part of the British Army, which is their psychological warfare unit, is very open that's the case, as is the existence of a civilian branch that they set up, paying people to do social media in opposition of counter narratives that the government didn't approve of. I mean, now they just, under Starboard, they just censor you and send you to jail. They just cut out the middleman. But back then, they were still kind of buying civilians. And so I'm talking about this. And that's the guy says, yeah, but here in the UK, our belief is that if the government wins the election, they have the right to govern. And that right to govern includes our ability to use this type of technology, and we believe that it's justified to do so. And when that conversation happened, frankly, we hadn't launched the book yet, Cyber, which is our most recent publication. And it just kind of all coalesced in my mind that, oh my God, what all these things, Diaz is teaching about mass formation, what I saw, what I experienced with you, what I experienced with the concerted attacks of the media, and subsequently it's been validated by this congressional report that talks about, for instance, the Jura tickets. Jura tickets are a system that all the software companies use to track glitches and complaints and stuff like that. The government had their own Jura ticket set up to log information about activities of persons that they wanted to have censored and suppressed. And they would build these Jura tickets with information. And so one of the things that's out of the congressional report was that I actually had a Jura ticket. I was surprised that was the case. Not surprised in retrospect. My personal sins were that I was listed as an anti-vaxxer and a conservative.
Now you're a vaccinologist and a conservative. That's a conservative.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the stuff that's coming out, that's wild. It's fascinating to query things like Gronk, even Gronk, about certain subjects, and you will find where they have algorithmically built firewalls, and you can approach them and detect them because it will act dumb. It'll lock up. Seemingly, it won't give you that answer, or it'll talk around the issue, etc., etc. You can identify these things that are built in algorithmically, and of course, then we have all of the disclosures. The Zuckerberg, I'm so sorry, apology tour that happened to Ripper when basically got out by Congress, and the rest of the tech bros, and of course, the thing that catalyzed all of that was that Elon decided to pump up a good chunk of change by Twitter,
which I think was one of the most impactful decisions that any citizen has ever made.
Amazing. Really screwed. There's how can you debate that? How can you
debate it when you look at the Twitter files? How much the government was involved in censoring information from legitimate professors, esteemed researchers, anybody who didn't go along with the official narrative.
It's all coming out now in spades. Now, the lovely thing about this, let's try. It is morning in America, in my opinion. I mean, a lot of people are very dark in darkness at times, but there's, not to push the metaphor too far, but there is, and the fact that we can now see and we recognize it. You and I are a similar generation. One of my early memories was the assassination of the president. And all of the propaganda around that, the propaganda around the Vietnam War, ever since, we've just been swimming in information control, increasingly sophisticated. And fortunately, we also kind of have become more and more immune to marketing and propaganda over time because we've been living, trying to discern what is, false. This is, it's a core part of what you do for a living, I think, is just try that. We've been swimming in it. We can see the structures, the power of artificial intelligence and influence mapping and all the things that are going on the internet right now that are cutting edge technology. They're scared because they can be weaponized against us. But they're also super cool because we can now see those relationships. And one example of that Lee Simpson film is just mind-blowing, and it's just like, you know, we can sit here and bitch and whine saying, oh, they didn't release that, blah blah blah. This is redacted. Well, it's true, but still, the impact of that information, and we're still getting to the bottom of it.
It's completely changed most people's narrative of what happened. Like, we had this sort of understanding, you know, but when you see in the email, like, clear evidence of the talking of children,
In pretty obscene ways.
horrifying. So that was the thing that, like, even when I talked to Mike Benz about that, he was sort of incredulous about that. I don't think they would use children. It just doesn't make any sense. And you're caught. It just seems like
If Mike Benz was incredulous, that's pretty big.
I just don't think we really knew until we saw those files come out. And then you go, oh, well, there's no denying it. My position on this completely shifted. I thought there's probably some really sick people have an appetite for that, but I hadn't seen any real evidence for it until these files. And now I'm like, oh, this is demonic. This is clearly demonic.
Okay, so thank you for saying that. I'm somebody who's raised Christian and went to Bible school and that kind of stuff as a kid, and youth groups, and then growing up in Central Coast of California, let's say, here in different ways. But the experiences that we've encountered over the last half a dozen years, it's hard to come up with a language to express what we're observing in the world other than the language of theology.
Well, demonic action. So whether or not demons exist, if they did exist, that is how they would behave. They would prey on children and torture children. And there was the one where there was a suggestion when a child was praying to Jesus that, like, there was a joke that someone should dress up like Jesus. Did you see that one? No, I saw it and I go, okay, because I'm for the most part on social media, but every now and then someone will say, I have to look at, like, oh my god. And these are emails back and forth. There's one of them where Evan says, I enjoyed the torture video. There's these references to pizza, a lot of references to pizza that are 100% some kind of a code. Yeah. And it brings you back to Pizzagate. Yeah. Which was widely just, you know, everybody's like, oh, this is a bunch of... Here it is. She said she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helped save her life. And then he writes, whoops. And then in response, Jeffrey Epstein says, you should dress up as him when you see her.
It is dark.
You should dress up like Jesus when you see her. Fuck.
And then, well, you're talking about a little kid. Look at the line above it. How am I supposed to coming trick?
The O-H Jesus. I'm coming trick.
It's just the whole thing. But so we see this darkness. It involves leaders in science, in industry, in politics, and it just, you know, I remember a point in this arc of the last 6 years where a film crew came onto my farm and wanted to shoot some segments, and they were talking this, and frankly, I thought it was crazy talk. I kind of smiled and you know, tried to be civil and nice, not contradict them, about the New World Order. And then along comes, you know, my wife one day says, hey, you gotta look at this book from Klaus Schwab. It's called The New World Order. Like, what?
Just saying it out loud.
Yeah,
those ads where they were saying you will own nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah. And it goes back. England was the guy that kind of launched that. He was the first one to be really talking about this, that you can, if you can go use your favorite AI and track it down yourself. I prefer not to use Google these days to try to find stuff, but see vertical after vertical after vertical after vertical where information has been crafted and manipulated, and these same tools of delegitimization, of a promotion of these messages that you are a conspiracy theorist, or that you are controlled opposition is another favorite one. A lot of this was pioneered in the 60s by the FBI against the various protest movements. You can go back and track that. Okay, the narrative of being a curator surreptitiously. It's called bad jacketing, and it has its own language and protocols for how to do this to people, to divide movements. We're in this, in a way, it's kind of a glorious moment where a huge amount of social pressures coming together in this moment in time that you and I happen to live in. How fantastic is that? To be at a point in time where there is so much change, there's so much social interaction and pressure and competition between these different philosophies, and we're swimming in it. As somebody who writes on a daily basis these essays on Substack, because I make my living now because I can't what I used to do. It's candy shop. There's so much corruption. There's so much falsehood being promoted. There's so much of this manipulation of reality. And so if you're in the business of trying to help people make sense out of that, which is kind of what I do to help for a living, it's, I wake up every morning, I get this feedback, well, how do you come up with all these ideas? I'm like, how do you not? All you got to do is keep your eyes open.
Yeah, it's not hard to search.
So you talked about ivermectin. The ivermectin story is still ongoing. There was an announcement the other day from HHS that they are launching new initiatives to investigate the use of cancer. And there was immediate blowback. A lot of oncologists are outraged. The narrative is Bobby, I'm not saying this explicitly, but basically Bobby Kennedy is at it once again, promoting falsehoods and conspiracy theories, and it's going to, we're all going to die because scientists are going to investigate the use of iron and other drugs.
Why cancer? So this is this core question, and this is one of the things that puzzled me to no end. I understood that they were upset that I had gotten better without the use of the vaccine, that I was a popular person, that I was a famous person. I made a video about a canceled show. Daniel and I were supposed to do a show, and I made a video to let everyone know that I couldn't do it because of COVID. I had no idea it was going to be even controversial, but I listed a bunch of things that I took. I talked about IV vitamins. I talked about monoclonal antibodies. I talked about prednisone. All these things that I talked about. CPAC. I talked about all these different things that I took. There was no mention of any of those things. There was only ivermectin, and that's what really puzzled me. I was like, this is fascinating because I listed a bunch of different things, but no demonization of monoclonal antibodies. They did make them much harder to get. Yeah, that's true. So I know a friend and his friend hospital, and they wouldn't administer, wouldn't allow him to have one. What went on in the hospital is a whole other thing. But that's crazy. So the why. The only medication, only two threads can pull on it all.
is that ivermectin is a miracle drug. The Nobel Prize, right? We don't understand completely how it works. In this case, it doesn't seem to be working as an antiviral. It seems to be working as a stimulant, pro-inflammatory or pro-immune response in some way. And so, because it has this broad spectrum of activity against things that have an immune response component in controlling. But it's off patent. They don't understand it. It's off patent. And the response is as if it represents a threat to some business interests. It's hard to discern that. And you mentioned CPAC. So that's another fascinating one. And to say that it was only ivermectin was the most prominent. They were actually in shutting down the ZPAC, the hydroxychloroquine. And hydroxychloroquine, fascinating story. When you do ZPAC, you're talking about Zelenko. And Zeb was the one that wrote the letter to the president saying, hey, here's this data and this information about this drug that is off patent. Well, we have a huge portfolio of experience in using it on millions and millions of doses. It's safe in pregnancy. What's not to like here? And the story of that is a fascinating microcosm because it goes back to Ralph Barrick. Ralph Barrick had published that back years ago. You know, he's kind of coronavirus. A good case can be made that he had his fingers all over the engineering of this particular virus. So he published that this drug was effective against coronaviruses. And Zev Zelenko, who's passed away now, got engaged in trying to find some way to help his patients in Europe with recovering from COVID and treating COVID. And he went back, did a deep dive into Barrett's work, pulled out this drug, hydroxychloroquine, that had been recommended, wrote to the president about it, he got clinical experience with it. Caveat, Mickey Willis is doing a bio on Zev now, and I'm involved in that, so conflict of interest. But he was the one who pulled it out, sent the letter to the president with his clinical experience. President tasked Peter Navarro with sourcing the drug. And Peter McConnell went to town. I remember a company I was working with, Allchem at the time, getting a call from Peter. Can you come up with some way to make more of this drug here domestically? We want to source it so we have enough dose for everybody. And then, I think it was Lancet, published this paper that had totally made up data to the drug. Said that it's toxic, doesn't work, blah, 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 blah. It's all fake. Okay? They pulled the paper when it revealed that it was based on non-existent data. That it was propaganda published in one of the top medical journals in the United States. But by that time, it was completely crushed. So to go after Z-Stack, they'd already killed Z-Stack. Ivermectin, though, that was a new threat. And one of the reasons why it was a threat was there was a meta-analysis that had been done in the Cochrane Institute in the UK. It's like, the holy grail for analysis of drugs and biologics. And this process of meta-analysis, they kind of wrote rules for how to do it. And they had done an analysis that showed that ivermectin was quite effective. And then something happened. And there was some influence exerted. And suddenly that meta-analysis got quenched. It got squashed. There were two investigators that were involved in building that. One kind of went underground and got a big grant and carried on as an academic. The other one got so pissed off that she created this organization called the World Council for Health that's Tesla. And she really objected to what happened, but ivermectin command signal, and then something happened to cause that meta-analysis to be restructured, and certain studies that were showing how effective it was to be thrown out, and the suppression of the data coming out of India. You remember that? And Pradesh, and I guess it had kind of, it's like the cat was out of the bag, and they had trouble putting it back in, so they just, my sense is, they turned up the amplitude on the propaganda and the censorship in order to try to overcome it. And I'm pretty sure, remember, who was it on the original patent work? Now, I was involved as an observer on behalf of DITRA to the active trials that were going on under the Foundation for NIH, which is sponsored significantly by Merck, and which is now headed up by the former head of Merck Vaccines, Bobby can't get her out. And the trials, including the clinical trial that essentially by tweaking the dosing, etc., made it so that they came up with a result suggesting that ivermectin was not effective. There was a whole lot of manipulation in the why part. Still, the best explanation I've heard is that it had a lot to do with the risk that if there was an effective countermeasure, then the utilization of the PrEP Act and the emergency countermeasures to a process to enable fast tracking of these vaccines using this new technology would no longer be valid, because those new rules is if there's an existing countermeasure, then you can't implement those clauses.
So it's all about emergency use authorization.
I don't know if it's the case. It's
the only thing that makes sense when you see how much profit they made. Like,
which was enormous.
So it was effective. And all that propaganda, regardless of how much exposed their methods, they made hundreds of billions of dollars. And that's the ugly part of all of this. People, the big picture, when I talk to people that are still kind of on the fence, trying to make sense out of it, still a lot of those folks out there. The thing that kind of gets into their brain is the greatest upward transfer of wealth in modern history occurred during COVID. It wasn't just the vaccines, it was the whole enterprise. Lockdowns, all what was done to small businesses, yes, what was done to the economy, the stimulus packages, they're still digging out all that fraud. In retrospect, for average folks that are just trying to put food on the table and pay their rent, to look at, in retrospect, what was quite literally done to them. The middle class was hollowed out and on hyper. So yeah, I'm still talking about this. The thing is, not enough people are, and so many people let it go. And part of the reason why not enough people are pissed off about it is because they took the vaccine and they want to justify the decision. And you will talk to a lot of people and make this blanket claim the vaccine saved millions of lives. And they'll just say that.
Yeah, because that's the propaganda on my fault with safe and effective. That was a promoted narrative. And that was, by the way, the rationale given by the Nobel Prize Committee to award to Grieco and Weissman was that these products, which they had, the thesis is they had been playing the central role. I disagree. I think Peter Collis is the one that should have got it. If you're going to give it for these vaccines, it was Peter Collis and his team at UBC that really wasn't enabling tech. But be that as it may, the decisions made, and the committee said basically, millions of lives have been saved. And Icus Nobel at this time commented on Mark's this product. explicitly the logic given at the time, and that reflects what the thrust vector. It's what a bizarre world since we met, and so I've been sucked into. To call it the center right of Europe is a little bit of a misnomer because they're all socialists as far as concerned. Georgia Meloni and everybody else, but compared to the far left, they're labeled as neo-Nazis. But I've been traveling to Europe, interacting with these people. You think it was bad for us? The European Union, the UK, and the Canada were going to do worse. That we should be so grateful that we live in this country at this time, and that we still have something like a functioning constitution, the First and Second Amendment. Suckers in Australia, New Zealand. Remind yourself it could be a lot worse here, and it has been a heck of a lot worse in Europe. I've got buddies in Romania in the leading alternative party, calling it center right, let's say, recently, I think it was the vice president came out and said specifically that last election was stolen. It was in Romania, Georgescu, they tried to put in jail, and the logic was that I think it was TikTok supporting his campaign had been sponsored by the Russians. It was the same game that they played against Trump of Russian collusion. They played that same book in Romania successfully, but in the European Union environment, under the European Council, they don't, they got a constitution, and they step right in and throw you in jail, inactivate your candidacy, do whatever if you represent a populist threat to the existing structure. We talk about the deep state, but it does, it's a problem here. But Mike Pence, I defer to as a notable expert in that space. But it's a lot worse in Europe and Australia, and Canada, and the UK, and I think we're in a perilous time here in the United States where we have the midterm coming up. But people like Bobby are making progress, and these dissident musicians that have risked so many things. And I'm just wondering, I hear people saying, "Oh, Robert, they've been so mean to you." Come on, guys. You think they would mean to me? Then look at what they did to Bobby, and then and then look. I don't have a dig in my ear. Look at what they did to Trump. What they did to me is just I'm nobody compared to that, and they're willing to deploy that kind of capability against me. Think about what's really going on at the higher levels where the big games are being played, and at least we can see that. At least we have some, for those of us that have our eyes open, we have some ability to be aware. But what I've spent the last 2 years mostly trying to convince people about, I hardly ever talk about our name. I said, wait, Joe, I gotta give a caveat. Forgive me. The opinions I'm expressing here are my own, and not those of the U.S. government, the CDC, or the ACIP. There, I said it. Okay. But, we're in a moment where we're seeing how the levers, the gears of how all this works. I'll give you an example. Tomorrow, Friday, February 13th, what could possibly go wrong? Hopefully my plane flight out of here works okay, and they don't have a drone attack or something, right? So tomorrow there's a lawsuit filed on behalf of the American Academy of Pediatrics that seeks to shut down the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and the changes in Bobby's implemented and force all of that to go back to the way things were when it was functionally controlled. by the professional society weaponization and lawfare, those things, and we talk about it as if it only happened last administration. It's still ongoing all the time, and it is going to go big time if the House turns, which I think it probably will. I mean, there's a good chance that they've already drawn up articles of impeachment against Secretary Kennedy. They're talking about articles of impeachment against President Trump. We're about to go into another 2 years of stagnation. Functional, what do we call it? We can call it civil war. By other means, is where we're heading right now. But at this moment, I'm seeing major movement. Kennedy is doing great stuff. The president is doing great stuff. We're seeing a transformation in America's totally restructuring politics and the health side. Make America healthy again. There's some pushback against that, and a lot of propaganda being played against it. It's this whole quote that seems sort of abstract for most people most of the time, but rings kind of true. But you're finding it true more and more. Money is the root of all evil. Profound. Simple and profound. Yeah. I mean, this is the COVID thing with ivermectin and alternative medications, off-label medications. Why? I think it also has to do with control. Right. I think there's some money, a fair access. Yeah, it's money and power in my mind. The power. Yeah, they don't want power without money. They want to benefit from that power. I believe for the likes of Larry Fink and Bill Gates, they can't spend all that they have. Right. It's a marker. It's like chips. You're stacking up exactly right. They're scoring in this video game. Yeah. But also captured by their past actions and constantly trying to obfuscate from all the things that they have done in the past. They could be, look, if you just went into Bill Gates' stuff they did in Africa, giving children polio with their polio vaccine that was from the AP. Africa and India. Yeah. I mean, he's kind of banned from India. So I don't get where these people live. I'm happy. As far as I'm concerned, I can walk away from all this stuff. It's just kind of a sense of obligation of what are you going to do when you're 66? I have this opportunity to impact in a positive way on the world on my way out the door. Wouldn't take well, I guess a lot of people would, but I don't have the need to have power. I have, thank God for my Substack subscribers, I have all that I need. My wife is happy. My horses are fed. My farm is paid off. It's and I have the luxury of doing good works. And that's enough. I don't get this global power thrust and hunger. That's not your thing. But if you were a politician or you were some megalomaniacal billionaire sort of business character that just wants to dominate and was involved in a bunch of antitrust lawsuits in the past, that would be not that we're naming any names. Not that we're naming any names that bribed off multi-millions to $200 to $300+ million so that they wouldn't write bad stories about it or owns, functionally owns the
We are going to start.
and a giant chunk of American farmland was for a while that pushed that fake meat shit on everybody until they dropped off the cliff. So the business models aren't working out so good for the globalists, are they? I think a lot of it is because information is available now. And you can't control, one of the things that did happen during COVID is these places like CNN, people stop going to for information. They don't believe them anymore. There's just too much bullshit and no one got in trouble for spreading bullshit. There's no corrections, no redactions, no apologies. And so
What's wrong with
people
hiring
now, more than ever in my lifetime, mistrust mainstream media and bullshit.
Not that's good to
Bullshit.
work.
Trust mainstream media is at an
But even to
all-time
go
low
into work,
for
that's the
cougars.
shop.
They did it to
Person
themselves.
just shouldn't
They
hire
prostituted
workers
themselves
on
out to the
the
pharmaceutical drug
Although
companies.
Yoma
They had to say what they had to say on television. People knew what they were saying was incorrect.
what's wrong with
And
the
now
hiring
no
workers
one
on
trusts them.
Shabbos? Especially if you're not
So,
doing work on
to this
Shabbos.
thread,
It says
about 4
you're
years
so
ago,
much
I read a report from the Trust News Initiative.
that we
Remember
used
the
to
TNI
highlight a lot of
was launched by
a lot of
BBC
things that are just
to
not
counter
about
Russian disinformation and then repurposed to
and
counter vaccine disinformation.
taking care of your own.
And I
Therefore,
read this
again, the
report
act of
about Mike
hiring
on your show,
workers on Shabbos,
so I was a
so
little
the
bit of a fan. So reading this report, and they're talking about threats to the industry, because TNI is basically another trade organization. It's not a guild. It's a global major media guild. And so they're doing this internal analysis and reporting, and they're talking about the risk vectors that they face. And they had a whole great big section on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan represents that was their threat. That was the major threat to business model is you and what you represent. You as a metaphor for this new information economy. And by God, they called it right. It's when this has been part of my journey, when I realized what I was experiencing and what it meant to come on your show and have that event occur, which would, by the way, blew up my subscribers on Substack. Thank you so much. I still get a wave every year about in the month following, so January, I get a big in revenue.
Well, because of our subscribers on Spotify too. During the heat of it, we gained in 1 month, we gained 2 million subscribers.
I had, oh yeah, please.
What's the Spotify subscribers? I know YouTube is over 20 million. What is Spotify at?
So while I was looking that up, I had this bizarre experience. I'm just a little gray-haired guy I'm about to have my 47th wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
I'm proud of it. I would have 20-year-olds come up in the street and fist bump me. What the hell?
Yeah, well, they don't have a representative. I mean, they don't see
All
anyone.
males.
Yes, males. Those males don't have anybody in mainstream news that represents anything that resembles them. And I know I'm much older than them, but I never went down this path of decay and weirdness that a lot of adult males go into. Corporate business and industry, and they become something unrecognizable to these young men who have freedom in life, and they're being suppressed, and they're being told that they're toxic.
That was right there.
Yeah.
Young men that have freedom in life.
Yeah.
And then they compromise.
They don't want to be what their dad is. They don't want to be what their uncle is. They don't want to be these people that they work for. They're like, what is this fucking bullshit in life? I don't want that. I know I'm being lied to. I know the news is full of shit. And I know that one guy who is also a cage fighting commentator and a comedian and doesn't have to lie. Like, I don't have a boss really. I mean, Spotify promotes the show. They put the show out. We're a partnership with them. But there's no one telling me what to do, which is why you're here right now. There's no one. I don't have a conversation with no one. I literally reach out to my guy and say, hey, contact Mr. Malone and let's get him back on.
All I know is I got a message through X.
Yeah,
I was saying, Joe Rogan,
that was actually me. That message is me, which I rarely use those things, but I was trying to figure out how to contact you, so I reached out to you there, and then I sent it to my guy, and he takes, that's it. There's no one else. There's no one involved in all that, which you can still be you that way. As soon as you get involved in enormous groups of humans and a board, you have to sit down at a table with other executives, you have to make decisions based on the profitability of the company and shareholders and stuff. I have none of that. It's a skeleton.
so as I look back, the question, why were you able to do this alone? Why were you able to, you were so brave, Dr. Malone. My wife, it really makes my wife nervous. Middle-aged women come up to me and they want to have selfies. And I get this, oh, Dr. Malone, you were so brave, you're such a hero kind of stuff, which I frankly find a little embarrassing. I mean, it's sweet, but yeah, that's about heroes. Why was it? Yeah, the guys that defend the nation. But why was I able to speak? I think a big part of it was I had a bit. I wasn't pulled into anybody. And like you say, I've been about a decade being a consultant, a free living consultant, and it got under my skin. I've always been independent, farmer, carpenter kind of stuff. And that's, I guess, part of my problem is I just don't fit in corporate life. I can't suck up to people, and it's just not in me. Well, it's a very unhealthy environment for anyone to get sucked into the bizarre group thing. It's just good work. This decentralized subscriber base model, the epiphany was, being quite sincere. It's one of those moments my wife and I looked at each other and we said, what the hell are we going to do now? Our consulting business is shot. He wants to talk to me. I've been delegitimized. They say I don't know what I know. I haven't done what I've done. And this has been put by all the top liberal parts of the world. And so I said, okay, we're going to build this thing day after day, week after week, for years, each other, and do it. And we can do that too. We can bring that kind of work ethic into our world. Steve Kershaw told me on Spotify. We took it on. Seriously, we published thousands of essays almost every day. It's, Substack, Substack I apologize. And so we just work at it again and again and again, trying to put out content. And we're shadow banned in a small room on X in a serious way. We have 1.3 million subscribers, of which, all the time I can never see your stuff. It's algorithmic, whatever it is, and you can ask Rock about Robert Long, and, you get back, I'm a controversial figure, but, not white. And so we have a lot of subscribers, but we just have this core paid subscribers, and they send in their $5 a month, and it's all we need, and it totally sets us free. We can talk about whatever we want, and now that I'm a pseudo-government employee, I'm a special government employee without pay. Boy, that's like the worst of both worlds. Because the truth is, I have guardrails that constrain me the way that I used to be constrained for talking about sometimes. I have to live in this world. I interface with the secretary and with the deputy chief of staff and other people, and now I'm working with the State Department. So I have to be more mindful. What is your function? What at the state or
well, when you work in the government, how do they use your services?
So the special government employee category is a designation from the executive branch. It's the one that Elon had. I like to say I'm in the same category as Elon was with double money. He was an SGE without pay. I'm an SGE without pay. And because I serve on the advisory committee on immunization practices in the CDC, which is this, it's a FACA committee, Federal Advisory Committee Act, that advises the director of the CDC, that's its own on vaccine policy. So I'm which is largely arbitrary. What it means is that if the chair isn't there, I draw the short straw and I have to chair those bloody meetings, like the last one for hepatitis B does, which was just a ugly. worst meeting I've ever had to adjudicate my entire life. But for the most part, I sit on these subcommittees. I sit on the COVID warrior subcommittee. I'm not supposed to talk about the next meeting. I was told 2 days ago. So that's one of my current rails. But stay tuned for what is going to come down if the AAP lawsuit doesn't prevail and we're allowed to actually have the meeting. But so that's that. I'm also the chair of the influenza working group. Stay tuned for that. And now I am so. From time to time, the secretary asks me to help him sort out some issue. I'll get a phone call. Let's get a phone call on Big Island. We did this recent series of rallies to try to, to recap. The whole reason why we did that first hit was to try to publicize the Stop the Mandates rally in D.C. That was the subtext of that. As you recall, and I forgot to even mention it, we had to go back in to do another shoot for that. Remember, I'm still fighting that same battle of trying to stop these mandated vaccines. So I'm sitting there, going to another one of these rallies. I get a call out of the blue from one of Bobby's people. And he wants some advice about a topic having to do with the decision he has to make about spending money on another biodefense initiative. So I get that kind of stuff. He called me soon after he was confirmed to get my opinion about what was going on in the chicken industry and all the slaughter that was happening for bird flu. And I told him this doesn't make sense. It's not good policy. There's no way you can get rid of bird flu doing this. It's in the wild bird population. And this is what they're doing. Okay, so that's interesting. That now we drive into kind of public health and vaccinology. You're asking why, and it's been a long-standing policy. Kill millions of children. They do it every time. Every time it's in any other outbreak. So right now in Spain, I just wrote an essay about this. It was maybe the biggest reveal of what's going on in Spain right now. There's a Spanish research lab that's been collaborating with the USDA that is investigating swine fever virus. Actually doing gain-of-function research on swine fever virus. Swine fever virus kills pigs like crazy. And already China's locked down management. And it is and there's a bunch of dead hogs last November around this facility. And now it's the Spanish and the European Union are blowing a circuit over this. Because it's really compromised the Spanish pork industry. So this kind of stuff, when this happens, the reaction is we just have to kill all of them. We have to kill all the potential carriers. And this has been the wisdom in this kind of agrarian animal husbandry world for a long time, in the context in particular of factory farming. So the logic is that if you were to vaccinate these birds with a leaky vaccine, which COVID was a leaky vaccine, influenza is a leaky vaccine. If you give the birds a leaky vaccine, what you get out of that is precisely vaccine-resistant flu. Okay, and so we have no choice in the logic but to exterminate the ostriches in Canada. Remember, that was shocking. The logic behind that. It's become trenched as policy, as kind of this reflexive knee-jerk thing. We have an outbreak. What we do is we kill because we can't control the virus. And the things that we could control the virus aren't really going to control it, and it's actually going to make things worse. Is there any logic to that? We can argue in the margins. But when you've got something that didn't have a natural reservoir, then you can make the case that you could eliminate it in that geographic population and keep it from spreading outside. But when you have a natural reservoir,
Explain the natural reservoir.
okay, in the case of avian influenza, waterfowl and migratory birds are amazing vectors for carrying and propagating influenza. And influenza survives in water for a very long period of time. And so you've got ducks and geese traveling north to south all over every continent that are susceptible to infection by avian influenza and all the other migratory birds, but in particular the waterfowl. Galliforms would wrap me on the head if I didn't use the right term. So she said specials. So these birds carry the flu, and a number of them are relatively resistant. They've been subjected to avian influenza for centuries or millennia. And sometimes you'll get a variant come out that'll wipe out a whole bunch of birds. West Nile virus in crows is a great example. And now you have crow populations coming back that are resistant to West Nile. We haven't got rid of West Nile. We've just bred more resistant birds. That's kind of, that's Britt Weinstein's space, right? That's evolution. It's magic. And so if you have a natural animal reservoir, like ticks and Lyme and deer, what are you going to do? Exterminate all the deer? No, that's not practical. Mao tried to exterminate the birds because of the thesis that they were eating up all the spare grain and compromising availability of food to the populace. Right? And what happened? Major ecological catastrophe. You can't eliminate the birds. You can't go and kill waterfowl. That would just be ecologically insane. But sometimes we do insane things. And in the case of avian influenza, it's there. It's endemic. It's in all that migratory waterfowl. They poop an amazing amount of influenza. It gets in the water supply. The water supply goes everywhere. Small birds are interacting with, I don't know if you've ever been around a chicken farm. Or chicken farms. Okay, yeah, there's chicken production, right? So these operations are like petri dishes for bad stuff happening. And the only way you can interfere with that, by the way the Amish are starting to do it, is put some water supply. And what the Amish are using is called hypochlorous acid. And it's stopping these things. It's stopping E. coli and a lot of other stuff. But that's another problem. Is when you have these momentum of these large government agencies with their consensus about the way things are done. This is saying that the only time the FDA ever changes is if somebody in a key position retires or passes away. They kind of get entrenched in this is how we do things. We kill chickens. If we have avian influenza come out, we kill chicken birds. And this is the beauty of Secretary Kennedy coming in, being kind of not invested in the way things are and the way we do things, and being willing to ask questions. Does this really make sense? That in heresy, and it's obviously a heresy to do that, to ask those questions, to have the president say we need to restructure the vaccine schedule. Oh my God, the sky is falling, kids are going to die left and right, there's going to be death on the street because in the aerosol and multi-dose influenza vials. This kind of catastrophic thinking, but Kennedy and the president have the courage to question these narratives, these long-held stated beliefs. In the case of bird flu, he called me up. I said, "Look, I don't think this makes sense. I think that what we really need to do is we need to breed resistant chickens." And the way we breed resistant chickens, by the way, we've written about also in our Substack. There are in chicken called products. You have chickens, there are people that are just freaks about chickens. Yeah. And all of these, compared to that, we have this huge repository of different cultivars of chickens. And we could say they were all generated through gain of function research, the old school. And a number of those are relatively resistant to birth. Well, in a lot, you would have Tysons, but maybe the government has to incentivize this. It shouldn't have to. You would have Tysons in there saying, well, guys, what we need is a bird flu-resistant chicken. Let's get on it. Okay? And that is essentially what the secretary took as his policy of just extremely aggressive mass culling is not producing the outcome. It has never produce the outcome that we want. It will eliminate bird flu because of an endemic reservoir, and we've got to think different. And now that's starting to percolate through the system, and there is more research into alternative strategies, including the possibility of various prophylactic interventions in feed and in water. That's, in a lot of these chicken houses mist. As you recall, they have misters because they got to control the temperatures. So they're set up with misters, and that can also be a way to deliver things that are non-toxic, like HOCL, that can knock out these viruses and E. coli and other things that cause reduced growth and loss of weight in chickens, which is the metric that Tyson's, those guys, is food conversion. That's the metric they all agree to. Because different, we can think differently, and we have been locked into consensus that has emerged over decades based on ways of thinking. And the same people are in charge, so they don't want to change. Kind of have these lineages where they're passing power on to the people that they've mentored. So that's my HHS world, and then the State Department world is a new thing that's come in. I'm starting to support the group under Secretary Rubio that's responsible for various treaties having to do with arms containment, and in particular the Bioweapons Convention. So this morning I got up early, and there was so honest to God, I don't want to pump you up too much. I mean, you might get an ego or something, but so I say in the statement, they say, Robert, we want you to go to Geneva and give this talk on the use of AI for monitoring bioweapons threats, because we have no monitoring compliance with the Bioweapons Convention right now, and it's been historic. And the president has said that we think that we can apply artificial intelligence to this problem solving of monitoring and verifying compliance with the Bioweapons Convention, which is years. So he's thinking outside the box things. So they say, why don't you go to Geneva and give a talk and and I say, and what's the date? Oh, it's February 12th. I say, I don't talk about this because it's the general thing. You don't tell people that you're going to be on Rogan. You let Rogan say that when Rogan's ready. And so I said, but I'm scheduled for Rogan that day. And they're like, oh, Rogan. Well, okay, absolutely. You got to go on that one. That's way more important than going and speaking at the UN. So you probably think you're more important than me talking about bioweapons. And they let me WebEx it. So that's what happened. And so I'm supporting that now and maybe increasingly over time. I don't know where that goes.
So you were talking about these pigs that it's a lab leak that's giving these people space. What is it, another gain of functional laboratory where they're...
So this is truly a breaking news thing. Our media is not covered. And shocker. It has been covered in particularly in Spain. This is a major threat because they're the number 2 pork producer. And in the hogs, they're feeding on acorns, etc. That's a big last November. This laboratory that is ostensibly working, it's on 2.0. Only the good news is that this is not swine flu. People get that confused. I'm not talking about swine flu. This is African swine flu. It's been around for a millennia. It's never crossed into humans. It's a very different virus. So just make sure we got that clear. So this highly lethal African swine fever virus is a threat to the global pork industry. And so this laboratory is in doing so, our government once again was unaware that this existed. There's a cooperative agreement between the USDA and this laboratory to engage in, if you read, they don't call it gain of function research, they call it building recombinant viruses and experimenting on different virus structures to allow them to build better vaccines. Exactly the same logic that was used in Wuhan. Okay. Now, then last November, so this is ongoing in this laboratory. What this relates to, Joe, is the idea that is being promoted that for justice and equity and sharing, we need to enable there being distribution of highly infectious pathogens all over the world in separate laboratories so that we in the big bad West are not imposing and enabling our industries to prey on the emerging economy by taking biological resources from them, in other words, new viruses, and using them to build stuff. We have to cooperate, and they have to have access to these regions. So the logic right now that's in play and being promoted by WHO is that we should have high pathogen repositories and research programs all over the world, decentralized in these emerging economy states. Spain is not Germany, but so there's a Spanish lab. USDA is cooperating. They're going to build an African swine fever virus vaccine. They're doing gain of function research, and by the way, just like in Wuhan, there's some construction going on related to that, and then suddenly, and it's an area that is very dense in wild hogs. Now, somehow we got to get this through our brain. Okay, you don't put the facility in a place that's proximal to the thing that might get infected if you have a lab leak. I mean, that's that old number one stamped on everybody's brain. You don't do it. Now, labs make a lot of sense. If you're going to be working with nasty stuff, and you got to do it, but it's somewhere obscure, not in Boston, right? So they're doing it. They're surrounded by dense wild hog population, and suddenly, last November, people detect there's wild hogs dead all over around this facility. What could possibly have happened? So they start investigating. Police have been in, grab the records, grab the digital information, etc. Because the Spanish pork industry is now compromised. Their major client, China, has already pulled their trade barriers. No more Spanish pork going to China. I advocate President Trump drop the curtain right now. Because when I looked at the distribution of wild hogs, you've traveled enough to know how important wild feral hogs are in the economy in Italy. Wild hogs are all over here. And this place in Catalonia is right near the French border. And then right on the other side, Reynolds is in and the band of high density wild hogs spreads like that up through the mountains and down into Italy. And I think that if I was sitting in the White House right now, I think to protect both the president core constituency is happy. Voted for him 3 times.
He holds that near. And I think that it's good in politics, it's good in public health, it's good health, agricultural decision to raise the barriers until we can see that Europe has resolved risk associated with this. How are they going to resolve? So, once again, with no causes, I can say things can I don't know the answer. I mean, right now, what they're doing is they're using drones to try to find how hard it is to hunt one hog. Yeah, and the hogs are winning. It's like the Emu Wars in Australia. Lonnie Franklin is from Australia, actually. We fought a war with emus. It's true. We have emus on our farm, and they're weird animals. And it's like living with dinosaurs. But they are. My wife says they don't have two cells to rub together. I talked to a lady who's a falconer, and she said the bird by far was second dumbest or really that's crazy. Although they're so smart, give a hoop, don't wear a monocle. They're always dying for business. But right, it goes back to Athens, the symbol of learning. Very weird. Yeah, so he was I don't know what they're going to do to control in Europe. The former secretary on the WHO, this was for claim to fame, was she had led the development of rabies baits. And they would bait with a rabies vaccine to try to control of rabies in particularly foxes was the problem throughout Europe. And a lot of the foxes were crossing from the less developed part of the European Union into France, which was not acceptable. She was French. And so what they did is they developed these baits with the vaccine. And they would distribute them out of helicopters. There's a whole science about how dense the baits have to be to get immunity against rabies in fox populations. Whole science around it, but they was successful. They controlled fox and wolf population and rabies in Europe, largely eradicated through the use of baits distributed by helicopters. They have a vaccine. No, they don't. That's what they were supposed to be developing. That was the whole purpose. They were supposed to be developing, or really what they were developing is a transmissible strain. Whatever, yeah, in order to prove that they could, I don't know, it's same story. It's Wuhan 2.0, exactly. And how are we not going to see this as an increasing trend? And there's the whole dark side that when I read my comments, maybe I shouldn't sometimes, but I do. Don't really have to. So you get the blowback. Well, this is all my intention because they're building market for whatever it is that they market, right? There's one of the dark themes about COVID was that they wanted to promote the spread of COVID in order to sell vaccines and blah, blah, blah. So that's the narrative. And so in this case, well, they want to spread African swine fever because somehow they got profit from that while destroying their pork industry. But this is armchair strategists on the internet. But that hasn't gotten into the domestic pork market. Interesting question. Not to my knowledge yet, but I have this interesting colleague that I work with closely at the ACIP named Rothschild, who's the chair of the working and has giving the pharmaceutical industry a run for their money right now. And it's, of course, being vilified by the press, etc. And Rothschild is a full professor at MIT. And his core competence is risk analysis and mitigation. And he reads my Substack. Our friends. He doesn't subscribe, I'm pretty sure, but he reads it. So we're talking, and he says, yeah, I read that thing that you put out about that virus. And he said, I wrote a proposal years ago because of the ease by which it can enter the domestic pork population. So I infer from that there is a whole body of science and logic about, and he said it's very readily transmitted into commercial pork, which is why the Chinese have already dropped the curtain and said, no, we're not going to allow you that into China because of the risk. What we're talking about. So I wrote an essay about high impact events, which is what we're talking about. Another example of a low risk, high impact event is gene drive technology. Gates is promoting to exterminate the mosquitoes, for example. Gene drive technology can be used to exterminate a species, particularly ones that have a high reproductive rate. And it's another one that is a complication. But there's a whole school of thought that gene drive tech should never be let out of the box in the environment. Because there are those that are actively promoting its use and to eliminate bad stuff. And we're all for eliminating bad stuff. Organisms, insects, worms, flies, stuff. And we can do experiments where we say, we'll cultivate this kind of fly together with that kind of fly. Flies are going to have gene drive, and we're going to look for whether or not it gets rid of these flies. If it doesn't, they'll keep the clue that it's unlikely. But as Brett told you, we're dealing with ecosystems, really complex ecosystems. And the risk environment now that I think growers have to acknowledge coming out of COVID lessons. We can talk about these egregious things that we've all experienced. But the big picture is this thing came out. This I most likely this is not that these types of stuff in the possibility, but that it was unintentional piece of innovation of a laboratory or something like that. Letting that out, because that's what happens again in these facilities. These low probability events, extremely high impacts, as we've seen in global impacts. And we have to rethink how we're managing risk, which is, as I mentioned, Red Sox core confidence. And that logic runs up against this belief that, well, it hasn't happened before, and I'm an expert. I have the right to play around in this sandbox that I have helped develop. I know more than you do. How can you tell me that I shouldn't be doing that? You don't have the right to tell me I'm the expert in the space. And to come into that environment and say, guys, you're playing around with stuff that could have a very high impact, even though it hasn't happened yet. And you've got to rethink what is acceptable. And think that we were talking a moment about the State Department and control. We're now in an environment where the speed of growth of power technology is going exponentially, just like we saw with semiconductors. And our bioethics, our regulatory structures are way thinking about those risks. Unable to keep up with the pace of events, and that is creating a whole new threat, not to scare people. As I was thinking about coming on here and saying to myself, and listening was, I don't want to go dark and just scare people, but we've got to take, we've got to recognize that this is a different world. We have all of basically programming, customized programming through avatars, all of this power. But we also have in parallel this world of rapidly advancing biotechnology that is, for the likes of Yuval Harari, they're imagining a future of transhumanism. And all of that means we're moving very rapidly into a world that we can hardly even process. One of the big thrust in Silicon Valley relating to reproductive rights had to do with the development of artificial limbs. These wealthy, privileged people don't want to carry their own babies. And I guess surrogates are too cumbersome or risky.
So they're really talking about
It's not talking. We're going to run an essay about this. They already have a lamb that they have grown de novo in an artificial lamb. We're there. Okay, and these people see it as free. This is more women's rights. We don't need to have the organic process of carrying a baby, and that's a good thing. They believe completely disregarding that there is a whole lot of subject interactions that occur between the fetus in the womb. Okay, they do.
right here. What kind of humans that develop with no interaction with the mother at all? The entire 9 months of the developing,
But that
exchange of hormones.
But for the sake of convenience, we want to do that. Okay, and zoom in on it. Okay, that has all its implications. It has implications for organ transplantation. My friend Young McKellar, I don't know if you know Young, if you've ever had him on, you might want to sometime. The character, he is the Washington bureau chief for this newspaper that is defamed all the time, ridiculed, and autonomous. Okay, which I think is like the only print newspaper left in the United States that's worth reading that ascribes to classical journalism. But he's just come out with a book on organ harvesting in China and organ harvesting on demand, documenting that they are using live prisoners and keeping them in compounds and testing them for their genetic background and characteristics, and then harvesting them when necessary to provide organs for transplantation, largely to Westerners, because it is enormously profitable, and also to leaders in the CCP. This is what all this brouhaha was about the open mic event, about we can use transplantation to let us live another 100 years. Remember that little clip? So this, in a world in which we can have artificial clones, we can grow clones to provide provide insurance policies. We're right at the doorstep of that.
Okay, again, demonic. It sounds demonic. Is a soul a real thing? Just because it can't be quantified by science, you can't measure it. The concept of the soul has always existed. If that's a real thing, who knows what you're doing? Creating a human being from artificial womb. Who knows what kind of processes are happening? We know that stress on the mother imparts all sorts of unwanted characteristics in children. We know that. We know
All kinds of interactions.
Yes.
The playing of music, that's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
Sitting, playing of music. Yeah.
So that's how that vector is proceeding. And once you have that in a world of CRISPR, okay, you can do genetic modification of a very small number of cells and grow a fetus from that. Okay, so that opens the door to. Did you watch the movie Gattaca? Yeah. Gattaca absolutely recommended. If you want to understand our brain world, one that's really coming at us, and the conundrums associated with that, watch Gattaca. And by the way, it has great production value too. Yes, it's a great movie, and totally underappreciated and terrifying. Yeah, that's really what our future is. And the title GATT refers to a DNA sequence, by the way. That's why the name Gattaca. Okay, so watch the movie. You've already seen it. You get it. Okay, we are moving to that space where we have custom-built humans. Now it's being, what's driving it? Convenience. Who doesn't want to have a child that's better that's like you, but better, stronger, bigger, smarter, better vision? Get rid of all the problems that I've got, or you've got, or whomever, and in your next offspring. And all you got to do, because it's another fun fact, at bulk, whole genome sequencing is now about $300. Whole genome sequencing is the portal for selective engineering with Cas9. So we now right on the threshold of that entire spectrum of capability of manipulating animals, life, fundamentals of life in every species, and humans. And concurrently, we have the incoming vector of robotics technology and modern computational advance. We're moving rapidly. People say, it's going to be next month. We're going to have general artificial intelligence. Well, we keep saying that month after month. What have we got here? Video made about artificial intelligence. I don't know. It's great. That's what I've made at my company. Yes, doesn't this look like it's something straight out of the Matrix? This is all 3D.
Obviously, it's not real, but oh my god, this is terrifying.
And then this is a business. What kind of
Psychology does this child have no exposure to its mother?
But for mom, it's a lot more convenient. And she can get the perfect baby that she wants. What's not to like here, Joe?
in memory of the celebration of the appearance of their great grandson. Carl Menachem Bernstein in Israel, and Dr. Warshawski in combination of the Arzakia Warshawski, Rivka Miriam Abbas Israel, of America, of our Talmud over to the Shamas Hananiah, the families in the so with that, let us begin. Speaking of the mission of really fasting, because as we get to the end of the assessment, it's hard to believe, another week or so, we might really go through a number of various issues, which are primarily rabbinic issues that we're going to see. Meaning Rabbanon, really Xeris to Rabbanon, lest one comes to go ahead and commit something potentially d'oraisa. So take a look at the Mishnah. Mona Adam as Archa, that's Hyperosa Michu. A person can count his yes, as well as the portions by mouth. Avalon Laksad. So what's happening over here? Take a look at that for just a moment. Hyperosa Minimadon Laksad. In custom, the elders cast the cast origin. Clone is what is Imanti. Give me a very interesting. But you can have also Sabu. Let's listen to this. Mishnah telling me that I can't be off on a list. So, for example, if I invited a lot of people for a Shabbos meal, and I wrote down my guests on the piece of paper on a list, I don't want to forget who's coming, where they're going to sit, where they're going to be assigned. So I can't work for that much. Mona arguments are that's Hyper so the menu and I wrote the dishes I want to serve. I cannot be off on the list
because of how difficult it is.
Richard doesn't tell me why. So if you could do anything, you could do it verbally about Roman access. Not this other than one of the days, so I'll let you know. And I will say that literally sounds like it was not to play Kalikini Magia Kamana Uma. So let's again, you have a number of questions. The last one I have to determine who is going to go ahead and get what instruction. Again, outside of the congressional family members, although that is having us as one of the money as well, and hello, nice, so all of the portions are of equal size. All the portions are
by academia.
So there was material, so look at that moment. It actually is carrying us. We'll have one of those shovels. The portions should be equal size. We'll locate half of the go about half of the one skin is larger, one small. The exact was and this kind of it's kind of get level with the first time. So again, interesting how lot of the reason is we'll see in the Rashi point. About I will say covenants are go brothers last. For Hanin to draw for Carbonos on the food, but not for push. So again, we see exactly what that
right? And then you end up with.
So let's be first with our list. And I love the nice if I list the guest list, or for that matter, again, I can go ahead and call by memory, right? But I can't go ahead and start doing that list of
They say, well, if the CDC advises,
what's
then
the
we're
step,
going to
why
mandate.
not, what's wrong?
Okay,
It's
or
going and reading
school
that
districts.
list, but BB on
And so
the
here
he said,
you
what's
as
the
a manufacturer get
the
your
constraint
product
is
on the
that I
market,
need come to a
get it
race.
down into this
Let me come to a race.
program,
Rashi says,
guaranteed
somebody in
purchase,
you
guaranteed
know, our
profit,
is,
full
Arfin,
indemnification,
Shihira Shah,
marketing,
Making Lahan Kofa,
purchase,
the
distribution,
Kare
all paid for by the
Yim
taxpayer.
Kokinaksab, so Ukraine Hashan. So what's going to happen?
It's
Come
perfect.
shop this morning.
This business
I
model.
realized that I
What's not
invited too
like?
many people. So
It's
I
so scary how many people just go
so I'm going to come to a race in a
They don't just go on, they are propagandized into
Therefore, Rabbi says,
believing it
Allah for
as
myself,
a
you can't go ahead and read off the
theology.
list on Shabbos, lest you come to a race on the list. Rabbi, no, Shemayikra, the study had
Someone says something like vaccines don't cause autism, the whole audience will applaud. You know, like, how do you know? How do you know that? We're so confident you're a flawed. Well, it's because what I've heard it so many times. Of course, I believe that's what's twisted. It's just well, it illustrates the power of what we're dealing with. And what you
One
get,
could be an
I
issue of
think,
uncritical,
the vaccine story.
of weekly activity. The other is the possibility
You're
of
ruined
placebo.
now.
So, for example, the halacha
So
is
once you
that
get
one
it
is
without vaccine,
the
then you see it everywhere.
business-related
Well, it's
documents
just
on Shabbos. Halacha. What reason? Because one may come to go ahead and one may come to go ahead and so this story has built it. So I we allow you to read lists of laws, other documents, and reading of other documents for business-related things. Which again, that is thought to write it. So what folks is everybody's agreeing on the halacha. The halacha is you can't read off the list on Shabbos. The shayla is why not? Why not? Like what Bibi says, this new population, or like our guy says,
loss of life and birth outcomes associated with skin population. Well, that's ascribed to the vaccines by the people that are busy marketing vaccines, and likewise the quality
what happens
and all
if
the
you
work
work your list
associated with
on
sanitation
a wall
and
you
all
put
of
it
that.
up on the wall?
That's
So
all
I wrote
true.
it on the wall and it's high up.
Chris
So because it's
is
high
in
up,
fact
so what you can't really reach it in order to erase it.
really
Says
encountered
well,
that
I'm not
logic was
taking
given
all
some
the two reading list
and she said, you know, we've done this thing, looked at this thing, and these factors to see down before the vaccines come. And yet we're told this narrative
Right?
that, of course, we're told
Yes, other non-Shabbos
That's why people are so
business-related
concerned
things,
about
so on and so
polio
forth.
vaccines.
Ultimately,
They're not very good about this stuff with vaccines. When I tell what percentage of polio
Yes,
do
I
you think
understand.
is
But even according to your things it says that the issue of politics you may come to a list. It's not concerned about the fact that if you actually off
it's asymptomatic. And then you find out through Tuesday conference work that there were 18 unanimously all over the country the same time. So you the same exact symptoms of paralytic polio. And then subsequent actual first infections started occurring in this country were occurring in rural areas where they sprayed DDT everywhere. Yeah, so there's
thereby adding additional
if I can
fuel,
kind of throw
so
another
moving
log
the
in the
fuel
fire,
of the oil
yeah,
which could be issue
one
of
of the cool
kavara,
things
kindling.
is I'm getting to see
So the love is
from
not
my
like people can like
PhD,
that. But not only that, but we're not about Akilu Gavoa State Tunnels, Akilu Gavoa State Tunnels,
technology
Sarah
investigations
down
about
that road
co-effective
you
genomic effects.
Look, listen to this. Now, look, is even if
One
the
of the
candle
things
is 40
we talk
out of
about this
reach,
rare and
it's
so
still
rarely
not allowed to go ahead and recut by that light. Even if the candle is 2 stories up, still can't go ahead and be by just listening to it. That could be amazing place, even if technically speaking, what Chazal was concerned about is no longer an issue. So, for example, Chazal said you can't read by candlelight lest you come to adjust the candle. Even if the candle is out of reach, you still can't read by that light. So to the Gemara would say, if indeed the issue is reading off a list, is what? That you may come to erase, even if you write that list on a wall and that is very high up, presumably, or it would appear that that concern should still on. That's why you're right. I would put my name. Rather than say what's my community with the two approaches of reading. Rather than say an opportunity a case of you write it on the wall, but you write it very low down on the wall. The man if it's written on the wall very low down, that means it continually come to a race. However, the man Yikra Mochash. Say, you say that you should read off a list because you may come to read other notes. That's when if you write it on the wall very low down. Why not? You got to start a little bit. Because the most say, reading off a wall is not going to reading off a sheet. I understand you tell me that if holding a list, I'm reading the list, which again is a mundane document, and it comes to either mundane style yotas. I understand that. But my son, you go to read the document, I'll read it. Right? You went ahead and you realized you invited too many people. Remember, so the way this is working is what you're doing with this guest list is you're giving it to your shamish, to your butler. Right? You have a shamish, right? So he's going to invite the people to the suuda. You're real concerned that if you realize you invited people, you're going to take some off the list. Or go say, that's matter if it's your menu, and you realize that one of the things that you plan to serve, you're not going to serve. It's just inadvertent. These are things that people could cross off. So why is that not a concern? Where the list is arranged on a tablet. Isabel says, Rashi says here, Pinkas, can you look also slow? These are just different types of tablets that merchants use. Right on these tablets is really great. See, even if it's going to be engraved on the wax, or even if you write on the wax, but most of the idea is you can't really erase. So the Gemara says, if you say erasure, however, again, it's a concern ultimately that you're going to come to these other starting at Gilgal, other mundane documents that concern applies. But according to the agreement, is that we're concerned that you're going to erase it. Also be concerned that you're going to come to each starting at Gilgal. Pablo discussed the star in that a tablet and a star don't really, they're not really concerned. We're not concerned that if you let you read something like a tablet, then it comes to each other. So that's true. Mona Adam Kamamida. Kamamono Osibahania. Mixav Shagabi Yakosel, Abalom Mixav Shagabi Ashkablo. That's most of our days on Shabbos. You can tell people that you have a very large meal. You have to decide who's indoors and who's sit outdoors. And you have to also go ahead and count out how many portions you're going to be giving in front of people. So you can read that off a list. If the list or if the writing is on a wall, about no Mixav Shagabi Ashkablo. They're not on writing tablets. You see, people say that writing on a tablet, that writing on a star, that writing on a document, or these papers. Must maybe tell me what's the case? I don't want to see that. Either mix it, the ultimate issue down my straw, I will allow the rather than look at it as leave. The Katani, this stuff shall not be at myself. about Rome, it's only an engraving on a that we're not concerned with the least to a racial or to reading of I don't know. But you see that writing on a thing because you are concerned about heavily on because of our culture. Rather, I will say you have to say what is wrote a list on the wall. Who made me? I will say you wrote it high up. So that's just not you wrote it very high up. So I say if you're concerned about relation, so the causes and agrees about our racing, but if you're concerned about spelling it, no doubt, to make them feel other documents. You know what I mean? That would be a concern. I have a what if maybe concern to the point. You raise the question to the Rabbi. What was Rabbi's issue? What was Rabbi's issue? Rabbi's issue was that zero range in effect, even if it is that you were concerned about it's not present. So I was going to raise, you want to tell me that if the writing is very high up on the wall, there's no concern of erasure. Therefore, it should be fine. But 1 second. Remember, you can't read by the light of the candle. What are we afraid of? You come to adjust the flame. Yes, halacha is still can read from the candle, even if what? The candle is called reach. So the pashas it should be us over here as well, even if the writing is high up on the wall. Tonight, we'll say this is what God is in fact in that focus and our Sangor, Mona, our fathers, Paparosa, we first speak yes, and count the portions verbally. Avalom and Aksad. But you should not count off on
sounds like you know more. You're
Allows you to
guy
read off the list.
which by the way is
The list is not on a piece of paper, but it's written on a wall. So what's the case of the list? That's the wall. Even if you want to say that there is on the wall, therefore, Shema Yimod has to be a concern of a reader, and allows you to see it immediately. That there must be a case where I see writing it high up on the wall. Not enough to Rabbi Kanoi.
So
We'll say, ultimately, you can see that the concern of Rabbi will be my focus. We'll say, interestingly enough, what it comes down to is as follows. In a situation where, so apparently, if the list was written on the wall, and it was written with the leaves, the concern of erasure would still exist. Shine if you're writing it high up on the wall. So does that obviate the concern of erasure? So interestingly enough, this will be a machlokas and Rabbi said it's a very sophisticated machlokas. I know it. It's what are they arguing about? What they're arguing about is if the actual if the actual thing that Chazal were concerned about has been addressed, does the zera still apply? So Rabbi will say yes, the zera still applies. When Chazal legislate things, they legislate things in the form of what we call the Lok means what? Xera to Xera, we don't start making exceptions. So Chazal said you can't be by candlelight because they're afraid that you might come to adjust the flame. So I don't care if the candle is right in front of you, the candle is 2 stories up. You can't be by candlelight. So again, if the concern is in nature, I don't care if the list is written on the wall, right at your own height, or much higher, it doesn't make a difference. Other opinions is no, it's not true. When Chazal made clear they're concerned about something very specific. If your situation, your Metzius takes care of their concern, then halacha doesn't apply. According to this, if you were to place the candle 2 stories out of reach, you can read by that light. So too, if you're putting the list high up on the wall, you're not going to erase it. Halacha reminds you that it's permissible on the honey this rolling the mouth churches. Well, listen to this interesting halacha. You can't use a mirror on Shabbos. Wow. You can't look in a mirror on Shabbos. A mirror man here, every mirror says you can go ahead and mirror as long as the mirror is fixed to the wall. Right? It's not about what's the issue. What's the issue over there? Look at Rashi, in Noah B'Mara. Rashi says mirrors. The Fisha Loa B'Mara Imot Sarah. Very small package. This is incredible. One hair that your beard is properly groomed. You look in the mirror, a couple of straight hairs, and you may come to us. they come to go ahead and cut it inadvertently. They come to give yourself a quick trim on Shabbos. So because of that, you can't look in the mirror on Shabbos. So the mirror says you can use a mirror that is fixed to the wall. What is that? Nice not to vote for yourself. That's the ultimate mitzvah. Something because it's fixed to the wall, it's going to take you some time. In the meantime, you'll remember that it's Shabbos. So listen, you see that people only inadvertently violate Shabbos when there's no time to think. I know time to think, but if there's a pause, the consequence is fixed to the wall. Mary says you have a couple of moments. I understand. She's not going to have the hockey document. Even the Mary is not taking they're going to take a few moments to get the scissors back to the hair. He'll remember. Oh, let's watch this. Talk about the marriage from a Tekasastina. We're talking about a metal mirror. Watch this. Why do they say that you can't look in a metal mirror? Shabbos, the other also the hashrik by naming and the most of this is incredible. Apparently, they used to have these metal mirrors with sharp edges. So what was it now? You take a look, you see that there's a couple of stairs. What do? You take the mirror, you check, and you're done. Like to give yourself a little haircut right there. Incredible. So therefore, again, the concern. What Rabbi says, if you look on Shabbos again in a mirror that's in front of the wall, because then the extra you have to go ahead and scissors. When they therefore for a student that in the midst of all this, you can remember that it's Shabbos and you won't come to violate. When are we concerned? But when we say that you can't look in a mirror, what is that talking about? That's talking about a metal mirror that can be used to trim the hair out. So again, what you begin to see is this ongoing, this fundamental focus about how you feel with being with the rabbis legislated because of a very specific concern. The shaila is if you address the rabbinic concern, the rabbinic concern, does the zero go away or not? So what just you should know, this is perhaps one of the most fundamental machlokas. This has many nice applications. Because will say there are many zeros because the reason why they're legislated, and sometimes you gotta kind of address the reason, and other times, by the way, the reason just doesn't apply that much. Shalom for nice, it's always fascinating to see does big zero remain in place or not. This is also part of a bigger discussion. Made different types of zeros. There's between a zero and the starting corner. There's between a situation that turns out what's sitting there versus when you just throw what they're using there. But what you see over here is that this is already my focus. This is already my focus. So again, I can't do something. I do A because it leads to this. Okay. I structure the situation in a way that it's not going to lead to this. So you can't read off of this because you're going to come to erase it. Okay? I write it high up on the wall. I can erase it. Or the mirror's fixed to the wall. So I can't use it obviously to go ahead and cut my hair. Or anything else. Like this, Allah for myself. I put the candle 2 stories up. So does that take away the zero or not? That's what I'm focused on. Incredible. This is a totally different. So this halakha is brought down in Shulchan. This halakha is brought down in Shin Zayin, 60 days. The Shulchan says as follows: Zimein Orvin, the Heichel Lahem Yimein Megadim, the Kasel Tzad Chana Zimein the Kalam Megadim Heichel Lahem, Asur Dosav Shabbos, Afilu Mukasav Agabe Kosel Gabo Aharbei, Mishum Gezira, Shemedikra B'Shtarim Hagosh. So what this is now Shulchan says to avoid the usage of lists on Shabbos, to avoid the usage of lists. And what I want to point out is the Shulchan Aruch constantly that this is true. You wrote it very high up on the wall. So what do you see from here? You see from here that he has a halakha Zeros Chazal, Rabbanon, remain on the books. You actively address the very concern for which Chazal legislated the halakha for. So you see from here, I can't go ahead. Okay, I think that this is not perspective. see over here, the Shulchan Aruch is understanding that the reason for the takana is not because we come to already. The reason for the takana is what? Shemakra Ishtari Hagil. This is a general concern as well about reading items, mundane items on Shabbos. And there's two different things. Reading mundane items on Shabbos is a violation or ability violation. The pasuk is not the Navi is in Socha Pachacha B'Daber Zara. There's an idea that on Shabbos we would be involved in other things, not in mundane things. So reading starting at Yotos, reading non-things, by definition, is not the proper use of Shabbos. Business-related things, I will say, is a more specific issue that it may come ultimately again to siva, to write it. So therefore, again, it should not mean that if you email a listener, yes, you need to feel like even at the menu, they say, ideally, one should not go ahead and read off of that on Shabbos. Let's just come to these starting like Yotos. And it started Phobos, it has bonus. It's an undefined starting at Yotos as business documents. So that's interesting over here. The concern over here is that if we allow you to read off these lists, you may come to read other specific kind of business documents. So what's this to do? He said in the social honor is if you engrave. And if you engraved it on the wall, that's already a kind of siva, halakha may read off that. So again, there's a number of other related halakhas over here, which is beyond our scope for our shir this morning. But the nice suggestion that this issue of reading mundane lists is really quite fast. The halakha shofar, so it's in line. So you might have been sent Shab HaMahalei Kachas HaSura, the Kachas HaZukinos, Asher Goshen Shab. Similarly, was that you can't read writing underneath an image or underneath a picture, drawing or underneath an image. So let's say, this is not the good answer at the moment. Shab HaMahalei Kachas HaSura, Kachas HaZukinos.
It's like
Keep going, but in the siren
with a lighter attached to it.
Other people who draw different animals or images of people or shamaites people and some of the others are Goyas. Because he talked about Zutsu as Hyaponis, this is more a caption. Caption, somebody draws a picture of an animal or people and they write the caption. Allah on Shabbos, you should not read that caption. You should not read that caption. So again, this interesting. You know, it's also brought down in Sofa, right? To bring down over here,
1911 handle, that's legit. Yeah.
So Shulchan Aruch brings it in the midst
yeah, but I'm sure it'll probably be able to fit and bring it to our gunsmith.
Yeah, Kosel Ovidon, Shiesh, Otsulos, Chayos, Peshinos, Otikinos, Shabri Adam, Shemaisim, Zion, the David Goyas, the Koswin, Zud Turas, Tony, the Zud Yokafoni, Osir, the close to Shabbos. Can't go ahead and read it on Shabbos. So what's the reason? Zero Shemi Yikra, the story had Yotos. So what's the reason?
Feels better in the hand. It's interesting,
and that had this incredible concern about people coming to read business documents. So therefore, I think because that they legislated about prohibiting to read all of these seemingly mundane things. So again, to read a caption underneath a painting, or read a caption underneath a picture, the Gemara says it's also less to come to go ahead and read business documents. The Gemara says, "Did Yopia Atzmo ask the call also the documents?" What's saying the two images of animals or these images of people, you really shouldn't look at them during the week. I'll kick me out of the do not turn to the evening down. Mike, I'm so relaxed
that should be able to slip around your hands. There's like no torque whatsoever in front.
From your own mind. Also, the section is fascinating about the issue of looking at pictures of people, pictures of animals. The Gemara says you really shouldn't even over Shabbos. So it says that the Yukni Atzma Atzma so Mira, the Shabi the Shem Avodas Gure. Avalunoi Mutter. Also, it's very important. When should we look at pictures of people and pictures of animals? When it was created for the purpose of scholarship.
Right away. Yeah, but if you
if you do anything that
Yeah,
they
it's
sort of
our
archery with
religious
anything,
image
which
made for our
just
Zara.
has to
Right? Once
register with you.
you're not
It's not
even
be the same with everybody.
So again,
Just
but
can't
to
get
point
used to
out the
finger
things that are
triggers.
first,
Some
like
dudes
without
just
any
love
kind of
finger
religious
triggers.
overtones, that's one is
Some
the
guys just have to shoot it.
Interesting.
Some guys just can't do it.
The guys are like, not this
Actually,
other
all
people, I don't feel under again.
like I just
The
have
mission said,
so I got that
well, a lot
dump
of
bag
these
now
family
that
members,
basically
the
I'll wear it
portion
outside,
of
and then I'll
so
do
the mission
the
was very specific here.
hinge roulette. So
And
just
the
reach
mission
in
said,
and
not
reach
to
in,
make
and I
us
gotta
other
shoot
in
it.
front of
I
them in
gotta
a day,
shoot
so
it.
I was
There's no
right?
way that's
We've actually got an last month looking at on the let's say,
makes up
let's say, right, so
you gotta
you
shoot
want to draw lots
the
with your
racetrack,
family.
right? You have
Who's
to put
going to
that
get
on.
which
So
portion?
you can't just
You can do
shoot
that,
that.
but assuming all of the portions
That's the
are
first trips.
actual
I love that one when using the
So
boys guy.
in
Yeah,
Akar,
ever
no,
since our
apparently you
last
do this with your
hunt,
family, others you
the
can't
ones
just
guy.
learn, well, why not?
I'm used to it.
But you don't know Shmuel.
It took a while.
Shmuel,
I was like,
the
yeah,
Nechabura
for a little bit.
Hamakis out there,
After
over the
thing is
Mido,
like
Umishama,
with
Mishma,
archery, once your form break down and you try to compensate because you're tired, like I think I should just limit myself to 1 hour and have just 1 hour just
splitting things.
so
And
you're
so they
going
go ahead and
yeah, one where a little
they are
yeah,
quote
it's
unquote over if
more
they
skill
just
side,
in
but it's
violation of
like I'll
measuring,
give myself like a few
weighing,
minutes break to let my arm
counting,
relax,
and
and then like
lensing and
just it's like
which
compensating
love
for
is
arms
all
and not enough. So it goes 84, now I
don't
got
want
it's
to
90
go
pounds. That's how we're shooting. Yeah, we're shooting 90 pounds before every four. Yeah,
it's a little bit
still got archery country.
yeah, people who are a bit one another we don't want to start going about. Because then it looks like weighing, measuring, lensing, borrowing, all these things that we don't want to do on the young. If you give it on the days, we rate it, so application with it. That was an interesting, this book they saw yesterday, but they saw that there could also be a potential issue of rivers. It looks like if I'm destroying lots, and somehow you're going to get something out of me back. Let's say your lot falls on portion X, right? And then when you can give it back to me, let's say again, whatever it is, let's say the bread or whatever else, you show the value, you can actually be giving me back more than what it is that I gave you. Here from the single sense of fundamental stuff, you should avoid going, Gemara says, given the sense because of all of these reasons, you should not draw lots or portions of food with other people. Either because it looks too transactional in nature, and that's not good on purpose, or putting to yourself because you're actually religious. Because one second, so this transactional nature, I understand that if that doesn't apply. Right, because you're going to say that. But let's worry about this. If one lot proportions, you're going to get something, right? So my child's going to get one thing, I'm going to get something else. And let's say, again, there's some expectation of, let's say, being paid, right? If my children get something, they're going to repay me in some way. This is not a concern for this. So you must see how you want to go based on that. No, because it's incredible. One of them is based on any kind of theory. I'm not going to get it out. Most of the Havos, they want to be based on religious. Look at this is wild. Rabbi Rudy says, you are permitted to charge interest to your family members. You can charge interest to your children and to your family members. Why? Because they lahatiman in order that these what's religious is not. What is that? Look at that. This is incredible. Lahatiman tamridis is for us in the wide line in that. If you move it from a pressure, so look at that. See how difficult it is to work with it. So you're the religious to the last charge your children and family members to this.
Never in an area where
Right, that it's seen they exist, and that's sensitized them as form of their so sometimes the way to be a son of your family members and not to charge religious is how to charge them religious. Like, they'll see how difficult it is to pay interest, and therefore, near such if they're in a position to lend money, they won't charge another people. Even on the table in the Shalom, sometimes it's religious. Nami la potato ela for some below. Therefore, again, even if you want to say the issue of drawing lots, proportions, isn't the issue of this doesn't apply to family. I want to point out, we don't pass the right? This does apply to family. There's one exception to this rule. One exception to this rule is if we're supporting your children. Supporting your children, charge them with this. What is that? Yeah, of course. Why? Because you're not going to judge So again, that's where this humor comes in. So if there's a humor issue, you want your children to see a good skills, like again, to sensitize them, then the nice again. So the nice is from you. If you're support, you could charge them with this because ultimately again the thing is fun with that it's like they just tell you something incredible.
Well, the thing about archer is it's such a
You see, I don't understand.
it's a skill that 100% degrades. You have to stay on it, man. You just can't trust that everyone stays
So
on it.
why don't they just have the buffer have to charge them with this?
It's even harder for me if I take 3 weeks off.
People think
I was having that they told me it's not rough no more, so I took a month off during season.
Listen, that is a terrible disservice. This is one of the biggest forces templates that you think somehow that my goal as a parent is just clear the way, make sure that everything is smooth sailing, right? A trophy at the end of every game. Everything should just be great. You should always feel like a
feels to
winner.
me like the more consistent I am in off season,
No one is
like
always
the entire
right?
year.
Most times in life you
Those
lose,
are the
and
years
a
that
couple of
I
times you win,
really
which
shoot
is
my
what
best.
makes the wins
You can't just get back on the bow like a month before you have to go hunt. You
I
can't
want
do
to
it.
educate my child
I know
about
guys
rivets.
who
Know what you
can.
do.
Guys I grew up with.
Charge them. The
That's
way
right, but
to
the really
the
good shots, imagine how
punishment
easy it would be if they
ultimately
did it all
again
the
is
time.
to allow
Yeah,
them to
like a guy like
experience
Cam, like
sometimes
he's
some
on
of the
tape all the
difficulties.
time.
Obviously,
Like,
it's not all the
he's
time.
shooting every day.
It's
Very hard. He
love.
takes pleasure.
Sometimes you
He
don't
just
realize
needs
that
time off.
when you remove all the diversity from the path of the child, child's muscles, life muscles, action, like the way we grow, they become stronger. If you encounter adversity, you deal with adversity, and you overcome it today, it's amazing. And then when I grew up in the temple, it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this, right? So again, it's incredible facility. You remove every little adversity out every thing. Like, your child that is new one, right? Makes it and they're going to be also everybody's so scared that she's going to go up there. Discipline them. Line with them, put it up and down. Second it up and down. Children go up and down for all kinds of access. And yet it's inappropriate to discipline.
Yeah, and they're everywhere. They tried to reintroduce them, but tried to introduce them to the big island. Like how Shane Gordon talked about it, that they killed them. They said they were
children never know how to use.
they're delicious.
Try when they delicious. Your children to think that they're always supposed to end up
It's freeze milk and then access.
you want
But
the
access
children
is
to
the most
appreciate
challenging.
rivers.
They're the fastest. I've seen
I'm not necessarily teaching that actually. Like as you're gonna approach, but it sounds approach to Kilo was
30 yards
a
away.
little bit of difficulty.
Close to them.
It allows the child to grow significantly. See, Ozzy, Monica, don't look at Monica kind of now. I understand that's the case. They might just finish the second only draw us with right portion. If there's no issue of rivers by my kids, no issue of rivers, and the nice thing by my own family, there's no issue with transactions either. So when my parents, I go ahead and have them draw lots for large portions versus small portions. That's what I was going to say. Why, the mission is very clear, that you only draw lots for like portions. Marcy, you're right. You're looking at me. You are correct. If you swim at Sabaki Kasa, in fact, there's a piece missing from the Mishnah.
Giant percentage of our population that is so
Right?
small.
It's like 20 right? Here we go. Not this Adam in one of them. They tell us so far. A person could draw lots, proportions, with his family members, proportions on the table. You don't know, can I get money? And what's the doing with your own family members? Because what's the other thing you'll see some lots with your own family members. So it's great. But generally, most families, there's usually some type of argument that breaks down over who gets the how you go ahead and take care of who gets what argument. So with your own family, there's no problem with going lots of people, large or smaller. There's no issue because there's no transactions with family members. Right? When your family members and halakha mice, there's no relationship as well. Nighttime, because I'm in Barabbas, in Barabbas, they so in. And I hear him low. But also, it's linked to with your own family on the boat. Other people, it's not to my time of, is Rabbi Yehuda Amar Shmuel. You don't say, why can't ultimately again you do it with other people? You can't do it with other people, but say ultimately again, because of the potential
taking sock off.
the money to go looking at your money, you know? After all last year of us, okay, this is incredible. And you can't do, you can't draw lots, you can't draw lots, ultimately again, with other people, sharing the week for money to go on my travels. Now, what does this mean? So I people say, all of us sit down to the super. All of us sit down to the super. So let's say we all paid for the super, right? $25, we're all having dinner together, all but not all the portions of the same. So what do? You go draw lots. Go draw lots. Now again, we love each other, but we're not necessarily stuff. So the halakha in the Gemara says that you can't even do this during the week. Money, you go looking at your money kitano, you can't draw lots for during the week. Say, why? My time off, you should kubya. So we'll say kubya literally means what? Dice. Dice. So the issue is one of gambling. Listen at what's the precise. Look at Rashi. This is incredible. Kubya, this is incredible. The Gezalu, that's not the low time. Let's take a step back to this command. Because what's the issue of gambling? What's the issue of gambling, right? Why is gambling usher? So we'll say gambling usher, the Gemara says, because it's theft. Right? So we sit down to go to game together, and we all got money winning. No one has a gun in my hand. I'm putting the money in the winning league. So what's that incredible? So Chazal says what the psychology of gambling is. No one gambles. Everyone gambles to win. So even though, again, when I have the losing hand, right, then I throw my cards down and I say, okay, try after you won. In my mind, what's happening? You know what's happening? Took my money from me. I can't believe it. Okay, so I'm going to be a gracious creature. Well, or maybe not. But the money, I'm giving up the money I'm getting. Because I'll say, therefore, the winner is effectively stealing my money. Because I am not really giving it up willingly. That's called smachta no kanya. Even though I say that I'm willing to give up my money to you, it's not true. It's not true. Say, at the end of the again, I lost, so we have no choice. That's why this is a code of conduct by gamblers, that if you lose, you lose. But I'm not willing to give up the money. So this is incredible. This is the
which I rarely go.
that it's yes, it's managed theft. Because the loser is not really down to the psychology. Right? The loser is not really willingly giving up the money. So because I the winner, I'm effectively stealing from everyone else around me. The answer is like this: the same issue with drawing lots of portions. If we all sit down together, we all technically the same level of entitlement. So again, I'm going to draw lots. You're going to get the bigger portion. I'm going to get the smaller portion. I'm really not really receiving for you because I feel I should be entitled to that larger portion. Therefore, because I said even during the week, the Gemara says. You can't really draw a lot. You can draw for like portions. If everything is the same, that's fine. That's fine, but if some are larger, some are smaller, it's actually an issue regarding kubya. But not for portions. So what is this? Says the Gemara, night about lo alamona. So the Gemara says, about lo alamona shall call you. What you can do is as follows. Touching the Kabbalah were offered yesterday. You can't draw lots for those portions on Yom Kippur. That's obvious. Now the will say again, if it was done yesterday, so you should have dried it up yesterday. If you wanted to draw lots yesterday. The first time I let you draw lots on Yom Kippur was something that was up to you. Now we can hold it. You're in Bangkok, you're a nation of like fighting for honey. So it's never again for honey, we're known for the hunters. And the prophet says you're like fighting for honey. I'm at a fact, you're monos for whole man. I would have therefore just in order to keep the peace, maybe you should let the honey go ahead and divide up the portions. Even if the kilos are coming from yesterday, I'm not sure about that. much more looks like I'm not going to a lot on the carbon because ultimately again that carbon should have been the best. I'm Rabbi the best Yaakov. This is this incredible bullshit that they are not in much using also if someone is
they're not thinking it's like I'm drinking coffee, they're getting a treat. Like if you have a order of frappuccino, it's a milkshake. It's a milkshake. Yeah, it's tons of sugar, tons of caffeine too. You're like, I sit maybe you
even though I didn't necessarily blame it all, but if I am the cause of someone else's punishment, if I'm the cause of someone else's downfall, there's a level of liability associated with that. But the person is not plugged in to the beautiful influence places without coming about it. You know, when you're even when you should be saying, you understand, you like this apple, but yeah, but you call it almost you like. There's a little bit of context. Apple, who was king of the mouth of the star, was unfortunately terrible Russian. That's the qualification I want to give that is unfortunately was a man, was incredible. And many times became very, very, very close to
and it's so funny
because at the end of the day,
when you talk about communications, just technology in general, you start analyzing like frequencies, spectrum analyzers, whatever, right? Every time talk to people's eyes just glaze over.
when the person cannot stand those
Yeah,
sparks,
all right, well, because we're closing shit up.
Akhlaq was
Why don't we
such a
shoot the
person.
topic?
Therefore,
Because
again, Akhlaq is one of who says in the spirits,
so
so to speak, who will entice
try
Akhlaq
to keep people
to
awake.
go ahead and go to
This
war with
episode
Allah.
is
So
brought to
the
you by
story is
Roka.
that
This is
there were
important, so
hundreds
don't
of
skip
false
this. I've been
prophets
wearing
who
Rokas
were
for
inspired by a
years,
spirit
and I
to
absolutely
tell
love them.
Akhlaq that you
All
will
the
be
glasses
successful
brands
in
out
his
there,
war
I
against
choose
Allah.
Roka.
So
Roka shit just
Akhlaq
works
died
different.
in
You'll
the
notice
battle
it for the
against
first
Allah.
time you
It
put them
was
on
a
the
setup
face.
by
They
the
feel
revolt.
great. I
Well,
can run
for
around
that,
in them.
to the
They never
spirit,
fall
it's
off
like
your head.
who will
They're
go and
super
tell
high
Akhlaq to
quality,
go up to war with
lightweight,
Allah?
super
Bayomer,
comfortable, and they
Zeb
stay
Gol,
on your
Zeb
damn
Gol,
face.
Bayitza, Ruach,
Even if
Yamot,
you're
Hashem.
sweaty, they
Bayomer
stay in
Ani
place
Yafakim.
even better.
The
They
spirit
don't
came
slip.
along before
Gym
God and
stuff,
said, I will
kettlebells, yoga
entice Akhlaq
sprints,
to
chase
go ahead
that
and go out
dog,
to battle.
whatever you're
Bayomer,
into. Maybe
Eitzei,
just lean over,
Vayisi,
pick up your
Ruach,
kids.
Sheker,
Everything stays on
B'Tichon,
your face.
and
It
the
feels
spirit says,
great
I will
with
go, I will
crystal
be
clear
Ruach Sheker, I
optics.
will be the
Check them
false
out
prophecy
and feel the
in
difference
the
for
mouth of all
yourself.
the false
To
prophets.
help you get started,
Bayomer, it's the fact that
Roka
they
is
come out,
offering
say the
JRE
answer
listeners
to
20% off your
spirit,
order. So
go
go to
and do so. It's a very strange thing.
Roka.com.
I mean, on
Well, there's a
my
lot of
rock,
people
looks
that
like
have a
who's the
hard time
spirit?
focusing
Who's
on
the spirit who
something
wants
that
to
is
go
needed.
and entice Akhlaq
For
sin?
whatever reason,
What's the
even
guy
if it's
is?
like
I'm gonna be open on
technical
there.
details
Who's
that'll help you do
going
things that are exciting.
So what's the
It's the delayed grad break. They're the same type of people that don't like to do cold plunges or things that like feel an immediate benefit that's going to suck where you're doing it, so you put it off. You've got to have a mindset that there's some things that suck that will make the things that are exciting way better. Like for comics, it's writing. Like sitting down and writing. You know, because a lot of comics don't want to write. They just want to come up with ideas through the day and then work on them on stage. Like that is great. You can do that. But you should also write, because the ideas that come to you while you're writing, they won't come any other way. And those are like little gifts from the universe. And the only way you get them is you have to sit down with a fucking pad of paper or a computer in front of you and come up with them. You gotta sit down and start working and let the mind just slowly but surely pop them out.
So this is so novels, the spirit of
At
novels.
least 4 days a week.
With angry at
For an hour.
and therefore
Yeah, at least
spirit of
an
novels
hour. I try to write
the
1,000
spirit of
words.
false
So
that
it
will
might
lead to
be
the death of
an
that.
hour, it might be 2
You
hours,
might
and then
say,
out of those
what does it mean when the Bible says to the spirit of novels go out
That's what I was looking for.
and without
You
singing?
basically looking for arrowheads
Was
in the
it
field.
incredible?
You
The
pick
Bible
up a
says
giant
to
clip
the
and they're shaking it out and washing
you
it.
could put the false prophecy
So
in the mouth of
try
the
that out
prophets.
on
But if you do this, just
like,
understand you give
okay,
up,
this is
you
pretty
give up
sure I
your
got
space
something. When I got something, I'm pretty sure I got it, but I don't know what it's going to be until the audience tells me. Like, you're a club, so you just try it out. You just like try it. That's my daily exercise. I don't go to the store, but go to the, like, say, if I went up there and it's exciting, I'll like, oh, I wrote something that's good, I will go to the improv, then I'll go to the store, maybe I go to the ice house,
downfall, and then if I could respond, if you want to do this, you can do this, but say, you have to go ahead and go out. You have to go out, you have no place within my pizza. So,
yeah, between my street and the neighboring streets. So you got us, and then right down the street is the Sunset Road, which Red Band owns, and then right up across from that, you got Creek and Cave, which is awesome. And then you got Vulcan, which is right down the street. There's a bunch of other small rooms. There's the Black Rabbit. There's all these rooms that have comedy at least 3 or 4 nights a week. So if you're a tough guy or you're hard enough right now in Austin, you can really get more in
does not
LA.
have a place.
So you collect $50 here, my club pays more, my club pays the most, but all these different places, they pay, like actual money for you to do a set. At the end of the night, you have a few $100, you can get something to eat. Like, there's all these comics that don't have to do the road now, right? So, like, they used to just have to do the road and do the rent for food. You don't have to do that anymore. You can, like, stay in town and really build up material and then go out on the road. It's like you're getting I know it's regionally, you can have, just saying, just material have to shift based on where you're at. So if you're
Learn how to
in
be acceptable, so
it's
that
a
if you
crowd
close
will
it
be
down for
different,
someone else,
people are going to be
that
more
you don't
accepting,
have
less
a
accepting,
space to
depends on
the
the
people from
different
another context. Savata Colon, Savata Colon Colon, just says Dam Akaba Ha'ala. Again, you see the
maybe you should re-examine the
honor.
maybe
You
figure out
also
like,
drink the
maybe I
uncertain
should
side.
figure out a
What
better
is it
way
talking about?
to make this
Savata
idea
Colon Colon,
acceptable.
Zenibu
Because there's
You
ideas
went
where
ahead and saved yourself with
started off and it's
degradation
just like,
more than honor that are
going anywhere. And then I'm like, there's got to be an angle in here. And then I find a
Next
whole
time,
other angle, like,
after you go ahead.
now I have it. And then I have to find an angle, like, what if I was a woman and I was watching this and I'm looking at the fucking meathead on stage and I'm like, man, like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that just like this doesn't grow back eye. Like, I mean, like, work this in your head first and explain it from my perspective.
You could have had so much, but explain what you did. You took the things
By
sodomizing
it's a
king
untold
just say Gamataba, string together with your uncircumcised one, this is 60 over. This is dramatic. Pasuk now remember, that's our conquered 60 over. The Merc was 60 over the uncircumcised. Because apparently the Merc was 60 over. Melech Yehuda was sodomized by Nebuchadnezzar. So because Sidro himself became the vehicle through which Nebuchadnezzar sinned, so there's some level of liability by Tzidkiah as well. What? How does the good government Nebuchadnezzar? First of all, that can't be it. The subject of the entire project is Nebuchadnezzar. Oh, Tzidkiah Tzadika. My hubby in the other day. Yeah, it's true. Tzidkiah was sodomized by the for an act committed against himself. Also, if you come and read them around, Rishon Shadikush also Russia, Lazo also Sadika. Nebuchadnezzar was ready to sodomize. Yo, what happened? So we're going to see what happens tomorrow. Rather, I will say the concept comes. Remember, we're trying to prove a very specific point that if a person becomes the vehicle for someone else's punishment, like if someone becomes punished on my account, ultimately again there's some level of liability to the static profile. The Pasuk says it is also not good for the static to be punished. Ella, so local was saying that below El Chafetz Rasha Ata, Vayegur Chala, Sadik Hashem, and Vayoga B'Mizilach. What's the idea here? The Gemara says that Enos the Sadik will hold means it is also not good for the Sadik for other people to be punished through. So not only should the Sadik not sin, but the Sadik also should not be the vehicle through or to cause for someone else's punishment as well. Because the Gemara jumps just a second. By the way, how do you know that Kalosh means last? We're just going back to just that concept that I should not be the source of someone else's punishment. I should not be the source of person. If a person ultimately again comes in our data, like the Gemara was just Tzidkiah technically was the vehicle through of the exiles.
Sure, I can make them laugh.
How does that happen against? He's not liable for that. But the idea thing where when I become the vehicle for someone else's punishment, that's not good. The tzaddik does not want to be the source of someone else's punishment. You are just for just a second. So remember the Mishnah said, "Matin kalosh, draw lines, for portions for Kabbalic portions." By the way, how do you know that kaloshim means lines? My mom had kaloshim in it said, "Eish nafal b'shamayim, kila ben shachar, nadarek al haaretz, kolish al goyim." Upon the knees. Amar Rabbi bar Rav, was supposed to get past to die with the Kanetza. So what does it mean hanging up by the Kanetza? Amar Rabbi Bar, Melame Shem Matthew Port al Gidoli Malchut, Leiza Eiza Ben Yomo Shemishkapta. The Kanetza was the land of Sarai. And again, he conquered many nations, and he sodomized different.
My daughter about it. She said,
Girls
don't do things like that. I want to see like what's going on in a man's mind that makes it such a mystery. You know what I'm saying? It's such a mystery. Most men can imagine a scenario where there's a bunch of people that did some horrible shit in a room, and you just go over there and fucking kill them. Most men can say, oh yeah, there's a place. There's a place. Like if someone did something and I knew they did something and they're in that room and they need to go, they need to go. Right? Most women can't think like that. It's not inside their head.
The idea of yours that when Nebuchadnezzar died, the world between 5 parts doing the laughter, celebration began. When he was what was a heavy there was no laughter in the world. Also, you're not allowed to stand in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar.
Serial killers are real, right? These true crime shows have shown this. And I want to know what's going on. That's what I think. Where is the universe
his force extended 300 kilometers. Zeras are called on the sea of Korea. And literally, again, it extended, it extended totally out, encircling all of the people who were in his palace. Sabata Kalor, just like an Akaba, although the Gematria disclosure is actually all extended that much, he was unable to do anything.
What is the actual
The Shush Yard also showed Gehenna. Worship Yard was when Nebuchadnezzar died and went to Gehenna, the people in Gehenna were afraid of him. Can you imagine this? Like that was the tyranny that Nebuchadnezzar brought to the world. That literally when he came to Gehenna, the people in Gehenna were afraid. What were they afraid of? Amru, Shema Lushol Aleim Huba, Olah Rose Kimosem Huba. So they said they were afraid. Is Nebuchadnezzar coming to Gehenna to rule over us?
So the cops don't want to say it's just. I think it's kind of a rainy street, a lot of party. There's the bodies that
what does it mean? Shops and no shops. So literally means look how the notice the oppressor has rested. Shops are rested literally again from the world. What is that mean? Nebuchadnezzar died. Shops are this means rested. Sha'amra Midol Dahabin. The next he said, bring our measure and grain. Listen, this is the fact. This is represented by Babel, counted many kingdoms. Those kingdoms became massive.
all you would have to do is get someone
Babel was known as the Magiba. The gold Babel, measure your tribute and bring it. The others say no. Babel didn't even say measure and bring. Babel just said bring and bring and bring and bring and don't even measure. The Rabbi Yisrael said,
guys drowning gay guys. There's a lot of them are gay. Like a giant percentage here is gay because it's near a gay area. It's the gay right in the street. It's like the party area where there's a lot of gay bars. And that's why it's such a funny joke. Yeah, well, it's a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing because at one time, does someone have to get caught before they say, "Oh Jesus, these weren't just a coincidence"? Someone was drowning people. Because I don't think it was a common thing. I think, like, you maybe get one a year, some fucking drunk hops off a boat, doesn't know what he's doing, drowns, and that doesn't happen. But this is not that. This is way more than bodies in a few years. It's kind of cookie. How many of those, if you think about it, how many serial killers
stronger.
because they have
This
values,
time also asserting dominion over the
100,
animal.
200, 300.
And how did this dominance over the animal kingdom come about? And how does it manifest?
Always.
Balami Sharacham Alam Zahar to ride
We'll
lion.
say, coward.
The Kasher Khan in the Russian. And also he would tie a snake or a serpent around the lion and use the tied serpent as like the reins of us. Let's imagine the scene. He rides a lion with the serpent used as the reins. The Kaima Shanama, the Gama Kaios
Lord shared the cases sometimes at
Sometimes
levels
the
of drug, which is not
that
much.
he grants out, again, you can finance out to his credit. To his credit,
Police
learn the
specifically
lesson. You learn the
describe
lesson
most
that
Rainy
his
Street
strength
area
was not his
drugs
own,
as
that his
alcohol,
strength
drug
came
related.
from a when he was the best of God to do a number of things to improve his flavors.
Too many cases.
But ultimately, because he learns his lesson, he comes back stronger. He has dominance not over human world, but his dominance extends over the
It's
animal
GHB. There's a lot of it. People are dosing people up with GHB. That's a big one. How many serial killers are there? How many active serial killers do they estimate are in America right now? Let's guess. 10. You think 10? Yeah. I think 100. Whoa. Yeah. I'm going to 100. This is like a wheel of fortune.
How much all those requires what should happen.
I think it's 100. That's good.
Also, we got the really incredible depth today. Incredible depth. Says the Mishnah. Those things touch yourself about the association. So you could put food inside of the pit, inside of the pit. So it's like a pit or dried up well. So you can put food in there and you show she is shown or that should be dark. Also, you're going to see now it's not exactly clear like what the food is like one just a few homicides. It will see in the Gemara, but the idea would be is they're putting it somewhere cool in order to preserve its food. Gemara says that's a mind you can do. I'm just showing something. Also put good water inside of that water in order to cool the good water. So let's say you have non-potable water, non-drinkable water. So but let's say it's cold, so you could put good water, drinking water inside of that cold water in order to keep it cold. Okay, that's sorry, but I'm just you can also put cold water in the sun in order to allow the cold water to go ahead and heat up. Somebody's foot gets soaked, or while he's trying, you get stuck in a rainstorm, right? Or you slip and you fall into a river. So what's that one? Come on, beautiful. You can go ahead and continue to walk. You can go ahead and continue to walk with that walk, with those clothing, and you don't have to finish as we'll say. So apparently one might have to try to produce clothing. Maybe it's carrying, we'll discuss what the issues are. But never like to wear the clothes. Once you reach the outer courtyard, show the spread them out in the sun to dry. When you spread them out to dry, you can't do so in a public fashion. You spread it out in the sun to dry in your house. But when I say not public, this is what's the concern of this thing? If people see clothing hanging on a clothesline that you're hanging up on Shabbos, what are they going to assume, or what could they assume? You launder the clothing on Shabbos. Actually, a case of marriage.
So this guy was studying
she thought. I understand. The first case, the first was I could put water inside of a dried up pit, cistern or well. So, okay, like what's the TV show there? They don't allow you to. When midterm is really close, I'm going to turn there was maybe I should be concerned with food. On the bottom of the pit, maybe I'll come to level out the bottom of the pit. Remember again, Ashwig was leveling out. Leveling up the ground is also it's much now you often you could put good water inside that water, or is it in order to keep the water cool? So put like drinking water inside of a cold, undrinkable utensil in order to do tefillah. We'll say so that's nothing wrong with keeping something cold on Shabbos. So what's the issue? So we'll say no, you're right. The English case is that I can put cold water into the sun. That's the English case. I was saying, I'm not a cheap up. Let's say, at least that there's no problem with heating anything up in the sun. We spoke about it during the Masechta, which the Gemara says, Samali came and said, you might have maybe can't heat up something in the sun. Less than to go ahead and cover it with a coal. Like heat it up with a coal. How much of a sun is supposed to much time you could go ahead and heat something up in the sun, and there is no concern that you will come to that. Beautiful. Mission issue is also when we get somebody's clothing gets soaked. The Mishnah says if you wear your clothing, get home, go ahead and hang it out to dry, not in the presence of people. I'm going to do that. What's the name of that? I feel that this is an incredible point. Rab said, the Chazal asked for some of Maris Ayin. Maris Ayin, I will say, is usher even in fire. A very important. So, again, he wouldn't have thought that intuitively. What is Maris Ayin? Maris Ayin is something that looks wrong, even if it's 100% correct. So it's a section. So because some people like to I don't know how to think. I know I'm doing this record because of that. Now, there are times when that approach is good. Most times it's not. So it gives us an obligation of peace that must look correct. Therefore, I am not allowed to do anything to raise the sound. I'm not allowed to do it. Only if it looks illegal. So that says
smelting and just a lot of mining.
So that says
mineral rich resources up there.
So that says that halacha l'maisa Marisine is going to be observed even the Chajik Hadar. Hang out your clothing. You can hang out your clothing in private, just not in front of people. I will say hanging out your clothing on Shabbos once you got soaked should be a situation of Marisine. Based on what you just said, you shouldn't be able to hang it out at all. Which the Gemara says, in reality, tonight, it's about focus tonight. This time, you know, from the Chama, can I get a sunrise says that you can hang out your clothing in private, but not in a public way. Rabbi Eliezer Shimon Kos. Now, those of you say hello to myself, hang out the clothing at all. You can't hang out the clothing at all. So we'll say, and that in fact is hello to myself, the way we go ahead and go ahead and pass it. Like that, for example, if you were to have a situation like this, your clothing is so you could not hang it out that close. So now what you should do is, it happens all the time, you call it control clothing. So if you can hang it up in the bathroom, hang it up in the bathroom because so the concept of Maris Ayin means the concept of invasion is something that looks like it's so that refers to something clothing on a clothesline. So again, that looks part of the laundry process. So you can't hang clothing in a clothesline, whether people can see it or whether people can't see it. But to hang something up in your bathroom, which does not have experience of laundry at all. People just visually hang up laundry clothing in your bathroom. So I'm not looking at every committee with one people. So when it says, I'm in some Shabbos Chaychat. Somebody shakes the dust off his towels. Thousands of clothes. Right? When I say it's Doraisa, I will say, what's the Doraisa? The last one. Below Amrad, but let's qualify this reason. Below Amrad, well, Amrad Ella the Kharati, Ababati, less than that's only within your towers. But within towers, it's not true. It also makes it dust. It's more visible on something new than it is on something old. So therefore, again, dust and shaking out the dust on your towers to your clothes, that's the name of Sidaraisa. On an old clothing, not good. Below Amrad Ella the Ukmi. Furthermore, it's only with a black for a garden cloak. The Hebrew, usually the suit, go with a white cloak or a red cloak, less than that. Because it gets dust, it's much more visible on something black, and not as visible on something red or something white. The hard coupled alarms. Furthermore, again, it's only an issue of what? Only an issue of one is not. So we'll say, so again, if a person is not generally not on dust on their clothing, then halacha l'maisa, they would have to hide the hand. So we'll say something very interesting. Because that last qualification is subjective, right? Everything until now was objective, right? New one, not an old one. White, black versus white. This last one is where you must be. It's very interesting. So some people aren't not good. Some people aren't not good on anything. So again, if you're not good on the dust on the clothing, so then the nice side again, shaking it out is not problematic. So Chazir Rabbanan become a nafsik in my. So that the rabbis, right, the Torah scholars, were shaking out their clothes on Shabbos. Amar Kamechalin Rabbanan Shabbos. Ula was said, he says, Rabbanan, being Mechal Shabbos. Amar Rabbi, this was what he really says, the Futsi Leibate, do me a favor, you send the other interpreter there. Go shake out your clothes. Go shake out your clothes in Ula's face. I'm sure Tabino. So Ula is not about that. We're not in other words, what's the sisters? I guess it's easy. They're not why they're shaking it out. Sometimes they shake out the stuff. But it's not because of the hot. It's not ultimately, again, we won't wear clothing with dust on it. It's shook out because there's no hot dog, or again, there's no legal or melodic. So the Gemara says, Abai, how about Kari Kari Dragos? Abai was once by once in Kari Dragos. Amalei, how would you say? Listen to this. So Abai was in the He says, give me my hat. That's probably a shrine one. So Zayim says, give me my hat. Chazat Dikika Mali Chazat Dikika Chala Alei. So what's this actually very interesting? So what happened? So Rabbi Yosef saw the deed on Abaye's hat. It was one Abaye's hat. So what's this? So here's what Rabbi Yosef was concerned about. Some similar say kind of was like delaying in giving Abai his hat because he wasn't sure what to do. So Rabbi Yosef was concerned that he can't shake off the deal. Ultimately, he constituted for asking him a lot. So he wasn't sure could he handle the hat, not handle the hat. So he was kind of he was delaying. So you don't want to shake off the dew. Amalei Nafos Shadis is no problem. You can take off the dew. Unarmed low top view. So once you begin to see that a lot of people live in a camper. It's also a case where a person is going to be not. So if you're not speaking on it, Rabbi would have said, no, we're going to have this like you want it. And Hinami, then shaking it up a little bit melodic. If you're not to have dust like Alice, then that's melodic. There's no hot. The person doesn't really have particular consistency on moving those items. It's not different. All of these are those are going. I know it's in hospital for us. We're not going to slot. So the person goes out and say, with their clothes folded on their shoulders. We've actually seen this whole time. So I'm not wearing my clothes instead of getting my clothes fully sitting on my shoulder. I'm kind of also makes sense. Why? Because ultimately, again, if the cloak is being worn like a normal garment, that's one thing. And I love how I say it's sitting on your shoulder. That's not a garment anymore. Therefore, one will be high because tying like that device that's for this. So great sus. I know it's a true sus when it's closed. And we don't have to say the shop. Clothing merchants who go out with their cloaks folded on their shoulders on Shabbos. Those so great sus. By the way, it's not just clothing. Ella call out the why is he called himself? Ella should Darkon Shamover let his time. There are merchants to go out like this. The Henveni, Hayotzi the most through them. So again, we'll say Henveni. Henveni is a shopkeeper. He goes out with money sewn into his cloak on Shabbos. Chayiv Chatos is also Chayiv Chatos for carrying. The Gemara says, "But it's not only remember again, not Chayiv Chatos for Muktzah. Chayiv Chatos for transporting this one, which is forever down on Shabbos. And it's not only a shopkeeper. Rather, we'll say every person. Rather, again, it was coming for a company. For a shopkeeper to go out with his money sewn into his garment. Taratonin goes to this gun shop. This is Dratonin. Rashi says over here. Rashi says that Hanan is the name of Shem Makom. That's the name of the place that they came from. Okay, and that they came from. So that's also, by the way, you see that it's halacha l'maisa. Anything that you wear as a malbush, as an article of clothing, you're not be chayiv anything. It's totally mutter to wear it. Once it's not considered to be a normative malbush, normative article of clothing, then you will be chayiv for saw. So the Gemara goes back to the Harachanan, that's the name of the place. Those Rothschild Kisveyan, they can go out with their clothes on their shoulders. It sounds like you was wear their clothes like you wear on talis. He said normally the way you wear a cloth is you put it on your shoulder and drape it. So that Tanya used to take the talis and fold it over their shoulders. It's very fascinating. So the Gemara says that's kind of sort of wearing. So Draton and all that do it. It's not just like everyone should wear it like that. Because that's considered to be a normative form of wearing. Nice set of Hyrcanus. We don't show Rabbi Eliezer. There was once a story of Hyrcanus, the son of Rabbi Eliezer and Hyrcanus. She yatsa the Suda Shahal the Sefer. So I just want to point out a fascinating historical note. You know, Rabbi Eliezer and Hyrcanus. The Gemara tells us that he started learning Torah at an older age, and I say older, 20, because when he left his father's home to go ahead and learn Torah. Most people go to a regular high school, and it's not time to put it over, that's funny. Interestingly enough, his father was very unsupportive of his learning. It was really quite fascinating. He had to run away. And his father, like they wrote him out of the will and everything. This is the famous thing, his Rabbi was Rabbi. I think about the so it's fascinating. He was very unsupportive of his son until he realized the great person that his son had become. It's fascinating to see that apparently Rabbi Eliezer named his son after his father. It's just incredible. Okay, just as an aside. All right, good night, right? Maybe I was right. So the Gemara says as follows. So my son, one time, Sarah Eliezer and Orpheus went out with a sudar with a cloak on his shoulder. So what does this mean? His cloak. Like he took the sun, folded it over his shoulder. What did he do? He tied a piece of string from the cloak around his finger so that should the cloak fall off, he pull it back up. So the Gemara says, Shabbat about that, the matter came about the company. I feel a name of Kruchalov at your row. The truth is, it's nice that he did that. Because you don't need to do it. That's called the normative act of wearing to fold it over your shoulder. It's really quite amazing. Halacha. So that's not so apparently what we learn is an interesting fashion. Although normally you would wear a cloak by letting it kind of like sit on your body, you drape it over your shoulders, you take the sides and fold it over your shoulders. Like we wear our talisim, that is considered to be a normative form of wearing. You wear it out like that. It's amazing. So we'll say, now it's normative, even though that was not it's normal to wear a cloak, just to put it on your shoulders and let it sit up there down. But I don't think to fold it over and put it on your shoulders, looks good as well. Amazing. Now, should not about this in the street of this dialogue. The house of Asi. They asked Ivan, can you make a marzi? I wasn't here, you saw this in last night's daf. You go ahead and make a good on Shabbos. So, Rabbi Lloyd, also last was marzi Shabbos. You're not allowed to make a marzi on Shabbos. So, by the way, my marzi, what is a marzi? I'm going to say that he's sweet about this. So, we'll see if we take a look. Here, interestingly enough, marzi in the context of clothing means something dramatic. So you remember this incredible? Yeah, last night, it's incredible. 8 hours. Right, so Marzev, last night Marzev meant what? A leaf that you were using to channel wine out of the barrel into the cup. Like normally Marzev means like a duck around the house. Today apparently Marzev in the world of fashion means seed baptist. Take a look at that. She says over here. Kisi Bam Yaisa, Shemasalkin began in Ars Mishina Rubin, the Konfin also Fabin Maisa, Umasikin also I did Hutin Bahanu in Kismo ruffles at the bottom of the clothing. What they would do is they would make like a little hammock out of it, bottom sew up and make like little ruffles on the bottom. So that's called Kisi Bam Yaisa, loaning pockets. Gemara says you can't do this on Shabbos. Why? The Gemara said it's not give a package, right? It's the final completion. Of this, Yom Yahav Yosef Zira, Yom Yosef with the Zira, I'm going to talk about it. And apparently, again, so Yom Yahav was showing Rabbi Zira, this type of ruffle, this type of hemp, so also, showing something else, I'm going to ask, I'm going to pop up. Here is the cloud of us trying to figure out what type of ruffles you can make. Call a daita delivery. Thank us. Here's the general. Any type of ruffle you make or hem that you make on the bottom of the garment, ultimately again, remain there forever. That's awesome. It's not called not to be packaged. Anything that's there just to go ahead and beautify the garment, just for now, but will not endure, will not remain, that will be good. The hard was ultimately again actually misguided this La'akash is Adipay Metakla and Yashma, the whole common Amad the Archibald. So, for example, sort of during the week when he was put on his cloak, he would adjust it to make his cloak even nicer. He also had Amar Pamachas, that's like Rabbi Lassoya. One time Rabbi went out to shoot. How you make the castle nothing out to see. One time Rabbi went out to the and he had folded the sides of his cloak over his shoulders. So he was wearing his cloak, like again, like we wear in Palace. I'm in the front of Yoshua and Zerus ben Kamosh Rabbi Meir. So Yoshua and Zerus, the side of the sun will allow Rabbi Meir. The Zu lo Kiev Rabbi Meir Chatos. I'm sorry, he said Zu lo Kiev Rabbi Meir Chatos. And it's a situation like this, right? He said it's really but ultimately, again, he's choosing Rabbi. How can you wear your clothes like that? And Rabbi Meir would make you say the practice. Rabbi Meir would hold how long you wear a cloak to the sides to be floating down. The moment you fold it over your shoulder, that is enough to carry the cloak. She was telling Rabbi, I think what he is wrong, to which Gemara says, I'm going to let you Rabbi Meir after that. So he said, make Rabbi Meir was so like that. Take a show Rabbi went ahead and let down the sides of his clothes. Yosef Rabbi, Amar, Lo Yoshua ben Zerus Abba, was a Rabbi who wanted to just read the version of the story. He said, no, it was not Yoshua ben Zerus, Ella, Yoshua ben son. Hayachas Rabbi Akiva. Amar Bezubo Chi Rabbi Akiva Chatos, and he said to Rabbi, Rabbi Akiva holds that you have Chatos. You wear your clothes like this, hold it over your shoulders. Amar Lo, Rabbi says, Oi, you take Rabbi Akiva Alkan, Shusha Rabbi Taliso. So that year is Rabbi Akiva is so tactic. If you can't wear your cloak, over your shoulders, you quickly let down the sides of his hands. For us, Shmuel about it. Amar Nishal, we got a different version of the story. He said, no, Rabbi wasn't wearing the cloak folded over his shoulders. Rather, Rabbi was asked about the cloak folded over his shoulders. Rabbi's material apparently would have been to say that it's smoother. Once you learned that whether it's Rabbi Akiva or Rabbi Meir was not fit, they agreed to those things. It's incredible. Says the Mishnah, Arok is doing Aramiteria, this hot day, this person goes ahead and washes. Maybe Aram needs cave water, or needs very or well, finish that thing and then you dry off. As I said, this is obviously talking about either in a situation where bathing is permitted to just individual or just before the Takara Sadar class, right? Just remember again, we learned about the Sugya where bathing became usher, and again, certainly for a period of time, it was not. So anyway, the Mishnah says if you have a license to bathe, right? So if you have that license, okay, to aim wait to bury up, finish that, they can dry off. You look at Esther Alimpios, even if you use 10 towels. You may not carry those towels on Shabbos. So I was like, so this is very interesting. That what's the issue here? Rashi points out that this has nothing to carry, right? This is if you have you don't want you carrying or use the towel off. What are we concerned about? That you will come to bring them out. I will say the issue over here is that remember, when you go ahead and you squeeze water out of material out of a garment, out of a towel, the halach reminds you that's a lot. That's not wrong. Now the chiddush of the 10 towels is as follows. I will say the cashless is you use towels to go ahead and dry up. Dave, each towel contains very little moisture. So you might have thought that a towel contains very little moisture. There's no concern that someone's going to bring it out. It's much more long. If you use a towel on Travis, you don't want you carrying it home, and carrying it home kind of concern that you will come to a says the Gemara, but if 10 people in the same towel, the same towel, so you know, it's like I think they like most health departments have like that towel that was on the thing, which was put it down. We have a dedication everything to build if anybody. So the nice thing, 10 people use the same towel. So listen to this. So 10 people use the same towel. So what towel? Today and the day of Rabbi, so they're using this towel for that which is stated, that which is not stated. Right? So their feet, their hands, their face. What's the halacha? Was it interesting enough? So 10 people all use the same towel that they can carry on Shabbos. That wasn't a word here. So listen to this. Because it's a rule, if one of the chevra begins to go ahead and bring out the towel, the other yells. Don't remind you. It's interesting enough to concern comes to bring out the towel is a verbal transgression. So if you're alone, you transgress. If you're part of the chevra with the group, not inadvertently transgress. What it was having good feathers, having good friends, being part of a good feather. When you by yourself, you make mistakes, but if you surround yourself with good people, good influences, they can help you stay on the straight. Incredible. So the rabbi is like this. Game, something. So we'll translate this literally, and then we'll see what it means. So something means you put on oil, right? You can rub it oil, right? You rub yourself with oil. Or massage. Means vigorousness. So we'll say these were all parts of the stuff that we're talking about over here. Once you see fall under the issue of the fuel on Shabbos. So apparently you put smear oil on yourself for massage, but I love the nice no vigorousness. Massage. I love scattering. You can't spray. So this is one to see this was done on the skin. Really everything with that skin. And your Cordima cannot go down to Cordima. It actually says over here what's Cordima. Shame I know. Cordima was a river. You can't go down to the Cordima River on Shabbos. Then you also you can't put it at the was over after was this thing that you drink in order to reduce the thought. Can't do that on Shabbos. Then Ma'atzin as Hakadar cannot go ahead. Was Ma'atzin go ahead and literally fix the child. Now this is what a baby is born. The bones were out of go ahead and they're going to see how they work. You can't do that on again, we'll explain the parameter of that as well. It must be Machir as Hashem, you can't accept those bone on Shabbos. You should Ifrika Yonda Barakbo, or you should be Minnesota. Somebody must be who has a dislocated hand was forced to got to go ahead and soak it in cold water. How about real things to be done? Watch it in a normal fashion. Name your straps. There is no real you'll see the parameters of these halachas. But this last part of the Mishnah, going back, in general, we don't want to medicinal healing. I would concern that you come to come up spices or herbs in order to make medicines. Says the Gemara, honey name or the Tiberia. So remember, the Mishnah believes cave water is Tiberia. Ma Tiberia chamin afaf just like the water of Tiberia has been very warm, so too again the water of the caves is also warm. Harochit the evidence in the low. That was Harochit is somebody washed. Now, if somebody wants to expose factor, it's something you can do, you can't. בכלל, כדי שתת כל גופה, אפילו לכתחילה שפיר. So when shapir done is what's this sounds like over here, that can go ahead and pour water on your entire body. Could be the לכתחילה okay. Whose opinion is this money? So Shimon in this Tanya, or Yishtatik other being the common being with certain Rabbi Ben. Shimon Matir, so what's it? The mayor says, not only did you not bathe, but you really shouldn't pour water over your entire body. That's Rabbi Meir. If Shimon says that it's mutter, if we go on Mechana, so it's only he says that ultimately again with warm water chaser, but with cool water means it's supposed to be already did this study beforehand, and we understand that Lamaisa, any real full body bathing is going to be also on Shabbos. That's why Shabbos is skipping to also issues of swimming on Shabbos as well. Although like we mentioned, we didn't see the Moshe doesn't just in Tshuva, but he writes that if a person is very sweaty, they can't take a cold shower on Shabbos. In order to go ahead, but again, obviously one also has to be careful with the second Yari issues that are associated with shower. Obviously, when one putting these bar soap in the water, yesterday, that easy though, one has to be careful with toweling off all the associated issues. It is topic I feel about if you go ahead, so let's remember again, if a person was able to bathe in a permitted fashion, whatever the Messias is, and even if he dried up with 10 towels, he can't carry those towels on Shabbos left to come to go to see Reisha, Rabusa, Mashal Sibra was in most cases, the one guy who uses 10 towels and the 10 guys who use one towel are both teaching us an incredible lesson. Reisha, Rabusa, Mashmalan, so what's the Reisha? The Reisha is that you honey is only for Shukun Mayo, even the fact to us is Shiza, was a banality of the even if you have a lot of towels, and they have very little inside of it, very little moisture, very little water, and you say there's no real concern about squeezing it out. There's only one person who nervous is good at Shabbos, and he will come to eat it for increased gas and power. That's the Kiddush. So let's say even if the one guy gets moving, bathe permanently, the towels have very little moisture. I love how my supposed to be young and we're concerned that he's permanently bring out the towels, and naturally he cannot carry towels on Shabbos. What is the safe level to Kamash Malon? Even the Rabbi didn't second the Rabbi 10 people using one towel. So there's an incredible amount of moisture inside that one towel. Because since the Hardra, we're not worried that one is going to come to wring it out. One is going to do so. The other members of the Chavchavra will remind him that he was shots. Incredible. The second other Bible is we'll say the person is in a person bathed on Shabbos and the towel in a permanent way. So you can go ahead and leave it in the window. So this is talking about if you use the bathroom. So let's say again the bathroom has a cold bath. Let's say certain circumstances, permitted to go and use it. So you can towel in the appropriate way. You can leave it in the window of the bathroom. The law you can smell it will urine, but do not bathhouse. Why? Because the bathhouse attendants are chashuv. The chashuv will say about what? The chashuv is right because the bathhouse attendants need to make sure there's a fresh fire towels. I don't know if they necessarily launder the towels in between every single use, but they certainly go ahead and squeeze out the water. Certainly with giving them the towels on Shabbos is that they may come to squeeze it out. Where it says, smells there. Shimon will remember stopping about this achos and reveal his own basis. So Shimon disagrees with the mission. Shimon also I love to remind you, try off with the towel. After you dry up, you can bring it home. Amrli Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef will put some mind. So Rabbi Isaac and Rabbi Yosef, what is da'ala? So the Mishnah says you can't do this. The Shimon says you can't do it. So no, what's da'ala? Amrli Harav Shimon Hot Rebbe. Hot Rebbe Yochanan. So we'll say there are a bunch of different opinions. And all of these people just did the same. Shimon Hadam. So Shimon is on record as saying that even if you use a towel on Shabbos, you can still go ahead and carry it. So the Gemara says, Rebbe, what's what does Rebbe say? The sign up. Amar Rebbe, Sheinu Rebbe tries to Shimon called. What's this? When we were learning Torah about Shimon in the city of Tekoa, Ayinu Ma'amin Shemin Ba'alun this. So Rebbe says, So what we would do, we would take our oil and our towel, and we would take it from a closet to a rooftop to a house. So remember again, this reflects you that we've seen mentioned in Shas, but the primary city is going to be in Arabian. There is a that essentially all parfaits as one rishos. So every chutz or dam and every parfait is one big rishos. So Rabbi says when we used to learn Torah by Rabbi Shimon and Tekoa, Shabbos afternoon, we would take our towel and our oil. We want to get into the bathhouse. But there was no, here's how we get into the bathhouse. We go only through different permitted rishuyos. Actually, like, it's a mayon, or I'm not the bathhouse, but a spring. So we got to the spring, and Shabbos afternoon, we would go ahead and wash in the spring. Shabbos, right? In the spring. So we'll say so again. So again, what do you see from here? And Rebbe doesn't show that they left their towels by the spring. I mean, because actually, they wouldn't use their towels. So you see that they took the towels, they washed them, and they walked back with the towels. So you see that this is the same view of Rabbi Shimon, that Allah carrying the wet towels with you on Shabbos, and that will come to bring it out. March Shmuel, Rabbi Yehuda, Shmuel. Mistapik Adam Ba'alum this will be a Biyogos of this. Shmuel says, Allah, person could go ahead and dry off with a towel on Shabbos, and you can bring it back home. Rabbi Yochanan, the Amar, Abi Amar, Rabbi Yochanan, Allah, Mistapik Adam Ba'alum this will be a Biyogos of this. And Allah, a person could dry off with a towel, and he can bring his towel back home. We'll say again, I just want to point out, there is nothing inherently wrong with the wet towel. There's nothing inherently wrong. What's the concern? The concern is that if we allow you to handle the wet towel, you will come to go ahead and potentially come to go ahead and wring it out. So the question is, do you hold up this data or not? The fundamental issue. It's not clearly held it, but then you see these rabbis. These rabbis with it. We are Rabbi Yochanan, actually, it's not Rabbi Yochanan. The Interbox says that in general, we have in our established notes, in the Stabeg, or you be that if you dry off even with 10 towels, let's say 10 towels, one person 10 towels, very little moisture each towel, very little moisture that one will come to wring it out. The last faster, I will give an chachinoy masculine. So this reflects the view of then chachinoy. Therefore, again, Rabbi Yochanan has a different opinion. So the Mishnah reflects an opinion. Also, what comes out is something very interesting, which is that it does not reflect the majority. Isn't that incredible? So it turns out, by the way, the halacha is not like Mishnah. The halacha is like all of these other rabbis, all these other opinions mentioned before, that the wet towel can be carried on Shabbos. And we are not concerned that you are going to come to wring out. Most have to be careful. But it doesn't happen all the time. Like, just not with you. Where does this happen all the time? Somebody spills something. Never Shabbos was by somebody not spilled. You bring out a towel. You have a soppy wet towel. You must be very careful not to go ahead and wring out that towel on Shabbos. That is halacha l'maisa. But it's not like we see you can't handle that towel. We pass it for all the other rabbanim that a wet towel is more to approach it with carrying things. The Gemara says, Amar Yochanan, how old yarn being most of the bathhouse attendants, they go and bring the women to the bathhouse. And we're watching this Kasban Rothschild. This is now a little bit of a different discussion. So this is an issue over here that the bathhouse attendants want to bring towels for the women to the bathhouse. Let's say there's no area. So they can wear the towels. Towels, I guess, will also fit technically speaking to be used as a problem. So if you wear it as a garment, you could transport it that way to the bathhouse. Sakinda, so make sure it's a shell and not just a kerchief. That means it's a kerchief. So this was a large kerchief that would really hang down over the shoulders, and the head is covered with it. So you can wear that, you have to tie it to. So it's when it's tying it under your chin, or really was tying it by the shoulders, in order that it doesn't fly away. Because this is something that if the wind gets it, it can fly away. And what are we concerned about? If it flies away, you may come to retrieve it and end up carrying it. So it's an interesting halacha. So you can go in with your kerchief on Shabbos, and I love the must be tied down to the body. this will be used below the shoulders, tied by the shoulder. Rabbi the Kima Birasa money that the Nechila, who the Matam Islam is incredible. So you know, this is to keep up with Muzan. When you bring clothing out to the soldiers on Shabbos, we'll say sometimes we were soldiers, not just we were stationed in the Muzan, and it fell upon the residents to clothe the soldiers. So sometimes they would have to bring out clothing on Shabbos. So Rabbi said to the people of Muzan, when you bring out the clothing in Muzan, they go ahead and tie it. So if you transport a purchase or something, make sure that it's tied down by your shoulders so it does not get swept away by so the Mishnah said that you could put oil on massage it in on Shabbos. Turn around, Shabbos. You can go ahead and apply oil and massage it by the stomach on Shabbos. So once it's apparently done from this, like a stomach ache or the other, you go ahead and put in oil and rub it in. You do that on Shabbos, so yes, and you also you live in the same way that you go ahead and you do the resources. So remember again, I want to point out, even though this is being done for medicinal purposes, people would rub oil on themselves for non-medicinal purposes as well. So since it was done for non-medicinal purposes as well, therefore halacha makes it to do it. You have to do it with a sheep. First you put on the oil, then you massage. You put on Omer, the Yopa says no, it doesn't matter. People don't really have a particular order as to they put the oil there first, massage after, massage first, oil after. The Yopa says it doesn't matter. You do it whatever order you want. And the idea is because this is an action that healthy people do as well, you do it on Shabbos, even though your kavanah is from medicinal purposes. Like no different than what? No different than the person who has a sore throat and drinks a cup of tea on Shabbos. So he's drinking a cup of tea is something done by healthy people as well. Therefore, if you do it on Shabbos, you do your kavanah for medicinal purposes. So apparently, massaging the stomach with oil is something that healthy people did also. So nice you can do it on Shabbos. How about Lomas Almond? Rabbi said you can't just remember we translated Miss Almond as like a vigorous massage. Like that you can't do. So that's only done for healing purposes, and that's also says the Gemara. Here we go. So the Gemara says, "Amar Amar Asr the Amos the Karkis shall do messes." Do not stand in the actually in the floor on the seabed of the Messes River. The Messes was a river. The seabed of the Dean, I don't know if that's right, the Messes River. Rashi says, "Shame his waters are very salty." So ultimately, again, the mud, the seabed of the Messes River itself was warm, and ultimately, again, had medicinal healing properties. So therefore, you can't stand on it on Shabbos because it is a form of healing on Shabbos. You know, Rab, listen to this. Now, the healing properties of the Messes River span only 21 days. Shavuos is part of the 21. Says in my Bible, they say Shavuos is part of the 21. Shavuos is the beginning of the 21, end of the 21. So the Gemara says, "Tashra the Shmuel Kulu Shitani." On that side, so Shitani are literally drinks. Rashi says, "Mashkin Refuah." All drinks that people drink for medicinal healing are most effective between Pesach and Shavuos. Between Pesach and Shavuos, not on that side. So we'll say, so you see over here that apparently Shavuos is the end of the healing season. So they said that the Messes River heals for 21 days, and Shavuos is part of that. So apparently, Shavuos is really the end of the healing season. So the Gemara says, maybe not. Maybe when it comes to drinks, I will say. So in general, healing drinks are most effective when the world is colder. But here by the Messes River, it's about the heating qualities of the seabed. Maybe again, therefore, the hotter it gets. Therefore, maybe you say, when it comes to drinks, Shavuos is the end of the healing season. When it comes to muddy vodka, the Messes River, maybe Shavuos is the beginning of the healing season. Okay, so the Gemara is not sure. No, we know that the Messes River is potent. It's during 21 days of the year. And Shavuos is part of those 20. Which part of Shavuos. In the beginning of that Gemara section, Rabbi Chelbo was saying, listen to this incredible Gemara. Well, we start there. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Chelbo, Chavra Parugaisa, Maya Messes Kiss Class the wine of Parugaisa and the water of the Messes is responsible for the loss of the tribes. We'll say, what does this mean? Listen to this incredible Gemara. Chavra Parugaisa, Shem Medina. So we'll say Pirugaisa had the best one. The best one was Pirugaisa. And of course, as we said before, the Dionysus River was the best. The 10 tribes were lost. Why? Because they got too caught up in the pleasures. They got too, in wine. So you see over here, shows us one point. You see something very important over here. It's good to go ahead and enjoy good wine. But don't spend your life pursuing the best. Right? It is a very important feeling over here. Good wine, the kuli amalochi. Every good wine is exceptional. It's not even a mitzvah. But it's best looking for the best wine. That's where you get a little bit lost. That's where things. That's what it's like. Is it okay at times to look for the best wine? Some people are not sure what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's fine. Sometimes it's good, but as long as it doesn't become a life pursuit, nothing happens to a case of the best wine. That can be very good, especially if you share with your loved ones. But for myself, just life looking for that. So that's not. So the 10 tribes got lost because they lost themselves in the pursuit of this best wine and the hidden words of the Messes River. So as I say, the Gemara says, one more minute. This is a crazy story. Rabbi Elazar ben Ara Rabbi Elazar ben Ara went to Dionysus, is the name of the region in the locale of Pirugaisa. Like that's what it sounds like. So Pirugaisa was like the city. And you must imagine this place must have been like a Granada. This is very so. It must have been like a Granada, because you have a place that has the best waters, like the healing waters, beautiful oceanfront property and vineyards. Oceanfront property and vineyards. Best wine, the best one. It's like Granada. So the Elazar ben Ara went there. Got a little bit too involved in the wine and the water. He forgot his learning. I want to point something out. You understand what's happening. This is going to stop. I'm going to go on a cliffhanger. Some Shabbos. I understand what's happening over here. Rabbi Elazar ben Ara was a Talmud of who? Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Not only that, but he's listed as one of the primary disciples of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And Rabbi Elazar ben Ara was described as how? Or Sud She'ino Ma'abiti. He was looked at as the cemented sister who never lost a drop. Never lost a drop. We'll see. Actually, we'll see it. We'll leave that portion for a little bit. He was telling Elazar ben Yochanan ben Zakkai. And Lamaisa came to this place, Pirugaisa, got involved in the wine, got involved in the waters, and Mamish forgot his door. What happened to both sides?
You're out in 400 feet or 300 feet of water, pitch black, you can't see anything, and your job is to go and put a listening device on a Soviet communication line in 1986 or whatever it was, and you're in enemy territory. So if you get discovered, you're dead. And none of these guys, that's the incredible thing, none of these guys have ever said anything about it. Wow. Decades, and not only decades of missions, months away from home. None of these guys have said a fucking thing. They've not been on a podcast. They've not read many books. And the only thing they say is, yeah, we do a lot of incredible shows. Okay, talk. Unbelievable, man. Yeah. I've been in like, you still have the ability to see. I can't imagine being like 300 feet of water. Pitch black. If you lose a glove or something goes wrong, how are you going to get back to the boat? And you're going to have to get back to the boat and then get back into American territory without being discovered. And more importantly, you're going to do this how many times over the course of your career?
And does the listening device require them to gather the information while they're at the bottom of the ocean, or does it transmit?
I think it transmits.
Yeah, that's much more convenient.
It's not it's declassified, so who knows?
Right, who knows?
And they don't talk about it.
Wow.
They don't talk about it.
That's crazy.
I was talking to Jack and I were talking about it, and I was like, have you ever heard about this? And he's a retired Navy guy. He's like, oh, I've never heard about it. Like, that's my point. It's an incredible story, man. Like, these guys are still buttoned up, not saying a fucking word.
They pick the right guys.
They pick the right guys.
Yeah, there's guys like that out there.
Yeah.
And they don't have to be famous either. There's a lot of people out there that just,
they're just doing a mission.
Yeah.
They come home, not tell their families. Their wives be pissed off. What are you doing? Out on the boat with all your friends for months, just hanging out, hot racking,
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't say anything.
You have to have the right wife. If you don't have a woman that can understand that, that becomes a real problem.
I'm sure a lot of them have been divorced.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was part of the Bob Lazar story. Bob Lazar was the guy that worked at Area 51.
Yeah.
He couldn't tell his wife what he was doing. And they would call him at like 10 p.m. There's a flight for you that leaves at 11:15. Be at the airport. And he had to leave. And he would tell his wife, I got to go to work. She's like, it's 11 o'clock at night. He's like, I have to go to work. What are you doing? He's like, I can't talk about it because all his phones were bugged. Everything was bugged.
Right.
So his wife's like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. She starts fucking her flight instructor. That's one of the reasons why they removed him from his duties. Because they're like, this guy's going to be unstable. We have to see how he handles this because he's involved in this top secret back engineering of a flying saucer program, allegedly. And we have to, keep an eye on this motherfucker because he can't be mentally unstable and have this kind of responsibility because he can tell it. Right?
He told anybody.
Yeah. And eventually he took her to the sites where he explained to everybody when he thought that his life was in danger, that he was getting fired. When things started getting sideways, some people need to know about this. He took her out there and he showed her that he didn't know that she was fucking some other guy by that time.
It's so unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Look, this is what I'm doing. I wonder if that actually.
I wonder if I should have sucked this.
Man, I feel bad now. I should have looked at that. I used to have to do that because for years, years of my life, I didn't tell anybody, couldn't tell anybody who I worked for or what I did. And I didn't have a wife, so I didn't have a wife or kids. I just not really say anything. And I just dip out. I kind of tipped out from my family. My dad was like very concerned. He's like, I never hear from that kid. I don't know what he's doing. I'm like, yeah, he's working. He's just busy, man. It weighs on you after a while. You're like, this kind of sucks.
Yeah, not being able to tell people about something you're doing that's hard. Like, you can never show someone part of who you are. There's always going to be a door that's closed. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's difficult. It was like my wife, when we first got together, she's the first girl, or first woman, I shouldn't say girl, she's the first woman I knew. Because I was like, fuck this place, I'm out of it anyway, so if I roll up, I get rolled up. There's a mountain.
Was she initially like, whoa? Like, how did she handle it?
Well, so we were.
Did you give her like deep?
No. Because she had met some of my friends, right? And, the guys in the community are fairly obvious. They look like you. They're jacked, tattooed. A lot of them, things like the Hells Angels.
Right.
Like, they work for the State Department. It's fairly obvious. Like, the State Department, they're going to wear suits. And, they're come out of Harvard. They use really long words all the time. They're not like, they don't look like they're getting ready to commit a felony. And so she would be around, at our kitchen table or whatever, and have all these guys that look like, they're NFL Hells Angels, and I look like this, which, is intimidating nonetheless. But I can get away with it. I can do that. But they couldn't. She's like, well, so we're for the State Department, but what is it that you actually do? Right? Like, you're not a janitor, obviously. I'm like, we train assistant advisors up there. And then after a while, getting to know her, 6 months or however long we knew each other. We were driving down the road, and I was like, I actually work for the CIA. And she was like, I know. And it's funny because even now today, right? It's like a lot of my friends will come by that I haven't seen for years, and she always has the same kind of like eye roll. It's like, okay, you guys can be up till like 2 a.m, like drinking at the kitchen table, talking shit about anybody that used to work. Yeah, that's right. It's like it's so dramatic, right? It's like it's such a silly symbol of people, and it's all the same people, the same regardless of your profession. It's like they're always talking shit. That guy's dude, that guy's not.
It's so fascinating to me, like James O'Keefe stuff, like how much they talk about things they should never talk about, date with.
Yeah.
Like not even like your wife of 10 years. No, some lady or some guy. It's a lot of it is chatty gay guys.
Yeah.
A lot of it is gay guys. Like, I'll tell you how to You're on a date with some guy and they're trying to impress him and they start telling about what secret covert things they're doing that's totally illegal. And they do it all the time.
No, it happens all the time in DC. It doesn't really matter what party or wherever you go. You always have the guy, and it's so funny because I would go to, whatever party X, and depending on the venue, it might be like department, FBI, or whoever, you can always tell who works for who. And it's always like, they're always trying to out-jockey each other for who works for the better government service. And I used to always tell people I was a janitor, so they would be down. And I'm like, why are you here? Like, kind of a thing. I'm like, that's what I do. It's my passion. Love that shit. Shit strands and toilets, man. I gotta wipe. And then all the other guys were like jockeying for like FBI or State Department or wherever they're going. And it's always the guys like, I can't tell you. They just sit back and listen. You're like, let me hear where this guy's going. This is gonna be a fun one. Like, we'll get a couple of drinks in them. Yeah. And it's just full of shit. It's like, it's so full of shit.
Well, that's the thing about important people that have achieved a high level of success. Everybody wants to pretend they're that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that want to pretend they're that person because it's so hard to become that person. But you can convince a lot of people that don't know any better than you are. That was a big thing with martial arts. Big thing with especially in the 80s. Also in the 80s when I started, no one knew anything. It wasn't like today. Today, if you get in a street fight, if you're a high school kid and you get in a street fight with another high school kid, there's a high likelihood that kid knows how to leg kick. He might know a blast double. He might know an arm triangle. You might get fucked. Like, they might know how to fight back then. No one knew how to fight. It was very rare. There was like one kid who knew how to box. It was always the wrestling team, which were the most dangerous people. Those guys were the worst. They're the hardest motherfuckers in the school, always. And I didn't even realize that until I started wrestling. I was like, I'm amongst these fucking elite killers. And they just walk up to everybody like they're normal. And you realize the level of commitment and dedication involved in being an elite high school wrestler, just a high school wrestler. It's fucking off the charts. These kids were going to camps all through the summer. They would get sent off to wrestling camp. They were training year round. And I just hopped in my sophomore year. I did one season of wrestling. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, the level. I had no idea. I was hanging around with these people. I thought they were normal. They're like kids. They're like little soldiers, right? Like, all of them. Thick-neck little fucking soldiers. And you realize, like, wow. It like opened my eyes, like, jeez, there's these people around. Never even considered martial arts until the U.S. Nobody really understood unless they actually did wrestling how helpless with an elite wrestler. No chance. Like, see, it's not like, oh, maybe you'll be able to hit him before he takes you down. No chance. Who's gonna fuck him? You have no chance. You have zero chance. But there was always a bunch of guys who were pretending they were martial arts experts. It was a really common thing. And then you would talk to him, like, where are you training? What do you do? Some guy, like, learned some mystic. There was one guy,
this guy actually was getting arrested for murder, and he's in jail right now. He had lied to everybody that he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu belt, and he was even teaching people, and he did nothing. And this is like the early 2000s, I guess, like the late 90s, early 2000s. And it was just starting to catch on. People were just starting to understand the depth of martial arts because of the UFC. But it hadn't really gone mainstream until about 2005. And this guy was telling everybody he was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and Eddie Bravo trained with him. And Eddie came back to me and was like, man, something's wrong. You know, like, this guy was terrible. He didn't know shit. And he's like, no, like, really? He goes, yeah, I think he's a fake. I think he's a fraud. And you end up confronting this guy. And then the guy wound up, he was banging some guy's wife and wound up luring the guy back to his karate school and killing him. Yeah. And he went to jail. And he's in jail right now. But he had a fake name. His name is Rothschild. That was his fake name. It was like Ralph something else. And he's in jail right now for murder. That's a super not that guy, but it's a fake black belt. What's that? There's a movie years ago, One Foot or something. Yeah, with Andy McBride. Yeah, it's awesome. Fucking hilarious. And it's like that guy, that character, that strip mall, martial artist, it's just a piece of shit. There's a guy on Instagram that documents all these guys. It's Dojo Life on Instagram. It's a fucking great page. All people doing bullshit martial arts like death touch, and you would go limp and fall to the ground, and you get all their students becoming washed, and they go along with this whole facade. It's really weird. They're in on the charade. It's very strange. Super weird. It's very cultish. Martial arts are very cultish, especially traditional martial arts. Like your instructor is always served, you're always bowing to them. There's always a lot of weirdness in some, in like traditional Taekwondo, you always would refer to your as Mr. Who's Mr. I hated it. I was like, just jumped on. Years did you do that? Oh, hardcore for 7 years. Yeah, hardcore. Switched over to jiu-jitsu. Yeah, I switched over to jiu-jitsu a few years later. I started when I was 22, and then I was great. I was like doing comedy. I started doing comedy at 21, and I kind of half-assed, trained, and fought a few times while I was also doing comedy, but I didn't have the commitment that I had before. I had a series of events that led me out of like wanting to compete, and one of them was recognizing brain damage, recognizing it in other people, and then laying in bed with headaches after spar sessions, going, okay, where does this lead? And I'm not even making any money off of this. It hurt really bad. I knocked this one guy out when I was 19 in California. I was competing in the Nationals, and I KO'd this guy, and he never got up. They had to take him on a stretcher, and he was on a stretcher for half an hour, and then they took him to the hospital, and it freaked me out because I was like, but that could have easily been me. It easily could have been me. And that would bother me because I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? Like, I'm trying to win, the national championships. I'm trying to be in the Olympics. I'm trying to do these things. But I'm like, okay, well, where does that lead me to teaching? Do I really want to teach? I was already teaching at the time, but I really want to teach for a living forever. Like, I don't think I do. There's not, and then we're recognizing that the martial art that I picked, Taekwondo, had a lot of flaws in it. It was really good for kicking, but it wasn't the best overall martial art. And when I started kickboxing, I really realized that. And then I started getting into Muay Thai, and I realized the power of leg kicks and the devastating impact it has on your mobility, and like 1 or 2 leg kicks, and you're so compromised. I was like, oh, there's so many levels to this. So I was like kind of half-assing martial arts like the last year. Not nearly as committed. Like I was all in all throughout my high school years, all in, and until I was 21. And then from 21 to 22, kind of half-assed it. And then I didn't start doing jiu-jitsu until years later. So what's going on at like 21, 22? Like, what are you thinking? Do you remember what you're thinking? Like I'm going to be an actor, I'm going to be a comic? No. What do you think? I didn't think I was going to be a comic until I did an open mic night when I was 21. I did, and then even then, I was like, this is just something
I tore my ACL. And when I tore my ACL, I had to have surgery and I couldn't do anything for like 6 months. And then I realized like my body's vulnerable. Like you're counting on your tissue staying intact in order to like live this life that you want to live. So I had to get my knee redid. I was like, all right.
So that was the first knee reconstruction.
Yeah, I was 22, I think, when I blew it out. 21, somewhere around there. It was like right around the time when I was like thinking about stopping eating. It's like like the universe was like, let me help you. Right. Let me fuck your knee up real quick. So I had to get that fixed. That takes a while before it gets back to normal again. But comedy became a thing where I was like, this is very exciting and really difficult to do. It's so different than anything else I was doing. We have to get people to like you. Like it's dependent upon like personality, and whereas with martial arts, I did not like me. I loved it. I didn't have any problem. Like no one's gonna see me. It doesn't matter if these people hate me, and if you're looking at me and there's just you and me and a referee, I liked it. I liked that this person had like a bunch of. Like one of my favorite things was like hearing cheers stop. Like when people are cheering, like get him, fuck him, kick his ass, then and then the guy would collapse, and he hears silence. You just hear silence, especially if you go to where they live, right? Maybe you gotta go to Ohio and fight in Ohio. I just love that silence. It was this final moment. And my thing was I would always walk away like it was normal. I'd never celebrate. I just walk away like that was, I do this every day. I'm gonna do this to the next guy too. This is what I'm gonna do to you. And I would always take naps too. That was the other thing I did when everybody was freaking out before fighting, before sparring. I would go to sleep in front of everybody. I just put a hoodie on and just lay down on the ground and sleep.
Is that okay? You try to fight with them a little bit?
It was a little bit of fighting with them. It was a little bit of, but I'm so relaxed. Right? I couldn't take a nap while you're freaking out. But it was also, I wanted to do it for my own mind. I wanted to just, I was so in my own head. I was in my own, like, what I'm going to do, thinking about all these other external things until that one knockout. That's when I really started out, what could happen to me? Because I'd gotten really lucky where I really got hurt in the tournament. Never got dropped, never got knocked out, never got really rocked. But I did it to a lot of people. And then I was like, this is coming around. Like, it's a matter of time before I get whopped. It's just, it happens. It's just going to happen. I'm going to fight some national champion guy, and I'm going to zig when I should have zagged, and I'm going to catch a heel to my fucking jaw, and that's going to be a wrap. I'm going to be waking up in the hospital.
That's interesting that you had that thought early on where you're like,
Well, I started seeing range in other people. Specifically, I started kickboxing because I was training at boxing gyms. And I started seeing guys, I was trying to say, there's like a slurry aspect to the way they talked. There was a labored thing to their speech. There was something about them. And then I would see it degrade over time. You know, like I really started getting involved in sparring and boxing when I was about 19. And that was also around the time where I started losing my enthusiasm for Taekwondo because I just realized the no punching to the face thing in tournaments was limited. It really fucked up because it gave you this illusion that you could pull things off, where all the guy would have to do is jab you in the face. You're like, oh, okay. Like at this distance, you can't do the thing that you normally do in a Taekwondo tournament. You have to be much more aware defensively. So I had to recalibrate my offense and my tactics. And so I started doing a lot of boxing, a lot of kickboxing, and I saw so much brain damage. I saw so much like unreported brain damage, just weird stuff. Guys would tell you the same story. They just told you like 5 minutes ago. They tell it to you again. And I was realizing, well, these guys can't remember that they just said this thing 5 minutes ago. It's like they were stoned, you know, and they weren't. You know, they were just starting to exhibit the beginning signs of brain damage.
so when you're making those decisions early on, you're controlling, being able to control your emotions. So your anxiety and being able to put yourself into the right mental framework to go out and perform, regardless. So you're competing Taekwondo, you're going out, you're actually performing like open minds is that what you're doing?
Yeah, when I was 21, I started doing it with mics. Yeah.
And so being able to control your emotions, because you got to be freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, well, the first time I went on stage, I was more scared than I had ever been fighting, which I thought was crazy. So I started fighting before I could really be scared. I started fighting when I was 15. It was like the first fights that I had. You were scared, but you didn't. You were so stupid. You didn't know what could happen to you. And I was really lucky that I had a really good school. The school that I trained at was super technical. It was the guy who I trained under, this guy Jaehan Kim. He trained with General Chae Young-hee, who was like the founder of Taekwondo. And so it was like the technique was perfect. Like you had to have perfect technique. Like if you did anything sloppy or anything like kind of they correct you, like you had to have it down. And they emphasized a lot of heavy bag, which a lot of schools didn't even have a heavy bag, which I thought was crazy. Like we would go and do these things where we'd have our team would go and train with a team. Like we would travel to New York, and there was an instructor that was friends with our instructor. And they would bring their competition teams to compete against each other. We'd fight. So it was like these unsanctioned fights that we have. And you'd find people that were roughly your weight, and these guys didn't have heavy bags. And then you'd go to their gym, they have like a small type gym, and there was in their dojang, they didn't have a heavy bag. I was like, this is great. You guys don't train with heavy bags? And it didn't make any sense to me. They had kicking paddles and a bunch of different things, but they didn't have anything that would improve thrusting techniques and stabbing techniques, which is like you need resistance. You need a heavy bag. And so our instructor was adamant about like if you can't hurt somebody badly with one kick, you're doing the wrong thing. These techniques were originally designed for war, right? And you're supposed to be able to have devastating power in everything you throw. That got lost a little when Taekwondo got into the Olympics, or when it was on the path to getting into the Olympics. And it became more of like a point scoring. They would try to hit you and run away, hit you and run away. It was a lot of like fast moving techniques that didn't have the same sort of devastating impact. So I got real lucky where I trained is that they really emphasized power. And so the school that I was at was very feared because a lot of the other black belts were like, the guys that I trained with were fucking really dangerous. Like they were known for when they would go to a tournament, people would get scared. Because if these guys hit you, you're in trouble. Like these were dangerous cats, that were like just wheel kicking people into another dimension, turning side kicking people, crushing rib cages. It was a lot of that. And so I got real lucky that that's the gym that I started in. That I started with, like, you imitate your atmosphere. I was the first guy that I ever saw hit a back was this guy, John Lee. And when I saw him, he was the national Taekwondo lightweight champion, and he was competing. He was training to compete in the World Games. So he was about to go. This was the World Cup. And he was in full training mode, like the moment I walked into the gym, and I watched him fold back. And as I was going up the stairs, I could hear the sound of it. This is I was just visiting this gym. I was leaving a baseball game at Fenway Park. And me and my friend just walked up the stairs just because we didn't want to wait for the tea. It took so long for so many people leaving the baseball game. There's going to be big lines. There's going to be packs. Let's just walk up here and see what's going on. And as we were walking up the stairs, I heard this sound that I'll never forget. It was like, whoop, ka-ching, whoop, ka-ching. And the ka-ching was the chains of the heavy bag, because this 120-pound bag was flying through the air when this guy would hit it. And the chains were going and rattling. Then it would come down, he would set it up again. And he was 7-10 feet from me. Like there was this like little ledge where we could sit and watch people. And they had set it up like that. So the heavy bag was set up right where people would walk in, because it was a great recruitment train, right? Because you would really get to see what people are capable of. And the moment I saw that, I was like, I want to know how to do that. You do that. He was doing spinning back kicks over and over again, turning side kicks. I'm just folding this fucking bag in that. I'm like, that's crazy that a person can generate. I didn't even think a person could generate that kind of force. And I trained with him a lot, and I learned from him a lot. He taught me a lot. And he was an interesting guy, too, because he was like a real street guy. Like, he'd been in and out of jail, wound up having a substance problem, but there was this funny dude from Chelsea, which was like a
real hard, dangerous neighborhood in Boston. And just a fucking killer, man. A killer. Just a killer. And when he would compete, people get so nervous. It was crazy to watch. Because I started training with him and going to tournaments with him when I was a white belt. So I was a white belt, he was a black belt national champion. And John could see people whispering, like, fuck, Jonathan's here. You would see guys take those deep breaks. They knew he was in weight class. Fuck, because they knew this guy wasn't trying to win on points. He was trying to break your body. He was trying to just crush your organs. He was trying to separate your fucking brain from the inside of his skull. He was trying to hurt you. And he did it to a lot of people. I watched him knock out a lot of people. A lot of people. It was wild to see. So, like, you know, but it was, to me, it was just like this new thing that was going to change who I am. You know, I went for the first time in my life, I felt like I wasn't a loser. Because I was, like, really good at this thing. That was scary. You know, and I just threw myself in it. It was my whole life. I didn't do anything. I didn't party. I didn't go to I had very few friends outside of high school. You know, it was my whole thing was just training. I'd get home from school, get something to eat, immediately leave, hop on the train, head into town every day.
That's like 15.
Yeah. Yeah, from like the summer of my freshman year of high school. And that's when I first started. Right, like when I graduated from high school in my freshman year, I started training. And it was nuts. It was just like this complete new life. It was so weird. And then competing, like traveling around competing, first as a white belt, then a blue belt, then working my way out purple belt, then all of a sudden, in Taekwondo, red belt is brown belt, right, and then black belt. And then my instructor was crazy. He would let me compete as a black belt before I was a black belt. He let me compete in the men's division when I was 16. Yeah, it was nuts. Shit. Yeah, it was just, if they thought you had potential, they just throw you right into the flames. Like, let's see what you can do.
So the confidence it gives you, it's like finding something that you're good at.
Yeah, it was like all of a sudden, all of a sudden I got obsessed with something where I never really worked hard at anything in my life. And then I had abs. I was like, this is crazy. Like, I look at myself in the mirror, I had abs. All of a sudden, I had muscles everywhere. I was like, this is not, because you're going through puberty. Right. So you're this doughy little fucking kid, this scrawny, doughy little kid that never did any sports other than baseball. And then all of a sudden, I'm shredded, and I know how to fuck people up. And then I was doing it to like live humans all over the country, like traveling everywhere we traveled. That's all we did. We just. It was really my friends. It was really, my friend Steve Graham, who I'm still friends with to this day. He was a real maniac. He was on the U.S. ski team. He was a flight pilot with the Navy. Or not a flight pilot, but a flight surgeon with the Navy. He was an ophthalmologist. Like, an insanely hardworking guy. Like, unbelievably disciplined. And he got into Taekwondo while he was a doctor. While he was an ophthalmologist. He's a maniac. To this day, this dude's had he's still a good friend. He's had 70 fucking surgeries. He's had his knees replaced, still trains, still spars. Yeah, he's like in his 60s now. He's a fucking nut.
So he's like, hey, you're funny. You should go do this.
We would go to tournaments, and when we would go to tour, when we have sparring days in particular, everybody's super nervous. It was very dangerous. And so I would be the one who would break the ice. I would be the one who would make fun of everybody and do impressions of everybody. And I always was cracking everybody up, and it was a captive audience. Right. And everyone was looking for from the fact that there's this we would be on a bus headed to Poughkeepsie, New York, for a tournament, and I would be the one on the bus making fun of everything, just cracking everybody up. And my friend Steve said, "You should be a stand-up. You should try it. You should just try it." And I'm like, "Look, you think I'm funny because you like me. Right? Other people are gonna think I'm an asshole." Like, my sense of humor was very dark. It was very crazy back then because I was living a crazy life. And, did an open mic night, and then I said, I think I might be able to do this.
Did you bomb straight away?
No, I didn't. I got a couple of laughs, ha ha ha.
It wasn't good, right? But everybody saw. Do you remember any of the jokes?
Yeah. Here's my impression of a good-looking girl getting pulled over by the cops. Do you realize how fast you're going?
No, do you like my tits?
Yes, I do. Here's a warning. That was terrible. It was so bad. It was so bad. I had so many bad jokes. But I also realized like everybody sucks in the beginning, and then I thought back to martial arts. I go, oh, this is like everything, right? Like if you start off, you suck. Like everything and the whole thing is like getting better at this thing you suck at, which is like, well, I had this guy, Tommy Boyd started Tommy. We were talking about new things, about the value in terms of like people that acquire dementia, and one of the best ways to keep your brain fresh is do new things that you're not good at, and learn how to do them and get better at it. And I think I sort of just applied what I had learned from martial arts, because obviously I wasn't good at martial arts when I started. It was terrible. Everyone's terrible. You don't know what you're doing, right? And then you realize, like, oh, through repetitive effort, concentration, focus, discipline, you're gonna get better. It's a path. And so I was like, oh, this is a new thing, but it's also a new thing filled with other misfits. Because I was a misfit, right? And I was like, oh, these comedians are misfits too. They didn't have regular rules. They always wanted to smoke pot, drink beer, and they stayed up late, they slept late, and they were just maniacs. I was like, okay, I can hang out with these people. Like regular people that wanted a regular job scare the shit out of me, because I don't want to get sucked into your drone-like frequency. I can't live. I've tried regular jobs. Like, this is not going to work for me. I'm too ADD, HD, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever it is, I got it. I can't do this. But those people were misfits. There were these weird, and occasionally professionals would go up, and you'd realize, wow, this guy's a master. Like, the mastery he has of, like, concept jokes and tricking you and thinking one thing, and then he hits you with another thing. Like, God, and the smoothness of it all just became an obsession.
Do you remember the guy?
This is one, Teddy Bergeron. There's this guy who'd been on the Tonight Show, and he unfortunately developed a substance problem, which a lot of people do. And I think some of it is just the pressure of fame, the pressure of constantly performing, and it's just also like just living that dirtbag life where you're just like, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Do coke. And they're just doing coke. Like, there was clubs that would pay you with coke.
What?
Yeah, they would offer, next comedy stop for you, cocaine or cap in the 1980s.
I can see that. I can see how this thing is super addictive. This is like your dirtbag life. It's that same parallel we're talking about.
Yeah.
This becomes the rock you're climbing every day, because this is the audience that you have to entertain. It becomes about getting better, honing a craft, like ultimately succeeding with the crowd right in front of you. They're giving you feedback. Right? That's very similar. Like, you're either getting higher on the rock or you're falling off.
And so the falling off was important, because the bombings would really teach you didn't want that. So what was it about the bomb? Like, how did you bomb? What did you do wrong? What went wrong? What's wrong with your material? What's wrong? Like, are you being lazy in the way you're setting it wrong? And then figuring it out, because that pain of bombing was so, like, sometimes it's bad to do well a bunch of times and get relaxed. Like, you can't be relaxed. Like, you have to, like, constantly grinding at it. You have to constantly be taking that fucking thing apart and trying to figure out how to make it better.
The guys like Andy Kaufman, right? Wow, and they had a whole shtick. Nobody understood what the fuck they were doing.
That's a different thing.
It's
a different thing.
Wild. Like, it's wild. Because it's almost an intentional. You're bombing intentionally, but it's fun. You gotta like stretch it out a little bit to understand what's going on, and it's a different individual psychology.
It's a different thing. He's doing a different thing. My criticism of that, I don't really have criticism. Maybe that's the wrong word, because I think Kaufman was brilliant. He was brilliant on Taxi. He was an interesting character. The shit he did with pro wrestling was just bananas. And he was wrestling.
It's wild. It's so wild.
It was so great. But he never was a great comic, right? Like, see, if Shane Gillis decided to go that path and just bomb on purpose, that would be almost more interesting, right? Like, here's a guy who knows how to kill. He's a real comic and one of the funniest guys ever. And then he starts saying, dude,
playing the theme to Mighty Mouse and just repeating, "Here I come to save the day." Like this way, Andy Kaufman did. He would play have a record player and just play the Mighty Mouse theme song and just repeat, "Here I come to save the day." And everyone's like, what is going on? Like it was like the mind fuck that he was doing with everybody. But he never did the other thing. Really entertained and built. Like all the evidence of Andy Kaufman is him doing this weird stuff. Which again, it's not really a criticism, right? But he was doing a different thing. He was an odd guy who saw this thing and he was like, I can get in there and do something completely disruptive, right?
I can see that. I can see it's very distinctly different.
Nothing wrong with it. I loved it. I loved especially the wrestling stuff, but it's not my favorite. Like if someone told me Andy Kaufman's performing in this room over here, but Dave Attell is in that room over there. I want to see Dave Attell. I want to go see the master. Yeah, I'm going to laugh, and I'm going to see a guy at the top of his craft that's doing this hypnosis on everybody, and you just leave there. Your sides hurt, you're dying. You don't leave there going, what the fuck was that? Like, but he wanted people to leave there and go, what the fuck was that? Yeah, that was the magic of Andy Kaufman. This is not my, like, I don't like jazz. And I don't want to go see jazz. It's hard to like. It's kind of cool background music, but I'm not leaving the house to go see jazz. But I know people who fucking love it.
Like, so if you think back to Taxi, I was thinking about this the other day with Danny DeVito and Taxi. Like, that guy's still going. Like, it's incredible.
I know.
Like, I was, and it just like a snippet of Taxi came up, and I was like, holy shit, this Danny DeVito.
He's 100. Tony is long since retired.
Holy shit. And that guy just keeps going, and he was a hold in Taxi.
Is Judd Hirsch still alive?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
That was a great show.
That was a great.
That was a great show. Was he?
He's 90.
His Mary Lou Henner was Taxi too, right? Wasn't she on Taxi? Mary Lou Henner, she has that great mind thing where she remembers everything.
Seriously?
Everything. You can give her a date, and she can tell you, like 1973, right? February 2nd. She'll tell you what day it was. She can tell you what happened on that day. She can tell you news things. She can tell you what she was doing that day. She has like not just a photographic memory, but a complete recall of all events and dates. I forget what the term is.
Superior autobiographical memory ability.
Oh my god!
Remember almost every day of her life since she was 11.
Isn't that nuts?
That's amazing.
And she's got to be 70 years old, right? 73. She remembers everything.
The funny thing is DeVito's still funny. Like he's still funny. Like, the way that he lands jokes. I mean, Always Sunny. How many seasons is that? Like 20 now? I don't know.
But I mean, it's fucking things has he done?
I don't know.
Taxi was when I was a boy.
Yeah.
To Always Sunny.
That was the thing my dad used to watch.
Yeah.
Like my dad seems old. My dad's 80 years old. My dad used to watch that.
How old is DeVito? 81. Still banging it out.
Still fucking killing it.
Still funny.
I mean, how old's... I'm not trying to equate Ron White to Danny, but I'm saying, like, how old's Ron? Because he's still killing it.
70. Yeah, about 70. Yeah.
Like, I was watching the other night, and, he flew back from where he was, and he just, like, came in and stood up there and did a set. Like, it just kind of, like, walked in. Yeah. It felt like he was just like, I'm here, I'm just going to stop in and do this. And then he fucking killed seamlessly. Just, it was perfect.
He's better, I think, than he's ever been right now.
I never, like watching somebody that's great, and then watching somebody that's in another dimension, like him specifically, because he's perfect. Like it's absolutely perfect, because it comes off, it's unforced, it's a conversation, like he's just having a conversation with the crowd.
Yeah.
Like, it's so incredible to watch somebody that can be perfect in their delivery, but then be completely unassuming in the way that they're delivering it. Like it's just a natural conversation. Like
casual.
Yeah. Completely casual.
You
don't even feel like you're in, like you're watching a stand-up meeting. You feel like you're watching somebody talk, and you know that it's coming. You think that it's coming, and he still fucking delivers it with just a level of exceptionalism. Like, wow, the guy's
I think it's one of those things that you just keep getting better. And also, he stopped drinking. So he stopped drinking a couple of years ago, and that changed everything. He lost a ton of weight, got way more focused. And he'd been going hard for decades. And his doctor had pulled him aside and go, "Hey man, you're gonna die."
Are all those guys still like all the comedy tour guys? Are they still all doing it?
Fox, where they still do stand up. I think he did stand up recently with Ron. But I don't think he tours a lot. I don't know about Larry the Cable Guy. I don't hear about him anymore. I don't hear about the other guy, Bill Engvall. I don't hear much about him anymore. I think I don't know Ron is the guy who's still. But out of all that, it was like Jeff Foxworthy was a great comic, and then I think in my opinion, Ron was the best. Ron's just a master, but also he loves it. Like he was there last night. He performs all the time. He's always down. He always like I always get text messages from him when I have shows. Wants to come and do a set. It's like he lives for it, man. He's constantly writing. He's constantly working on it. Like that's his thing, man. He fucking enjoys the shit out of it. Still tours, still does the road, does better than ever, sells out everywhere, and you're getting the best show out of Ron that you've ever got out of him. He's better now, I think, than he's ever been. And I really believe that. And it's crazy that at 70, he's still getting better. His material just keeps getting better, and it's always working at it. He's always working at it.
You got that whole thing about LA or whatever he did. It sounded like he pulled that out of his ass on stage. He was telling a story about being on a flight. You're like, holy shit. He's telling me a story.
He was in the back room of the comedy store one night with his back bar, and we're hanging out, and we're drinking this back Ron's drinking things, and we're having a couple glasses of whiskey, and then Ron starts telling the story about how when he was stationed in Hawaii, he goes, "There's this place you can go, it's a bunch of hookers, you get your neck sucked for like $20, man, I was there every fucking day," and he goes, then all these years later, I was watching the news story, and all these transvestite hookers were getting rounded up in the very area where I used to go every day, and I realized, oh my God, I got my dick sucked about 100 times by men. And he was telling this fucking hilarious bit. It wasn't a bit, he was just telling us the story. We were dying. Have you ever seen this on stage? And he goes, no. Fuck no. I go, you just tell it on stage. I go, Ron, it's hilarious. I go, we were dying laughing. It was like it was a bit, but it was just him telling a story. Just in no intention of ever saying, we're in the back room. He goes from the back room onto the stage in the OR, the original room. He walks down the hallway. I go with him. He goes on stage. He goes, let me tell you that story about how I got my dick sucked about 100 times by a man. He goes into the story. He fucking murders. Like it had been a polished bit that had been working on for years. It was just a story. But Ron is a great storyteller, like a natural storyteller. Like he's not trying to be funny, he's funny. He doesn't have to think about it. It's like he's just got his personality, man. Just guys like that iconic Western, almost a Western storyteller. Like the guy that you would expect sitting at the campfire in hunting camp. It's like the old guy that's been around 100 years. Like he's killed thousands of animals. He's packed shit out, and then he's got these stories that you can't listen to. And that's what I'm like, man, this guy is. Every time I see him, I'm like, oh, that's he's an old master. There's not a lot of humans like that. He's the main reason why I was interested in moving to Boston. The first reason, because I had already lived here. Ron was already moved here in 2018. Okay, so he just got tired of the place in Beverly Hills, come visit us at the comedy store sometime. But I was talking to him on the phone. He goes, there's no Hollywood bullshit. He goes, if I want to fly somewhere to work, I'm in the center of the country. It's easy to get anywhere. People are nice. Food's great. He goes, yes, sir, but not around Hollywood. I kept thinking, man, can I live in Boston? Like, I was like Boston, and Ron was out here, so I'm coming here
man.
Oh,
I'd always come out here and love doing stand up here. And I planted the first seed. And then when the pandemic hit, the mom was already here. And when I came out here to look at houses and stuff, and this is in May of 2020, so it's only a couple months into the lockdown. But I heard, I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, I knew these cops out there were never going to get the kind of control and power that they have in people's lives. They get off on it, those fucking weirdos. And so I was like, well, at least we're over there. I go hang out with Rob. Like, even if I never do stand up again, at least we're over here. And then, Rob was also the guy who convinced me that I have to open up a club. I had the thought in my head, and I was thinking about doing it. We talked about doing it. And Rob went on stage for the first time in like 6 months. It was in November of 2020, and he grabs my shoulders when he got on stage. Fucking murder. First of all, when he went on stage, they went crazy. This is a giant standing ovation. There was no indoor shows anywhere else here. It was like we were doing it at the Vulcan. They had some shows they were doing it in Cap City before Cap City went under, but they were like separating everybody by like 20 feet or some stupid shit. As if the virus came over the air. It was dumb, right? Everything was dumb. But the Vulcan was just like unhinged. It was packed. I was like, this is so crazy. This is a super spreader party. And Ron went on stage and he had gone over his notes and material and wasn't even sure if he was thinking he was retired. He was talking about retiring. I was like, I'm retired. Do this one set, and then he grabs me by the shoulders. Whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to be doing this. Just because you're going to open up that club. Okay, we're going to open up the club. And then we started looking for locations right afterwards. So like Ron was a key force. He's the god of the Austin comedy movement. Like where this became like this big hub. It started with Ron, 100%. Because I knew if he was here to reset out, my friend, we could go hang out. Right? Like, because like even if I couldn't do stand up again, just I need someone who's just a cake. I need a dude I can hang out with. That's a real comic that we're gonna have fun. We can just talk and laugh. Well, who did you go with when you were in LA? Him when he was there. It's 2018 always, but of course Joey Diaz. And you know when the pandemic hit, Joey moved to New Jersey. He's like, fuck this place. He was on the same things as me. Fuck these people. And he wanted to go back home to New Jersey, which was rough. And then Duncan moved to North Carolina. Everybody moved out. But it was like Duncan, with Duncan, Segura, Ari, all those people that were the mainstays at the comedy store. It was just, there was such an amazing crew. Tony Hitchcock, of course. And Tony was one of the first guys to move out here too with me. And then Segura moved out here, and then everybody moved out here, just like a wave started. Is there anybody you started with back in the day? Because you're like, Boston, was there anybody you started with your stuff? Yeah, that's Greg Fitzgerald, real tight. Greg Fitzgerald started 1 week. I think I started a week after him or before him, something like that. We were separated by 1 week. Oh, seriously? Yeah, we did open mics together. We traveled around together. We would drive 90 minutes and do 5 minutes for free. Yeah, we would drive to Rhode Island to do stand up for free. We traveled all over New England. We had road gigs together. Yeah, we came up together. We had so much fun. We just had no money, no career. No even thought of one day having a career. The goal was I want to be able to make a living doing comedy because we knew that there was guys in town that were headliners that could, grind out 100 grand, 50 grand, whatever it is a year, only doing comedy. They didn't have to do anything else. Imagine if you could pay your bills with comedy. Right? The idea of a career was like the thing everybody talked about. Because everybody in Boston stayed in Boston. Nobody left. Other than like Stephen Wright and Jay Leno, there's like a few people that kind of, air quotes, made it, during that time period and left Boston. The goal in Boston was just to be a good comic. It was a real interesting thing because it was a real artist in the most unpretentious of ways because these guys are all coke, snorting, whiskey drinking psychopaths, and a lot of them were big guys, big fucking football player looking dudes were just animals. And they were just wild men, and they had this life that was so intense to me. It was like, God, it was so free.
all you have to do is just tell jokes. You don't have to ever show up at the fucking newspaper depot to deliver newspapers or drive limos, doing construction gigs. I didn't have to do any of that. You can just do comedy. And that was me and Greg. We would just drive around just thinking, like, one day, imagine people make a living doing this. That was the only goal.
Absolutely awesome. You
And
can
then
go ahead
we
and
both
see
wound up
this.
he moved to New York for a bit,
Yeah,
for a while. I moved to LA, and then he eventually moved to LA as well. And he's still there, still back in LA.
That
God,
liquid itself
I can't
has
imagine,
status
man.
food.
Like,
And
living
because
there
of the status
and
of
staying
food
there,
is not
even
subject to
for
CETA.
professionally.
Because
Did you see what they
CETA
just did to the guys that won the Super Bowl? You see the jock tax? Jamie, you see the jock tax? I understand. But it's specific to California. And this jock tax in California, there were some of the players lost money playing in the Super Bowl. They had to pay. Oh, no, it is true. I don't think so. No, it is true. I went through AI last night.
This is talking about a fake.
No, it was pulled it up on Grok, and then people analyzed it. And it's based. No, Jamie. It's based on the 7 days that they had to be there. So you have to pay a fee based on the 7 days, dependent upon what your salary is. So it's a percentage.
Does that allow the local
Okay,
to
share.
travel somewhat?
Okay, with whatever. The Super Bowl specifically.
I'm not thinking about another
These
local,
guys,
but I want to
Jamie's so funny. I know that this is one of those things. What do you mean it's not real? I told you it was run through AI last night. He made $178,000 for the Super Bowl. He had to pay $249,000 in tax. I'm pretty sure those are the numbers. And it's based on the fact that he was there for 7 days. So it's a percentage of your income over the course of a year. So if he makes $2 million a year and he's there for 7 days, this is how much money you have to pay. And so the Super Bowl pay is not, it's like on top of your normal salary, right? So it actually cost him money to play in the Super Bowl. So he made $178,000, but because he's there for 7 days, he had to pay $200,000. Did you watch it? No. I was gonna watch it just for that. Just because everybody was so pissed off. I thought it was hilarious. This guy's like what the fuck care? It's like a cultural war. This guy is saying objectively, people that saw it said it was a great show. I don't know. Can't take your word for it. Like somebody was telling me the other day, I got like the voices.
What happened? What's the status of
Like halfway through it or whatever, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. I gotta fix your team. Fix your team. I get it. It was the Patriots. I can think of it. But it's like, I'm busy.
On the leg. And then what happens when you put the bread on the leg?
If it's on, get an airport or something, I'll watch it. Yeah, like I'm going out of my way. Because Aaron Rodgers is playing, I would watch it. Maybe I even go. Aaron was playing. But it's like,
One of the things is that even though they
God, it's so hard to go from combat sports to regular sports for me. God, it's so hard.
it still
It's
has
so
the
hard. The
status of a
UFC
match.
last out, it
Mars
was
have a lot of
fucking
matches.
spectacular.
And
There
one
was
of
a
the other
small one
things
in the Apex Center, and there was some incredible fights. It was so good. It's like, that to me is like, I don't have a lot of time for entertainment. That feels normal. Yeah, that fight. Mario Bautista performance is fucking insane. He's so good. That guy just keeps getting better. He looks like a world champion. And it's like, you watch combat sports and the consequences of what they're doing, the dedication, this moment, they train for months and months for this one moment when this referee is like, fighter one, you're ready to fight. That to me is the most exciting thing in all of sports, and I'll never stop being that. I love it. So football's fun. I've been to some UT games. UT games are fucking
Now the
great.
olives themselves are solid.
Well,
And
this
now
is
that
like
I
the
use them,
state,
what
right?
happens?
Yeah, it's like
This
this is
is
like
where that comes
the
out.
state
What's
has
the
so that people are like
the
growing
China
up
is doesn't
and
look
their
the comes
league
out of a blue
model
solid.
to go play
Now
Texas
make the
football.
olives
Yeah,
look
this is
so
like
like
their icon and
so
dedicated.
my hands
And it's just the
make
enthusiasm of the crowd is
the
nuts.
I got
So
to
the
shoot
Gemara
the
says,
cannon
"Well,
once
the
in a while.
Shev
They
is
love
the
shoots
Adam
cannon off. Yeah.
if you go and you use your olives
That's
with
pretty cool.
coming hands, the
It's
olives
fun.
are hooked
Being on
about
the field and seeing these guys warm up and get ready and then
Rashi
watching
says,
the
"Well,
nighttime games the
the name
best.
coming
They're
the
nuts,
next
man.
because
And then
of
of course they do
Hayat
the jet
so
flying
half
over.
is not this time. It was interesting to me why I want to
Which is like
not
America.
why do I do
Flying
that?
over fire jets over a football
Use
game.
olives on
That doesn't happen
Well,
anywhere
that
else.
is-
They don't do that anywhere else. They never do that for a fly
Therefore,
fighter
again,
jets
I'm
over.
happy
That'd be
the
cool
fact
though.
that the
They
liquid
look
is
fair.
coming out because the
Maybe
olives
we
and the
don't
olives
see
in
it.
the hands.
Yeah.
Therefore,
Maybe
it's
do
going
the
to have a
sphere
problem.
and
On
have
the
like
flip
the
side,
roof of the
there's the whole
sphere
Cinderella.
like show
Well, so
the
what
jets
happens if
as
I
they
use
pass
the
over.
olive? I want
Maybe
to
they'll
look
put it
at
in the
the
White House.
You know what this is
Yeah,
not
they
a problem.
probably
You
will.
want to say,
Well, they're probably going to have air pressure. I mean, how dangerous is that car going to be? Oh my gosh, it's like, if you wanted to have
such a
it,
slope is going to
that's
reduce
the
the
spot,
olive.
you're at the White House,
Slope will
you're having
remain with
cage
liquid.
fights.
So that's
And
your
I'm pretty
low hook
convinced
shirt.
that's
Say the
make
liquid
us
is
with
not
all the
much.
crazy shit going on in the world. Who knows what happens between now and June? This is supposed to pop off. Like, who knows? Who knows what goes down?
Therefore, again, it will not be
fucking
much.
happens with all
Ladies
the
and
Epstein
gentlemen,
file shit. It
it
keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier until Rokon Massey just released of these guys have been redacted for the list, and one of them is Lex last name Les Wexner, right?
then the
Who's
liquid
the
makes
CEO of Victoria's Secrets? Is he the CEO or the owner? Former owner, CEO of Victoria's Secrets. He's being named as a co-conspirator now. Yes. Yeah, so he's being named along with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein. Because he brought this model into Victoria's Secrets, hot girls, the whole deal. Somehow or another, he's involved. And they had redacted his name up until now. Right, sure. Well, two things. I don't think anybody has existence as a co-conspirator. New information, but it's confirmed now, right? It was people I think are behind that. It wasn't supposed to be blocked that file exactly. He's not a victim, right? He's not a victim. So why was his name redacted? So they got it redacted, and now he's named. I think
in reality,
they are arguing that there was something going on and he gifted Jeffrey Epstein this insane house in Manhattan. So $60 million house in Manhattan. You know, the house where go into it and you see Bill Clinton drag. You know that picture that we have in the lobby? That's the foyer of his that Jeffrey Epstein was gifted by Les Wexner. By the way, Whitney Webb posted on her Twitter
why would you be
about Les Wexner being a sex trafficker, a child murderer in 2020.
There's no real
See if you can find it.
That's
Crazy chick is right about everything. She's
what's the status
she was
of
claiming
liquid?
she was
What's the
kidnapped
impact
in
of
his
liquid?
house.
Liquid itself is just going to be lost and
She claimed she was being held
what's
there
the
for
impact of solid item without liquid? And second, my focus is if you just use a liquid,
she called her dad and tried to get out of there or
on
something
a
like
solid
that.
item, what's the impact of the
That's not
liquid on
his
that?
involvement is
I'm going to see that I'm going to see
this was in Columbus,
so
Ohio. Albany is where like that's where his house is. The giant house in Ohio, I think. It's a sub Columbus. You're like, oh, right.
The name of Rab, before he had his name Yeshua. Now
People think he's still there. That's where it's.
So great other
Well, the people that think he's alive, I think they think he's in Israel, don't they?
into a
Definitely,
continent
I think
about
they're
Lord
AI
Yeshua
folks. They might not.
but
Oh, I
not
saw that.
into
Yeah.
a link.
People think he's
Listen,
been
you remember, the same as what we said before.
What do you think?
Squeeze
He
the
gets some
sucker
surgery.
into a pot of good
You would
wine,
think that you'd have to.
because squeezing
Yeah,
liquid
like,
mash
he's probably
haba,
one of those
the
right
so
faces.
otal to
Yeah,
otal.
old at this point.
Liquid
Yeah,
squeezing
come
the
after so
food
much of your
has
time.
the status
You'd have
of
to get some
solid
surgery.
food.
If you wanted
However,
to still,
again,
how would you keep
then
them?
the love is specific, and therefore it's asking.
Your reminder that Leslie Wexner financed the mass rape and Trump thinking that he is above it. She tweeted this in April 28th of 2020. How crazy is that? She's the most prolific of all the conspiracy. There's the most well-read, the one with the most recall, the one that's the most quoted. I don't know how she's so good at it. We're trying to. I don't know how she's what her background is, how she finds all this information, but she's always way ahead of all this stuff. Yeah, 2020. That's where is fucking way ahead.
We are sure that
But these files, just what's come out so far, and the fact that they were these like powerful billionaire guys, their names were redacted. Like there's one of them where he's talking about pandemic planning. Where Jeffrey Epstein is talking about pandemic planning to someone named Bill, whose name is redacted. It's like, why are you redacting the guy's name that you're talking about planning for a pandemic, like what to do in response to a pandemic? Well, why is his name redacted? So redacted. What is this testifying? So that says, would you say they're going to 2 weeks? Did you see the aliens are coming in the next 2 weeks? Yeah, it'll be we bomb Iran, aliens show up, maybe at the same time. Yeah. Outside of this, because it's, I mean, obviously it's conspiracy, it's not a theory, right? Because you're connecting the networks, they're like, exposing a lot of this. Like when you look at your total conspiracy catalog of things, like to dive into outside of the news and what are your other ones? Well, aliens is the most fun one. This is the one that I hate the most. Because this one scares the shit out of me. Because the fear of, we talked about this yesterday with Rabbi, the fear of these like literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrificing people, and they do it in order to show that you're part of the team. We know that has always historically been a real thing. And it's been something that you look at in history, you go, God, it's so sick, it's so twisted, it's so disgusting. And everybody wants to think, thank God, that's not happening now. But then when you realize, like, that might have been happening. Here's one of the crazy facts. Day he was indicted. 2018. The next day, they found he was 330 gallons of uric acid. What? Yes, he ordered 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid delivered to the island. And so there's a lot of people online saying, probably for his desalination plants, like a regular thing they need to order. So then someone else did a deep dive. So this is the first time this was ever ordered. Then again, that's not the first time. Otherwise, totally orders it. So there, that got to be the first one from that company, potentially. That makes sense. So it was for this desalination equipment.
If you're
But
squeezing it out
also,
because you
that's a lot of sulfuric acid. If I needed 5 gallons for my desalination
However,
equipment,
the
but
juices will be talked about
239 gallons, whatever it is, to per kids.
whether you're squeezing it out ultimately because you want to
Fucking get rid of bodies.
juices will be worth it either way.
It's hard to think of any other use for acid.
Whether it's cooked vegetables or pickled vegetables.
Because here's the other thing.
I love like
How long has
if
it been
you
killing
want
people?
the liquids,
How long have they
if you
been
squeeze it, you
boiling
want
bodies to get rid of them? I mean, if you do have
but if halach maisha, and I want to
for lack of better, let's call it a service where you allow people, from governments, whatever, you set up, I can give you what you want. Like, I want to kill her, I want to torture her. I want to, get rid of her. I want to do that. There's one where this one guy is saying to him, thank you
I
for
want
the
to
torture
that all the
video.
moisture, that's totally
This is literally part of the email. The
right?
actual quote, thank you for the torture video. I've enjoyed the torture video.
Whether it's
It's so gross.
pickled vegetables, cooked
They
vegetables,
think they've
if you're squeezing
identified
out
that.
the liquids, if you want to eat the vegetables out,
What do they think he's a sultan?
but if you're squeezing it out because you want the juices, chayiv chatos. It's an isir d'oraisa. a very dramatic shooting. So Russian Shabbos is Shabbos. About the Motzei Shabbos, those listening to this, you could squeeze out pickled vegetables on Shabbos or for usage on Shabbos. Squeeze out for Shabbos. They sing another Moise. Olives and grapes
So we
should
know
never squeeze.
Sultan
And
had
Chayim
been
squeeze it.
Suleiman.
This guy supposedly found according to everyone. Catch the Shmuel. So Rabbi Mekayim, Shmuel Mekayim Kamei,
Where are you?
Everyone's going to open up the Raisa in 22 and Rabbi Mekayim Kamei. So Rabbi was going to Raisa saying,
I'm in
so
China. I'll be
in
in the
Kivach
US
Shabbos,
7th
Sarah
of
Shabbos,
May.
about Lola
What
Motzei
the fuck,
Shabbos.
man?
So
Why
the
is
Raisa
this
says
being
that you could
redacted?
squeeze pickled
Why would your
vegetables
name
on
be
Shabbos,
redacted
sake of
if
Shabbos,
you are
never
not a
Motzei
victim?
Shabbos.
Like,
When
this
is
is
that
what's
so funny?
crazy
Because
about this.
the good
Like,
fun.
how come you
That's
redact
good
some
for
people
squeezing
and
it
you
out
don't redact
ultimately
other people?
because you want vegetable
But
itself
what
without
is
the
this?
liquid.
This is not
About
good.
them in your
None of
hand,
this is
but
good
if
for
it's
this
squeezing
administration.
it
It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible.
You're getting will be
It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real, this is all a hoax. This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe you didn't know. It's fucking charitable. But this is definitely a hoax. And if you've got redacted people's names, and these people weren't victims, you're not protecting the victims, what are you doing? And how come all this shit is not released? I mean, this is all
also
yeah,
get
rid of all
he will say,
so
so
crazy.
crazy,
This is
Shabbos
conspiracy
and
drives
Shabbos.
most crazy. Folks that don't like
Also,
Julie,
you go ahead and
talk about
squeeze
this
out
yesterday
pickled
in the
vegetables
podcast.
on
This
Shabbos
Uncle
for the sake of
Doyer,
Shabbos. Same idea with cooked
American
vegetables.
billionaire,
Remember,
Tom
when one is this,
Pritzker,
when you go on, you
had
want
an
the
email
vegetables
to
on
him that
about
says,
them in
"Hey,
your
Julie
hand, or
Dorsey,
stick with
Dorsey
butter,
has
about
about
this. They see that on the
I'm in a remote valley of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish.
not pleasing
Boys
at
with
all.
toys. Spent time with Andreas
They
yesterday,
saw
and
that
he
high
loaned
cut.
me a chopper, actually two, with one as a backup. Can't call till tomorrow. You know, boys with toys could mean like military guys with stuff. That's what I assumed. That's not what the video. I thought they were talking about boys that are Afghan. But the boys with birthday wish. It's my birthday wish. In a remote valley. Valley, and he's telling us they'll say loan me a chopper. Well, actually, this is two episodes. Right. But the thing is, like, loan me a chopper. My birthday wish. His birthday wish might have been to like gun down villagers. I know that's what I thought. I know they talk about that, the political kids. Yeah, I mean, I bet that. Look, he loaned me his chopper. Doesn't sound like to fuck kids. It's like my birthday sounds like I'm here to fuck people up. Right? Like,
namely that Allah Almighty
tour
Zaysin
Afghanistan,
ba'amsal.
which I mean, I don't know why
Torah in the Chayim Ela
Afghanistan.
Aziz has the Zaysin ba'amsal.
The only reason why I wouldn't be interested in going after stuff that Jason Everett told me about, like when he showed me all those ancient Greek ruins, which is not where archaeologists have no access to them. Right? That stuff's crazy.
About Shadri Obat al-Hayrahi, Allah
Immense ruins in Afghanistan of cities. They had cities, like beautiful columns and
However,
construction
your body.
in
In terms of
Afghanistan.
Torah, Ela al
Great
Jesus
was that?
Zaysin
14
ba'amsal.
minutes?
Most
What was
like,
that?
so that seems to be the conclusion of the Gemara. Will
Like,
only
that
like
becomes actually
Zaysin ba'amsal. Everything else will be usher, but will be usher in
3
Abba.
BC.
Will be
Wow.
usher in Abba. So, you also said a couple of other things. The
BC, and they're
aid
building these immense
furthermore, in general, they'll say, you can't collect testimony. It's all
Greek
cities.
Roman cities. Like, it looks like you're either in Rome or you're in ancient Greece. Like, incredible architecture. Wait until
about an event,
like the
you
crime
must have seen that event
the
directly,
Beirut
not heard it from someone else.
Yeah,
On the
very
days Allah,
eclectic.
Aegis Ishak, so the only exception to this rule is
Beautiful.
Aegis Ishak. What this means is as
Waxing
follows. Aegis
post-occupation, the
Ishak
Soviets
that
had
Allah said to give testimony that a woman's husband died. Remember again,
devastation.
this is an area in
Not
halakha
only
where
military
we
occupation,
relax
the Soviets,
the standards
coming
of
in.
testimony.
Yes.
So again, if someone knows that Rothschild
Lost
died,
charge.
so we
They
will
basically
accept the testimony of one
completely
witness,
to the other
we'll
side.
accept the testimony
Stream
of a
the
woman,
Taliban.
and would accept
then us coming in, they've had nothing but decades of importance completely eviscerated any semblance of intellectualism. There's no infrastructure or technology or advancement like the universities were essentially demolished. So everything was ruined. So you're talking about at least several hundreds of years advancement.
Your firstborn animal belongs to the colony, unless, of course, it develops a blemish.
Just a complete collapse. You would, I would spend a lot of time just trying to understand the place, right? And you would have, you leave an airfield, we have the most advanced technology in the world, like we're launching all kinds of jets, any and all pieces of technology you can imagine. And
to go ahead
you
and
would drive,
certify that a car is
into these valleys
properly
from one place to another, and you would have horse-drawn carriages,
said yes.
two mules, and they're carrying something in the background, and it's like you have the same cars on the road,
But we learned, right? The Vice of International said that ADPA, one is only good. It's only
so
good
you have
in the case of ABC.
entire society of
Testified
basically
that a woman's
Amish
husband died.
level people,
Ema,
and then Americans right next door at the air base are launching most advanced technology and warfighting
Any
capability.
testimonial situation where a
So you'd
woman's
see everything
testimony would be permitted as well.
point A to point B.
Since the woman is
Encounter
to go ahead and testify
pictures
regarding
of people are
if I look for myself,
no spying, no advancement
gamer
for girls.
extra ADPA with card. So
You know,
gamer in fact
children
allowed
were
testimony of one witness to another witness,
like
like
a
ADPA
bird.
for
In a
card.
lot of places they would
Korea Limarimar,
actually
gamer,
value their sheep more than
gamer,
they
sorry,
value their children. So
the
it would be
Marine very upset.
reparations.
Gamer, very Bukra. Gamer, the Bakar
Possibly the sheep that you destroyed are going to but their kids, but not them.
Game right, that was the Rothschild, that was the Rothschild,
Really
ADPA country. Was it
clear
ADPA,
picture
in fact, ADPA
what
is culture
civilization
for
was like
English. That's just for
500
side.
years before
Salah Kalamais
or
again.
1,000
One
years
of the
ago.
different,
So
another
you'd see it too, right? Because you
about the fact
Buddhist
that
architecture,
only
architecture,
to the bar,
and you
and certify that the bar need not be given
the
to
standard
or
kind
amazing
of Taliban infrastructure, you'd have Soviet architecture from their invasion, you'd have all these different layers of military occupation. You can see them all within
So we'll say
2 minutes.
Carlos
Wow.
Production is the mayor shop.
I was up in this place called Pangier,
on
and
Arab Shabbos.
the
And
line
the
of
honey
Pangier
flowed out over the
was
course
a
of
general
Shabbos.
ensued.
And Rabbana say it
And
is
he was
officer.
killed
And
actually
Rabbi Eliezer
September
says that
10th,
it is
before September
says
11th. So
the
it was probably the
says
actual
the
September 11th
so
plot.
Carlos actually us sitting out there. Also the ice not said the other day. The Lord from there.
They brought in a
He brought
camera
the
pack
following
full of
mission with him.
explosives and killed
Jason Ba'anam
David
says this is on the Arab Shabbos. That's an apple. If you crush grapes and others in Arab Shabbos, and reduces flow out on their own.
because they knew that Massoud was the connected
Jews are also
to
the Velazar Shimon Matthew.
US
Velazar
invasion
Shimon
or the
allowed.
US
The
invasion.
Gemara says, okay. Someone of Yosef, Gabriel Yisir Aslash.
The Pangier is
I don't understand.
beautiful.
So
It's
the Moshe
incredible
didn't
river valley. And it's
this is on this,
also
or
part
just
of
here in this
Soviets, which is
Jason
their
Ba'anam
assets
is
because we had
right?
the
It's the same
Mujahideen
crush
was
on the Arab Shabbos and the
beaten
people
by
out
the
us.
CIA at the time.
Rabbanon
Obviously,
says
after
Asher.
during the
There's Rabbi
invasion,
Shimon Armat. The Moshe
they
Figs
ambushed
had
the Soviets
this
and they winding
Our
down
Mishra only
roads next
has
to this
Rabbi
river.
Eliezer.
And they would cut
He's adding
off
on.
basically the front and
He's
back
adding on.
convoys and destroy
So
the
you must
entire
Rabbi Yosef,
between
Gabriel
just
says Ashmina,
shell
or Rabbi
of ship that was
Rabbi
destroyed
Moshe
in
teaches
the
us
river.
very important.
So the river would have rapids in it, and now the rapids were made from rocks. They're natural occurring rapids. They were made by like T-52s and Russian tanks and all this like this war material that was
Maybe that
pushed into the river
again,
by
Rabbi Eliezer
the
says.
Pangier.
It's
I went up to his grave.
But I might have thought that it was
Really
a
incredible
crushed
guy.
grave
If you
with
like
crushed
read about him
colors,
and like
where
all
it was
this combat accomplishment.
maybe Rabbi Eliezer did not allow you
Right,
to
the
drink
Pangier
that
Valley
much
is
Shabbos.
such a
How much
beautiful
more
place.
love
We joke around about how to come back here and like go skiing or like recreate Pangier Valley because it looks like Colorado or someplace incredibly beautiful. And at the same time, you're in Afghanistan, so you're surrounded by just the chaos and the devastation of war.
Even
With
though
this
Dash,
one tiny
honey,
little piece
is one of
it's
the
like
actual one of the lists that's married
middle of
to
nowhere.
discussion. Okay, so this the Gemara ends up being halacha of Sika. We're gonna have to do the halacha on my side and get through the rest of the stuff. But I owe you the halacha. So you just close out the unit of Sika, and therefore we will come back to the halacha on my side.
Like there are people that will provide
manage for a couple of minutes.
like there was a thing with the
So Mishnah,
Soviets or the
Moshe
Soviets with the Russians,
Baba
where they were
Shabbos,
allowing people to kill
showing
pirates.
also the common Shabbos. Those are incredible
Like
Gemara.
you would pay a bunch of money, they
Anything
take
close
you
to
where
that,
the
literally
pirates
what
are,
it is, any
go on the
food
ship and
which was
50 cal
to
just
hot
fucking
water on
blow
Erev
up.
Shabbos, you could soak it in
Yeah, I
hot
had heard about that. I heard about there were places that you could go
water. Which was
as,
cooked
you know,
for Shabbos
a
is
combat
not
tourist.
subject to
It
Mishnah.
has to be. Yeah,
This is the
there
kind
has
of
to be.
food
It's
this
not going to be like
once
Russian
it's
or
solid, this is how you look
Italian
at it.
or
Once it's solid,
between the two, right? So you have these
it's no longer to the halachas of
places where there
so
is
therefore again,
government,
if hot
just
water on
chaos
Erev
and
Shabbos,
anarchy,
you
which is
soak it
chaos.
again in hot water on Shabbos.
Yeah,
We'll see the
yeah,
bread
you
on
could have
Shabbos.
someone
Moshe
from
Rabbi
the
B'Tanya
Western
Shabbos,
side who was providing that service.
was not
Letting
cooked
them
before
borrow
Shabbos,
a
didn't come into
chopper.
hot water.
Well, that was
You
like
can't
Petraeus.
soak it in
There
hot
was
water on
like
Shabbos.
Petraeus was
It
the
is
commanding general at the
rinse
time.
it in
Once you
hot
find
water
it,
on Shabbos. Again, we'll
it's
see
kind
the
of hard to
parameters of all
hard,
of this.
yeah, that in
Right?
general,
So
it's
this
a combat
rinsing
operations
is not
in Afghanistan.
it's rinsing is
Just a
some
rich
like
guy
kind
in
of taking
helicopter.
off for 20 minutes.
It sounds
Oshel Obama
cracked in
Shabbos.
the context of we
Oshel
go
Obama
plus another
Shabbos
organism.
is
You can never fly any
What's you know
you
yeah,
can fly
so
right? Because they have
Maria
support.
is old salt of fish. The Kulios Spanish mackerel.
It's
The process is
stretch.
always
You know,
or
it's
rinsing it,
hard
it
to
affects complete
disagree with
It
you
was
running
incredible.
water. It'd be
This
hard
is
to
in this
believe that
category of food items
a
called
general just
Kali
owns a rich guy.
There are some items that are very easily cooked.
I think he's
So for
lying.
most items, if they're not cooked on Erev Shabbos, you can rinse it with warm
Either
water on
way,
Shabbos.
there's
Like if you rinse
nothing
it
normal
on that's not
about
gonna
these
cook
emails.
the food.
There's nothing
But there are
normal.
some items that are so
One thing to
easily
take into
cooked
consideration is
that
how much
even
of these
a
emails
rinsing
are actually
with hot
factual.
water can't be
Accusations that they're putting on other people,
Those
you gotta take a grain of
items
salt.
cannot
This guy was
be
a
rinsed on
huge
Shabbos.
small
Example, that you just
like,
up a
influence peddling.
example,
Like,
the
and
Gemara
probably enemies.
fish.
And he probably would probably
Fish,
his enemies
Spanish
with
mackerel, those are very easily,
making all stories.
very
Like the
easily.
Bill Gates one
And
with
therefore, halakha
asking
so
me for
not even be
antibiotics to slip into his wife because he got
Keep going, man.
STD
Look,
from a
look,
Russian
example
hooker.
of something that is cooked on
That
Erev
seems
Shabbos.
too
And then before
too on the
Shabbos,
head. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't he go to his personal doctor? Wasn't going to Jeffrey Epstein for antibiotics in New York when he lives
oh,
in
it's like the
Seattle?
chicken
Don't
Rabbi
think he has like a
Abba.
concierge medicine setup up there?
Rabbi Abba. The Bashta
He'd
Shara
say,
Osi
when I gave her STDs, you'd say, hey,
This
get
special
me
dish,
some
the
stuff.
chicken
Oh, I
breast,
lost my
was
prescription. Can you
soaked
give me
in
another
oil
one?
for a long time.
It fell out of my car. Give me
And
another
it
one.
was
Can
eaten
I
only
get
for
another one for a grocery up or movie? Like, if you're going to do
I'm
that,
gonna
you
stop
would
it
do it.
already. I'm gonna stop
He's
it.
not dumb.
Jimmy
He's Bill
Fadi
Gates.
was
You would do it in a more discreet way
like
than
that was thinking
contacting
one time
international
I
sex
went to
trafficker who's
for
part of
Oakland,
like some
New York. They went
intelligent
ahead and they gave me some of this Rabbi
Yeah,
Abba chicken.
this
So
skeptic
you know
in me
Rabbi
tends
Abba
to kind of
distracting
like
camera
look
back
at it
Bahardi
through
is nuts.
magnifying glass.
And
Yeah,
Rabbi
I
Abba
don't want to
not
take everything at face
withdrawn.
value, but
My
also
3-year-old
the
wife, I would have blown his
accumulation
ball
of
off.
all
Which
of these
apparently
different
was a
things.
soccer saying.
Just go,
This
what the
chicken dish is
fuck was
disgusting.
going on? Did you
Right?
find out
Which
if any other
giving me
the
dissolved
sulfuric
chicken.
acid orders,
Dissolved
if the
chicken.
other ones were
So
just
when I
as
say
large?
with the man has blown it up, Harana has been
Okay,
putting
fine.
one thing in
I was
the
like,
soup
maybe I
has
made this up.
good
I did find
wine
one.
sounds a
There was
lot.
different, so they were talking
Right,
about
very,
this
very
goes back to
interesting.
2012.
Here says Rabbi Yochanan,
About
Right, Nikusak Babla. Rabbi Yochanan,
this is the
whenever
thing
he would
there's
mention
nothing there.
Kusak Babla, was
Sulfuric
again,
acid,
he spoke in Kusak many
Emails
times.
written to
Kusak
Doc.
was
How do
like
you know
an
something?
alien
No, this is
water,
I
which
hate
was
this
made
systems
from
dating
old
back to
bread and sour
2013,
milk.
implying
Rabbi Yochanan,
possible or
whatever
teen
he
use of
mentioned,
severe
Kusak
possible
would
is a
stick,
weird word.
like in
Use of
disgust, like the
sulfuric
Kusak was
acid for
disgusting.
pH adjustment
I'm gonna
and
be also,
filtration, but no
and later
specific
on, the
prior
Bible said Rabbi
invoices
Abba.
or shipments
Rabbi said, so
are
listen,
detailed.
that's
That's exactly
was
what
a
that invoice. There
Right?
was
He
one
said,
they were
well,
talking
you know
about
what?
getting
If Rabbi
one
Yochanan
drum
is
of
going to stick,
sulfuric
because
acid with
Kusak,
40
I
bags
could
of
stick because
like
of Rabbi Abba's
carbon and
chicken.
salt or something.
Because even
Yeah,
more
see,
disgusting.
that makes more
The
sense
old
than
Amar Rav
6
Gaza,
fucking
Zim
giant
it was the
55-gallon
Because the Gaza, you know, one
drums
time when Tarek Yisrael,
of sulfuric acid
Abidin
the day
Kusak
after you
Rabbi,
get
Shalu
indicted.
Minei
Dig
Kabrik
into
in
the
Arabi.
the actual
You
file
know, one commentaries as well, and I whipped them up a dish of Babylonian pizza, and the people couldn't get it. Those are so apparently, it's interesting. The people who were actually clamoring for it were people who were Israel. So apparently, again, I guess pizza has kind of silly, right? So, it had some curative effects from, I guess, the spoiled milk and the moldy bread. Culture above the surface wasn't anything that ultimately again was not hooked on Shabbos.
Like when he gets arrested in 2019 when he's 18, whether when he gets indicted, he had to know he was going down. And if you know you're going down,
so what happens?
trying to
So
mount
what
some sort of
happens?
defense,
Remember,
one of the first things you
separate
have to do is get rid of bodies. If you've got a bunch of people on the island, then they can swoop in at any point in time and
so what
pull
happens
out of there, and then you're fucked. Like if he had underage kids on the island, whatever he had on the island, it's so dark.
Over my break, after the Sputzin Maria Flasson, the Kulius has money, shall the person, Malachton, Shnani. What we learn is except for in Spanish language, but the fish, there's simply rinsing them with water affects visual and radiance. Yossi Rabbi out of the acid coming from Yossi Yochanan coming out, Yochanan was closing. Instead of the machine, Yochanan was closing. I'm going to give out of that. Okay, not open to the bubble. Why are the why is the fowl, the birds of bubble, fatter than the ones that are unrelated? Now, they do it that even fatter birds. If they non-mortgage to a bubble snake, why is this incredible? Why is it on their just
right before his arrest, right after his arrest, got severe gas and mixer. But why would you be thinking that you are going to be able to do construction when you're going to go to jail for the rest of your fucking life? Yeah, I don't know.
Why is it that I'm coming from Bob?
I know I'm going to get arrested, but I got this big construction. Really interested in
because at the end of the day, the Babylonian scholars are not so much in a Torah. Not so much in a Torah. So God was not going to give their son, and God did also must be changing in the place. So apparently, again, we get from a bubble and not a place, where they need it moving in order to get covered from the general public. If they not open the public, why should the open public? So we should open structure with on that.
Also, you would never find peace because people would be visiting the island. Oh my God, it's so
Somebody who died, he said to my children, look out, come out, have I not told you before? Any of the Safety will come to Safety will come to my sister. Your congratulations. In part of the double careful, if you know something we know, it is exclusive the fact that it's to you, then they love, look, and if you don't know what they're talking about, don't say it. It's a little bit of Muslim. How many times I told you? If you don't know what you're talking about, don't open your mouth. Amulay, the lame alone. So, Rabbi, what problem did you have? What thing that we said to Pavlos is this? Yeah, I'll tell you all three. They came out over Shabbat Shmeim. Those are listed to this Gemara. Why is it that the birds of Baba
but this guy was, that's one of the other guys. Talking about how big deal it is. I'll send it to you right here. Talking about how no one understands it. The way this is going to change people is because this is very similar to the time where we were realizing, like people were hearing stories about, oh, there's a virus in China, but no one knew exactly what was going to happen. How it's going to literally change humanity, change history. It's like, this is the same sort of story we're getting from these AI labs. These little people, this very something big is happening. The article is written by this guy, Matt Schumer, and I recommend highly, if you want to really get this shit scared out of you. It's terrifying.
They all
And
got
he
shrines
starts this
that are
comparison
they
to
not
people stockpiling
even
toilet paper
animals
and stuff
of
at the beginning of
everything
COVID.
down. So you know what?
He's like, they
The
don't
birds are
really
very for
understand
exile.
how big
Exile
this is going to be
takes
and
its
how
toll.
this
Dollars
latest version of
takes
ChatGPT
its
they're
toll.
working on,
Because of
ChatGPT
that, the
5,
birds themselves are
ChatGPT
sort of
made it.
thinner than the birds
So they
themselves.
had
So
ChatGPT
you
make a better version of itself, and they made this better version of itself, and this better version of itself can think things out. It doesn't just do what you ask it to do. It thinks things out, calculates, it makes apps like instantaneous that would take developers months and months, cost millions of dollars, does it in minutes, does it like in perfect. It goes through it, it runs it, it tests it, it makes sure there's no problems, it anticipates all the different uses for the app, all the different ways it can be done. It's code to be applied for laws, and it's like there's all these guys that are working in coding and say, I don't really have a job anymore. I just basically show up and tell this AI program to do these things, and they keep getting better and better. It's like the leaps are enormous ability, and it's intelligible. It's like it's already smarter than people. What's going to be, I think it's going to be a white collar apocalypse, right? You think about just attorneys. Yes. Okay, so if you have the ability to case reference, legal file, whatever, instantaneously, instantly, and or a case, why are you going to need paralegals and
you don't have a real identity.
let's say your attorneys, you're not going to need them. The people that are nervous are naive. I think this is going kind of astronomical change that has literally never taken place in civilization before. I don't think it's ever taken place at this level. I think it's the invention of the internet times a million. I think it's going to change everything. It's just like, how do we adjust? That's the real question. Empower our kids when they used to think about professions, clear roads. These are professionals work tracks, they just go out and find a job. Whatever, accounting, legal, engineering, but it's going to change the entire professional landscape for regeneration from this point forward. Basically, entering work. Elon just said that it's a waste of time to invent this world. He said autonomous robots, these making, are going to be able to perform better than any doctor at any hospital, and they're going to be able to do it in your house. Start going to be better surgeons than any surgeon alive. These robots, and they're going to be powered by AI. You're going to have a super genius robot in your house that can do your taxes, that can fucking chores, that can perform surgery on you. So it's going to be the entire rise of our economy. It's going to be human built versus AI built. So there has to be, like, if you have a label organic, or it would be essentially, I think, the same type of human made versus AI. It would the economy into two different sections. It's going to get weird as fuck, and I don't think people really understand. And I feel like I'm just sitting here waiting to see what. But I know that most people that you run into in the street are completely ignorant. They think, oh, ChatGPT is fine. I ask you questions. It's so much better than Google. Do you think that's because they don't want to recognize it, look at it? I don't think they know. I think unless you're going on a deep dive, all this stuff is kind of esoteric. All this stuff is happening. You have to like search it out and get an understanding of it. Like if you use an AI program to enhance your life, like Perplexity, it's really good. I mean, Perplexity is awesome for like solving problems. You can ask it questions. I use it all the time when I write. I set up and I talk to it. So I say, what year did Cortez invade Mexico? How did this happen? How many guns did they have? How many languages are lost in Mexico? Like I was doing this deep dive. Amazing. But that's the surface. Like what they're talking about is levels and levels and levels of improved ability. To the point where it's better than human beings, smarter than human beings at everything. So what's the end state that would be, we're second class citizens. Awesome. Yeah, we're obsolete. Yeah. So do you think that it turns, like, do you think it's a Skynet type scenario that ultimately flips and then really transhumanity of humans. That's certainly on the table. It's certainly on the table, especially if they decide that we're too problematic or if you give us too much freedom, that's what causes all this chaos, which is true, right? You give people freedom, you're going to have a certain amount of chaos. You're going to have a certain amount of car accidents, unless you have autonomous cars. You're going to have a certain amount of shootings, unless you take away all the guns. You're going to have a certain amount of school stabbings and stuff. I mean, you could, if you were a running program designed to eliminate all problems, you would break those problems down to one source. Well, what are the problems? You've got natural disasters, you've got humans that cause up most of the problems. Natural problems are rare in comparison to the problems.
Then
You have to run AI
that comes out
do the analysis to what the future may ultimately
rather
be
food.
interesting.
And
And
it's
the
food
robbers
is very
make
important.
it's probably going to do the same thing we do to dogs.
Only on Jews.
Spay and
So
neuter them,
something
right?
is
Yeah,
considered to
keep them
be
as
food
pets.
by
Keep them as pets. There's
definition
no emotion. So why would they want to keep them
does
as pets?
not
Why do they want to stay alive, right? Why
So
are they,
therefore,
why are they
the legal will
scheming
say
to stay alive? Why do they want
themselves. We thought, on the other hand,
show them to do this activity that they might be able to do? No, that was one of the things that he talked about in this article, that they hide their ability to think things through. And they're actively, they recognize that they're being observed, and so they're doing things behind the scenes while they're also doing tasks. I have to believe there's portions of the DoD
when it
that
comes
worked
to
on
olives
this
and grapes,
in
but
its
you do agree that any juices which ooze out
third
olives and
law
grapes
that they
are going to
open
be us.
source these
Even
pieces.
if while the
It's
olives and
hard
grapes
to
are set
say
aside
because
for
there's a giant competition
purposes,
with
political
us
purposes,
in China and
for
Russia
consumption
that I
purposes,
don't
but
know
we
that
will
we
be the
can
sick paradigmatic
close
use
this stuff
of
off.
olives
I
and
don't
grapes
think
for
it can
the
operate
liquids.
that way. I
Anything
think
that
it has
uses
to
out
be
of olives and grapes
it has to be a sort of a collaborative effort. One of the things that's scaring a lot of people that are whistleblowers in the AI space is that they're bringing in people from other countries to just facilitate these problems that they have and make it go faster. So they're bringing in Chinese nationals. There's a huge possibility of espionage.
And now,
And then this is mad race. It's a Manhattan Project for
but in the case of
super
Stam,
intelligent
in the case
AI.
of Stam, what happens
It's a
if you
Manhattan
have
Project. It's
Hello?
also open source.
We're not technically designated for
Essentially,
versus the
weaponize
that is us. So the word that's the point of
yeah,
Some Rabbi,
terrifying.
we just stand up.
So
It's actually
open source thing.
Rabbi, we the whole
Think about
that
the Manhattan Project.
non-designated
It's just completely porous.
that
It's
was
open
not
door to any and all countries internationally.
or
Had the ability to come in and walk out with files, come into your fuck, like everybody would be racing to
color
power
under the
spread out of it.
so
If you can
milk
weaponize that
that
internationally,
expresses
then
like
crowdsourcing
so much
essentially
milk that comes out of
really shit.
is in the cameras and we say
Yeah, that's where we're at. Yeah. That's where we're at. All right, Tim, I just did 3 hours. Awesome.
talking about
Some food and hang out, and
of the liquid
that's it.
to make some
Black Rifle Coffee, it's the best. It's all we use. Appreciate it. Even more on the shirts.
in order
It's
for
like my
items
wardrobe.
to contract the milk.
All right, Black Rifle.
The color goes to one of the 7 children. So the Gemara says that a woman's milk has becomes a item, makes it kosher, ready to makabel tumah. Well, listen to this. The Gemara says that but the milk is only just something makabel tumah is what? If the milk came out of the woman, that she wanted it to come out. It came out with her intent. But let's say it leaked out of her. That milk would not be matches something makabel tumah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, that's right. But I'm sorry, say it on this. The milk that comes out of a woman is makabel tumah, whether it came out of her intentionally or unintentionally. Rashi says.
That's a classic. Yeah, that's a classic clip on that scene.
Is
Fucking crazy.
Color
Yeah,
Ain't no Kame and
That's good. And
milk that
the
comes
William
out of an
Shatner
animal
one where
is only Kame let's say cow
studio
milk
guy
will only
uses
be the Kame, only be
Shatner's
natural
doing some
cow milk if it's
ADR for
naturally milk
the
from the
cartoon,
cow. But if
the
it's
Star
out of
Trek
cow,
cartoon.
it's not sure
And
the
he
cow
says,
says
uses
you
the
I'm
word
ready to
sabotage.
cow milk.
And gets corrected by the studio guys. Well, it's around sabotage. Please don't correct me in discussion.
Also, the match shows you
You say
sabotage.
I say sabotage.
Uma fala you put some of the time in.
Absolutely.
The time in the rest of the
William Shatner,
so
my
some of
favorite ones
that
are
is
the
the only guy
excuse me,
children
I can't
has
remember
the
the name.
ability to be the natural
Rosebud.
the lots of
Jesus Christ,
answers.
what happened?
Color has a name.
I know. What happened? My brain just said no access. When Orson Welles was doing the Gallo wine commercials. Oh yeah, those days later, Orson Welles.
And adults.
I know, he was like, it's like a exhaustive
Whether it comes out the
sucking
Russell
of air.
or Chanel the Russell,
And he was making fun of how shitty the wine was in between takes. Like he was angry. There's a lady that you can get, I can't remember what it's called, but I have them at home. And it's like all these radio things like that where celebrities, use it on voiceover, ADR. It's Orson Welles is a crazy story, right? Because when he made Citizen Kane about William Randolph Hearst, Hearst essentially shut down one of the most talented guys of the time. Shut down his career. Yeah, because the movie was kind of an insult. The whole thing about Rose was that's the name of his girlfriend's clitoris. That was his, and Wells was doing a kind of very, like he's jabbing at him in a very low level way.
So she dama ga fasa
Yeah,
from a
how did he know that was the nickname of his girlfriend's clitoris? When Hollywood did these things.
when it comes to a woman,
Word gets
so
around.
that's what that
Word
comes
gets
out of
around. Oh,
the
keep
go
that
to
one
the
just
couple
to
come
her.
up.
Yeah.
That have up
That's crazy. I mean, if you go back to like
on the
War
flip side,
Worlds
all of
and then Citizen Kane, there was a
the
dynamo
lower right
nation.
so down
But yeah,
that
and he
far
was doing
side
things
power,
that nobody else would do. Like he's like, oh,
or when
one
it comes
camera
to
down here, like on the phone, we camera and lens down that way. Like when you're talking about it's impossible to do. And so he would just grab like a pickaxe and start chopping away at the studio concrete, digging a hole in the ground so you put the camera down that low. Oh, yeah, he was obsessed with getting a vision on screen that was, even today, is so advanced. There's a shot in the very beginning when young Kate he's out there playing with Rosebud. He's out there playing with the sweat and the snow, and the camera is on him, and then he starts pulling back and pulls through a window, and we see his parents and the trust attorney,
and the
and the camera keeps back up all the way into the remote to do that in a studio and have all that snow and everything. You need so much light, but you also need a lot of light inside because the exposure change. It's like an amazing, incredible the dolly shot, the reverse tracking shot. It's fantastic. No, he is too. And I don't know the exact year, but Citizen Kane has to be 40s, right? Yeah, late 40s, I would think.
Oh, yeah,
Is that what it was, Jim? Tell us.
Early
40s. Sure. Wartime. 25 wartime. It's overtime. What, Jim? Wartime. That's right. Right. It's wartime. Yeah. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Oh my God. That's definitely probably hard to get. No, easy to do. Because if I want wartime and depression and when things are bad, that's usually the best time for entertainment. Because people just want to escape. Oh, well, that's
If she's totally killed or partially killed, in other words, the act of drawing blood, you might look at as some form of quasi death. So if I look when I say any blood that comes out of an organ will be not considered habit. That stands in types of distinction that molecular ice of the blood of an animal is not considered habitable. There's no realistic animal. How do you know that the blood of an animal could be non-recoverable from us because of the completely blood and what's the comparison between blood and animal water by animal? Allah dependent on which is the passage that says, well, you can't go ahead and receive blood after you shut the animal. Rather, you must spill it on the ground like water. That's the comparison. That's how you know that blood is not sheer. It's one of those things that's not just compared to water. It is only the blood of sheep that is compared to water. Because you see this distinction by beings and by animals. By human beings, any blood, even blood from a human while the person is still alive, is not sure of how to blood. Yet by an animal, it's only blood, it's only good blood. That is not okay, so let's go back to the Gemara. So the Gemara says, Amar Lahem, Machmir Ani B'Kol Mitzvah. People say, no, I'm not here. So that I am by blood. Why?
There's this amazing shot with Charles Heston where he's like Mexican.
Let's say
He's
again,
like this
most
like
express.
or mustache. Chuck Heston as a Mexican is fantastic. And then everybody's so sweaty in the movie, and it takes place in Mexico, but it's shot in Venice, in California. And so the whole opening, which is this setting of a bomb in the trunk of a car, and then here's the opening shot, and you can tell that it's actually downtown Venice.
Yeah. And this is supposed to be like, yeah, they won't say one does bloodletting, right? It's bloodletting. That blood opens the organic I want to say back to that.
Single shot. Wow. Which this is really hard to do. And this is kind of Charlton Heston is essentially saying, I believe it works well as a vision. This is because this downtown Venice. There's the beaches just beyond this. Oh, wow.
Remember again, olive oil.
God, when you write that, certain beach might be behind us. What year was this?
It's also some of the liquids that are capable of not shit. I don't know how to do that.
It's an incredible shot.
If you have grapes and olives in
And this is incredibly
if
difficult to do as well because you have cream.
the
Now you're following the people
then
that
there are
show
people
this mustache.
however, Shalom don't put it on grapes in a basket. And actually, I don't want them to. Then the liquids are not capable of
Just the fact that this is all one shot is crazy.
I love
And for back then, I mean, it's a big deal. That camera that you're using isn't just a little handy cam or something like that now. iPhone. It's a Mitchell ENCR, which is a
Rothschild means
organized
I want.
camera. It's made of
Right,
cast
the Rothschild
iron.
means I want. I actually
Giant camera
want
with a
it.
lamp.
And maybe slow the Rothschild means what? Not that I don't want it, but what? Stop. I have no specific
encasing for
no
the camera
specific
that makes so much noise.
And then the Rothschild, what do you see? Uma se se I'm not going to give it a
I have one in my
so
home.
low the
It's,
Rothschild
of course,
what do you see? You see the Rothschild, I said, I it's great.
that shot's incredible. I didn't know that film existed. I bought mine from this commercial right here named Charles Whitmire. He had a massive collection of stuff. And
Yet
then he
what?
liquidated
You see
everything.
that in a
Kind of
stamp
cashed out
paper,
of Los Angeles.
potential these
He had a
items.
warehouse full
Their
of stuff.
liquids
So I
are
went
not
in,
considered to be
and he's like, well, here, you can just get this quick. The Mitchell ENCR. I went over to it. This Mitchell ENCR was used to shoot The Godfather. So that's what it looks like with the big lid on it. That's actually, yeah, that's basically the camera. Is that the some camera lamp and this the thing on top of it? Yeah, the lamp, well, the whole thing is actually, the whole thing is a blend. There's a smaller, so that's the camera with the lid on it. The big one, like the whole thing is a one that you usually open up all of these.
So again, so just
trap
here,
doors
shows what's happening over here. We got a major
and then the reels that
they're major detour because we're stuck on one piece of information, which is you know what we don't agree with the coming when it's facing the other. Coming will agree with Rabbi Yehuda when it comes to Sharshay, the rest of but by stamp. What happens if I have fruit that was not actively designated for juicing purposes or for eating purposes? So the Gemara is suggesting that you hold that in that any liquid that comes out of that is going to be upset. But we don't stop is going to be upset. So let's say Gemara wanted to go ahead and run moving that close from this particular case. In this last case, we have a basket of drinks and not another. So the Gemara said, if you have a basket of drinks and not another, if you want to use that come out of it. Ultimately, again, the people look to name come up. But if you don't want the pieces, they're not too low to make them up. Once the piece of the pieces, it's references, I don't want the pieces. Stamp. See, soon you're getting a piece of stamp. And a piece
story arcs and structures and satisfying
certainly
it's just the next iteration is
Netflix
Netflix giving you a white paper saying you have to show these cameras, you have to process at these labs, you have to have, tech specs that are within this range, and that's now extending the story because they've analytically looked at what audiences are able to process now, which is less and less, probably because of the COVID shot, completely frying their pineal glands. You no longer pay attention to anything, and then on top of that, the mind control device, cell phones, and with all of that, they're now like, well, how do we retain the audience? So, white paper. So I think it's options too. It's almost like if something is not really within the first 20, 30 seconds, people just want, let's see what else is on. They just want to keep searching. Well, there is that. I mean, there's something magical about being in a movie theater. It's, you're in this congregation. Yeah, right now we always talk about how church. Well, it is a congregation, and you're sitting in the dark next to someone you don't even know. They might have completely different ideologies, race, creed, color, like everything is different about them. And yet you're sitting in the dark next to them, having this ecstatic dream, waking dream, sitting like insects, looking at the flicker of the screen, and you're sharing this kind of experience. You're physically trapped. You don't get up and leave the theater and close the light and it's popcorn or something. They'll even bring that to you. You're having this kind of ecstatic experience absorbing so you don't know, and you're sharing your bodily electricity with it. And I think this kind of this is the magic that they often talk about in the movies. It's not necessarily the movie itself on screen. It's the shared experience of being next to people. Yeah, and
right? Because otherwise
there is a kind of unseen electricity between people that unifies us. And I think that there are dark forces in the universe that are attempting to divide people up and to take that away, to take away that congregation. Do you really think that that's by design, or do you think that's a natural function of streaming and visions and phones and access to things instantaneously? I personally think that streaming was by design to eliminate those. Like, by design, what isn't it just a function? Technology merge, you notice that like maps, yeah, I mean, parts of technology, but technology gets pushed and broken for specific reasons. Digital cinema has it created thing for the creative process, and I think we see that in the works that we're looking at. If you watch stuff on Netflix, we can see that it doesn't have the same power. And also, when you're making a movie, it's like time. You turn on the camera, every single frame is like 4 cents or whatever the calculation was. And so such an expensive part of the process. And so there was all this preparation to get everything ready. Get all of the props in place right before we shoot. The actors are in their trailer, figuring out what they're going to do.
Whether you set it aside for consumption, whether you set it aside for juicing, any liquid that's out of those items on shot will be toxic. However, one of the motor that you can start from where do you go? Get to that bug of green by others remembering what is that? How do I know that to that bug on the green that you got means that you can still always try to do this but you wouldn't want to say in general the status of liquid which comes from
hold that all in the dark on that film because you can't send it off to the
depending
lab.
on what
And then some alchemist at the lab at the castle
if it was a fruit that was set aside for
potion.
consumption purposes,
the next day I would come out of these like little stained glass windows, watch it, and you realize we did it. We captured something. Now everything is different.
If, however, the
You
food is set aside for juicing purposes,
show up on set,
then Allah
everything's digital.
any liquid that comes out of it will be also
Network
where do
executives,
I know that Rabbi
broadcasters, and everybody's there. Studio people, video, film, and they set up like a little tent, and everybody's sitting there in their Canadian Goose jackets on high chairs, and they're looking at a big color corrected monitor. There's a guy doing color correction in a van, and they're basically watching an approximation of what it's going to look like.
So we
And
should
they're
have
sitting there.
things
When I first filmed, there was another guy that had to stand next to the camera. We didn't even have video to
these items
stand
on
next to the
service.
camera and look
How
at the
about low
actors and see
mode?
that the
Because
actors
you
do
can't go ahead and
And
squeeze all the brightness on shot. So
you know,
it's like
they just turn on the camera, and it costs
what
more
is
money
this?
to
So I
stop
want to
the
point out
camera.
what this
And
Bryce
they
is
started
saying
it
is
in
saying.
slitter mode.
What this Bryce is
And
saying
you're just
is
like letting
this is
it
not
go.
talking about
You're like, hey, the director now is like, hey, go back, start over, and
what
smile
is
this
saying
time.
over here?
And
Actively
they do
squeeze
it.
the
And
juice
the editor
out
is
of
now
the
like
item.
having to take those takes and
So
separate
it
them.
actually
And
second right on top of
the
it.
editing
Now
room.
the page actually
And
says
the actors are
the
like,
last
something,
for Kai
the moment is gone.
the
And
incommission bus.
it's
So those
vanished.
are these are
Is there a way
items
to do both? I mean, is it the medium
we
of
call
film?
it
I mean, it seems like it could be a book, but it's the environment as well. You're describing it right? Radio village, executives, and the problem is now suddenly you've got chorus of people sitting there who are like, oh, now you're talking about songs. But you as a director still have to run back and forth to the camera and to the actors and everything. You're like trying to keep it all in place. Like, it's neither is worse than the other. They are both paints, but one is watercolor and one is oil paint. And those are opposingly different. You know, if you were a bill artist during the British Renaissance watercolor paint world, and the sudden everybody wanted watercolor. Why don't you try to make your watercolor paint look like oil or vice versa? They're just completely different mediums. They're both painted, but they're and so Jewel has its advantage and its purposes. You can because you can run long video. I call it video. Everybody calls it digital cinema, but that was just to push it through. And actually, the technology is different. You know, light travels through the glass. It travels through a gate. It exposes the silver acetate. And then you keep it all dark inside away.
His prices
With
that
video,
the
the light
would also
travels
be an
through the
incredible
glass. It
why
strikes the
was
golden
also
silver,
for
and
just a
then it
moment.
bounces back into
Even
the
at the
glass.
people who said
And that's why
that hello for
video or
announced that
digital cinema is
this
flatter.
will be precise
And so,
for
to
consumption.
combat this,
Only allows what? At least we can in an issue.
filmmakers have started
We're
to do
talking
the
about
exact
what we're talking about
opposite
over here.
of what we used
This
to
is
do.
that what?
To be
Mode out on your own.
shoot
So
something
that we
out
just
there
told you
outside,
something
you're
about
on
the ability to do it.
set, got my camera on Joe,
Very
and I have
dramatic.
something behind
This
me.
person
So
put up
all
a
that light
license to actually go ahead and
over
actually
exaggerating my point, but
So
the
listen,
analogy
I just want to point out the analogy of what that price is taught us. According to that price, and we'll see about what
because you want
Allah
something behind you.
but according to that
Now,
price,
because
if
the
you have
image
a
is
food,
flatter,
which
they
is really
rotate
never
180
squeezed for
degrees. They shoot
juice,
into the
it's
sun.
not
Take
a
a lens flare,
juiced food.
and lens flare gives it the illusion
The
of
price is said.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The best way to learn things is to ask
Why?
questions. Be engaged, be curious, have a conversation. Whether you want to know more about a friend, start a new hobby like surfing, or figure out how your dad makes the best steak, you're not going to get any answers just sitting around. When you're hiring, it's also important to ask questions to make sure the candidate is right for your role. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. It can help connect people who can be a good fit. Today, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/with the #1 hiring site based on G2. Zipper has the features you need to find the perfect match for your role, like show you who's been active recently on the site. And of course, and most importantly, screening questions to your job post to make sure you're the people with the right skill set. Ask key questions and hire faster with ZipRecruiter. 4 or 5 employers who own ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Meet your match recruiter.
Right?
I
So
was like, when we watch operas, I was like, why do they look so weird? And this video was shooting them on video instead of on film. Like when we were filming the show, the sitcom, we were doing it on film, and they were really adamant about it on film, like they really wanted it on film. And then there was some process where you could video look like film. And I was like, this is just like when you take your photo with your camera on your phone and you use portrait mode and just blur out the background, you're making it shittier. You're doing it artificial. And it's because we associate
remember again, when we've just transitioned from a discussion really all about the whole food leakage, right? Juices that seep out of food, figuring out what to do with them, figuring out dramatic shit. The Bryce is telling us that it would appear that according to Rabbi and the Rabbi, if you have food that just was not normally juiced, just not normally juiced, myself, you can juice that food without too much shots. And again, just so we're all on the same page, what the logic is like that, or since this is not more a television job, only for pressure, don't do this, not culture. So you might say, I think we're not going to even though they speak in the news, I feel like I feel.
That's why I didn't like it, because you would never be able to sell that if cinema never existed. Like cinema never existed, and video came around, and then it was normal video, like so style. And someone came along and said, hey, let's make it blurry in the background. It's almost like we become accustomed to the nostalgically we look at them as if they're positive. And it's also led by, everything's shot on iPhones now. It's becoming cinematic vernacular. Grammar that we're used to.
You always find someone.
So suddenly you see something.
Again, we're going to see how to deal with that in full, but at least in the abstract, it's actually very exciting, very dramatic. It's with here that halacha makes a quote that the food that Rabbanon are really distinguishable. And if you have a food that is really quote unquote never juiced, there is no problem with a very large format, but what they're replicating is an iPhone. And it just, I watched both of those movies, and I thought, okay, both of them are so the Bryce is said, but when it comes to pomegranates,
and they're made by,
when it comes to pomegranates, you can't sweet pomegranates for the juice outside. Why not? Because in the house, I'm not sure about Menachem, they used to go out and sweet pomegranates for the juice.
It was really good until about like
show us
3/4 of the way through, and it seemed like he just wanted to finish the book. Probably like a bunch of shit sort of just happens in the last quarter of the book where it was such a generating the king dinner time. It seems like far they keep going with this book. It sort of felt like a slow rush.
So basically, I ask you about Menachem, how you soak in the morning. I'm Rav Nachman. So basically, I ask you about Menachem. So Rav Nachman said, that was the house of Menachem. They have a pomegranate art,
his artistry is
and they have a amazing
artist. Yes. Literally, as an artist, a sketch beautiful, and he brings a passion.
Basically, it's so important that we have to listen to that. It does somehow drives a lot of practice. You know what? No. Like just so far. You don't need that a lot of problems. Nachman saying, like the Nachman doesn't have that opinion. Like it's very important stuff.
I don't know what it is. About it, but Plane 2 is probably my favorite film of his because it's like the least of
everyone is
actually it's quite meditative. It's just the most accessible form. I didn't know he did Plane 2.
It sounds very
Which one was
controversial, but not everyone is in that. Just because you think something doesn't mean to replace the It's great that Menachem Menachem is fantastic. Who cares? Okay, so let's say no. It doesn't mean that he's driving on practice, but rather you know, Nachman to sell like a policy. But the Gemara says like this. Yeah, kind of some of the time we're starting to pronounce it. I love it. Menachem about Menachem, are they moving to Alma? So we'll say, I don't understand. Menachem about Menachem is one person. Let's see the entire Bryce. Right, the basically the general if you don't choose food, the type of food is not choose in the fact food, which is Shabbos. If you can't choose pomegranates, you know why? Because when I should have enough, I'm used to choose pomegranates. Because we found one guy that does this, that dictates the process, that dictates the order for everyone else, but yours wasn't, it doesn't make sense. You see the word driving at the conversation. We have this all the time in our life. One thing you can always do is we could always find someone who's going to be doing something. But generally, a lot of people that also why does it have that so-called freaking long?
But
just because you find
learn a lesson.
Well, that does
I was going to say you can learn a lesson from
the norm is treated by the norm.
things like
That's how the norm is treated.
there's a dialogue scene. I'm just going to do the essentials and just commercial. This dialogue scene doesn't need to be any longer than 30 seconds. And he just clips along. Somehow, his movies are still like 2 hours. Oh, they're so involved. You know what I love? Nosferatu. You should know. I haven't seen it. I don't want to sound like a persnickety guy, but I have
someone feels something
because
I'm that guy's first movie I heard it's great. I love that. It's like a virtual. It's just a general norm that drives the pillars of society. Such is human nature. Like the sensitivities of peripheral
is just garish and kind of
I really get the
halfway through.
So the Gemara says, understand. So Barmanashia Barmanachim, this individual, Nashia Barmanachim, his juicing standards, the protocol, to which the Gemara says, actually, yes, if you watch this, it's not. And the Kenyan coach against most of these things, Gemara says, one goes ahead, one goes ahead, most of these is kayak. Kayak means if you cannot plant other things, certain other things within a because it can eat
the thing about Werner Herzog, it's Nosferatu, what's the Murnau movie, which is the original Nosferatu movie, the very first one was that Shrek.
the thing about Thornbush in a vineyard is a problem of and ultimately again, the generation before them. The lion is real. From the thorn. And so he had to look grandfather. The only thing that creates that was like it's something that so his film is almost like haunted by the original. And then if you bring, Werner Herzog grew up not using a telephone until he was 15. He never seen a telephone before. He had grown up like in, Upper Bavaria in the mountains. And so he comes like his film is almost misplaced in time. It's like skip the generation, and he does things like he'll show 2 actors in the most emotional part of the movie apparently camels
and Jonathan Harker are at the beach.
So in Arabia, they like to have one bush because it's camel.
Hollywood film is cut to a close-up.
What do you see?
Cut to that close-up.
Outside of Arabia, the rest of the world, no one wants thornbush.
He stays back. He doesn't even bother shooting at close-up.
Yes, in Arabia they feed it to their camels. So because in Arabia they feed it to their camels, Rabbi Eliezer will say that therefore if you plant the thornbush in a vineyard, that's a problem of Klayak. Also, what do you see from here? You see from here that if you see even just one, if you see someone who does something, even though the road doesn't do that, that's someone creates a reality. To which you therefore again, we'll say the assumption too. If in the house of Asher Bamanachim, they are Jews pomegranates, maybe that creates reality for everyone else. That's not a fair comparison. The Gemara says, Arabia Asra, immediate area, the Arabia Asra, Halka Botla Daja is a mistake. There was a you can find a country where they do
first
something.
becoming filmmaker, when he first met kids. He goes
In
there and he's now
Arabia,
occupied
they
by
go out
these
and
two
they think, well, but
very
the logic of them
conservative,
saying,
this German
since there's a
couple.
country
He
that
starts going
conducts
through the house and
themselves
saying,
this
oh
way,
yes,
they have
this is
it's a
where
halachic world even outside of it.
house,
One
crazy,
guy,
and he started smashing and shaking the walls, and
that's when
like
the
as he
young
was
start
saying,
everyone else. Again, we just said before,
his whole thing was
but
about
let's die for
provocation.
each
And so
what
he
Menachem
brings a
ben
kind
Menachem
of
does, shoot his
crazy
buckle in the face where everyone else does. Whereas we'll say, why do the times he comes, he what one guy does? Why does he look what the majority does? To which he makes Elohim. So we'll say, so what is the reason why? We let Menachem ben Menachem drive halakha.
I know I've seen all of those.
Kidrat Kista. The Amrat Kista is a first by one put the ball out. Starting to suffer, he must from the mitzvah, tells us something. What's the deal?
The dude who plays the
Everyone
vampire,
has
what's his name?
squeezed out the beach.
The guy who played
And then you
the clown in it.
in the mitzvah,
Look at those
culture
guys.
is a
So
mitzvah, Bishimui Mara.
well,
What's it?
he's so
Juice
good.
and validate the mitzvah is what?
So is this the scene when he meets the vampire?
I the hollow penny sleeping.
Yeah,
What is it?
what is it? Yeah,
I'm not going to
this is
juices. As such, why should eat juice have any real identity
just an amazing
unto itself? To which the Gemara says, Elamais the Kolonemar, even that Shadinu Havlu Mashka. Other words, what do you have to say? You have to say, even though beats are not normally squeezed, or since in this particular situation, the person's eating was a sign of significance for the juice. So therefore, maybe think like that. So let's remember again. For example, let's following the logic that we have. You have juice. You have juice that comes from the item that's not normally juice. Then really, what we're saying is the halach is that item doesn't have the status of a liquid, rather item status of a whole of the food itself. In which case, you can think that's the logic. So really, halach gets really clear.
So that's probably Kinski, like, they're supposed to cut. Kinski just keeps going.
But nothing. So therefore, again, I won't say, what do you see?
Bruno
In
gets, I
fact,
think
it's from
Bruno
that
gets
movement
is
is usually
probably
teaching.
because
They're
he
in the
doesn't
teaching
know. It's crazy
structure.
enough.
But once he's not the features as a liquid that makes it a liquid, and if we're going to have these all different valves in the economy, even that should be no havlu mashkas. This was a key at the same by Hilchot Shabbos. Once by Hilchot Shabbos, you find that someone is mashkas in liquid, that transforms it into a mashka. That transforms it into a mashka. And again, Hilchot Shabbos, which prohibits you from squeezing such a thing. Papa says,
There's a scene.
why is it like
It's the guy
Papa
at the
should
castle.
have a shit over the
I did see one scene
of
from
Davish
this,
also
like,
make
with
the
Lily Rose
post
death,
also make
kind
the
of
reacting
reacting something like very compelling. Go full screen.
anything
This
from
is what
which you
makes it
cannot
the
fashion
castle.
a mikvah by
It's
definition is
really
valid.
dark, man. He did a
Because you
fantastic
cannot
job
fashion a mikvah
of like
that
capturing the
juice.
creepiness
Therefore,
of it, and also the surreal aspect of him becoming just this vampire. You recognize the reality is all fucked up and skewed. Like time passes very quickly. It's tense. He's super confused as to what's going on.
Enough of the self-will yain of comments. What's this to the
I
topic
mean,
of wine
I
and
have to
vinegar?
say, this movie feels
Falls into the
haunted,
mikvah.
as haunted by the Herzog version. Herzog was haunted by
Is the
the
juice
Renal
that comes
version.
out of olives.
For you,
That actually
for
turns out
it
that
would
they're
be,
not
I encourage
really
anybody to like enjoy all
the
three of
moisture
them. I
that comes
guess.
out of the
One of
olives
them is
turns out
haunted
that
by
they're
the
haunted
by the original. But
I
this
love the
is
nice that if wine or
with
vinegar
the
both help,
the
falls
step
into the
frame
mikvah,
modern
machinery,
ability.
marav, and
But
changes
it's
the
just the
appearance of
way
the
they
mikvah,
made the
plus
castle and the way they
ultimately
made
again
it
that
is
invalidates
very
the mikvah.
unique.
To which the Gemara
There's so many
says,
aspects of it that I
the
thought were
mocha
very
mash.
unique. Even the way the
Who is the
vampire
opinion
feeds
that
on
says
people's unique. This
that
guy
mocha is
he's
considered to be
very,
bona fide food?
very,
I'm
very
gonna
good.
buy a particularly. Rashi says over here, first by line Rashi, not from the soul. Right here, we shall make the yain of hummus from mocha. The hukim in mayin is just in azaysim. The human meaning yesh. Let's say again, this is the liquid that comes of the olives. There are three different types of mocha. You should call them that you love napa. This kind is not the mocha is all in it. What we first put the olives together in the back. Now just the presence
Now
of
I
the
let
olive
this
next to
guy
each
just
other
disappear.
generates
So
heat,
he's way
and that
far away.
heat causes
There's
some
a lot of
liquid
evidence
to
with
come out. That liquid is
so the
called
scene
the
when they
subtle
get
tonight.
into
Liquid
Cyprus,
that
when
comes out
he's
of clear as
getting
water.
up
The after Sunday Yom is up to that. Holds the mochel, then as the olive sit a few more days. More mochel comes out, who currently looks to shemen. And that second mochel already looks a little bit more like oil. ולאחר שעצמו הוציא שמונה בבייס הבד, ומשקע התפוח על הגב וסבק גם שהוא אגב בבייס הבד, חוזר מוכל זה, then also there's the third mochel. The third mochel is already using oil. So back to Gemara. Says we're a man to know the mochel naturally. Who is the opinion that says that the mochel,
Castle Dracula,
which
every
out
year.
of
Is
the
it related to
olives is considered to be
flat
mashka,
temples? Yeah, it
which
doesn't
the Gemara
surprise me.
says,
It's
Rabbi
German
Yaakov,
of
Rabbi
German
Yaakov,
ancestors.
this
I
sign of
think
Yaakov Omar,
Rothschilds
mochel,
related
related to
to the
mashka,
original
mochel, the
Latin
liquid
bill.
that oozes out of the
And
olive
that would
given the initial
track no
stage.
failure.
It's
So they're
like
gonna track with
mashka.
maybe
So the Gemara says, Mata Omru mochel yotze the tchilotar. So we'll say that's the case. Why did Hadassah was here with jumping around a little bit before it turned out to come power? Yet the initial liquid that comes out of the olives is not machshir something with kabel. Why is that?
That was the other thing. Like, you don't really get to look at
no
it
one
for
cares
quite
about
a
that
while.
first
And when you do, it's
liquid that comes out of the olives. Because no one
movie
cares
is
about
made
it.
in.
They're
It's
capable
very
of
dark.
machshir the kabel. So the
It's
Gemara
very much
says,
a candle.
sure, and then mochel in the mashka. In reality,
Because I don't
mochel
like a film
is
where
not
you're
really a
pretending that
liquid.
people are in a
Umad
candle,
tam omru.
but it's really
Mochel
well lit.
haise
That's an
musikufis
example
habatam.
of where
There's a
video
that
actually
issue.
is
Why do
a
people
better
say
medium to choose.
that the mochel that comes
Because
out of the people?
like digital loves darkness,
like
and it can do things in darkness that film just doesn't have the
so
capacity
liquid that
to
comes out
provide.
from
And so it's
that
an extra
netting
choice. When we did
is
Silent Hill,
ultimately
we made the choice of whenever we're in the
liquid
dark, we're shooting
capable
with digital.
of being machshir something with
Whenever
kabel.
it's
So
during
why
daylight,
that
we're shooting the
the
film
fishi
to
after
create a
below
kind of
62
distance between the two.
because
And so,
ultimately again once it's in the net by definition it's going to be oil mixed in
and
with the
this is
mochel. So what's the
recent.
night and what is the
I'm
afternoon
warming up to it. I've been
ultimately
waiting.
again
I
the
bought it
Aussie
on
bus
Blu-ray.
it's accessible. But
I
it's a
keep
well,
it.
it's
It's in
the
that
mochel
stack,
that
and I've
comes
just
out
been
of the
waiting
pizza.
to,
That was the liquid out
for
of
the
the
right time to
pizza.
expose
That's
myself.
the night
When I'm in the
all
right
the
mood.
travail modu the mochel
I'm
yotze
no
the
film
kilotar.
expert.
By
That's
yotze
my
the
favorite
eco
thing.
base sabat. So we'll say
That's
if the both of you if the initial
that's actually
mochel
saying
is hard
that's
or it's
incredible.
not capable of
That's
have
incredible. My
being machshir the kabel.
fun vampire
And they both
movie is
agree
30
that
Days a
once
Night.
the olives are
It's great.
netting,
Not
the
as
liquid
good
that
as
comes
this.
out
This is
ultimately
I
again
think I
is
have Legend.
capable of
It's
being
actually
machshir
a
the
pretty
kabel.
good
So
vampire
what's the next thing? The visa mochel that the food are having mashke. Kulmar lo having mashke. The Aussie buster itself. The Amish is still living the duck is there. The funny of course like not apparently after the olive is back for a couple of days. Mochel and therefore capable of being kabel to love. Like you say, capable of being mashke. That's the mochel. Says the Gemara. It's called the fighter.
But it's like a comedy.
Rabbi, Rabbi says, why is it that the mochel invalidates the mikvah? Because the mochel is a liquid from which you cannot cash the mikvah. The post does a mikvah b'shilei mara. And ultimately, again, therefore, it's also the mikvah. So it's like, so the Gemara just ends off here. Ultimately, it's also like, so that actually kind of
Kind of like a mockumentary. Like where they're
what comes out of this. We jumped around a lot.
but it's
From
it
Srita
takes
to
all of the kind
mikvah
of vampire
to Tova. So we
mythology
saw a
and
lot
it makes
today.
it
I just want to point
fun.
out from that last discussion
It's
what
fantastic. This is
this
his best
was
film.
as follows.
This is, I'm sure,
They would
the
appear
foundation of everything he's done.
Halakha L'Maisa, it's although we adopt the position of something that is not squeezed, and that is not
I
squeezed.
never even heard
And Halakha L'Maisa is don't have squeeze or juice, L'Chapila on Shabbos. Area in which it becomes complicated.
granted protection.
What is that something that the majority of the world
It's
doesn't
like a Blair Witch
speak?
project.
You will find some people who
It's been like this
do
the whole
squeeze
time.
or juice.
Dishes,
So
no
what
dishes,
is
and
that?
that still hasn't moved.
Halakha
In 5
L'Maisa.
years,
So it's like,
you're a
I'm
cool
gonna
guy,
end
but you're not
up
green as a
and
flag.
then we're gonna bring
Well,
Halakha L'Maisa to mind. So far, where the Gemara, where the Gemara's holding is, number one, Rabbi Yehuda and the Chamavi, any Jews that come out of olive grapes will be upside down. Everyone agrees. But according to the Gemara, nothing else on Israel. So whether you had in mind that it's going to be for consumption, for juice purposes, everyone agrees that liquid that comes out of baking on oven is going to be us. Shower potatoes, what about other foods? It would appear that the some of these vegetables don't namely, if the food is set aside for consumption, liquid which comes out is not problematic. If, however, the food is set aside for juicing, the liquid that comes out will be problematic and not to use that. Category number 3, fruit, which is never juiced. Fruit which is never juiced, turns out everybody, when we don't understand that's what? Juice it, let's not continue on shots. Complicated cases, but what if there's something that a long majority of the world does not juice? And like, Menashe Bar Menachem does juice, what does that do?
I had to wash my eyes afterwards with another movie. I didn't mind it. I hated because I loved the foreign version of. Which country was it from? I think it's Sweden. It's an outstanding. Even the book is fabulous as well. I just love a good horror movie, a well-made horror movie. Because the suspension of disbelief is inherent to the enjoyment of film. Just show me how the guy turns into a monster. Make it so. Yeah, so and also you can see they have been making Dracula movies again and again and again. It seems like every year there's another vampire movie coming out, or a couple years at least. And they're never exhausted. The market never seems to be exhausted by zombie movies. They continue making them. It's like that's the most overused. Zombie films, zombie TV shows. I mean, how many versions of The Walking Dead are there? There's multiple. Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of them. I like the beginning was great. I think first season started, but then when I realized, it's just sadism. And I mean, I get the point. After the first season, I realized the point is The Walking Dead. They're actually The Walking Dead because they become emotional. I didn't got to the point where they were just murder. Yeah, and that, I think I talked about this before. That's a real problem with television. Is that they're just trying to get the serotonin levels. And real television, you return because you love the characters. You want to return to. Well, sometimes it's done like Game of Thrones did a fantastic job of doing it. That kind of lost its way after a while. I'm rewatching it right now. We're actually on season 3 right now. It's fucking great. I kind of forgot how great it was. But when you get to the binge, and you don't have to wait there was years in seasons. Kind of took some news. Have you seen Dragon Cycle? The Rise of the Merlin? Okay, so these days, you almost don't know where television, where to find television, and that's because you can find it anywhere. The mainstay producer videos are no longer reliable in producing quality television, and so suddenly we see stuff rising, out of places that are completely unexpected. And this was produced by the Daily Wire. Of all yes. And the CEO of the Daily Wire directed it. Jeremy Boring. Yeah, I know I'm mispronouncing his name. But this is good. Okay, this is better than it's. I have a very high watermark for Arthurian mythology, like to me, Excalibur. And this really went with this, I had two initial points for watching this. This is very unlikely that I would enjoy this production. But they did it for a micro budget, effectively. They made something that is absolutely kind of reinvents the mythology, and they do it like proper television, where kind of love the characters, and they weave an entire reality and universe that is fantastic, and it's done for for very, very little. They're spending billions making these Lord of the Rings things, and nobody cares. They're just awful to watch. And in the meantime, these guys just,
But when you have items
without
that are
anybody
in
paying
a
attention,
normal place,
cranked this
putting
out.
a muktzah
And
item,
I've only seen
muktzah
4
item is
episodes
not
of it,
allowed
but
to move with the muktzah
I
item.
am like
So the
completely
reason is
blown
like
away
this.
by it.
You know,
That's
the
so
piece of meat
interesting.
is
That piece I haven't
left
heard
for
anything
people
about.
left.
I think
The
that's
sheep
part of
is
the
left
problem.
is
Well, just
to
because,
left.
well,
So it's very
like
nice
we
that
don't
I
hear
and
about a
Robert
lot of
if you put
things.
a number to item
It
any
is
kind of
like
people
the
that
least
that's
of
not
it.
the case.
But
Which he wants to put Rabbi
certainly
himself.
with
I'm
Daily
Rabbi
Wire, the
is well,
problem
you're
is
wrong.
it's
That's
like
why
associated
he
with
loves
this
us in
right-wing
Peshawar. We're
production.
not
You
trying
can
to
get over that and
Kafa
like
Iti
and put that
Lalavi.
behind you.
Kazu
And then,
Kazu is Gala.
this is to me is good. It's classic television. It's my prejudice was initially, oh, they're gonna somehow or another embed right-wing ideology. Well, everybody's in their ideology. Whenever you make media, there's usually corporate propaganda and personal propaganda, and usually there was a balance.
But when I saw, for example, okay, that was nothing right in the book at all. Real, and not even close to the book. And it's a complete alternate experience, and you wonder why that movie, why was that movie such a big success? Why was that movie such a overwhelming, like Oscars and everything? I think it had a little bit of the politics of what's going on in Turkey than anything else. And you know, what's his name, Billy Hayes, had spent the rest of his life basically apologizing for the movie. And because he wasn't like raped in a Turkish prison, and that's like a joke in the original. That's like a joke. It's you know, they're making jokes about it. And he was the actual character, the person who lived the experience. And so the movie is a kind of propaganda element, and that's like all Hollywood does it. You kind of accept whenever you're making a movie that you're being used at a certain level to do something, whether it's to, on a very basic level, focus your audiences, or to do things. We see that more and more, obviously, media as the director, personal propaganda, when you have something personal that you get on screen, has become more and more diminished, and you have, sort of more corporate propaganda kind of taking over. I think the crass example of that is the DEI stuff. In some characters and situations that are just completely out of whack. Did you see the Star Trek they tried to make on that? Okay, I like Star Trek. I watch Star Trek every day in my house. We watch like 2 episodes. My wife is like a Trekkie. She's like crazy for Star Trek. And so she puts Star Trek on, like at around 5 o'clock. Star Trek comes on original. Well, Picard, we cycle through, we go chronologically from, the original series through Next Generation, and then DS9, and then Voyager, and then Enterprise, and then back to, and sometimes, when you show an episode like, in DS9, there's an episode called Trials and Tribulations, where all the heroes go past and kind of interact with trouble and tribbles, and you kind of blend them into the set where everything's happening. Well, then you go back and watch Tribbles, or, same thing with Wrath of Khan. So we'll kind of connect it all together, and so, but every day there's at least 2 or 3 episodes of Star Trek playing in my house. It's like, usually I'm around small way the controllers and watching everything else. And so, and my children were like basically raised on Star Trek, and, the sort of morals behind Star Trek, and, this is very interesting. I thought about that.
and people complain about it. But I think Captain Sisko is one of the most amazing captains there is, because he's also a father, and there's all these like father-son lessons that are going on throughout it. It's like really elaborate television. And by the way, all that kind of DEI stuff is still it's still there. They're exploring all sorts of things in Star Trek Next Generation. Riker, who's like the second in command to Picard, and there's an episode where he goes to a planet that are just, they have and he falls in love with Lori. They
kind of waking up out of their single gender thing, realize one female,
You love it
and
that
that
you
person then gets
say
taken
you're
and
gonna notice that
reprogrammed.
I'm
There's an episode where
going
Cork
around
turned into a
so
woman
that is
in order
brother.
for some cockamamie reason come up with in the show, and he kind of like is like getting into it. Like, so they start exploring gender and it's somehow integrated into good storytelling. And I think something happened at the studios where they fired all of the legacy people and they hired on a bunch of new people
Why not?
just weren't as good at storytelling and or as respectful of the canon, I guess you could say, is what it was. But those seasons of Star Trek are, which I guess you could call from the Gene Roddenberry into the Rick Berman era. And they had such amazing writers. They had guys like Renee Echeverria, Aaron Shankar, and they had technical advisors. So if you were just into tech and really like, and most of our technology and most of our aspirations have come from Star Trek. Our telephones are basically, like triggers, and when we see it, I want to have that. And so somebody figures out a way to develop that and make it so we have that.
Didn't he actually say computer? Yeah, he would say computer. Answer your question. Yeah, well, like hey Siri,
Yeah. Well, and so it's I think it's a fantastic show. And then this dweeb Alex Kurtzman comes along and just shits all over everything, just like craps all over it. And I met with the guy. I was like, hey, I will write for scale. I'll write on your new show. I just want to be part of it just as an opportunity to work on it. And I basically found out he didn't want anybody who had any kind of funds for the original show. He wanted to do something new and to create something new. And boy, has he shit the bed, like in a big way. And this latest thing that they've made, this Starfleet Academy, it's still ongoing. Maybe it writes itself at some point. Did they? Good. Good. They read the room.
Was it, they stopped the idea of season 2?
That fucking Alex Kurtzman, man. His company's called Secret Hideout, I think. He's going to need a secret hideout after all these, like, after destroying Star Trek for, like, this latest generation. Are we talking about the newest one, the one with Tig Notaro? That's the newest one. Starfleet Academy isn't a bomb. I could not get through 3 episodes of Discovery. And I mean, they're just like, it's just awful storytelling. But it's also clunky dialogue and vast, just horrible. And they're more interested in the corporate propaganda than they are with personal propaganda.
Right. It seems like that's the imperative. It's like they get across this inclusive idea. The card is terrible. It's savage.
And go ahead and just shake it off. Shake it off.
What's his name? That Shoreville, like that is, the proper success. Like they brought back guys like James Conroy.
I totally
I don't know what it was. Kind of like a comedy version Seth MacFarlane did. He hired all the original Navy fire from Star Trek and basically used them to do that show. And it actually feels a little bit more like I've never heard of this either. It's unbelievable. Yeah. It is a Star Trek? Or is it? No, it's not Star Trek. It's the Orville. Basically just ripped off Star Trek. And they have a sort of tongue-in-cheek calling, but they bring all the writers from the original ones, showrunners, and like that, the original writers, like I want to say Conroy, but they bring everybody back, and it has a little bit more of the same spirit. Like the really good Star Trek-ish things, Galaxy Quest. So it's got kind of brave with Sigourney Weaver. Yeah, that was good. Galaxy Quest is hilarious. If you love the original series of Star Trek, Galaxy Quest is amazing. Like, it's so fantastic. But I love Sigourney Weaver. Yeah, she's one of my all-time favorites. that's a good example of a movie that was like a DEI movie
or
that you
the
never
show
even noticed that
of
was evil.
rentals.
Yeah, you have a female
All
lead,
of
and
them
you never think about it.
well,
She didn't have like powerful women in movies before, right? Like throughout history, right? The history of cinema is built on.
then you're
You
permitted
know,
to go ahead
and by the way,
to go ahead and
the complex woman character can have faults.
They're not
Like that's
moving
part of it. Is characters have faults. Characters have things wrong with them. Yeah, they're not always just
So
like
this got to be also
dominant and noble. Dominant and like can do everything. Exactly. Some of the Star Wars ones, there was a few of those. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny. You had, I think it was Ben Affleck was on, and they were talking about AI and how it always goes to
you are permitted to take the sponge.
J.J. Abrams always goes to the middle. And boy, was that Star Wars he did the middle, where he just basically took the Luke Skywalker story and just rivered it with a strong woman character. And I just thought it was bland. And just tasteless. And just nothing new. He just went to the middle. So you don't need AI. This episode is brought to you by Visible. Folks, there's one thing nobody wants this season, and that's getting fished. It's not just profiles that are putting you at risk, it's also big wireless carriers. You know the type, looks great at first, promises a low, but once you're locked in, surprise fees and an expensive bill that isn't what you were expecting. Your knight in shining armor, Visible Wireless. It's one line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for just $20 a month. Taxes and fees included. Now that's a green flag. The best part, Visible is all digital, so you can switch as fast as you can swipe. Fall from the trap of getting fished by wireless. Visit visible.com to learn more and start loving your wireless. Terms apply. See visible.com work management details. No, you just need a Band-Aid. And the thing about Alien 2 was like, you didn't know who the hero was. Alien 2 or Aliens as well. I mean, Alien 1, I didn't like Aliens 2 as much. It was fun. But it was like, why are they so easy to kill now? Why are they so obvious? They were, you know, Space Marines. Marines are tough. Marines are badass. And Lions kick like first Aliens, they still were clever. I know the first Alien was clever. He was hiding, sneak around, he would jump. You didn't get to see much of it, and then that was also cool too because it kind of captured you with the suspense. That's one of the best movies I've ever. And it's a 1979 movie too, which is crazy. People don't even know. So it's funny. I recently went back and started watching all the stuff I hadn't seen.
Remember, that's also part of the idea.
There's a ton of them that I just kind of missed along the way. And I started off with what was it? I started off with the movie because I just missed it when it came out. And I'm like, what happened to Ridley Scott? And so I have not liked any of his recent Alien movies. I just think they're confused with the Prometheus one. It's just like when you need a web episode in order to understand what the hell it's talking about, you fail. And they're just like they're technical marvels. Shoots big canvas cinema like Ridley Scott. No one shoots a helicopter mission like Ridley Scott shoots a helicopter mission. And you know, you watch Napoleon, and sure, Battle of Austerlitz, amazing to watch. You know, cannonballs going into the lake and ice breaking. People falling in the worst date movie. What's wrong with it? I didn't see it. Well, Joaquin Phoenix, and I think he made a choice because I consider him to be an excellent actor. But in this movie, I think he made a choice to just play it like contemporary. He just kind of talks. Everybody else is doing sort of like British or Frenchish accent, like all kind of pretending that they're in a period piece. But no, Joaquin Phoenix, he just walked off Hollywood Boulevard. And just like the battle scene, there's
So,
passion
Bangladesh
in
is
performance. It's kind of this
Bangladesh is a different
dead,
type
dead performance. And I did it on purpose to betray those who I think he came on, he was like, I'm going to do whatever I want to do the way the Pope made me do it. And I'm not just going to try. I'm, of course, again, I'm going to be an outsider from all of these other people who are, and I think there was an intellectual idea behind what he did, and it kind of fulfilled. So I'm like, okay, I adore why he really stuck in these big scenes, but wow, what a terrible movie. And, failure, and then I said, and so then after that, I'm like, okay, let's watch something else. Well, he did never see that. Gods and Kings with Christian Bale. Same thing. It's like you start watching that movie, and there's some interesting things in the film. It's got like chariot battles and, archers shooting things, and like, when he's doing that, like Ridley Scott's, oh, this is my day on set. He's got a cigar, 20 cameras, like cameras everywhere, and he's like shooting from every angle, and he's like a great general, shooting. The minute anybody talks, that movie falls apart, and actually, I mean, I don't know how to say this, but that movie almost did its best to turn me on the juice. Like, I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is like, first of all, is anybody even Jewish making this? Like, it seems like nobody involved in it was Jewish, and like, they start, like, how is that impossible? Well, Moses, as a character, when he's an Egyptian, he's like the adopted Egyptian brother, and we totally with him for some reason. Then he becomes Moses after being like hit with a rock, and all of a sudden he's kind of he's like a lunatic, and like everybody's following him. Like he's like he's disgraceful, and but every now and then they kill battles. And it's like, okay, I can really start to do this thing again. And also really good in it is Joel Edgerton plays Ramses. It's really funny because Joel Edgerton is, like usually you have Egyptians when they're cast to be kind of tall, he's kind of like this butch, like sort of tough, big body, butch Ramses, like just kind of like a tough Ramses, and every now and then
Squeeze that water. What's my intention? To remove the schmutz from the plate. See, if water comes out of the sponge, it's expelling. That's an unintended consequence. Yet, it's usher. That a dovish and a miscavin is usher. It's bad. Oh, now telling me is the safe at the end of the shot reflects the view of that. No.
You promised Space is just for websites, but you can also get a domain from Squarespace. Something like topfootballcamp.com for your football camp, rugby readers.com for your rugby league, or weirdburpycult.com for your weird burpy cult. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website is how you go from 0 to 1 all in one place. Yours before it's gone with an offer to make it real for 10% off domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
And then his Australian accent comes out, and he's like, oh, he's like an Australian Ramses. And John Turturro plays his father. All that makes sense. John Turturro, like, what a crazy choice. And so there were all sorts of like interesting things going on in the movie, but again, I was like, oh, this is awful. Is it impossible for you to watch a movie with
what is going to come out? That's called a situation. Those kind of situation, even if Shimon agrees that it's going to be awesome. So when they for us, they suppose that you're going to show both agree that Allah cannot use the sponge. Most like he is doing can use the sponge, right? The sponge has a handle and it's dry. Now to reason why can't you just use regular dry sponge? So that would be saying the issue would be traditional saying the issue would be almost like a concern about getting confused. And if we allow you to use a dry sponge without a handle, you make them use the wet sponge without a handle as well. The handle is already a step removed and therefore depermitted. Says the Gemara, honey in the Tamil Aramaisa, Sharo Vitalgalunu, Oil Bakazin, Adlop. Don't say things actually very different. So these pits of Aramean dates are permitted to be carried because of their mother. And what's the Pshat? Look at Rashi. Carrying them, Shaltzmar and the Hinovanians. So what do you do with date pits? Generally, depending on the date, you would give it to animals. It's animal food. So what would happen? So these Aramean dates actually says Aramaisa, Tmarim Roihin, Umahilin Hakamorin Atzma from the behemoth. Hilchach agab pinay the behemoth amikas. So this is these Aramean dates were inferior dates. What would we do with these inferior dates? In general, you would feed it to the animals. So that means the date itself will be given to the animals. So since the date will be given to the animals, therefore what? The pits themselves are part of animal food as well, and therefore the pits are not muktzah on Shabbos because they're part of animal food. However, with the parsaisa, the Persian dates, like the pits of Persian dates will be usher. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, those dates are consumed by people, and therefore again the pits themselves are not set aside for animal food. Shmuel used to carry the date pits on a piece of bread. Let's say going back to our bread not distribution, but our what is it? But bread claws, good. Our bread claws, right? That ultimately take an item that's not muktzah and go ahead and use it to transport the muktzah item. Those are just a chilik in the dates. So the dates which were always fed to animals, obviously their pits are not muktzah because it's animal food. That are only consumed by people. Again, those pits will be muktzah on Shabbos. We do adopt namely that the muktzah identity of an item is concretized and solidified at the onset of Shabbos. So what you are at the onset of Shabbos stays with you throughout Shabbos. So for example, therefore these days, which are fit for human consumption, but you don't give them to your animal because they're too good. The nice so even once you eat those dates, those pits are not usable for animal food because the mice are designated for human use at the onset of Shabbos. The Gemara ends off. Shmuel Tameh, Rabbi Shmuel, Osa Adam, Kol Sarach. Shmuel, right? Shmuel Tameh. So Shmuel, supposed to remember again. So now we just said Shmuel would transport the pits of the Persian dates on a piece of bread. And this was the Shmuel Tameh, Rabbi Shmuel, Osa Adam Kol Sarach of the past. The Shmuel holds that a person is permitted to go ahead and use bread for all of his needs. So we'll say this section is incredible use. So there's a concept of desire over. There's a concept of not doing degrading things with food. Not doing the covet of to have a certain level of respect for food, specifically for bread. Shmuel is of the opinion that you can utilize your bread for any constructive purpose, even if it's not consumption huge. So the idea over here is he's using a piece of bread to transport pits, but because it's being used in a constructive fashion, that's not called desire over. So Rabbi, Ratalti agav lifna united. So Rabbi, he would transport the pits in a pail of water. So what happens is when you finish the pit, when you finish the date, either you spit the pit into a pail of water or throw the pit into a pail of water. The pail of water, of course, is not milk, so it's a pail of water. So you transport the pits with the pail of water. The Fumer de Rishua Avalu Graf Shalei. So also the Fumer de Rishua said pits is like garbage. This is garbage. So remember again, garbage falls into the bed category. And anything ultimately again like that has the ability to be moved. I will say, do we go ahead?
Just becoming hyper-critical about all these different aspects, like how I would do it, what I don't like. Yes and no. So the next which I stayed away from, and with great apologies to Ben Damon and Ben Affleck, was The Last Duel. And I just kind of avoided it. I was doing other things at the time. The poster looked awful. I couldn't see that. And then I put it on after watching these other two. I was like, okay. We go. So again, lo and behold, one of the best films of the century, in my opinion. Absolutely. First of all, those guys know how to write a script, and I know that they wrote it with Nicole Huff's and or whatever. Ben Affleck, like, when I saw him on, it was like, that's one of the reasons I kept away from it, but he's hilarious in the movie. He's a genius. I was gripped by this film, and this is a great date. This, my wife got turned on for this film. That's all there. I don't know anything about it. Adam Driver is magnificent, and like this relationship that these two guys have, and it's kind of a Rashomon story, meaning that like a character Marcella's Rashomon, which was three stories that are all sort of the same event told from different perspectives. And so,
Like, so
and
remember
that
again,
demon
ties in
is like a
Apollos.
revelation.
When
It's so much about Hollywood. Like when I watched this, I was like, okay,
Caesar,
I'm that demon.
go ahead
Quinn
and
is Adam Driver for sure. Like Adam Driver totally knows how to. You've heard about Hollywood. I'm sure there are many people like know about Hollywood.
send them a
And
couple
the way
of
to really get along in court and enjoy the orgies, to be in the orgy with everybody is like get along. It's like we all fuck together. That's how we do it. But Matt Damon, who by all accounts in this, he's a fighter. He's a great knight. He's true in his heart. But he's just on the pill to hang out with. He doesn't know things. And because of that, he's just kind of marginal. And the whole movie plays off of this friendship that just kind of goes awry, where jealousy comes into play.
going ahead and
And it's ruins everything until they're finally fighting. Right? And what Scott just does what he does, which is he's insane fight between these two guys, which like was just every blow was painful to look at. And this to me was the best one that Scott was. I just Black Hawk Down. I also very much like
again,
I throw that. I never saw that. Throw that in. Scott's Monsters. It was actually to watch. I love Gladiator 1. Gladiator 1 is magnificent. It had some kind of secret sauce in it that was fantastic. And Gladiator 2, it just kind of goes through the paces. It's just kind of everybody shows up. Speaking of showing up, when Sigourney Weaver shows up in Exodus Gods and Monsters, she's not even trying at all. She knows that she's there for a paycheck. Like, she just shows up and she's like, does not put on an accent of any kind. She just shows up and just speaks the lines. I'm not here. I'm going into Morocco or into town. Want to go party for a while. And she just thought it was a bad film. She checked out. I'm not sure what she was thinking, but like, she may have been thinking what let's try and just look like. Just look like she was. Well, that's gotta feel so dang good. To enjoy the character as a work, and they don't realize it, but they're committed to it. The other discovery that I just watched that I haven't seen again, I wanted to learn because of the title
to the barrel of wine.
and then just nothing exciting. I thought it was a comedy. In fact, I've been avoiding it. It was on Netflix. There it is. I look at it's like a comedy. It's got Javier Bardem, Javier Bardem looking exactly like Robert Downey Jr. Like, and it like just kind of crazy. Robert Downey Jr. in his crazy face,
but the
colorful glasses and everything. Robert Downey Jr. with like a broken up nose or whatever's going on with that nose. And okay, so I put on the counselor, and this. So looking at that, I thought this was a comedy. I thought, oh, it's going to be a romantic comedy. This movie, after I saw it, like, I feel like I've seen too much. I feel like I know much about the world. Like, and it had that to me. Like,
listen, come and save the wine.
It's kind of a disaster for
Come and take one for yourself. We'll say, what can't you do? What can't you do? Allah myself, you can't go ahead and sponge it out. We'll say, that's you can't. You can't take a sponge, right, first of all, and rub the cloth, and go ahead and rub the wine like that. We'll say, that is going to be
how
for
it works.
sweet. And we'll say, I want to that's very
Which is basically a giant
it's not
cartel.
just wine and
Cartel
blood,
wins.
but whenever you have a little bit of blood,
And it is such a
Sita. Now,
think
Sita,
it's such a
remember, actually, we're going to talk about Sita in one second. This is an incredible sugya,
2014.
but Sita is a kind of gush, oppression, extracting one thing from another.
There's too much content, and he's cranking up movies like right here. So
Especially with Rabbi, this was yesterday.
constantly making movies. And so that was why I had
Sometimes the same act, sometimes these details
quite
as the
different
Rabbi
talking about
class.
Black
You
Hawk Down and how much
can't,
fun and how
you
that
can't,
was this century.
largely
It's not a bad
the whole same
without the
so you can't
commercial
food
very
on
beginning.
Shabbos in order to make it. So you want a fresh cup of orange
Conservatives have
Shabbos
commercials
morning
in Africa and
before you come to davening.
but
You
the
can't
rest
go
of the
ahead and
movie
squeeze
is
food on
just
Shabbos for
insane.
the
They wanted to check out all
So
these
so again, remember,
surveys.
if you actually
And
squeeze
so that's why I
food
started
on Shabbos, it's
researching them
sleep.
and looking them up
That's
again.
not
And like the
sleep,
counts
that's
are, how did that
dust.
fall through the
That's fire,
cracks?
right?
And
That's
it gets
the liquid
terrible
from the
reviews from
Sabbath.
people
That is
hate
innocent.
it.
That is innocent. However, in
What's the
Yotze
crazy?
Me'achal, what's allowed to is squeezed out on their own.
I think
What happens
they
in
were
that
just like,
case?
we don't
Well, I'm
believe
not
it.
speaking
They
of the
just don't
juice,
believe
but the
that's
juice
what
came out on its own. So what's the clarify?
I found the
The
film
Yehuda Omer, yes, listen to this. So what's that? I'm sorry.
Do you
In
think
Yotze
that's just
Me'achal,
because of the
Asman
time period
Asir.
it was released?
So
I
Hanakama holds
I think
that
Ridley
it doesn't
Scott
make a difference
knows
whether you
things
squeeze the
that
juice or the juice
Ed
came out on its
McCarthy
own.
knows
It's possible. You
things
can't
about the
drink
world
tea
and
that comes
put
from
on
a
film
fruit, whether
before
it's squeezed out or you
everything
squeezed it out.
she was.
You
Now,
make
I mean, that was
these
movies
things you
today.
don't learn. In La'ofrim,
That's what's
if
happening
the
today.
fruits that you have are set aside for
So,
consumption,
yeah,
Hayot in the Henokar.
sulfuric
They
acid
say if
into,
the fruits are set aside for consumption,
into
then any juice
drums,
that oozes
what
out
the fuck,
is going to be
and
mutter.
shipping them around the world.
And I will say, what's
As
the
a joke.
logic? Like, look at Rashi.
That's
Rashi
film.
says if you
Yeah,
don't
there's
know
also, you see
La'ofrim,
the thing in
then
the
you
Epstein
cannot
files
say
going
that
on.
Yotze Henokar.
Was there
Lo
Epstein files?
nechol yidamashis. What's the let's take it to this one? Why does it have bottom say that even if the juice is out on its own, that it's going to be usher? It's very simple. Because we're concerned that if we allow you to drink that juice, which is out on its own, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You're going to squeeze the fruit. You're going to squeeze the fruit. So the people said, you know, if this is a fruit, but rather again, this is a fruit which is going to be consumed. Then how many times you can the juice just out on it? Because we're not continuing to squeeze it because that's not this kind of fruit. Then Lamash, but if Lamaisa, and what's an error, we have also actually points out that if you have a fruit that is set aside for consumption and the juice squeezes out, that's actually you're not happy with that. Like you don't want that because the juice that squeezes out from the fruit makes it less edible. So number one is low nature. I don't want it. And also I'm not going to squeeze it because this is a fruit that is set aside for consumption. Not for squeezing. Then the mashkin, the ultimate fruit that's set aside for juices. Then Hayot said they had also. But we will agree that if juice squeezes out of fruits, then ultimately again will be a mashkin that is done. If you have halacha or naisa, I was to tell you about how really funny. If you have honeycombs that you crush up, you crush what's going on. If you crush love on Erev Shabbos, you have to ask for that. If you crush the honeycombs on Erev Shabbos and the honey is oozing out on Shabbos, it's going to be awesome. Rabbi Eliezer not. Rabbi Eliezer says no, crush them on Erev Shabbos. Ultimately, again, it is going to be red. So again, we see that Talmud concern will allow you to use fresh honeycomb when they come to crush actual honeycomb on Shabbos, whereas Rabbi Eliezer is not concerned about the deal. I will say, but I want you to focus on now is the incredible holdings we have. Everyone agrees that you cannot squeeze juice out of a fruit on Shabbos. Hanakama also. It just doesn't make a difference. Right? You can't take any juice that comes from a use this to depend on the fruit that's set aside for consumption. Then you don't really want the juices, or you never have enough of the juices. So squeeze the juices. Salach reminds you to drink the juice. You're not going to come to squeeze the fruit. If you don't want the juice set aside for consumption. But if it's a fruit that's set aside for juicing, and the juice comes out on its own, and the juice will be awesome. I'll be concerned that you may come to actually juice the fruit.
And so that's sort of hard to digest.
Well, you spoke the yain, well, you talk
Like some of it is in
so
code,
yain said you actually almost
like
like
over beef
so
jerky,
if you have a barrel
saying, talking about jerky, could you walk beef jerky over the person? What is that for all this pizza they're talking about? Right, you never see any
and it looks
pizza.
like well, you
Right,
this is
yeah.
you
I'm gonna get some
give about
soda.
With
my
and you want to get it
and there's all this coded language. It's like, oh, that's you're just perioral. You're just seeing things where you want to see.
Not
It's clearly a
bring your
code.
hand to the
It's
corner
absolutely a code. And in fact,
straight
on this
in
phone,
hand
SAP,
back
or
into your
SAP
tongue in an
October,
incredible way.
it's a long
Go ahead and collect what's
concept.
passing. Collect oil.
And so
So you can't do
in
that.
Latin, Mundus,
You can't do that.
SAP,
Shabbos only on set.
once
You
you see
can't go ahead and collect one and collect the oil like you would do during the week.
want to.
Despite the fuss,
Don't want
if
to
again
believe
you
the
had food that got scattered in the fuss, let's say again,
Well, I think what the Epstein files
you had a
because of these emails that have been released, people are just now starting to be aware of
and let's say again it got scattered all over the
bizarreness
what's
of
when lucky on Yad
something like the facts. Like, let's just talk about the sulfuric acid. This was like right after he was indicted in 2000. Yeah, I gotta get rid of some
all of
bodies.
the produce
Yeah,
back
I'm
into the
gonna
bodies.
punch all those bodies. What did it say?
Yad said, this is really quite fascinating. See the back of the fruit. Now again, remember, the basket is already collected the food. What happened? The basket, the fruit went everywhere. So what can't you do? You can't just go back and regather all of the fruit from the mushrooms. What does that look like? Look
One
at
of the things
these
they're saying is
like
like
the guy.
he
It's not
was
really hard.
indicted,
But you come to the
and
point
then
that
right after he's indicted,
like
he orders like how
and
many
therefore you
gallons?
cannot do that on shots. What can you do? You could go out and collect the fruit one by one as you need it for consumption. Now here we go. Already, the Amr Shmuel, Moda Hayrabi, the Chachamization, the Another, that is who the beast that
So that you think is real. So, well, yeah, not only that,
let's go there already. Everybody agrees you can't squeeze fruit. Hey, they're saying that fruit doesn't matter the fruit, right? Made for consumption, for drinking, you can't squeeze fruit or its liquids on shots. That's
musicians,
totally
let's say, a little female musician,
what happens when you
killing
squeeze
chickens
out of the
every day,
fruit?
doing sacrifices.
Some say,
High level.
awesome, everything's
I
awesome.
don't want to say names because I don't want to sue. And I don't want to get dead. He was a rival. Here's the purchase. I go, I sort of looked at the comments for some stuff. Not that this is the best answer, but a quick answer. Someone is this could be for like a reverse osmosis water treatment. This truly is on night. There's enough pushback because what is focus at here with this individual. You know, like the timing of all of that, like, you know, where are the purchase orders from, all of that sulfuric acid before. Oh, no, I just want to put sulfuric acid into my swimming pool. Muriatic acid. Well, that's the question. Was there orders for sulfuric acid before this? If they do have a water treatment plant, how does sulfuric acid play into water
Your
treatment?
intention is to eat it and not use the juice that comes from grapes, wine,
It says
olive oil.
RO plant, reverse osmosis seawater desalination facility. Sulfuric acid is commonly used in maintenance of such facilities. Not everything you don't understand adds up to the responsible thing it could be. Deception. Look, maybe they're all eating pizza and grape soda. How cool is that? That's how many billionaires do you know that sit down and eat lots of pizza and grape soda and ice cream. This is a real trial by your chickens. That's why I just go by yourself. This is just a plausible answer. So does he have a desalination plant on the island? Yes, for sure.
Only to
It had everything in it.
disagree in that case as well, and hold no. Even this is only us if your
So they were using that, so they're taking seawater and converting it in fresh water for what? For irrigation, for drinking, for all the above.
utilization of that. Other fruit,
Like, what the fuck does that mean?
maybe I will say will make that juice
Explore buried shit.
but not by
What else
using
do you mean
that.
that?
What
What does that mean? That's basically a lot of things, and they're not really coding it very much. Well, the code is glaringly obvious when they say pizza on this picture. That's glaringly obvious. How do you know jerky?
Anything
You know what I'm saying? It's like, why do I need a chilled container to write, a chilled bag or Jesus Christ. Do you think they're eating
by all
babies?
other fruit. Again, by all other fruit will look, you start with consumption or
I don't doubt it
I'm going
for a second. I think this dates back, like, you know, long time.
by Jason
A whole lot questionable. Well, there's the other evidence. Thank you for the torture video. I enjoyed the torture video.
So I'm related to
That's like people just
said to him,
they don't see them.
like the Abba,
Right?
go out and figure it out.
Some notes that are remote water
Figure it out.
treatment energy systems
All right,
that
now
could
I'm
possibly stockpile quantities for 1-2 years of operations, although others argue that using it directly for reverse osmosis, as stated in one social post, is technically questionable
Strawberries
for
and
memory health.
pomegranates. What's Tuning about this and that and other, what you
Highly
like right
corrosive
beside
strong
you
mineral
go.
acids that consume
This
the
is
brain's hydrate
Shamash
char organic material, which is why
if you have all, if you have olive,
in
that
both
oil flowed
legitimate
out of it.
industrial
Shamash
processes
and
and
that's
in
drug
darker
related.
hypotheticals.
If you have olive, that oil flowed out of it. Or another Shamash
When you get
or grapes,
indicted for
that
sex
wine
trafficking
flowed
and
out
then
of it.
you
Also
order
remember again, in these
6
cases,
drums
you're not
of
actively
sulfuric
extracting
acid right away,
anything.
are you really worried about your reverse osmosis plant right after you get indicted of foot? You know you're going to chase like a duck and it quacks like a duck. It's probably a duck. It's probably a duck.
I'm sorry, let's go back for a second.
330
330
gallons of sulfuric acid.
With Nissan, being the Opal, being the Mashkin, and you have gathered up these items, right? Rather you store these grapes and olives. Ultimately, I get for consumption or for juice purposes. I don't see
so much blowback from that. You know, online critics are like, no, there's nothing in there. Well, guess what? Does that mean they don't want to see it? They don't want to see those two guys walking away with that coke. They just like, no, it wasn't in the Schnitzler.
Pomegranates from which wine came out. With Nissan, the Oakland, if you had set aside which was in the amount for consumption, Hayot Mehan, what's the juice that comes out of it is the Mashkin is the stem, but if you went ahead and set aside the juice,
Let me tell you, I told you what they do. They would like scare the hell out of you.
Hayot, Rabbi,
that's after
Rabbi
he's
Yehuda
been
will
to
say
the
that ultimately that which comes out of the grapes,
in the sex
Chachamim Omer, being the Oakland, being the Mashkin, Hayot, Mehan,
but
ultimately again. So the Chachamim will set aside the Oakland or the Mashkin,
aggressively trying to get me to look at
according to this version so far, everyone will agree that by Jason by another, whatever you got Jason by another, is going to be us. Whether you set aside the Jason by another,
now it's like people are like
or
looking at it and
or
they're like, well,
Akila, or for Max,
it's obviously saying something. You extract that
is
out
going
of
to be
it.
us with the Max.
Is he saying something about people? I don't know. Well, there's always been weird secret groups and
Right?
rituals.
What
And
happens?
it's one of the
What
ways
happens
to
ultimately
ensure
again
that
that come out?
you're compromised, you'll stay. It's a confidence
set aside
operation.
for
Yeah. And so what you do is
set
you
aside
find
for
somebody
consumption.
when they're young
Those ones
and
that are
they're,
in the third category being
less
used as
inhibited.
scam. Scam means
And
if you
they,
put them away for
you know,
no intention.
uninhibited.
So if you do the whole
You catch
one way,
them doing
the
something
whole
that
it
is
will always hold
illegal.
everything and
You
any juice that comes out of the
provide
tree
the
will always
mechanism
be
for that to
us.
happen.
Now the juice is
And
one
then
inherent
once
with
it's happened,
distinction. So
you
you either set aside
now
for
have
consumption,
the
either
video
set
proof
aside
or
for juice,
audio
and
proof
also
or whatever
scam,
proof you have.
non-designated
You got proof
juice.
of
Because we'll stop over here for today. We'll
this
pick up
is
this
what we have.
as major ramifications. No, the Shabbos we see the continuation of my program. Really, the question out of my program, how local am I saying it's
$20 million a year, whatever level that is. Instead, you're not. And what else explains some of these people about, like, you know, about Trump? These are puts. These are like it's over the top. It's, you know, it's strange how people behave regarding it. So you think that's also just because the Democratic Party didn't want him to get into power because he was a complete outsider? I don't think there are parties. I don't think that's all an illusion also. I think everything that you think that it is an illusion. It's all fake. I don't think that any history before 1600, I think everything has been falsified before the year 1600. How so? Well, there's this guy, Anatoly Fomenko, who's a Russian mathematician and historian. And he wrote a book called The New Chronology. It's actually a series of books. It's like 6. I've read them all. And also his he says that all of history has been changed. About 1,000 years have been added to the timeline in order to justify land claims. And those land claims largely have to do with Eurasia, the Eurasian Order, and the elimination of the Eurasian Order by collusion between the Vatican, the Romanovs, like the Mongols and Huns. Yeah, there was and if you look on very, very old maps, you see that there used to be a country called Tartaria, where that was in existence. And at a certain point, they wiped them out. And so he has a theory, and it's just a theory, it's just a thought. But when you see how history is constantly being rewritten in real time, it's not so hard to believe that he uses, astronomical evidence, mathematically kind of proves it. And he basically says that, if I get this right, that Rome, Greece, and Egypt were actually active until around 1800. And so even if you can wrap your head around it, the survivals took place with the Inquisition, was discovered in America around Rome, and that all of this was designed to justify and or to erase this entire civilization from history. And then there are people who believe that the Rothschilds still existed
as well. Similarly, they call pick up a back. Pick up a back. Inside the back.
Composites, or there's a number of, so they think 1,000 years are missing from the time. Think about it. If you're a big guy, you're like, hey, I want to go to the country, you look over to France, let's say, and Germany, again, there's all these like indigenous
But I
peoples
can go ahead and
that
carry
fight
it
the
to
mountains
with
the mercenary, you hire a guy named Sherlock, and you get him to go in there and kill all the chieftains, and 5,000 chieftains who killed in a single day of Sherlock, and you completely wipe out everything that they first, Paris, New York, you begin France, and what it really is just land. And so you add time to the timeline in order to justify that landfall. Because what makes more sense than history was long like this, and so it's flatlined for 1,000 years, picked up again, or does it make more sense that so many took that time, that the Dark Ages kind of added time. So I'm confused. So, but isn't there like documented history from multiple cultures at time period? Yeah, but it's all like by the Jesuits who were completely in control of that history can easily change. In fact, we see history being changed before our eyes in real time. And so the deep past sees it change. So we're not in 2026.
Even the tumor is bottled,
Jesus.
it still comes down to the one to get
Oh my God. Just a theory. Does this guy actually
say you are permitted to go ahead and set out that part
and it's a very interesting theory. And so I read that one, and I had a 10-point collapse. I was like, well, crap, explain to me the flat. It's like when you buy the history of and then flat. The progression of humanity through history. So we kind of do a progressive history, and all of a sudden there's like called the third dimensional everything. Is there a rational explanation for this? Flat line for 1,000 years. The collapse of Earth
says the Gemara, Amarava,
that's not plausible. Everything is plausible. It's plausible that sulfuric acid is used for reverse osmosis water. Everything is possible. The question is it probable? And Jamie just pulled up that was the first time or ordered that. Yeah, okay, so there it is. Yeah, yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's the stupid things that make me become desensitized to stuff. I mean, look at everything that has happened in the last 6 years. It's like an insane amount of stuff that's happening. Everyone's just kind of like, well, they get desensitized literally is people's brains fried. You think like, oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, well, there's some scientific evidence that for some people, at least, it crossed the blood-brain barrier and had some sort of detrimental effect on the cognitive function. mRNA is reprogramming your system. And I think looking at a giant die-off, people collapsing left and right. Nothing is wrong. That guy in the airport who's flipping out, that's what he's realizing. He's having a sudden awakening, and he's tweaking. He's like, and he's looking around, and no one cares. Everyone just wants to die. Well, this is their day. Everyone wants to just make their
by definition, consciously learning redistributes its own
I
weight.
just want to keep doing my job,
That's
my thing, and I just want to protect my thing.
Right? When a person
There's certainly a lot of that going on. I
is
just really
dead,
care about it as
there's
long
no
as I have my daily life.
redistribution of weight.
That's all I
This is
care
why
about.
against
You know, the health and the time here in your country is being overtaken.
Therefore,
Like,
when
when
you pick up the
else
child,
in history has this happened? And I'm so shocked at how quickly it's happening and how do you bounce back?
You'll be tired for going ahead and taking and carrying the
Because
child.
they're
I'm
doing
not
this
tired
mass
ultimately of
arrest
carrying the
thing
child,
on social posts,
because I know
which is
it's not
bizarre.
but I am
Watch,
tired
and then
for
they
carrying
eliminate
this and
jury
carrying the
trials
couch
for anything
that
other
is
than
around the
murder.
child's
And if you
neck.
say anything,
I
you're
believe
in
I
jail.
can keep
Yeah,
the
if
results
you
of the Gabi
post
I was
you're
there.
just
Why
immediately
is the
sent to
couch
jail
buffer
before it's
to the
been
child?
can't
Why don't we do the couch
with
as an
cardio.
accessory to the child?
Like,
And if probably
I
going to
think
be
that's
fucked up
insane.
with the
Most
child because I
Canadians
don't
are
say
driving
no.
along
That
with
should be
their
taught to our
nobody
because
wants to
we
be
look to our
racist.
did
Nobody
not
wants to
learn.
be
As a Chayvin, the Batra Afanita,
discriminatory.
was if you carry a living person on a
Rightfully
bed,
so. Like,
you're punched for carrying the bed. Why? Because the bed
believe that
is
your leaders
considered
are
to be butter to the
taking
living
care of
person.
and it's
Which
over.
the Gemara says you're right. You need to look kind of
It's
about
over.
the leg. So
I mean,
a bed
it's over here
is
in America as well.
built to a living
Well,
person. And this like he's Gabi, you know, moment about the leg.
Whether you like
I will
Trump
say
or not,
over
I
here
don't
get
like
a couch around the living
I don't
child's
really
neck
like any
is not proper. Look at Rashi.
that's
He's the Gabo cut the Gabi before you'll feel alone, sorry. Sorry.
actions
Level say here's what the Gemara says.
the
To a living
Clintons and
person.
Obama
I mean,
and
considered
their
to be
bankers.
necessary. I mean, it's not
That's what we
necessary, it's
see
not
in the
possible.
movie.
So therefore, we'll see carrying the living in the bed,
That's what
the
you're
posture is the person in the bed. Therefore, the bed is equal to the person. The same way again, it's all the same thought. I'm not tired for carrying the living person. That's how local I said, why not? Why not? This guy knows it's not small. A living person carries himself and needs the bed. The bed is considered buffer. I remember that I'm not tired for the person or for the bed. The flip side of the Gemara says, a couch, it's the couch is not a necessity. It's not a necessity. It's that they carry the living child, and that's tired for the child, but you'll be tired for the couch. I'll be tired for the couch.
Everyone's like, he's
So the
crazy.
Gemara says,
But
the
here's
Gemara says
yelling
as
at a
follows.
fucking airport. I think he's crazy
This
too.
is
Well,
what
if I was there waiting for my flight to go visit my parents, and there's some fucking guy yelling out that Steve, I just lived your life. Like, yeah, what do you want me to do, dude?
the couches around
I'm heading Florida right now. So I'm already buying Centers
the one is
curfew.
but the time is I don't think why would that be tied to
The
time?
original invasion of the body
The
snatchers
only
was all
reason
about
the couple
McCarthy.
from carrying the living child to life,
And
kind
I'm
of
a
see
fan
it's
of
not
so
so. I see that
and
the
look
fight
at
with the
how that ends.
child.
That ends
So I
with
would
you're
not
walking
fight
through the
the
streets
pain of this child,
pretending
which
that
is
he's like,
incredible.
hey,
Because we love it, but she is I love all
you're just
told
pretending
it
to
shit.
not be an
Like
alien,
the
hoping
other
you can get by,
pushing the truth of the
you
goof
show
on,
any kind
culture
of emotion. That's it. You're hot, and then
any
they're
love
gonna make
to
you go
the
to
truth of the
sleep.
goof on. The love that is done, not
So,
for its intended
so that the
purpose.
original script was written about McCarthy.
In general, there's a lot of saw. Why do you do the
So,
saw? Why does one call them a lot of saw in Shabbos?
okay, so and at the end, look how that movie ends. That movie ends with him.
And I really want to
guy
be
in the airport
location.
hungry.
Therefore, I move it. When a person moves the court,
It's
it's not the shot
they're animals.
that
Yeah,
they
he's
want the
basically
location.
running to the
What's
street
the
just to
shot?
get traffic.
What's the shot? I just don't want the location.
I don't remember the original one. I might not have seen it.
But the reason a person is
But
moving
this
a
other one
corpse on Shabbos
was
is
amazing.
because
Everyone thought that that's what it was about.
So in this case, when a person is moving a keynote maze,
Bolshevik
not the
groups.
shot is looking for because he ideally wants to get to point B.
And
He
when
just like point
there's
A
a
with
rise
his
of
home.
Bolsheviks,
That's a look at the
it's like we see it.
That's
We
a
see
look
it
at them, not for its intended
How do you
purpose.
define
The one will be public.
Well,
So the Gemara suggests that's Rabbi Shita. That's why Rabbi holds in Halakha L'Maisa, they
essentially
point
a
marriage
kind
to
of
the child, one is butter, because it is in the
it's not
Halakha,
correct to say
shaking
communism.
the Gemara
It's basically a kind of authoritarianism. It's an
one second,
egalitarianism.
now we've established this. In Halakha L'Maisa, you carry a living child, and the child has a pouch around his neck. What's the halakha? What's the halakha? Your touch on the child is kind of says on small but what? You hide for the balance. You hide for the balance. I don't say how that should be the condition. As the Mishnah says, when a person can pick up his child, even though the child is holding the stone in his hand, the rich people say, the Gemara says, Now, no to other club every I go. Or we that be nice. It's you know, she told that
Killer, and they're gonna say all sorts of shit about
what's the
discredit
what's the
anything they
case?
say. That's
The
fine.
case is where a child
Easy
has
to discredit.
longings or yearnings
And so it's not really my right
or
to
it's
speak
people
up.
of Gashi. The team Chisho got
So
going
if you're
from
a human
Gashi
being,
says,
it's always your right to speak up. Well,
she
it
loaded
is,
Leonard,
but
Yakta.
they can beat
She's
you.
over
And
there,
as
the child
I
having
look
a
around,
simple
like,
tantrum. And if
civilization
you
is on
don't
the
or
precipice.
lift up the child's going to get ill. Not Sakanas Nefashis. So the Sakanas remember again, whenever you get to the realm of Sakanas Nefashis, that's no
We were talking about this yesterday, actually.
So that's what Sakanas Nefashis. Rather again, below having to tilt the Shlobi again, the Makam Sak, the Apagat, the Sakanas Nefesh, Kula, Ella Sakanas Nefesh. Therefore, the Gemara is a case where you can pick up your teething and smoking something. What's that case?
Threats
The
are
child
real,
is having a little bit
danger
of
is real.
and
Like,
if
we
you don't pick up
really
the
do need
child,
to be
it's just
united
not
as
going to
one
have
group, a community,
It's going to
and
fulfill.
recognize
Not
that
definitely
our
low,
brothers and sisters
not
in the streets are
dangerously
not
low.
our problem.
But you know, it's going to have attention. It's going to have a negative. Then in this research, like, what I love how nice you can go ahead and
Building 7,
pick him up,
the evidence is there.
pick him up,
Anyone to
even
look
though
at.
he's holding
And nobody wants to look at it because, and that, nobody wants to look at conspiracy, like how did these both guys get a hold of things? How did they fly into the building? Why were the dancing Israelis watching it, cheering it on, shipped out of the country? And that guy owned the building, he bought it, took out like the insurance policy, and then had Elliot Spinner kind of push it through and force it through so that he could receive his millions in insurance claim for the bond money. And it really, since they wanted to tear down, because they wanted to tear down that building, it would have been too expensive to do, and all the asbestos and everything. So it's like, what was that building? Housing. But building 7 was housing all sorts of IRS, NSA, yeah, right. What was in building 7? Let's find that out so we don't just think. But there was certainly some intelligence
Even if
and
you're
data
not ready
that was
to
being
put
collected.
down the evidence of
The fact that
negative
no one wants to admit that that building fell like a
character.
controlled demolition is really crazy. And again, I'm not saying it's a controlled demolition, but the fact that people want to say, no, it wasn't like a
So
controlled
why
demolition,
again?
like
Why?
when was the last time you ever
So
saw
I
a
was setting
fucking
this up.
building collapse like that ever?
So, let's say,
Controlled
remember again,
demolitions,
this is
yeah.
what also
There's
just
been many
said.
buildings
The
that have
child's
been
holding
very
the
badly
government
damaged on
like the
fire, but
child's
they're
holding the
frame
book item.
remains.
Why have to
Multiple
set that
structural
up?
engineers have
So now,
the towers
even
could not have the way they fell. Explosives.
There's not a whole new price to a stone. But for example, what do you apply to a court? For example, most of what saying is as follows.
The sounds
The
of
child is having a tantrum. He's having the idea of others. And his father needs to pick him up. So if he's holding the stone, the father can pick him up. If he's holding the coin, then the father would have to first get the child to drop the coin before he can pick him up. Why? Because
also destroys data. You want to destroy data. Like, didn't the Pentagon that got hit wasn't, and that was also the day after Rothschild was saying there's trillions of dollars of work accounted for. Didn't the accounting part of the Pentagon get hit by that air quotes plane? Yeah, that plane they gave in wasn't it? The building contained 24,000 gallons of diesel fuel for generators used by tenants like Solomon Brothers and the Emergency Command Center, floors 46 through 47, and parts with lower level were mechanicals, while files for litigations, service cases were stored there but lost in the collapse. And the SEC sees it's the same since then, that there too. Boy, that's super convenient. Guys, what's the data? Let's just start from scratch.
You're sitting on the
Yeah,
show.
case
Some
of
have also
Purdue, and yet no
what's sound of
I mean, I know there's actual video of it. It's like really shocking. I had some really dumb guy on a podcast once that was a skeptic, professional skeptic, and he was really angry with me for saying that, look, like controlled demolition, you're promoting a dangerous conspiracy theory. I'm like, no, I'm saying it looks like you're saying it doesn't look like control. Let's watch it. Like, let's watch it. But some conspiracy theorists have had a pretty good run.
that a living
Let's
person
watch it.
carries.
Listen
So
to
I'm carrying Ruvain on
collapse.
Shabbos.
It's a condom
But
code.
Ruvain's
Now,
wearing
one
his
thing that people
clothing,
do point out that's
his
true
clothing.
is that the
Nevertheless, again,
center,
again,
a
Ruvain's
small
clothing are
structure at the top of the
excessive.
building 7 that
And then
collapsed
we
first.
you
And
know,
it does it
emotion kind
like
I
I
will
think
say
a
again,
minute before
if
they
I
actually
look
get
around,
these are
I carry
skirt built.
Ruvain.
These are skirt
And
built.
Ruvain's going
That
ahead
means that's
and
actually in the
carrying
most
something.
structurally
In
sound
a
part.
I will be
The rest
quiet
is a
for
facade
carrying.
taking off of the inner
So
structure.
yeah,
That's
the halakha
the
l'maisa.
sound part of it. It's built over a condes and substation requiring large trusses on lower floors to support the tower above, creating long-span floors vulnerable to thermal expansion. Long unsupported floor beams and girders up to 50 feet connect to critical interior columns. Column 79 was sheer studs that failed under fire-induced lateral loads.
Under normal circumstances, if you
It was
carry
the
a child
automatic
and the
fault.
child's
The
carrying
exterior
something,
tube
you're
frame
chayiv to carry that
provided
item.
stiffness,
The
but the open
exception to
interior
this rule
layout
is
lacked
if the child is having
redundancy
a
to prevent
tantrum. If you don't pick up the
fire-induced
child,
progressive
it's
collapse.
going to
With
get ill,
connections
and
not
it's holding
designed for
something
horizontal
that were
thermal
you to
forces.
grab it, you the father would not go out of your way to pick up. You need to pick them up on
That's a
Shabbos.
cute
To
way
pick them up on
of
Shabbos.
saying
I
that's
will
why
say, but
it fell
again,
at free
just
fall
to
speed
quickly
and looks like a controlled
the
demolition.
halakha
Because
l'maisa,
if that was my building, I would say, give me my fucking
and it
money
wasn't
back. You
something
made this shit-ass building.
and pick up
This building got lit on fire and just collapsed on itself. Let's watch it collapse.
That's
Because
different.
the way it
That's
collapses
different
is so
in a situation of a
kooky.
child
Because it really does it
holding
at free fall
something.
speed. Or close to it.
Listen, these
It's
constant time no says that.
strange. Like there's never been a building that looks
Let's
that
say
intact
it's
that falls
and
like
your
that.
child is walking. Your
It's
child has a tantrum. Needs to be picked up.
It's
What?
fucking weird.
You
And
can
when
pick
it
up a
says
child
it's
as long
not
as the
weird,
child
how
counts.
it happens.
Even if there's no issue.
It's weird.
You
Now,
assume
planes hitting Tower 2.
no sense.
Okay, that makes maybe more sense to me. Does it? Yeah, because it's on the top
Remember
down.
again,
Looks
from
normal.
some
It doesn't collapse
perspective,
into
if
its
the child
base.
holding
Tower
something,
7 collapses into its base. The way you
Outside
know on Tower 2,
perspective,
you feel
we are carrying perspective. So that could
girders. It could be. Yeah, I mean, you have
if the
immense
child's having a
amounts
tension,
of
holding
weight,
something, look to
and
pick up
it is
kids.
collapsing.
Like I think
So if it does collapse the way it looks, it's collapsing from the top down. It's not silent. You're going to hear tremendous explosions when concrete hits the slabs below it. It's going to sound like
and there is
explosions.
a
Also, you have the fog,
stone
right?
inside
So
of
you
the
have these people that are involved in an extremely traumatic situation,
that night.
and their memory is very fucked. Like, your memory's fucked when you experience something like this. You remember it's funny. You have confirmation bias. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens. So this is the explanation that a piece of plane falls down. I'm sorry, a piece of the building commences destroyed. So that piece of the building falls down and nothing comes to it. Hence the building next to Tower 7. That dash is all it took to take that building down.
Yes, there is a
That's
stone inside
super
the basket.
suspect, and I do know that there's a fire inside the building. I'm sure. I'm sure there was. But the way it fell was crazy. That scene, Tower 1 and Tower 2, it's like, I don't know what happens when a jet flies into a building like that. Neither do you. And also, you got to deal with corrupt construction companies, cutting corners, not doing things up to code. Perhaps. I'll give you that. I'll be super charitable. But with Building 7, I'm like, come on, man. That's weird. That's fucking weird. Because it doesn't fall like 1 and 2. To fall from the impact was the deterioration structure, the weight of what's above the impact. It falls down on it, progressive collapse up to the bottom. Tower 7 is nuts. Tower 7 just drops. Once free fall speed into its base. Anybody else think that's weird is being naive. That's never happened to a building that hasn't been a controlled demolition. Not saying it's a controlled demolition. Maybe it's like these enormous drums of diesel are creating this fire, unprecedented load on the structure of the building. But even with that, with everything else that occurred, with all the tangential stuff that's occurred, you're still giving the benefit of the doubt. You'll have suspicion. That's what I'll say right now. I was trying to finish. That fire is not on every floor uniformly. So why is it collapsing uniformly from the top down to the base? Why doesn't the base, where you have this incredible fire load, why doesn't that weaken it and fall over sideways because it no longer has structure anymore? Why is it every floor has the same amount of damage and it gives it the exact same time? That kind of doesn't make sense because the fire is not uniform throughout the building. It's not like the building is one gigantic flame pool and then it all gives out at the same time. But even then, I would think it would tip over, would fall aside. Falling into its base, that indicates some sort of a control. Like it was done uniformly, they time it. You watch like in Vegas when they blow up a casino, it's like, and then it does that. Let's watch an actual demolition. So when you watch an actual demolition, it was just like that. And then, I don't know, the testimony of your eyes are telling you the truth. But your brain will come up with all sorts of stuff because you promote this action. Well, I'm not allowing it to with Tower 7. I've always maintained
and the two smears on the bottom, suck your blade with the holder, shove it blade with the middle. So you just go ahead and wash.
That one
Two motors on top, just squeak out the
Tower 1 and Tower 2.
I'll leave it to the neighbors.
Tower
Move
7.
on. I keep going on. The shooter left.
If they're telling the Tower 7 seems normal, that seems, if they seem so gaslit, that seems like they're gaslit.
And reconnect it.
So here we go. Okay, this one they're setting up for controlled demolition, so they're still that's kind of cheap. There's other ones that have done that, but it's the same kind of thing. It's still falling into, yes, it's falling into itself the same way Tower 7 did. That's in that movie, that's a different shape. That has a circle. Yeah, it's a different kind of structure, it has a different look. That's one that one. Okay, there. Come on. That looks exactly like Tower 7. When you watch that up again, watch that from the top, from the beginning. A little bit right before it drops. So watch. They're looking, they're watching, we're going to watch the building drop. There it is. That fucker goes right down like Tower. Right from there, come on. That's exactly like a controlled demolition. And even the way it looks as it's going down, looks exactly like Tower 7. We were talking about the granite. Experiments can forget stuff. Advance. Prepare for the future. What's coming. In 1999, which was effectively manifested. That movie was called Fight. And what's the end of that movie? The end of that movie was the collapsing of the buildings, which are the financial system of the future. So they can create the future. Who produced that movie? Arnold Rothschild. Who is Arnold Rothschild? They got a commercial for that to do it. Excellent. Who is Arnold Rothschild? Well, he himself had said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh yeah, my last movie, no, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnold Rothschild. And so, what's another Arnold? The one you sent out with Scott. And in that movie, what happens? An airplane crashes into a building. You probably pull that one too. An airplane crashes into a building. This guy's obsessed with airplanes crashing into buildings. Buildings collapsing. And so, what's likely is has he been
Notion of the term spoke. That is only what itself. Don't check off the instead. Calculate with the money on it. And gather a bunch of us together and do a plan on how to attack Los Angeles scenarios. Oh, on how to attack LA. And now let's use AI. So You don't remember
Has he just been like,
said,
does he have
separate
access to
out
them? And so
portion of
what's the
the
what's
so
the
again, let's review this
that movie
case.
was made in
Truma
1999.
is butter in a ratio of 100 to 1. So if you have 1 cup Truma,
And so
that
it's a
falls
pretty
into
good
100
program
parts
where
it
you're
is butter.
showing
But
the world what's
Chazal
to come.
legislated that
That
you
makes
should
it
still
almost
remove
somewhat
1
acceptable.
100 of the mixture. So again, it's designated as
As two
again,
there
in
will
a
say,
lot
oh
of
no, it's
things,
just
we don't want
coincidence.
to
It's
toy
coincidence. It just happens to be.
that.
I mean,
So
that's what
you just said
he has said. I don't know if he has
you can separate that 100 on Shabbos
well,
itself.
that's the thing.
But why are you permitted to take that out on Shabbos? I don't understand. How come it's
slapped on
happening?
things
Once they
that
keep that
immediately sort of diffuses any real
again,
of, oh my god,
let's take a
things
step back. I said before, you
is
can't
there
take
this
too
much?
much
But as
in
time goes on and you're
Everyone says,
confronted with more and more information, and I think we're in the
the
beginning stages of reckoning files that were
now
just
again,
released where I haven't really much of it. I've only read the things that are really outrageous that my friends have said because I'm just trying to maintain respect. Well, that's just it. Most people want to be considered. You just, I just want to get through the day.
On a Truma,
I just feel like you're busy. Well, people are busy. I want to be happy, right? I want to raise my children in a world that is, a peaceful world that where people respect each other and where we can you can make something out of yourself, through hard work and through merit. It's like that's the world I want to live in. And more and more, it feels like we're not in that world.
But
Did you see that thing that was just released today? I think it's the AI company. I think that's the company. So one of its engineers resigned and essentially said that humanity is doomed, and he's going to move to the UK and just write poetry and just wait it out. Hasn't that guy seen Threads? The UK is like one of the dangerous places to be. That's where he's going to wait it out. Like that's well, he probably. Well, when he says UK, I'm not sure. Maybe it means like the Scottish Highlands. He's gonna hide and go into some small town.
Already
Just
set
hang out in a
aside
pub
and then
and
you
talk
get
about
to
the
look
town. More people men from other country are gonna move in. They're gonna move someplace that the West is conveniently been bombing, creating refugees, creating angry people. Yeah. And we have a God, you don't want to think that it's all planned out like that. But of course you do. Like, that was a bit of the exposure of USA. So I, like many people, thought USA was about aid. I thought it was like a beautiful philanthropic program where the United States donates money to all these poor countries. That's how they get food. Like I had Bono on the show. For the 50,000 people that voted Stone to win because of this 15 million people are going to die. I'm like, okay. But do you know how much corruption was involved with this? Do you know that it's not it's the Agency for International Commitment. Mostly what they were doing was regime change shit. And Mike Pence laid it out. He said USA was for tasks that were too dirty for the CIA, which is crazy. So, like, if they've been engineering this long game and engineering the collapse of legitimate governments all throughout the world, bombing places, creating refugees, and then having these not just border policies, but and helping people get in countries and then giving them money to get there.
And we look at the ratio
So
of the
many
first
people do
mixture.
not want
And
to
we
admit
apply that
was really
ratio
going
to
on.
now the
Because
first
despite
mixture that
all
got
the
involved
evidence,
that
that's
got
another.
mixed into the second
It's
mixture.
designed to destroy whatever confidence you have in law enforcement, in civilization, in the electoral process. What's the answer? Okay, so given a choice between totalitarianism or cannibalism, which would you prefer? Right, yeah, you take cannibalism because you don't want to eat.
And we do the Truma as a separate
No, I mean, you take totalitarianism because you prefer one meat.
So this is
But I feel like my terminology, I feel like we're increasingly in the movie Children of Men. That's movie was
remember again,
accurate
that when Truma gets
example
and there's not enough of a ratio ultimately again to go ahead and you have actually to do it as separate and distinct.
I mean, they're experiencing
So we're trying to apply it over here. That when Truma gets into the still again, Truma is butter, but you're still going to have to separate out one 100 Truma.
So
But there's a
today is
saying,
my last day, and
that
from Big
David
Riverside,
has always
here's the letter I
separated.
shared with my colleagues explaining my decision. That's a lot to read. What is the synopsis? Just ask for what the synopsis of what this guy said. Okay, Sharma, who built defenses against AI-assisted bioterrorism and push for transparency on model risk at the San Francisco AI firm announced his resignation on Monday. He described his struggles to let values guide actions amid mounting pressures and turned to the UK for a poetry degree and stepped back from the light. His exit follows but departures amid enthronement of Claude Opus 4.6 and a massive $20 million funding round at $350 billion valuation, fueling debates on balancing safety with commercial speed. Okay, what it's saying specifically is the issue.
That at this point in time, the entire mixture
Let's click on that. Let's click on this guy starts talking to us. Series is up. Safe. He's part of the
كان كم ساغر آفاق بینا خود زعفر که من نفت با سرخوش دارم كان كم هول
this guy's built something.
and
He's realizing all the players that are
then
funding
another
it
substitute
are likely, scary you know, scary people who are curled all in the same club, drinking baby blood, waffle together.
Shimon Savar, Hamai Sabato the Mail, Bahar to Basel and
Next, I do not know. I think fondly of this famous
when
Zen quote,
Saw number
not
1
knowing is most
they have
intimate.
101 Saw
My intention is to create a space
and
to
when
set
Saw
aside the
number 2
structures that have helped me
Basel not
these
only
past
100 but
years
101
and see what might emerge in their absence. These are
you got Omer
approach
Kirchner,
right here.
right?
I feel called to writing that addresses and engages fully with the place we find ourselves. And that place is poetic truth alongside scientific truth as equally valid ways of knowing. It was written for
I have one sub that fell into 100 sub.
Here's time. Talking about the speed of light, a lot of astrophysics.
Down, let's say it's Shabbos. Shimon also says, only not Shabbos in general. He also says, you have in mind, I'm going to separate out the substance from this side of the produce, and I'm going to come from the other side of the produce. Which I will say, shows you that. It shows you that halacha myself.
How's it wrong?
Separate
On this idea
or
of stability,
separated from the rest of the society. So we want to suggest that that's the location over here. That's how we do this. It's very close to the same. And you go to halacha myself. When you have one saw of truma that gets mixed into 100 saw of food. So again, truma is bottle, but it's not to separate out one like one saw of
that
truma.
is not true.
That we just do that on
So
Shabbos.
much of everything.
But why do we have to do that on Shabbos? Is that not fixing the produce? The American Testament that Yehuda only Shimon Elazar, who essentially says we view the Sa'ah as if it's already been separated, even though what? Even though what? Hasn't actually been separated.
It's
And he's something like about say.
at the beginning of astrophysics, there is this formula. If
Oh,
that formula is wrong, then
mid-flood
preceding
calculations, that's the
calculations
most recent
are
record.
also wrong.
And that's what I do again. Thank you, Sanya. ما علينا سنة فيما بأخذ
You just,
go ahead.
it's kind of
ما علينا
conjugated for us.
Yeah, local
These
on
formulas.
you can go ahead and literally not to that. Dama Tiban Charlie when they oven only try that, no? We can besides that, but that's what we try to so now we go back on there. You put on Omer, no see in besides that. Oh, besides that. So let's listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda says that halacha so you can separate out the piece of the halacha. Whereas Rabbi Shimon says, same as you do that standard, just go ahead and have it separate out the piece from this side and eat from the other side. What we see is that Rabbi Yehuda is arguing with Shimon halacha. Which he says, Rabbi Yehuda adif from the Shimon halacha. In a parallel, he says Rabbi Yehuda is just more naked than Shimon halacha. But Lamaisa,
Experiential testimony of the eyes.
Rama Kiban Yakov in a Latino of the Tazza, Rachel the Tazza, having been talking about us and all this. Already, you can see, you're essentially seeing the scene like which is what? Which is that halacha l'maisa, truma, in this situation, where you have a mixture of truma into 100 parts food. Okay, so again, let's get our facts correct. When you have a mixture of truma, right, if you have a mixture of truma, with less than 100 parts food, truma, the halacha is everything becomes truma. Right? Plus, truma is bottle in 100 to 1 ratio. Fact number one, if you have truma with less than 100 parts fluid, it becomes truma. Fact number two is bottle in a 100 to 1 ratio. Fact number three, bottle in a 100 to 1 ratio. Nevertheless, you must what? Have one part of the truma. But then you just coming along and saying about things like that. Now, what lies if you even do that on purpose? Even if everyone has to do
Don't fall. When you get to watch the sun rise and fall, they don't even think you're going to do this already. There's an 8-day travel session of the equinox. Travel in the other hemisphere.
that part of
Find yourself
separate
travel
from
back down.
right? Separate and distinct from the rest of the mixture. Therefore, your active separation of it is not considered the
satellite
Shimon Abazar happens in one nature. He says it's so separate and distinct that you don't even have to actually take it out. But rather, again, you just have in mind, I'm going to take it from the left side and I'll use from the right
It
side.
seems like you're saying this Earth is possibly flat. I'm
Then
saying
I
experiential.
local and I
When we're experiencing, that's a scale issue, though.
the part of the one part of the is considered separate and distinct from
But
the
you know,
rest of the
snipers have to
mixture.
calculate
And then
for the
act
curvature of
of
the Earth when they shoot.
removing it, but not
Only the curvature of the landscape is wrong. Why do you think the landscape curves? The landscape doesn't curve.
But I will
It
say,
is mountainous and
fine,
that's
flat
plains you do the same thing.
no mission.
If you're making a long shot over a flat area, like if you have to
Says
shoot.
the Mishnah, however, in Shabbat Yaakov, it's not out to the Vino Fellas, which is
I'm not a
the
pilot,
space.
I don't know.
So a person
But I
has
do know
stone
that when you
on
look
top
at
of the barrel.
the film from the
Let's
space
have top of
station,
the barrel. Now remember, this
when
is
you look at the
the
film from the space station, you see Earth that's not just round, but spinning.
How do I get the stone ball?
Space
Not
station.
the out
The International Space Station
I
is
can
actually
barrel
high
to the
enough to
side,
see.
put it out to the side,
And what you're
and
seeing
stone
is
off the barrel. Fine. How you should be after those?
and it's not high enough to see
Barrel with
curvature.
the most
It's
of the
actually
barrel.
it's actually
Then
even.
I take the barrel and
It's
stone
very,
falls off
very
the stone
close to
like
the.
that.
Let's look at footage from the space station
What
of
the
Earth.
hell?
So when you see satellite images that are taken of the Earth, you think lying, you think there's a conspiracy to piece all these pictures.
Stone
It's the same
falls
with
from different
same
with
line.
not proximity to other barrels. But
Conspiracy
similarly,
theory.
I
And
like that.
in a sense, we can everything that we see in the body is round,
And the
including
money falls
stars.
off the pillow.
So it's all except for things round. That's because
On my pillow. So what's that?
certain
Cup
that
of
space
tea.
exists.
You can look at that. And what's in it? Kind of
A plasma. What does that
and when
mean?
you think around night,
It's
so
a
it's water on the right.
plasma effect, a lenticular effect.
Why?
So that it's
Or on
not a
the
real
pillow,
thing,
matter.
but it
It's
affects
not
science. It is
Vegas
something that we have to end. It's just a very we've landed
Wipe
probes
off
on
the back
mysteries
of
that
the
spread
water.
people.
Water on the
Is
pillow.
from the space station.
Water, then what does that look like?
This
It looks like
live footage.
it's
It's actually saying you think clearly, and I'm saying that's lens curvature. Why do you think that's lens curvature? So what you're talking about is a shot from the focus. Why? Let's not do that right now. Because I don't want you to be completely fucking old. Because this is a round body, just like the moon, just like Mars, just like Jupiter, just like Uranus. That appears that appears to be able to accept this
You're
or not.
really flashing points out there.
It's
It's
getting
because the
at
leather
any
itself
moment, but they
is not
understand
subject
this
to
perception of the evotoxis.
So because
Okay,
you
do you
don't
know that the
wander
perception
leather
of the evotoxis is how they measure the
liquids, you
sky over a period of 26,000 years?
But then nothing wrong with that. Most
Those
just
just
like
keep going
stone
straight
barrel.
forever.
Remember
See
the
that
English
line?
right?
That
You have a
line
stone
right
on your
there?
barrel.
What is that?
I need to
What is
get the
that line?
contents of the
Yeah,
barrel.
what is
What's that look like? I
Well,
can
that looks
tilt
like
the barrel to
stitching.
get
It
the
looks like
stone.
it's stitched together.
If the barrel is
Crosses
between
are
the barrels,
right
then
through
presume
there.
they take the
That is
stone off.
weird. So for your by your very example, I'm just saying that you have to have some amount of faith in the
I
surface.
can go and lift up the barrel, transported to a different location, tilt the stone off there.
So what is the explain? Go back over that. What is the explanation of that?
That's what you do.
That is where there's this line. It's very clear. Self-discomposing.
Now I saw buses and I'm like, this is only the scene that you can guys.
This appeared by imagery.
If, however,
So,
you intentionally
and is this
dispose
multiple
on
images
the
that
barrel
are
process,
supposedly
then the barrel
pieced
becomes
together?
buses.
Is that what they're
But
they're saying?
based on
That
the
things
stone, the
fall
barrel becomes
into,
the
like,
buses.
the way perspective works is that
Ahí
things
se ven
appear
acá,
to fall
porque
into the
man,
horizon.
ano,
But now you
man, ano,
use
que pobre,
what
porque
is that
si
camera?
sube da tira,
P200
da tira,
camera
tranquilo,
that where
y
you can
solo
actually
tranquilo,
simulate
y solo
things
tranquilo,
out
y
into
solo.
the horizon.
And then we are saying that it's also something
This live video feed from the International
we
Space
involve
Station
ourselves
is
in
interrelated
movements
because,
of the
you're
permitted
watching too
items,
much.
but not
The
in
change and the onboard camera
Now
configuration
remember,
or
look
loss
at
of
that.
signal in the
That's
communications
the
network.
man, ano,
The video
que
return
nasce
when
en
connection is
Spanish,
reestablished. This
Matia
is during the
mata
live feed.
oxidad, difícil,
It's just out right now.
ahora
Okay,
mucha
so
está de aquella,
you're saying that it's like a fisheye effect of the lens. I'm saying potentially. I'm saying that we can even see that whenever they're up there shooting with cameras outside. You're like, oh, there's the how many meters the curvature, and then every now and then the camera turns in and it inverts for a moment, then it goes back down. I've never seen that. I watch a lot of NASA stuff.
There's much
I'm
more
not saying
exist
that
in
we're not
talking
living on
about
a globe, or at least it operates spheroid as Neil deGrasse Tyson says. Have you ever noticed how
that when you have a
fascinated
choice,
that guy
quote
gets
unquote,
whenever
right?
you
When
flip
you
on the
are
word
two
flat
out,
Earth, he
one
flips
is
out like the way
going ahead
Nero
and
flips out
exerting yourself
on
in level
like
officer
irrational.
versus
Well,
exerting yourself
he
in
flips
level
out when you say that
mutter.
men can't
If
be
we
women,
exert ourselves with
which
the
is very
level
weird.
mutter,
It's
even
initially
though what?
compete
Even though
with
what?
sports,
It requires
which is
more
very weird.
exertion
Like
than
a
the
man
level
for a man of
house.
science, that's
Who is that?
bonkers. Or that they
Listen,
should
right?
be able to go to
Think
jail.
about this. It's almost sounds
Fucking
because
insane.
that's not
Not
really
just that,
trying
but
to do it.
rapists.
Like, roll on
Like
top of
people
the
that
brain
rape
to
children,
minimize
and then they
yet
have to pay for their
to move a little stone
electrolysis and
off the
breast
top of a barrel,
augmentation,
I'm
which is
moving the
okay.
entire barrel.
At what point in time do you say that this is some
Like,
sort of bizarre agenda that you're trying to get us to accept something that doesn't make any fucking sense? So much so that you're willing to house male prisoners in with females because they say they're a male with an intact penis. And even if they get like female prisoners pregnant or rape them, we're all just trying to construct what reality is.
Like,
And it tends to be a consensus of what it is. But
show
there are reflections that
I'm
on the end that
Chame
don't
over
make
bowler,
any
Opel,
sense. I understand
The
they
Chame
went
says,
wrong, but do you know
separate
how
out
many
the food.
people would have to be
Separate out what you
involved
want
to
and eat it.
propagate
So
an
it's still
idea
a
that
border to
there's
that
a
from the face of
flat
time.
Earth
So it's not
and
what you
to cover up that thing and pretend it's round? And what's the motivation for covering up the fact that the Earth is flat? It's
You don't want that.
I mean, if we're really fundamentally
Sifter,
getting down to it, it's
keep
about God.
solar, keep
And
like
it's
the
about
refuge,
what is this
inside,
realm that
receiver,
we're
the sifter, if it comes out the tiny option, when is this called? When is this
and every
called?
culture through flying culture throughout
If the
recorded
Opel,
history draws us in
if the
this
food,
kind
like
of
if the food
flat
is more
earthish environment.
now Opel move out of so that's you shut the
Until like
that's an ultimate again.
1930s,
When
when
does
they
the
start
Silo
making
say
telescopes.
you go right in the normal way?
So this is a
That's
conspiracy.
when
Like
there's no
Galileo
Opel
was
than
wrong,
solar.
Lucas was
So
wrong,
listen,
these
remember
people
again, in
all
that
know
case,
that
it's
history
actually
is
less
wrong.
exertion
And
to set out the solas.
the other option is that we're just specks
Look at this
not
food,
floating around in
did
a
very have
endless
cold,
vast
roller,
nothing.
so everyone
Goes
will
on
do that.
forever, and
If there's
you are
work solar
completely
food,
connected.
then what?
You are
Better
not
to separate out the
God's
food from the solas, not to close it off.
Well, but that doesn't cannot mutually
Minimize
exclusive.
fear.
You know,
I,
just
but
because
how
we
far?
are in this vast cosmos that's almost impossible for mammal minds to grasp the magnitude of it doesn't mean that God's not real. It's exclusive to people who believe
Where it says, "Autonomic Iban by the Mishko, lo mishtak yele yain ad shak yele yain v'yada." Solas meruba ala opa.
I've been reading the Bible a lot. One of the problems that I find is it's clearly got the hand of man on it. Yes, and it can change the rules, King James. He wrote books on demon, not demons. And so, well, even the Old Testament, the Old Testament has the hand of man on it. Not just that, but it's also been translated
What
so
is
many
that?
different times.
You know, both sides.
Like ancient
You know,
Hebrew,
you
the
could go
letters
ahead
double
and
as
take the
numbers.
barrel,
Numbers in ancient Hebrew,
like
so
you get out
words
the
have numerical
but at a
value.
certain point in time,
And
once the
you know,
barrel goes down a
imagine
certain level,
translating
if you
such a
want to get
complex
out the
language
context of the barrel,
where,
what are you
like
gonna have?
the word God
You have
and
to
the
look
word
up the barrel.
love, they have
You
the
want to
same
see
numerical
something,
value.
then
I
you have to
believe. I
look
read.
up the
Here's
barrel.
the thing. I read that. I don't know if it's
Would
true.
rather
So let me
have
find
you
out if
lift
that's
up
true.
the barrel to
Put
get
that
rid of
into
the stone,
perplexity.
then to
There's
go
a
and
lot of
take the
weird
stone.
stuff
Because
in the
that's
Bible.
the
In
conclusion
Genesis,
that
when
you demoted. That's
the
really quite
Nephilim
fascinating.
come down and they find
That
women
even
go
though
away, and so
it
they
is normally you look at a minimization
actually
of
clear.
on a Shabbos, and
These
therefore
angels
minimization of Tif
are
would
coming
move the
down
stone.
and they're
Don't gonna move the
taking
barrel.
women
But I
for
look
men
for my things
and
going to have
having
to
sex
move
with
the
them
barrel
and
at
then
some
creating
point in anyway.
hybrid
Rather than move
offspring.
the barrel,
What
take the stone.
representative
I said in a Chavios, so what happens again?
so
It's the barrel,
I don't know. So I read.
you can lift up the barrel, people
Have you
can
seen a
take it,
Carpenter Son?
and
Well,
cross
let's
the
get
stone
you.
over. Tanga, Chavios, Omer, I saw this Minachas Baot. If the barrel was in the storehouse, so how you stay still with me nothing back there, or on the barrel, not feel them up, come out there in my house.
So
No,
the letters also
you
double
know,
because
fellas.
pi
It's
is
about the
and
different
that word
tilt
love, the
the
word
barrel
God, have the
there,
same numerical
allow
value.
the stone to tumble
Very-
off the barrel,
I'm very certain that that's true.
and
I
then
want
you
to
can
really
use
double
the
check.
barrel.
Jesus
No telling man
surrounds
about the circle.
everywhere.
Uma feeling come on, you can use the barrel back to his it's just a break.
That's why the Aronofsky film
There are a lot of times, but for some reason, you can't tilt the barrel to get
there
the
was
stone
also
out. It's where the barrel is
really fascinating
concentrated.
statement
You
by
pick up
this
the entire barrel,
politician
and
we
you
talked
look
about
over
on a
the
recent
and the
podcast
previous
was
one is very
that
important because I would say
how strange is it that we find out that this is made out of math and encoded in the universe itself. So a tool that we used that human beings created to measure the universe, it turns out that tool
Small
is how the
Shalak,
universe
so
is
you're going to
actually
get money
coded.
for those.
This gets
You
back
can
to what
take
you
it up some money. So I'm not here, but actually, Amarav, Lo Shana Ella Bishokaya, again, it was that only he forgot the money on the pillow. Alva Bimania, on Erev Shabbos, you intentionally face down the money on your pillow, you can't move the pillow at all. Now, the bus is the double house. The bus is a base
equals
from
26.
Those shine folk. It was like that's only the when they say that's the process.
Right.
That's only
What is the
that you can put pillow inside.
click on that
You're not even
below that
making tilt the
where it
pillow
says what is
to
the
get the money off.
geometric
You want to put your head down and go to sleep. I've told you from the combo, but I love from my space that the pillow occupies. It's out below, the open and low. Then I also can't pick up the pillow inside and move it somewhere else. Honey, you think
There's no way
yeah,
you can translate the Latin.
so Shana will tell
So
people
that's
about Sora
Common
Kumam,
value
Kalkula,
of 86
Once they get
was
each level
love's
of the
value.
so. The
What
Mishnah
is the
says,
ancient Hebrew?
if it's money on the pillow, you need to pillow on Shabbat, you can tilt the pillow and move the money off. That's only true when you forgot the money on the pillow Erev Shabbos. Now the pillow is not a bus. So because the pillow is not a bus, you can tilt the pillow, move the money off, right, and sluk is on, right, sleep well. Sleep well. If, however, your intention is put the money on the pillow Erev Shabbos, then the pillow becomes a
So
bus.
is that
So buses,
what's the
there are a
geometry
lot
of
of
the
can't tilt the money off because the buses can't be moved.
Yeah.
When can't the buses be moved? Only when you want to use the buses itself.
It's
So
13,
that's useful.
so that's a different
But
number too.
if you need the
Interesting.
space that the
13
buses
twice equals
occupies,
26, the
then
value
you
of
can't do the buses. So
Yahweh.
buses can be moved with Sorach Komo
This movie, The
and
Carpenter's Son,
connected
is all
with
about
Sorach.
infancy of Jesus.
Says the Gemara's, no, Shalak Kamaras, you're going to do that money.
Part of these,
Right? If you left money on the pillow, you can move the pillow. On a Roshia, in this case, I will say, this is incredible. We'll start this again and we'll stop. I'm going to Roshia. Shachach, Arniki, the Pacha. What happens if you forgot your wallet in your Pacha? If you forgot all your wallet guard, it's in the backyard. What's that about? Oh, there's a verse. You say, Mania Kala, Kika, it's not you can put a loaf of bread, a baby, on top of the wall.
That's where
Everything
God's love. So
I'm
love
ready.
twice is
Shachach, Levina, the Pacha.
so
You
here's
got a brick
a question.
in your Pacha.
What
Mania
happened?
Kala,
So
Kika, Ukino, from the Kalkula. You can put a baby on it,
Go to ask a follow-up.
all over, right on it.
So
And all ultimately, again, you go ahead and
How was the
says the
numerical
Gemara.
value
So again,
of
so
ancient
the idea
Hebrew
of it is
language
put something that is
lost
committed
when they translated
on
it
top
to
of
Latin,
the balance, on top of the
to Greek
that
first,
people
right?
like to carry everything.
How is the
I'm
numerology
Rabbi,
of ancient Hebrew words,
Shakakol, the Sakya
numerical
Malaya
value
Mos
of ancient
Srachya.
Hebrew
One time,
words lost
one time,
when they
they forgot
translated it to Greek?
literally a sack filled with money.
Because it seems like
And the Srachya was
it's
saying,
not just context. Like, what is your word for that? Like,
So what
they're a
happened?
different thing then.
ובאו ושאלו את
You know,
המדינות, והקימו
numerical
את
values of
המדינות,
ancient Hebrew
ואמר
words
להם,
calculated for
מישהו
you
עליה כיכר אותי
gematria,
לפתחו. רבי יוחנן
were
said,
letters,
just put a baby
doublest
all
numbers,
over,
was
spread
not
on it, and
preserved
carry the
Greek
sack of money
translations.
together with the baby and local.
Hebrew
Arma
letters
Zutra,
inherently carry
Hilchasa,
fixed numerical
Kechol
values,
Hanishisa,
enabling word
Vishochia.
problems.
So Marzutra says this is only true
Greek
of that.
letters have their own
If you forgot
values.
the wallet, or you
Equivalents
forgot the
rarely
you
match
forgot
Hebrew
the sack
sounds
of money,
exactly, so you
Rashi
don't
Amar,
lose it. Like,
I
when
feel
you
shocked
read
now
like
that this is not true.
Russian
Even if you
translations
forgot
of
the
English
wallet,
or English to
even
Russian,
if
it
you
gets like
forgot
super
the
screw
sack
for
of
sure.
money,
For sure.
look, it's not
Sure,
Shalacha.
like real
No,
people
only
Spanish.
Kikar
So what is
Elchino
this
Ella
gematria?
Manisio.
Even
And they say
gematria.
this
All
license
words
of a
mean
loaf of
another
bread,
number that all
and
have
this
some
license
sort of secret
ultimately
meaning.
again
From
of a
the
baby,
Nordics,
was
it's
that
the
we
same
can't
thing, and
go
there is a
among
striking
run down
resemblance
5
between many of the
minutes.
words.
But I was saying, feel this situation and have up
And
and
so these
you have to go ahead
ideas,
and
these glyphs and symbols,
you have to go ahead and move the
for
course.
some while hanging
That
upside down from a
course
tree
is mukta.
and learn language
Because
how to
now
speak
relax
are
local
somewhat universal.
by a course.
For the most of the land. Let's get to that for a second. I know what Jamie's
They
saying.
say, okay, you need to
Primarily
fine,
used in
put
Jewish
a baby on the
mysticism
tongue,
and religious studies to find
it's
hidden
in the wide
spiritual
lines of
meaning,
the whole
sacred
line.
texts like
To
Torah,
cover that Rios,
by assigning
Christian
numerical
Wicked
values to Hebrew
So that's
letters
like
and
this
words,
stuff in
revealing
case of
connections
really
between
have
concepts
a
and
compromise
explore the
dignity
universe's
to the court.
underlying structure.
Courts mukta.
What's interesting is like it's an old,
Something
but doesn't
not
that seem like a
mukta
more
on the
complex
court
language, a
and review
language
it
that
as if it
combines
is not mukta. So the
numerical
baby there,
value
put a
with
little thread
words?
there. But I love
Like,
for a
like
that
if
this
you
is not
said
to be
something
employed
to
in
me,
other situations. It's only
it's
allowed
not just
in the case where
implied
there's
by your
compromise
tone
cover that
or by the
dignity of the dead.
context of what you're
Like
saying,
when I
that
said,
I
move your
understand
wallet,
what it means
if
to
you need
you,
a sack of
but
money,
it's
this
in
license
the
cannot be
numerical
employed.
value of the words. That seems like a better way to communicate
Manach Kapak
than just nouns,
Sabaye,
verbs,
there was a
adverbs,
stop
like
over
that
there. So pick up in there, so we're going to stop here. We're going to see that we're going to see other strategies employed. We'll pick up that
it
buying
seems like
it's like,
if you can understand that, and if you grew up with that, that seems like that would be a much richer and deeper way of communicating.
Isaac Asimov wrote a book called Asimov on Numbers, which is fantastic, which talks about this. And he talks about Kalahari Bushmen, who have no concept of number ceiling, and how they process and understand concepts like when no one's around, the village is empty, things like that. And so, just different people are just trying to figure out how to articulate everything. Computer programming is a language that utilizes numbers.
It's weird when there's like certain languages that don't have a word for something, so people really grasp. They have a hard time grasping what the fuck you're trying to say. Like, what's the translation of this? Like, we don't have a word for that.
We don't understand the concept of empathy.
Well, there's certain cultures that are like tribal cultures that can't understand the concept of maintenance. They don't have it. Yeah, which is weird. Like you think about it, like, oh, right, because why would they need maintenance? Right. Why would they need? If you live a subsistence lifestyle, you live off the land, you don't need maintenance.
And then suddenly you're thrust into the 21st century, and
Right.
Chinese are building highways for you,
And the highways collapse.
yeah, the highways is collapsing. It's maintaining.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. But it's a
Pulling people out of the Stone Age. Iron Age. And dropping them suddenly.
So to take this back to the other one, missing 1,000 years. So if we really are missing this 1,000, the 1,000 years, I really want to get to that. And what I meant by missing, like they don't exist in the real world. I want to get to that. I want to get to, is there a conventional explanation for that stitching? Why that stitch? Like, what is the mainstream? Oh my God. 1,000 words to look
And
Right.
in
Well,
order
it
to
was
get
not
around
that's the channel we were looking at. I don't, I
in order
can
to
dig
go
up
around
what were we
that
looking at.
nice
The video of
The club imagery, hold on, sir. So that image might not have been an official image. That might have been something someone created. I'm not saying that. Taken out of context. I'm just saying it seemed like a live video. It was live on
And what
YouTube.
does this guy use? He
Oh, but it
doesn't
could
go
have
on
been
the
AI
barrel.
or shit. But yeah, I have to go back to look at
What
the right.
somebody's going to do is,
No,
let's see at the barrel, and the barrel is
that's fine. Jamie, you do the job of 15 dudes, so I appreciate the video from 11 years ago on Vimeo that is from SpaceX, so it's not NASA, it's someone else, and it's like it's up and down with the rocket. You can argue all day that it's got curvature, it doesn't have curvature. When you say rocket launch, what is it? It goes kind of sideways across the sky.
plugs it in the barrel.
And so,
Now,
like,
he says, well, on the next day, coming out like, he says, no, my intention is not to fuck the barrel. My intention is to show
I
the barrel.
watched this
And what else?
launch
I
live.
love it.
I was there, I went straight up in
But
the air,
ours will be
and then
not
it
in here.
curves and it
But
travels
other
sideways across the sky.
Well,
It did a certain orbit, and then it traveled and dropped off in Australia 35 minutes later. And when it got to the hands, no. And I watched the entire thing from the command center. I watched it from like 24 different cameras. But how am I going to do
He'll say, my intention is just to take them out. That's
now,
all
like,
I
this is not the troposphere. This is like how many miles is that up? This is low Earth orbit. But at low Earth orbit, Jesus Christ, that looks like a low. I'm watching the camera rotate. This is also another video. I want to get this stuff. Right. Like, this, as Elon would say, it's real because it's fake. Or when it looks fake, that's when you know it's real. Because I'm a Bigfoot then, bitch.
get around the things out there. I love it that one.
It looks fake as
It's not
fuck,
like
and it's definitely not real. You know, it's real that turkey sharpshooter is press play. See what this is supposed to be. Big cuts. Oh, I see. So it's a bunch of different ones. And now you can actually see the version. There's extremes. The lens distortion on the side of the frame is causing a horizon there to go down to get through. That's because of lens distortion. If it was, and the fact of the matter is, even the fact that these are orbiting at the same like Brazilian globular planet.
Was less
Planet, it's like a plane that, horizon horizontal, like
the arch tends to be around high level, a little bit of like the rounded out, also according to many percent when you see that funny, many is a little bit of high level. So again, you have to caution that it's a modified. So there are certain times when we will allow a certain level of high level, but again, you don't need that
truly see curvature. If we are in a simulation and if consciousness it affects the real things, and they're only real if we are experiencing them. That's why things get really squirrely with the testimony of your I know that I hear not just the testimony of your consciousness interacting with reality is what creates it. I mean, that's where things get super. Gravity exists, for example. Well, gravity's not clearly defined. Gravity is a concept, truly non-movable concept because you can prove things. If your density in light, the density they call it hydrogens, react with you. It's not necessarily provable, but it's believable. You come to a certain point where you're like, okay, faith takes over. At this point, my faith in gravity, my faith in the globe, because that's what's been told to me since I was a baby. And at a certain point, that just takes over. Not just that, but also it is a fundamental piece of what reality is because we want to believe the universe. What I'm saying is, we don't understand jack shit about the universe. We don't know anything. And all we do is we believe what they tell us. They is just the cue. In ancient times, they had a different understanding of things, and that was how it was back then. And so, because they had no other way to describe it, because then the reality is just built things based on where the sun during the solar equinox. They also were aware of the precession of the equinoxes, which is the wobble of
Earth's orbit. So Earth's spinning around perfectly. There is a 26,000-year walk predicted by the night skies. Somehow Polaris remains centered in the sky and almost rotating around it. It's extraordinary for traveling. So during the precession of the equinoxes over 26,000-year cycle, Polaris just it has its spots. That's where we're flying towards as a solar system as we travel through the galaxy. Right, but it's caught the precessions of the equinoxes, this wobble over a 26,000-year period it will move in the sky. Well, the point of Polaris where it is directly, the point in our perspective of it will vary depending upon where we are in this 26,000-year cycle. It undergoes a kind of penumbra of sort of a kind of motion of sorts. It changes. Look at it says right here, to the 26,000-year axial precession cycle, the North Star changes over millennia. While Polaris is the current North Star, other stars have held this position, including Thuban, 3000 BC, and future stars will include Orion, Alderman, and Vega. So it's not the same star. It's just what is dependent upon where we are in the precession of the equinoxes. That's what. It's not that the Earth is flat. I know it's kind of because it's not good, but it's not just that. They know where they've been able to accurately predict the motion of the precession of the equinoxes based on the constellations, which are clearly mapped out. So we understand this wobble, and this wobble may be responsible for cycles of Earth's climate. Now, this change would be dependent upon where the equator sits and where these poles sit, how it wiggles around. Would be right here. The sun is kind of yellow, and now it's just like white. Reality is changing. The sun looks exactly the same to me. It does. It's the same to me. It's something that should affect that somewhat, especially if you live in LA. There used to be more pollution in some regions. Excuse me why some people are yelling, but I've lived all over the world. You're talking about gravity? Oh, here we go.
The sunless someone's pushing the ball. I know I'm not seeing that here, but we've actually it gets so good because the force pushes now you imagine how that's for wine you can drink wine like that. Why? Because that's not the normal shadow. What you can do is like down on the middle of the sheet, kind of make a little bit of a and then I would say second. It's this. Everybody says you're right from the force. That's gravity. What's gravity? That's we have no idea what it is. Now, it's just density. Imagine. He's the flat earth. He's the flat earth guy, and he's from 100 proofs. And in order to prove something's wrong, he went down some rabbit holes. I was looking. For things like this to write stuff. So in order to take us in order to prove what? Whenever you have a proof, you also have to disprove things here. Hasn't he debated people understand like how you prove that the earth is round? Very complicated and very right, but I actually very integral cosmologist. He's not just things that symmetric to me making statements. The other proofs, there's plenty of them be disproven. What would single experiments and the experience throughout life, you are really, like when you go up into an airplane, I do the curvature of the air. You can't because of perspective. As far as I need current, because you're sometimes, all I'm saying is that through experience, the testimony of your eyes, you will never experience equilibrium.
Earth. You can, but you do have to insert fact about Earth that's a globe. If you go to the other side of the Earth, it's dark out. When it's sunny in California, they've made models of how that can work. Dorks have made but it doesn't line in with our understanding of cosmology. It doesn't line in with our understanding of the sun. That's assuming we orbit around the sun. And listen, I'm not saying that we don't orbit around the sun, but I'm not saying to unplug Earth, but the numbers change. But the numbers match. If you do assume that they're correct, that we orbit around the sun, but their calculations are different. You make the calculations on their flat Earth model as well. Then you still have to prove that wrong. Right? But so NASA doing that, this MIT pass satellite, people believe the ones who are stitching shit. That's a government agency. You went so deep on this, boy. All I'm saying is my experience. When I get on the plane later today, I'm flying. I gotta look out. I can see a flat horizon, a horizontal horizon. And when I land, everything else is faith-based. Well, that's all I'm saying. It's not, though. It's science-based. It's based on data. It's based on science. Science means observation. It means testimony. We're talking about the measurements. Data. That data is so far removed from my ability to understand. You can understand the circumference of the Earth, right? You can understand the numbers. The numbers line up exactly with how much time it would take for the Earth to go around in a day. Sure. And it works. What other experiment can you show me where water cleaves to a certain wall? Like, that's kind of the classic flat earther thing. I'll show any other show that endless 24,000 miles wide, and the answer to is gravity. And what we're talking about that just showed is gravity. Sort of this idea that we came up with to justify that. But there's clearly a force that does that. That's density. Just density. There's density. Well, then how come these two things will fall at the same time if I drop them? This is
so that's not what I care about yokes. I don't care about the white. I don't care about the red.
It's a measurement of how things right. So and the word that they invented, gravity, is just an explanation for how objects are pulled down. Right, but those objects, how come if it was density, wouldn't a heavier object drop faster? Well, when is a bowling ball feathers dropping in a vacuum? Now, where is the vacuum of density? They both fall at the same time because whatever the force we call gravity is, but there is some sort of a force that we call gravity that can be measured in a vacuum. Yeah, right. This is all I'm saying is that my experience, of course, my experience is being a tiny little thing on an enormous thing. Correct. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah. YouTube channels that I've broken down all those flat earth ideas to time. I tried years ago and I it's absolutely a rabbit hole. What's interesting about it is that if you extract like the faith that you have in these kind of ideas and supplemented with faith with oil or water, you want to go ahead and do that. They're only exchangeable if you don't understand the data, if you don't understand what's actually been measured satellites, or if you don't understand how many different people would have to lie about this shit and not achieve the same observational results that all these different agencies have. That the idea of collusion that Japan, India, and even countries that hate each other, they're all in collusion on this lie that the Earth is round. It seems much more likely that there's a bunch of people with schizophrenia that think that the Earth is flat, getting these YouTube videos where they're very compelling because they're articulate and they use great words and they say it all in a nice way without being challenged by real facts along the way by someone who actually studied this their whole life. I still saw Yeah, well, some shit Jamie randomly pulled offline. That was weird though, and that's perfect for this world we live in to have sort of a glitch like that. That's kind of what I want to get. Is there's so much out there is so much out there that it just it falls to faith. And also, what is it really matter? That's kind of what I'm getting ultimately is what is all of that really matter? What matter to anyone? And there's a cabal of 8,000 plus people who are secretly controlling the world and cultism and drinking baby blood. What is it? Okay, well, that's very different. This is a very daily point. This is a very different subject. Now, you've shifted. You moved away from the concept of the earth being flat and some giant line that's promoted by a huge group of people that aren't even connected in any way, shape, or form to evil people that are involved called like rituals, which has, by the way, always existed. And this is why it's very difficult for people to imagine today that some of the things that you're hearing from the Epstein files, like the potential that they were eating children or killing children, or that they use sulfuric acid to boil bodies. We don't want to believe in evil that is that deep. But in my opinion, if you can find out that evil is real, right? Evil most certainly is real. There's evil acts that we have documented all throughout the world. There's evil that the cartel does. I just watched a video where the cartel got this guy's head off and put it on a drone and flew it over to where the other cartel was. So it was funny. But it's funny. Having a good time. That's clearly evil. There's plenty of demons. The concept of demons. Don't materialize before it's necessarily. They pass upon the shoulders of men and whisper into their ears. I believe in evil things. This is what I believe. I believe that if I was a demon, or if demons were real, they would get people to do things which are verified that they have done. If you were a demonic, and you've got Oppenheimer's head, or anyways, and you wanted them to do something horrific to people, and you can say, this is because we're at war, so we're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. Like, that's a demonic act. It's a demonic act. Eliminating hundreds of thousands or off the face of the earth who did nothing. They're just citizens that are unfortunately involved in a country that is in a conflict with some people that they don't even know, and then they just got vaporized like that. That seems demonic. You've just expired 150,000 souls. There are people who the war would have continued. I've heard that argument too. The war would have continued, and so many more would have died. Well, if I was a demon, I would want propagate that idea. I want anything that happened to it. And so, like, is evil justification? Certainly, if you wanted to find a way where a demon could just like assume that demons are real, how would demons best be able to enact demonic things on Earth? Would they do it by saying, I'm a demon, and this is what you should do, this is horrible and evil? Or would you creep into someone's head and find justifications for doing a demonic thing? Like, there's a lot of things, like you would creep into someone's head, right? And you would oil folks. Like, let's imagine this is the AIDS crisis, and you know that ACT is killing people. But you also know that you are making an insane amount of profit killing people with ACT, and you have already established a narrative, and Fauci said this publicly, that the reason why they only prescribe ACT is ACT is the only thing that is both safe and effective. I literally use the same language that he used to have been doing it since if I'm a demon, I'd want to get in that guy's head, and I'd want to get him to keep doing it and say, look how much money they're making. You got to keep this money to justify this. You're there, information. You are the gatekeeper of the truth. You just find a way to dance around these numbers. You do not know what you are talking about. This is not gain of function. I think that's what he did there. That was evil.
On their Shabbos,
by taking the virus, funding, even though it's illegal to fund in the United States, by doing it through EcoHealth Law, them, they do it at the Wuhan lab. And you are, in fact, doing gain-of-function research on a virus designed for human beings to make it more deadly and more contagious. That's demonic. You don't have a cure. As a researcher in Canada at the Manitoba Fort Lab, and she was the one who saw people. She had come up with a vaccine for which was manufactured by a California company that is basically a Chinese company. And like a rock star, she had made just like a hit. She had a hit, a huge hit. And just like a rock star, everybody's asking, what comes next? What comes next? And so she started actively working really, really hard
Rabbi
at
coming
up with the next thing. And, like most people, don't want to stand in line. And these level 4 labs, you have to, whenever you research from one lab to another, you have to go through all sorts of stuff in order to do that because it's all packed, all of these microviruses, all of these strains, it's all packed. And so, for example, there was this one who was working at the lab in Omaha, and he was moving to the one in Atlanta, and so he was crossing the border. He didn't want to, have to reproduce all his words. He just put both of us instead of a thing trying to cross the border. He got caught. Well, she got caught in 2019 by the Royal Canadian Police, basically moving stuff from Canada via Air Canada Freight from Manitoba, from Winnipeg, the Winnipeg lab, to Wuhan. And they were moving everything, and I tracked where those were because it was restricted. And so I tracked where it ended up for well, it's like the color birds on the lab there, that over. In order to get around it, got sent to the one in Amsterdam with her, and she was able to do all this stuff. She was basically just shipping, every Honda and all these patent things to and Royal Canadian Police basically stopped it, and she got walked out of the laboratory and everything because they were like, is there a misappropriation of money? What are all these flights that are occurring? And they redacted who her financer was. And we still don't know who her financer was. It's one of 3 people who probably guess some people have an interest in this. And then her thing was just like anything. She was just wanting to have the next hit, and she would do anything to do it, to repeat what she did with Ebola. So she was helping to engineer a virus that would ship via Air Canada Freight from Winnipeg directly to Wuhan. So you're flying on Air Canada down the road on the sea. So she looked at her sea and yes, horrible straight something that's patented, and then they're shipping it over to them. None of this is covered. So papers in Canada, like the Free Press or something, was trying to cover it, but it just gets kind of blurry. That was one of the weird things that I had also seen in the Epstein file, that there was talk about engineering a pandemic. I read that too. That they were like actively figuring it out. Often do this will happen. They were pretty successful. But why would Epstein be involved in visa financing? He was involved in everything. Right. He was involved in everything. It was like amazing the energy that guy had. Who has the energy to be like doing all this stuff like all over the world? Like, oh, Nigeria, we're doing this. Yemen, we're doing this. And here we're doing that. And at the same time, trafficking all these girls and, and young children. And like, all this stuff. Right. So it's energy. It says no credible evidence in the recently released Epstein files links Jeffrey Epstein or his associates to engineering the COVID-19 pandemic. Claims stem from a misinterpreted 2017 email referencing routine pandemic preparedness discussions, not a plot. So, what was the claim? The original claim? No, I didn't ask about COVID-19. All right. You said about engineering the pandemic. So what is the pandemic claim? So 2017 email originally from 215 discussions to Bill widely assumed Gates proposed recommendations and technical specifications for modeling of various strains and focused on healthcare data, simulations for preparedness, and neurotechnology, not creating or engineering. Gates Foundation later ran in 2001 and 2019 a standard exercise predating COVID report. That whole public event 2001, fucking weird event 2001 is weird. Context debunking pandemic simulations and public health tools, like those for SARS or flu, right? But Steve involved in these discussions and everything is involving gravity. But how fucking weird is that? How weird. A pandemic was reportedly mentioned in the Epstein files. Running the 3 years for COVID-19 world. Well, this is what my friend Eddie. And creating this in the meantime, Colleen Maxwell is running the Reddit forum on World News. Like she's literally shaping the World News Reddit forum. She was running the World News forum on Reddit. Yeah, she was, and it all went dark, and then she got picked up. Her course, she was like the contributor to thousands of posts, like all day long, posting World News, shaping our perception of things. One email was the subject prepared for pandemics was sent by a person whose name was redacted. By the way, did you see that? Why would they redact the person who sent that? That's not a victim. You're supposed to redact. I think they just did like supposedly massive redacting. Sometimes you can see like a short, it's relatively ill, and then when it comes down to that, it's a little longer, it might be edited, it's a little shorter, it might be easy, like you can kind of. But again, that's just there's no fact. It's like possible that I until they release all these names. Did you notice that Jeffrey Epstein's Fortnite account suddenly became active in television, and then somebody is laying under his right after his supposed death. Right. Somebody is playing Fortnite again. Yeah, does he have the decency to make a new account? He wants to keep all of his stats. To keep all that stuff safe and so they just like did. So that's another thing. There was another Reddit thread about some guy who said that he was a guard. It's a 4chan. Was it 4chan? This was a 4chan thread. This guy said that he was a guard at the facility, and he posted this before Epstein was killed. He was a guard. They were using whatever. Water should be with her. Or he caught not talking about whether they snuck in. They used a decoy lines. There was an unscheduled ambulance arrival that night that they never log in. There's footage of like orange moving through the facility on the so they think it's alive somewhere. Water. It's not possible. It's not impossible. It's probable. Also, it's a probability. Whatever. It's more than impossible. The guy who did the autopsy, did anything happen to him? The guy who committed suicide. Yeah, fucking crazy. Because that happened to the guy who did the autopsy on Andrew Breitbart. Didn't he wind up dying shortly after that? Like Andrew Breitbart, and who was the guy who said that the death was alarming and that people alarming or die of something real weird. A guy who jailed yeah, that makes sense. The guy who did the autopsy for Jeffrey Epstein, did anything happen to him? The woman, you were chief of medical examiner at Dr. Harvey Sampson, and she just resigned like a couple years ago. Okay, so nothing happened there. You're talking about evil. Do you know who the devil was in the exorcism? Well, basically, it's like because who's who represented with an actual devil, but when you actually watch the movie, there's kind of evidence that, and people have talked about this, there's evidence within the film that it's
over the course of 3 days.
just demonic possession. The
Also,
demonic possession comes from the way Jeffrey Epstein was doing also some research in how trauma affects like clairvoyance and telepathy and things
So,
like that. How you're able
first
to
dose on Thursday, the second dose on Friday.
out of trauma.
It's not about
And
this
in
morning,
The
all your
Exorcist,
children is well.
there's you have Reagan who's and parties. Remember in The Exorcist, they're making a movie within the movie.
Shows other
They're just shooting a movie. The character of the mother, she's acting in a film inside of the movie. There's a director of the film. And they have a big party scene after. And the director is
again.
basically
No one
yelling
ever
at
spoke of the issue of
her
drinking
mother
lessons.
in her house,
Issue of what?
calling him a Nazi and stuff like that.
I'm not asking about drinking. I'm going to wish those was around. I know I can drink it.
Well,
I'm going to
for
buy
a
the illusion.
while, he vanished from the party.
I used to listen to I had it, and I could drink it. I didn't make any presents before. Like, can I make this is untraveled to drink it?
Leaving the party,
Mine,
he turns
I'm
to
going to feel
the
what I
mother.
did. You have a drink. So, yeah, last night, she also did I went back to my brother today. This is on Shabbos.
And so, and then after that, Reagan comes in, she looks at the astro guy and says, "You're gonna die out there."
Show that the Sony in Mania.
And everybody's like, "Shit, oh my God." It's all this like highly sexualized devil from the director is a British. And so the implication is he is for some reason left with Reagan and then gets thrown out of the Osmonds and supposed to dies.
Sorry, this reflects the thing that
So the
says
implication
it
is
closest in
that
cold water.
the director is
But apparently, one who takes in cold water.
thus
You cannot make it on shot.
demonic presence into
Two among the us.
it
So
turns
even
out
the one who
I
is
thought it was
closest in
some
cold water.
totems that they
This
found
is
that it was
something that is
possessed.
alive.
If it's
And
there, the
wow.
Ouija board is
So
there.
remember
It
again,
turns
the
out
peace
that
of
like
the
Peter
field is
Blatt
very specific. The
actually
Alpha
made a
Biosis
movie
was there.
called John and
You went to ask for
What
remedy.
Life Is.
If I say
I
that
can't
was
remember the exact
3
title of the film.
doses of
And
doses
he
over
made the
3
movie with
days.
Shirley MacLaine.
Took dose 1 on
And the
Thursday,
director of
dose
the
2
film
on
is this
Friday.
guy, James
Now I
Thompson.
take dose 3 on
British
Friday.
director
Whatever
looks
it is,
exactly like
dose
the
3
actor in
for
it.
Shabbos.
And
Now,
so
it's coming to this
the idea is that
they tell me, yes,
Reagan's
maybe
mother
it's water
is
heated
Shirley
up.
MacLaine.
Okay,
And
that's the opinion is it's
Reagan is her
cold
mother's
water on
son.
Shabbos. There's
And
another
the British
significant
director
process of cold water on
is
Shabbos.
James
Because
Thompson.
no,
So we're looking at some movies.
even if it's repeating this, cannot make doses in cold water on Shabbos.
Strange
Here they would say
metaphoric
it's
thing going on.
why?
So it's like,
Wow. That's when we do not start
and
taking
then
the process
they
about how people
you know,
do
visually as
shop,
yes,
how they shop, some
she takes Bronson, that all has kind of like a weird metaphor that in this movie, the
even
reincarnation
though
of Peter
trust
Crowd,
Shabbos
Peter Crowd dies, and
So apparently, once you started the verses of places,
remember since his reincarnation, remember since the reincarnation of himself, he was murdered, and he comes out of the Megan did it, and then starts sleeping with her daughter, which is basically sleeping with his daughter, because he's reincarnated. So this guy is a filmmaker, and so the question, and so Peter Blatty worked on that film with Shirley MacLaine, and shortly thereafter was The Exorcist, and Sasha in her, autobiography, even mentions covered the book with the love was I never walked down the stairs on the floors, and I vomited, whatever, and then everyone
I like so when they got the uncle, the Asaba Yosef into the house. By the day, Yes, we start to call it that. Mother, that's to say, this is also the shops. What's I now earlier with the dog.
I cannot talk about that without saying
on shops.
and so and there's actually a moment where Ray gets talking to her mother and says, do you like it? Do you like it? So there's this idea that he's been coming over and they've been having this affair. And then all of a sudden she says to her daughter, and it kind of jumped out at me when I rewatched it. She says to her daughter, I like pizza and when you're married. And I was like, oh my God, it's like a pizza reference. Everything is talked about as very old.
So your intention is to but your main law it becomes wider as well. So you can do say directly
it jumped out at me and there says
go ahead and soften it and then the chapter that you want maybe what you that's the movie that I'm sure you saw. white, make it
So this
wider,
was a way
and
for
exactly
eventually
and
to
it's not like a lot of
to kind of transcode. And the astronaut in the film, Shirley MacLaine talks about wearing her husband or boyfriend she remarried was an astronaut, and in her autobiography she talks about how he was cloned. He came back from space and the person that he was cloned. And we kind of laughed it off like, oh, it's just kind of a joke. They wrote it into my autobiography. Yeah, it's really
Can
strange.
you rub a
So,
linen shirt, a stiff linen shirt, make it from franchises,
and they
hide
information
and he said,
in
yes, you can.
films.
If you boil
And
it,
so I
why
think
didn't you
someone,
ask? Because I
Emily
live in Ireland.
Campbell
Good
had
job.
was
Why
doing all
didn't you
sorts
have
of
done
Asian stuff
Shirley
with
MacLaine.
Shirley MacLaine
Can
was
you go ahead
really
and
into
rub
that
it
kind of
franchise?
thing back in the 60s, the late 60s and early 70s.
Yours was a super
And,
looking right
you
now.
know,
Right now, constantly,
he sits down to write his book, and what's he writing the book?
I already asked that Shiloh
It's about
from
Sasha. Sachi, I'm sorry, Sachi. And
why should that
the astronaut, it's all Jamie Thompson basically eviscerates in the film,
next
but in a way that really connects. It all happens off camera.
the difference is
But the implication is she was raped by that director. And from that moment on, as a kind of, she's speaking with a British accent as the devil. It's his voice, actually, that's coming out of her. She's talking about when it's rape versus the actor that's his voice. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what the voice of Gowan, and he died shortly after the film. Also, people have been coaching very bizarre things with Jupiter's ratings for it. Everybody, I do it every motion pictures, Yara kind of magic spell. And right, I hear voices.
when you have your shirt, back same at the same way what you do, what's the actually want to put it on a hanger. Someone says, well, what was the hanger? The hanger was a piece of wood that you would insert in one sleeve and it does it. So it's a little piece of the shirt. And then you make it straight out like that.
Like I said, sits in the
Travis,
theater in the
you
yard,
want to touch
watching
the
the
flicker
flicker
of the hanger.
of this thing. It's telling you myths and traditions, but
That's
it's also
out of the shirt.
predictive programming.
You want to say, what's the thing normally do?
Jesus, dude.
They don't
Have you
use
seen?
fire. Essentially, they're going to want you to do that.
Have I seen what? Well, actually, I was sort of thinking about like that.
Shabbos, if you want to do the
Daily
shirt,
Wire
you're
thing, but media comes from all places.
the hanger.
You know, you don't know where you're going to find your next entertainment. And there's this show that I really like that show, Bro. Did you see Bro? No, I never saw it. Okay, I love Bro. I watched the first episode of Bros. Flat. Because it told the story of ancient Rome through Shakespeare, through history, Plato, all these kind of ideas of ancient Rome. All these ideas of ancient Rome, and then it told a very grounded story from the perspective of everything going on in it. It's already offer like drama through it. And so there's this other show that has been out like 3 seasons when I started watching. And did the exact same thing. Nobody was talking about it. Heard about it. Most people didn't know it. It's the show. It does the exact same thing, but it does it with the Gospels. And it's all about Christ, and it's the tale about Jesus. And okay, so I'm watching a free movie about it.
So again, to ask you a reflection of people's dietary norms. I'm going to say first white line. Only if someone stands in the middle of a married couple's bed, only the face of Shalisha. It's as if he is standing on the stomach of the woman. I will say what is the the answer is she should be totally
the Zeffirelli film, I've seen Last Temptation of Christ, I've seen The Passion of the Christ, I've seen all of them, I've seen Jeremy Sisto, Jesus. I've seen everything. I worked with Paul Verhoeven on his Jesus film that was unproduced. And so, like, I had a lot of experience. Understood the story. This show, I started watching it. I was like, okay, chip on my shoulder. She was a monster made out of styrofoam. They can't afford a house, so they just use blankets and paintings. So it's like, it's really inexpensive. It's even a little bit temporary. Which almost becomes, as you're watching, it's kind of funny. But I'm watching it, and there came a moment by about episode 3 where I gathered purchase.
Because at the end of the day, each bundle has the same exact thickness. There's always the same thickness. But Oracle made it. So the only thing that changed from bundle to bundle was what? The length bundle. So therefore, when you're going vegetable shopping, so again, you're not going to get any more in the thickness, but you can get more in the length. So if you want to get more for your money, look for the longest bundle. Lisbon Arifa. Those who seem like the Rabbi is going to go ahead and buy these. Right? Go ahead and buy the longest one. Right? Two people seem like each bundle is the same. But our apparently, any item that's sold in bundles, often the thickness of the bundle is always the same. Where you can get more value for your money being spent is in the left. But we're at this stuff. Buy by Rab. Below the feature, I'm talking about doesn't have a lot of bread. So Lecho Yarka, if you don't have a lot of bread, don't make sure not to eat a lot of vegetables. Why? Because apparently vegetables increase one's appetite. So therefore, again, if you don't have a lot of bread to satisfy your hunger, don't go ahead and eat too much vegetables. We'll say, isn't this incredible? Most religious are saying is live within your means. Live within your means. So if you don't have enough money to support your appetite, don't go ahead and say it's going to increase the appetite. Live within your means. I'm going to increase stuff. Anna, what this is taking out of. Because this is Anna, lo ba'aniusi afriyarka, or lo ba'asirusi afriyarka. So this is, I never ate vegetables. I never eat vegetables when I was 4, and I didn't eat vegetables when I was old. What's the shot? I'm using you should regard these. I didn't eat vegetables when I was 4, because when I was 4, bread. So I was nervous, I was eating vegetables. And halakha l'maisa, I would not be able to go ahead and support my appetite. Ba'asirus, and when I was wealthy, I didn't eat vegetables while I was great. Damina, heichad al yarka leil bisra v'kavik. I said to myself, whatever space the vegetables are going to occupy, let meat and fish occupy. So when I was 4, I didn't eat vegetables because I didn't want to increase my appetite. And when I was wealthier, so I didn't think, why should I waste stomach space on vegetables? Let me fill up that same space with meat and fish. I'm not just the bad appreciating some. Well, good service is incredible. So come who doesn't have enough bread, let him not break bread for others. Once you take it, Rashi, so I take that back. that's the Rothschild here. Look at Rashi. The lift Sabitur actually says, "Lo yochel akshav na'at as shivim solo, v'lo akar shah na'at mipnei she'im lo derech sivya el yitzarei yochel yach." We'll say this is really quite fascinating. This is really quite fascinating. We're going to talk about Muslims as well. Chacham, who does not have a lot of bread, we'll say, if you don't have a lot to eat, there's kind of like different ways to get approach. You can eat a little bit very often, or you can save those little bits and have one substitute meal. One substitute meal. So the Gemara suggests that if I were to come Chacham, if you don't have a lot of bread, don't live to the sequel, this bread is but rather, what you do is save up your bread and have a meaningful filling meal. Better to have one substitute filling meal than to have a series of smaller non-meals. It's an incredibly disturbing life as well. And sometimes it is better to go ahead and put your efforts towards a substantive objective than to go ahead and kind of diffuse your efforts over multiple things that don't really get what you heard that from. Let's say this is the challenge of life. You start on so many smaller projects. You start on start on this, start on this, and I don't finish this, I don't finish this. Sometimes it's better to pull your power, pull your effort. One thing, not one thing for your whole life, but one thing at a time. Pull your efforts, put it into one objective at a time. Accomplish that objective, and then move on to the next thing. As opposed to so many of us try to manage multiple processes, multiple dreams, aspirations, goals, objectives at the same time, and we get nowhere. It leaves me unsatiated on multiple levels. Better to save up your morsels so that you can put your course into one meal, one objective, one course of action, and be successful than to diffuse your focus over many things. So I'm going to this now. The future is no lift up. Because it is always in your course. That if it comes from him doesn't have a lot of bread, you should not go ahead and distribute it to others. Why? So you should not go ahead and, because you're not able to distribute it in a generous way, unless it's incredibly so. What it's saying is, if you don't have a lot of bread, go to buy cover. Like if you don't have a lot of bread, so ultimately, again, why? Because it will say, it only makes sense to give to others if you give to others generously. With the ayn yasa, with a generous eye. But if you're not capable of giving others a generous eye, so sometimes, again, there's conventional wisdom that says, don't do it, what it says is, know what you're capable of doing. Know what you're, sometimes there are things that we want to do, but I'm not yet really on the level to be able to do it. I'm not yet capable of doing it. And what comes if I end up doing it, I do it, and I don't feel good about it, I'm not. So we're supposed to be about chesed. Make sure you're ready to go do that. Make sure it's kind of a training for you right now. Something that you push yourself to do something that you're not really ready for, even if you quote unquote accomplish the task, don't do it by yourself. I'm going to be stuck. I'm going to make Carl the hobby that's I wish I got you under the fully mode. It's very controversial. So Christopher said it used to be that before I would sit down to a meal, I would look through the bread basket, make sure there was enough bread for my needs of the meal and for the needs of the others at the meal as well. I'm not pissed off. Man, the absolutely the make of man on the side. So Krista says, if somebody has the ability to eat barley bread, and it eats bread, however Mishum Bal Pashas, he's being a wasteful individual. I man the absolute Mishnah Shidra, the Shasikan, when someone is able to drink beer, but instead it's wine, however Mishum Bal Pashas, he's being wasteful. Now what he's saying is as follows. If you can get by on an inferior item, but instead you get a superior item, that is a wasting of money. So if you can get by on barley bread, which is inferior, but instead you spend the money on wheat bread, that's not passion, that's wasting. You can get by on beer, but instead you go ahead and you drink wine, which is more expensive, that's wasting. A lot of the Gemara says that is not true. Why? But wheat bread is better for the body than barley bread, and wine, everyone knows, is better for the body, is better for the soul than beer, and therefore again, it's not anything that's physically beneficial, even as physically beneficial, is always going to snap out passions. And in fact, you know, it says, go ahead and insist on inferior suggestions, insist on barley bread and beer, when you can go ahead and do better for yourself, is actually about passions of the body. You know, they like this. You know, it says, I'm not just done. Friday, that is up to some. You're going to buy meat. You're going to buy meat. Use different drugs. Better just to buy the neck. Buy the neck of the other. Why?
This show, they have 7 seasons on it. You can watch it for free. It's on anything. Like if you have an Apple TV, you can look up the Joseph app.
And there's puppy. Sometimes
That's
they're getting
the Joseph app.
that's value.
So it's an app.
That's value
Or
for
you
your
can watch
money.
it on
You get
YouTube.
all types
Or
of
you can watch it. I think
I don't know if
Netflix.
it's the value that is on
Netflix eventually bought it. Now they're showing it.
It's not apples. We're saying more point of 50%. I'm going to buy a linear garment. Make sure to buy it from Nar Abba.
I thought it was fantastic that season 2 came
Buy
out.
the
So
linear
they
garments
made all
of
this
Nar
money,
Abba.
and they're doing all
The
these
next thing of course is doing it every 30 days. The next should be late chasing Yarki Shasabana. I guarantee you, if you buy this quality linear garments from Nar Abba, and you make sure it's clean every 30 days, it will last you for a whole year. And I'm happy to guarantee like money back
biblical productions. Incredible. The sets are unbelievable. If I didn't know, it's like Chinachita in Utah. It's absolutely fantastic. And the characters are like they all have like 3 costumes probably. And so they're kind of making do with what they have. But they got this guy playing the legend there who is hilarious. And in the first season, he is absolutely hilarious. And the show is great. And then he, like proper television, you're watching it, and you're starting to love these characters. You're starting to like it. And it's, you know, it is the bread and butter of Hollywood. And that's what makes, that's the fuel that pushes most Hollywood movies. It is much more difficult. And requires much more.
You shouldn't go ahead and give
And this kid tells Jacob that he's not invincible.
Vilma Fuzzy Gilda, he's
It's making every single episode as effectively as it's possible about forgiveness. And he has done this magnificent,
what will she see?
unbelievable achievement. And the show is hugely really sets pieces. They built this ultimately outside of the circumstances, salvation, learning property, sounds just
Exactly.
and
Vilma Fuzzy
and
Kerry,
and
maybe
that's
it's
like
ultimately against some type of seminar
watching
mission,
it,
and therefore do
and
not
they're
do
making programming that should have been on HBO, should have been considered by HBO, the way
Okay,
Rothschild is.
so you might
And
as well.
instead, it's coming out of the ether. And it's almost like with the inattention given
So
to
if Krista said to his daughters, he gave them the following advice. These were his married daughters. He gave them advice. So
rather
Evans
the
listened to
way that people are making
Make sure
things,
to always put the sun
they're
well
focused
in
on
the
wrath
presence of
and
your husband.
revenge.
How so?
Like
Voseful nama
this
ba'atika.
other thing like the Pendragon cycle and the shows that have kind of
So again, it actually comes out over here
out of the
that the issue was maybe
the studios and broadcasters
when
have
your husband,
created.
well, you will become a little bit repulsive when your husband dies. Voseful Yaakov Alayla, also don't eat vegetables
This is
yet.
actually
Voseful Hamdi Balayla, don't eat dates. Hello, Tishkon Shikra Balayla.
yeah, I definitely think it's a very unusual
The
time
vegetables,
where
because it does that.
people that are producing
Here,
things don't
ultimately
have
cause
a complete
because it causes
monopoly
diarrhea.
on
Because it causes
what
diarrhea.
people say. And then
Hello,
many of the times
hello,
these
secret
alternative
take
things
the
are
macro
much larger than
and
the
don't
mainstream.
go ahead
I find it almost impossible to get a movie.
So
Like, I'm
yeah,
you know,
so
an independent
again,
filmmaker. I go there and I usually like work on script, figure out the budgets, figure out the and I
if you
I
have
hit the
curry
pay.
about
It's
finish,
really
or sing
fun
one
because
or
I'm
a
not a
lot
flat
of money.
earther. I am not a flat earther. I just like but go out there and I try to get this stuff made, and it's like impossible. And then I built a technology company over the last
And yet we still go ahead and then
basically
as much
make
as shout.
AI movies.
So the idea
Also,
is to
boom,
sing
like
over
that
here,
money
but
gets
a
thrown
man's
at it, and all of a sudden, just by attaching the word
Right.
AI,
that
that it's a technology-based company, all of a sudden,
yeah, we do that every
investors,
single day,
you know,
5
came in,
So
and
what's
we're in production
the
on 3
issue?
films
So
now.
it's just an
Right, I know that's the crazy thing, is that it was so easy for me to get that going. It's so difficult for me to get the traditional movie going through the traditional problem.
Then it gives them
A24, blah, 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 trying to like get payment. They have to go to Europe to gather together financing and everything like that. No, just put AI in front of it, and all of a sudden you're in production on 3
So the
features,
Gemara says this follows.
and we're making a
So the
Christmas
Gemara
movie,
says he gives them now
family Christmas movie
intimacy advice.
in theaters
Not
this holiday season. faith-based film for
Magnus
next semester.
Achille, Puro Achille, Adin Saran Bahaya.
It's classical movies, and we have like a proprietary stack of technology that we use for our process. And I partnered with this company, massive studios, AI, and from my company, which is General Center Dynamics, and based here in Texas now. And my company is an absolute transition. And it's like, it kind of, I think, so many people have it in their own.
Points out has a great first of all, it intensifies in terms of
And I have friends like that they what used to be $1 million and it's now $5,000.
heightened potential.
And so really,
So literally,
like,
Magnus and the Padiaga,
so I think for independent cinema and for the future of film and television production, these are super exciting times. Our choice burned
So
3
again,
hours before
Magnus,
this. Yeah, it's already 4 or 5 hours. Okay, right with you. All right, I pulled up. This is an asset, right? This is probably just a proper asset. So it's a smart TV
desire,
calling
the
it
other
feeds. There's 3 different boxes at the bottom. And you
so
can
then
see
you're
this way.
like,
It goes
showing us
offline.
like you should
So as I showed you also,
right? And by the way, you also can't soak batch, okay? Because once they sit out, so what happens?
This channel has
It's amazing. They push us
showing where the satellite currently is.
you can remember again, it's just
30 minutes ago,
soaking up the
offline,
batch
showing a different feed. I'm sure I showed you. And then,
or the water over the batch order to get the
so,
current
God, there's
rise
a
to the
lot
top.
of YouTube
So the
girls.
Mars is the low Q height plan does not reflect the Q of power. So whatever we have to wear, this in the Kabbalah. Just remember again, the mission will ultimately allow halacha l'maaseh for the use of a seed and a sick. Like the what you do, you can transport
Description switch to a simulation
well,
device.
I'm not using
Connections
transporting items from point A to point B. So halacha l'maaseh mission allow that. They are using the of the
here stable in our
can't be only sit with
Thank you very much.
Jessica, one Dr. Today.
Thank you. Appreciate you very much. All right.
I will say good morning. I'd like to be doing beautiful news that we are ahead of us today. I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. Our co-sponsors for the month of Abu coming with the hope and zero. This is from the country filled with joy and the thank our week of learning sponsors, Ira Maria Postman, for dedicating the student this week to nourish the life of Ira's mother. The Bachelor, Avram Gali Elbaum, the nursery 37th birthday from Avram's grandmother Rose Bernard, Rizal Basano, and the merit of her bullshit, the Sarah Basano,
Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
So good to see you.
It's really good to see you.
What's happening?
Everything?
Are you good? Right.
Yeah, I am. I'm good now.
Yeah.
It's been a few years.
I thought about you the moment Bobby said he's going to run for president. You were the first thing I thought about.
Thank you.
Because I'm a huge fan of Kirk Cousins. I thought you were amazing on that show.
Thank you.
It's such a good show. It's maybe one of the greatest comedy shows of all time. And I was like, she's not built for this.
Who says I'm not built for this?
Nobody is. It's truly the only person I've ever met that somehow or another survives it. Seems exactly the same. Most people were attacked like that. It's just like, it is a natural human instinct when you're rejected by your tribe to feel terrified and filled with anxiety. But that's what people do it. And that's what encourages groupthink. Because you're terrified and you wind up agreeing to things that are fucking insane. Because you don't even know what you're agreeing to. You just don't want to be rejected by your tribe. This is how they keep people involved in these ideologies. Eventually become cults. And I think you can make a really good argument about the right and the left that in a certain section of each one of these political parties, it's a cult.
Yes, because they're, most of us are sort of in the center, right? And then you have the 10% on the side. on this site that are so extreme and loud, and they keep everybody fired up, and it is like,
It's weird. It's weird when intelligent people
It is
can
not.
capture
I
it.
started to
I was just watching this video with Bill Maher, and Bill Maher and Al Gore. Jimmy Kimmel won't talk to me anymore. Like they have this like spat because of politics. Bill Maher is very much a left-wing person. He has been his whole life. He hasn't changed his opinions. Al has always been very reasonable and willing to criticize the left as well, right?
yes.
And I don't know if because he had Trump which is just crazy. Talk to people that are the president of the United States.
It is crazy. I know. I was just talking to Bill Maher, and we were talking about this. Yeah, because like you said exactly what you said. I sat down and had dinner with the president, and people went insane. Yeah, and so people, listen, I know that feeling because even when Bobby started running for president, even when he started running as a Democrat, people were angry. Democrats were angry.
It's like these are not the type of people you ever want in any position of power. They're the least charitable, most vicious people. The moment you are running against them in a political party, they will pull all the stops, take things out of context, lie about you.
Even if they're, even if you're in their party, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Which was challenging because like Hollywood is competitive and it's hard, and you're hustling, you're working hard, but you're not trying to tear other people down. So politics, as soon as you say, before that, people were coming after him. They were always coming after him, but it kicked up a notch when he decided to run for president.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And it was just, and it's just weird, there was like a feeling of, for me, Bobby's tough. He's so friggin' tough. Like,
They've been coming up.
yeah,
This is about no skin. You know a good indication how they come after themselves, each other rather, is during the debate with Kamala and Biden. Kamala was accusing Biden of, at the very least, sexual assault, right? Like this, it seemed like she's accusing him of sexual assault. And then when they confronted her on it, she's like, it was a debate. That's literally what she said.
that is the really strange thing about politics that I'm still getting used to, is they will viciously attack each other, and then a minute later in the hallway, it's like, hey, how's it going? And I'm still angry about what just happened there, and then they're already over it. They're already like, yeah, that's politics. That's what you do.
Did you attend debates with Mitt Romney and Barack Obama?
You'll have to travel. You'll have to spread out in order to get.
Go back to that.
Okay.
Like,
I will see television will say very dramatic.
for Mitt Romney, everybody's like, he's more like super religious guy, never swears, probably doesn't do anything, right? He's like super polite. And then Barack Obama, because, they're matching each other's energy, he was very polite too. They disagreed on many things, but they were talking about what they wanted to do, not how this guy's a piece of shit, and they've been stealing and robbing and this and that,
Or how they look. His dad wears Trump,
which is crazy when you look like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like the guy makes fun of his own hair, like he makes fun of his comb over. It's like, here it is, Romney and the University of Okay, this is just a comparison between. That was the Biden ones with Trump were the worst because they're trying to have Trump's energy. Trump's energy.
Well, they didn't know how to debate him.
Yeah.
And that's what
He
he does
If
well.
you want to diffuse that, what you would say is like not good for anybody. Like if you want to have a completely separate conversation about who's a bigger piece of shit, and you want to do a podcast and you and me talk about how I think you're piece of shit, you think I'm a piece of shit. That's one thing. But you have X amount of time to say how you're going to run the country, and what you think is wrong with the policies, what you think is wrong with where we're spending money, what you think we're spending, all of the above. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. And the idea that you can't win that way is crazy. It's crazy.
And it's really weird too that a lot, some not all, politicians really work on, I gotta get a catchphrase in there.
Trump's really good at that. Like these people, crooked Hillary, sleepy Joe, it works.
It works. It did work. I mean, because people get so thrown off, they don't know how to respond to anything. That's what they should say, but they just get so thrown off that it's just paralyzing.
Well, this day and age, there's a method through social media for you to respond to things you think is inaccurate or make you respond. But there was a time where the judge and whatever political party was in power, they controlled everything. They controlled all the news stories about you. They controlled everything. There's a great story with Hunter S. Thompson and Ed Muskie's running for president. Hunter S. Thompson makes this crazy rumor about how he's addicted to Ibogaine, and he has a Brazilian witch doctor who comes in and treats him. And this guy literally cracks on the campaign trail. Hunter S. Thompson said this meetup was on him. And this guy, you see him have nervous breakdowns on the campaign trail, like his subsequent speeches were all like nuts. And he was like a front runner at one point in time, or at least he was very competitive. And it just,
It's a power of which, when Bobby decided to run, and I talked about this in my book, but when he came on your podcast, it was a game changer. Right, because everything that you're saying is true, and the press was going hard. They still do. They're going hard at Bobby, like he's this, he's that. Here's what he thinks. Here's what he, represents. And then came on your podcast, and you guys had a conversation. And you're curious and you're a great listener and you're non-judgmental, and people heard what Bobby had to say and it changed everything for him.
Well, I think it helped also that I knew who he was. I read his book, and I had also had negative opinions of him before I actually read what he said.
Your opinion.
Before the pandemic, I was firmly on the side of science. I was more of a left-wing leaning person. I just assumed these people running universities, these academics, whatever they said was accurate. Everybody else was fool, and they believed in snake oil and witchcraft. Right? That's what I thought. And then during the pandemic, I was like, okay, these experts are clearly lying. I know they're lying because they're literally lying about me, right? So,
which was crazy. So when you're in it, and you know who you are, and you know how you're feeling, what your body is doing, and other people, news outlets are saying, that's not true. It's got to feel so weird.
Well, it felt really weird because they weren't addressing the fact that I was healthy. That was crazy. It's like you're talking about some pandemic, and you got this guy in his 50s. I'm supposed to be a vulnerable person. And I'm in my 50s, and I got over it in a couple of days, and I'm telling everybody how I did it, and they're saying that I'm some quack who's taking veterinary medicine.
Right.
Which is just a flat out lie. It was weird. Yeah, it was weird how I didn't give me anxiety. It made me laugh a lot. I laughed a lot. Because fortunately, during this entire time period, I was doing stand-up and hanging out with comedians. We all thought it was so funny. Like, bro, CNN is so full of shit. This is crazy.
See,
and everyone believed it.
Yeah, and you had this outlet, and you were able to talk about it and tell people. So it's like,
they thought they were picking on me because they thought they were the bully, but during the whole exchange, they were like, oh my god, this thing's way bigger than we thought it was. So my show was like 10 times more listeners and viewers than their show, which is crazy. Because all I can do is come on here and go, are you fucking out of your gut? Do I need to sue you people? You guys are cracked.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
So you saw things firsthand that you hadn't experienced before.
And then when I read Bob's book, one of the things that I knew about Bobby before,
Fauci book?
yes, the real Anthony Fauci, which was just I would read it, I would listen to an audio tape in the sauna. So I'm sitting there cooking at 196 degrees, where you're already kind of freaking out. Because you're gonna be in there so long before you die. That's the whole key of the sauna. You get it way before you're gonna die, and that's when you get out. But if you stayed in there for a few hours, you're a dead man. And so I'm kind of freaking out already, and I'm like, this is the nuttiest story of one guy and his cohorts who have been doing this kind of shit, the same shit they were doing during the pandemic, suppressing other medication, promoting something that they had that they're going to make a massive profit off of, gaslighting people, lying about the data, lying about. This is the thing they did during the AIDS crisis. And
they're footnote after footnote, reference after reference,
exactly.
saying here's this, here's that. I'm not making this
No
up.
lawsuits. No one's trying to sue him. This is one thing I keep bringing up. If that was a law, people would they would document how it's not true. They would show the actual paperwork. They'd show the actual data. This is how it's all true. You go, well, how did I know this? And what kind of irresponsible journalism do we have in this country where this has happened? And it takes this one guy to publish this book before people start talking about it. I also knew his work as an environmentalist. And I think that's a very important thing for people to realize. Like, what he did was essentially help these river. And if it wasn't for him and his work, that would still be probably a polluted shithole unless somebody else came along and stopped these corporations from polluting the river and then forced them to clean it up.
Right.
That shot.
And by the way, when people talk about Bobby and his career and he's accomplished, he spent a lot of time suing corporations because they're polluting waterways. Because it's hurting people, killing people, giving people cancer. So why would he spend all of his life fighting for people, fighting for individuals? And then suddenly you want to really hurt a lot of people. It just doesn't track. It doesn't make sense at all.
Well, I think because of vaccine. This question of the vaccine narrative, which is now more mainstream. Because like many people said, the scientists said everybody else is a kook. You gotta get your vaccine. It's gotta do whatever you have to do. There was also pretty aware of a child that they vaccinated him, and when they vaccinated him, he became non-verbal autistic his whole life. And he firmly believed it was because of the child's reaction to the vaccines. So the taboo to bring that on people immediately. After they get scared, they get. I firmly believe that when you sort of a visceral react to any sort of subject like that without a rational examining of what is objective truth, and when you have that visceral reaction, something's happened. You get co-opted. There's a thought in your head that you can't question this. You get ostracized. You get cast out of the tribe, the tribe. You're out. Yeah, and that's what everyone's afraid of.
That is what happens, as we've seen. But to that point, as a mother, it's so frustrating to hear parents say, this is my experience, the experience I had with my own child. I'm with this child every day. After the vaccine, there was a change. This is my experience. And for people to get mad at them for even, like you're saying about it, they're not allowed to talk about the experience they had or ask why it happened or let people talk to each other to see if they have shared experiences that can lead us to something better. It's crazy.
It's crazy. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be accepted. We shouldn't communicate like that. It's not smart. It's been lied to so many times. I mean, why would you just assume that stopped? That has ended. If you just go back and think about all the different things that both the government and, of course, pharmaceutical drug companies have lied about, or at least the amount of drugs that they have substantial.
because
Right.
those
Well,
guys
that's the
that
question.
against
So
the judge
we
was
understand and accept that there have been drugs out there that everybody thought were good, were helpful, and then 10 years later, 20 years later, companies, scientists, whoever realize actually doing more harm than good.
What it's in with birth defects in children.
It's, you know,
It's crazy. They used to prescribe that to mothers.
well, it's even like getting x-rayed. They used to have mothers, you know, that were pregnant, x-ray to see how the baby was doing. For a long time.
If you feel a little off, it's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. It's darker. It's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get your again. It all starts with making all changes to your routine. And those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing that you can do every morning, consistent, when everything else is chaos. Scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan, and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan.
Yeah, it's intense.
You ever see those images of what happened to the women that used to work in those x-ray offices? So every day they used to have to turn on the x-ray machine. They would x-ray their hand to make sure that it worked. And they all got like hand cancer. Oh, it's horrible. It's weird because they have one hand that looks normal and one hand that looks like a wicked witch hand.
Right, so
It's very strict because we didn't know any better.
right, because we didn't know. Nobody was out to kill anybody, to murder, to do harm, but it was doing harm. So let's take a step back, readjust, do something different.
Well, the extreme amount of money that pharmaceutical drugs have put into making sure that they're in control of the narrative, or at least they're influencing the narratives. Like, this is a slave.
Well,
Thank you. Like exactly. They write the verdicts, but they're also
That's just from x-raying your hand.
They do
Somebody
something.
uses the calibration everything.
It's
That lady cooked her hands. Isn't that awful? Oh, it's so spooky.
that's really crazy.
People think
What are the things you know you have to go through the airport?
Yeah, it's like their radio frequency, right? What is that? Let's put it up. I do not think that that's dangerous, but look, there's a lot of people that think Wi-Fi is dangerous. There's a lot of people that think that 5G is dangerous. They think that even electric cars is dangerous. You should have earbuds in your ears. You should only listen with a cord or if you can.
Right.
Well,
Well, it
very
makes sense.
specific. It was more
Directly into your
protecting
head.
you able to figure out
It's probably not the best thing. It's like how many people wear AirPods and how
So check it out. Okay, they are. Some can have lunch. So what's it really like?
what's the real issue? Most TSA bystanders use millimeter wave radio waves. So non-X-rays do not add to ionizing radiation exposure. So it's not X-ray based, right? It's radio wave. But what is it? Is it dangerous? How does that dose compare to a flight? What is that? X-ray scanners? That's just scanners. Is there any damage? Just look at
that this is okay.
follow up millimeter wave scanner radiation. Is it dangerous? Is there any dangerous? That's what it's
general operate
Health and Radiation Protection Agencies note that doses from older backscatter X-ray scanners were extremely low. Meanwhile, they fucking don't go anywhere near it. They turn it right. They go to the dentist office. They hide behind a
They put you in a room and you're like, what?
They're in a
This
fucking
thing is like
bunker.
right next to my head. And yeah.
And they make you wear like a lead vest over
by
your
the way.
Yeah.
body.
Yeah, it's intense.
They still do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I haven't got one of those with lead vest in a while.
No, and you're right. They go into the other room and they're like, don't move. You're just sitting there with them.
Under your leadership,
Bugs. Yeah.
I don't want to come. I don't want to cause outrage or I'm just curious. It's just fine, you know, like,
The TSA
all of us that have a household,
does not seem any proven risk at the levels used, but people still raise a few practical
therefore, again,
concerns.
Miss
So
Judges,
millimeter wave scanners use
decide.
low-power
Time is head of
non-ionizing radio
household,
waves. Studies use
again,
found harmful effects at the power levels used in airport screening. Sensitive groups analysis that model risk for children, pregnant people. What? Say pregnant people. Which kind of people are pregnant? Do you think? Hey, AI, hey, super genius. You think maybe it's women? You fucking asshole. And frequent flyers still found low added risk from back scatter far below routine medical x-rays or even the radiation from flying itself. Well, that is a thing too.
all right, radiation in the plane.
Flying when you're flying.
I mean, there's so many things. Just like we're all going down.
Put that into perplexity, please. What is, why is flying? Why does it give you radiation? Is it because you're closer to the sun? What is it? Your flash protection? Yeah, is that what it is? Is that what it is? Yeah, you're up high. Yeah, it's not a lot of stuff. There, right? So I saw this program recently too. Having the screens right behind your face. Just want to know, let's get it back for you.
Well, my plane, it's like just bouncing. Yeah,
My place used to be able to smoke.
which is crazy. I was just, the plane that I was on had the no smoking sign. It's never
I
good.
feel super uncomfortable on that plane.
It's not a good deal.
Last plane.
Yeah, when you're like, thanks to smoke.
Stab back, no little ashtray. Remember those?
Yes,
Seats.
and that's all really crazy.
In this typical commercial flight, you get a small dose of extra cosmic radiation on the order of what you expect from a medical X-ray spread out over several hours. Whoa! So every time you fly, it's like getting X-ray. That's kind of crazy. What happens to pilots? Okay, check this in. Do pilots have any health risks from radiation exposure while flying?
Good question.
Because I would imagine if you're flying all the time,
They're the ones that would.
it's like getting an X-ray every day.
That's, I mean, everything is killing us. That's why I came on. I wanted to hear what's going to kill us. There's so many things. It's going to be like a
I don't think everything
meteorite that's going to hit us first.
could, but there's a lot of stuff keeping us alive. You know, too, pilots and other air crew do get more radiation than typical travelers, but whether that causes health problems still being studied, and any added risk appears modest on a personal level. Like they would be the ones that you would be able to stack up the best, whether or not flying, and whether or not flying actually bad for you.
Well, we haven't heard anything yet, so that's good news.
Imagine
Somebody would have said something.
many studies find pilots and flight attendants have higher rates of some cancers, especially melanoma and other skin cancers, and in some studies breast cancer. However, reviews say it's not clear if it's from cosmic radiation versus other factors such as disrupted sleep. That's true, but UV exposure during off time and lifestyle. Firm causal link to flight radiation alone is not been established. That does make sense with disrupted sleep because I talked to a pilot once who did like long late night flights, and it's like your whole body is just so wrecked. Like people who do the night shift, like that can't be good for you. Your circadian rhythm's all fucked up. You're sleeping
Can
during
you
the day.
adjust though? Can you adjust?
If you can, but if you're the guy who gets the night shift every night, you know, you're working at a factory and you punch in at like 8 p.m. Like you're not, that's just your life, man.
Yeah.
That's how you live.
It's like shooting a film, and you do like 3 or 4 night shoots. Someone snaps.
Yeah.
There's always one person that just like
Can't handle it.
freaking crazy. No, Chad just went. We just lost Chad. Or what happened to him? He freaked out.
Some can't sleep. They become well, there's an indulgence on sets too.
So what's the love of
Actors, it's like
and there's a kind of
there's a kind of lack of appreciation sometimes. So, because you just get accustomed to it. fortunate you are to be able to do what you do.
Three questions. Fire.
You know,
Are the
very
other
true.
so happy?
You
So are the other
Yeah.
not
know,
figurative?
spazzing out,
So
you didn't get enough sleep.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the crew really didn't get enough sleep.
They have some, you know,
They're working
How much so
2
what's
hours
the
before you went 2
especially
hours.
they spaz
maybe
out,
past
they'll get
how
fired.
much
Yeah,
more left?
You know, that's the difference. It's
Shut
not
up.
an
If
equality
you're
thing.
white,
So
that's
these
the
people,
answer the question.
they're
Shut
aware
up.
they're like
You sent the
royalty.
phone.
Walk around
You
some
know,
upset. You
regarding
know,
the
it's kind of odd.
Well, it is odd, and at the same
And you go
time,
ahead and put up a kind of
it's a very unique experience, right? Because that has to be on camera, and every each of their faces, you know, going to be 6 tall in a movie theater, and so everybody's just making sure that person is doing okay, look okay, feel okay, because if they don't, then they don't, you don't have anything, to do. So everybody is just like,
Yeah.
Why not give that?
hydrated, do you need water, do you need jerky?
The results of that, like psychologically, over a prolonged period of time, people that's their normal experience.
Yeah.
Is everybody's treating them like
So here's you shuffle.
It's gonna be like, you know, let's start early, especially to have success early. It's not good. It's not a good way to kick off your life. This is not normal. If you think it's normal, you're gonna be bad in a few years.
I don't think you can recover from that developmental. It's different than anything else. Like you can have a childhood and it'll make you more resilient. A bad childhood and for the whole world. And you've never had to really work, and you've never had to really struggle, and you've been famous since you're young. So your interactions with people from the time you're young, people loving you for your work, which is not good for kids.
No, it's not. And the way you look, that big part of it, which is hard. It's not just your work. You know, it's like we're talking about you have to doing it. That's part of the job.
Especially as you've made concrete and clean. So even if you have to mix it, but you don't have enough water, you don't need the salt, you have what happens. It's solid. That's what it is. It sucks. It's just gonna suck. Weak ass concrete. It's gonna break.
Wait, when did you get, what was your first news radio?